Taixuan continent, Eastern Prefecture. The Taixuan Sect lay in the very heart of the Eastern Prefecture, its gates magnificent, its presence vast and imposing. The Saintess of the Taixuan Sect is truly the foremost prodigy of our Eastern Prefecture, unmatched in both talent and grace. Indeed, she is only a single step away from completing the supreme emotionless Tao. It is such a pity for such a woman to choose a useless good-for-nothing. One cannot fathom what the Taixuan Sect is thinking. Silhouettes of cultivators surged in a bustling tide toward the Taixuan Sect. All the prominent figures from the major sects of the Eastern Prefecture had arrived. Yi Miaojing, the Saintess of the Taixuan Sect, possessed immense renown among the younger generation of the Eastern Prefecture. Once she completed the supreme emotionless Tao, she might well be able to suppress the entire younger generation of the Eastern Prefecture by herself. Yet what no one could have predicted was that such a woman had chosen of all people a man who had been unable to cultivate for many years, a complete waste in everyone's eyes. Rumor had it that today was not only the day the Saintess completed her Tao, but also the day she would form a Tao companion bond with that so-called good-for-nothing. On the vast sect plaza, heads crowded as far as the eye could see. A clamor of voices rose into the air. As many cultivators gossiped, their gazes swept toward a young man standing at the edge of the crowd, their expressions filled with disdain. One trip to the lower realm, and I have become a piece of trash in the eyes of others. Wearing a plain gray robe with handsome features tinged with bitterness, Lin Feng stood in a corner of the crowd, mocking himself softly. Not only was he dismissed by everyone as a useless waste, but even within the Taixuan Sect itself, Lin Feng was far from welcome, let alone in the eyes of the visiting elites of the various sects. If not for the Saintess, he might not even have qualified to stand here today. He was merely a transparent nobody amid the crowd. His murmured words barely reached any ears. As Lin Feng had said, he was indeed neither a native of the Eastern Prefecture nor of the Taixuan continent, but someone who had descended from the upper realm that transcended this heaven and earth. The reason he had gone through such hardship to come to the Taixuan continent was because a certain secret lay hidden within this world. There existed a boundary barrier between the upper and lower realms. Although Lin Feng had successfully crossed it back then, he suffered grievous injuries from the laws of the lower realm. By ill fortune, his point of descent happened to be a forbidden land in the Eastern Prefecture. The disturbance drew a ferocious archaic beast, a relic of the primordial era. Though he slew it, after a fierce battle he himself was left nearly crippled, unable to cultivate. For 10 years, he had tried every possible method, yet the wounds to the laws within his body still had not healed, and he remained unable to draw spiritual energy into his meridians. 10 years, how quickly they have passed! With a soft sigh, he recalled how he had once been the Xuanqing holy son of a top-tier sect in the upper realm, brilliant, praised by all, yet had now fallen to become trash in the eyes of lower realm cultivators. To Lin Feng this felt more like a trial of the heart and a tempering of his Tao than mere misfortune. As for his acquaintance with the Taixuan Sect Saintess, Yi Miaojing, that could be traced back to that very forbidden land he had fallen into upon descending to the lower realm. The archaic relic beast had been born with overwhelming strength. The fluctuations of that battle swept across the entire absolute heaven-forbidden land, and the mere aftershocks injured Yi Miaojing, who had entered the forbidden land for reasons unknown. When the battle ended, Lin Feng discovered her by chance. It was he who carried Yi Miaojing on his back out of the forbidden land and returned to the Taixuan Sect. Whether out of gratitude for this life-saving favor, or because of the 10 years they had spent side by side, afterward their bond gradually deepened. Over time, Lin Feng had become a unique existence within the Taixuan Sect. Though he possessed not a shred of cultivation, he still enjoyed the Saintess's favor. Once Yi Miaojing completed the supreme emotionless Tao, today the two of them would, under the eyes of all, become Tao companions. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous waves of power shook the entirety of the Taixuan Sect. That incomparably mighty aura made countless cultivators present feel their hearts tremble. The supreme emotionless Tao was said to have been created by the Taixuan Sect's founding ancestor, the immortal Feihong Fairy, in ancient times. Sadly, since that ancestor had ascended to the upper realm, tens of thousands of years had passed. Throughout that vast span of time, no one in the Taixuan Sect had managed to cultivate this Tao. Yi Miaojing was undeniably the first in 10 millennia. Within the sect, her current status faintly surpassed that of many elders, second only to the sect master of Taixuan himself. This was also why, though the entire sect looked down on Lin Feng, he had nonetheless been allowed to remain within the Taixuan Sect for these 10 years. Radiant spiritual light surged upward, laced with an icy chill. From within the Saintess's palace, an ethereal figure streaked into the sky and descended before the crowd. With features of incomparable beauty, and a snow-white dress, her 3,000 strands of black hair cascaded like a waterfall over skin as fair as jade. Yi Miaojing's gaze swept past the gathered crowd to fall briefly upon Lin Feng standing at the very back, then finally turned as she walked toward the high-ranking members of the Taixuan Sect. Was that just my imagination? Standing at the edge of the crowd, Lin Feng's voice sounded softly, his brows knitting together. For some reason, from that fleeting glance of hers, he sensed a trace of unfamiliarity. She truly deserves to be called the most outstanding woman of our Eastern Prefecture in this age. Indeed. But what a pity that after today, she will be bound as Tao companion to a waste. One really wonders what the Taixuan Sect is thinking. After Yi Miaojing appeared, her overwhelming aura left even many older generation cultivators feeling inferior. Coupled with her peerless appearance, she seemed all the more unattainable. As they chatted, many could not help but glance again at Lin Feng standing at the very back of the crowd. The contrast between the two was so stark that they felt only that the Saintess was being wronged on his account. Feeling the appraising gazes from all around, and hearing the scornful voices. A useless waste who cannot cultivate. Even though he had heard such words countless times over the years, a hint of killing intent still flickered within Lin Feng's eyes. Perhaps it is time I went there next. Lin Feng sighed softly, and looked at a token card from Spirit Jade in his hand. For golden characters were engraved upon its Xuanqing holy land. His descent to the lower realm had not been entirely unprepared. 10 years ago, he should have descended as an upper realm holy son to the central prefecture of this world. Unfortunately, perhaps due to an error in the spatial node, he had ended up in the eastern prefecture instead. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Yi Miaojing, who had just walked over to the Taixuan Sect's high-level members, seemed to have finished discussing something with her master, who had always disdained Lin Feng, and several elders. Then together they began to walk toward him. The supreme emotionless Tao was the foremost cultivation art in the eastern prefecture, and Yi Miaojing herself possessed the rare cold spirit physique. Crack, crack, crack. Where her steps passed, the flagstones around her seemed to be coated in a layer of frost. The many cultivators blocking Lin Feng's path parted to open a passage. Whether due to her completion of the supreme emotionless Tao or not, Lin Feng suddenly felt an unfamiliar distance toward this woman who had once been so familiar to him. Saintess, you must not. The news had long since spread throughout the Taixuan Sect. The disciples of the younger generation, those of Yi Miaojing's own era, looked upon the Saintess walking toward Lin Feng with faces full of unwillingness. Having crushed her peers for years, she had become the target they all strove to catch up to, and someone they deeply respected. Yet now, she had chosen a man who could not cultivate at all. This matter would become a stain of shame upon the Taixuan Sect in the years to come. You useless trash! Had you left earlier back, then how would my Taixuan Sect be shamed like this today? Do you know that senior sister Yi is the first person in 10,000 years since the founding ancestor to cultivate the supreme emotionless Tao? 100 years from now, you will be nothing but a pile of dry bones beneath the yellow earth, yet senior sister Yi has a chance to ascend to the upper realm. Do you intend to bind her with emotion and make her lose this opportunity? Perhaps long fed up with Lin Feng, Yi Miaojing's junior martial sister Chen Wan unleashed a torrent of abuse at him without restraint. To ascend to the upper realm was the dream of countless cultivators on the Tiansong continent, and now the dream might be ruined by the hands of this so-called waste. How could they not be enraged? Lin Feng, let us end this. Everyone had thought the matter already settled, impossible to change. For years the entire Taixuan Sect from top to bottom had tried to persuade Yi Miaojing to change her mind, yet no one had been able to make the Saintess give up. But now, standing before Lin Feng, from her initial hesitation to the moment she heard the words, Ascend to the upper realm. An unwavering determination had settled in Yu Miaojing's eyes. Is it over? Expressionless Lin Feng spoke with calm indifference. Gazing at the woman before him, fragments of past memories still surfaced in his mind. Back then in the lower realm during a fierce battle against a forbidden region beast, he was gravely wounded, and it was then that he discovered Yu Miaojing already unconscious within the depths of the restricted zone. Having lost every shred of his cultivation, he carried her on his back out of the absolute heaven-forbidden zone of East Province, and finally arrived within the Taixuan Sect. For a full 10 years Yu Miaojing, who had once possessed only ordinary talent, was awakened to the ice spirit physique and elevated to the status of Saintess of Taixuan Sect after Lin Feng used a precious item for her sake. As for himself, he had remained here for 10 years under the label of a useless cripple. Now it was finally coming to an end. This was her choice. Lin Feng had nothing more to say, only a faint sense of loss quietly welling up within. I am sorry. Perhaps out of gratitude for having her life saved back then, or perhaps because of the 10 years they had spent side by side, Yu Miaojing felt a pang of guilt at the loss on Lin Feng's face. Just as she was about to explain, a woman's voice from not far away cut her off. Enough, Miaojing. You and he were never meant to belong to the same world. Today my Taixuan Sect has invited so many fellow cultivators from East Province here, and yet you still waste words explaining to a useless cripple. What decorum is that? Her voice was cold, steeped in arrogance. Dressed in a blue robe, appearing to be in her middle years, she was none other than Yu Miaojing's master. Shenluoqi's razor-sharp gaze swept over Lin Feng from head to toe like a blade before she gave a cold snort. Her disciple, whom she had nurtured for many years, had nearly been delayed because of a cripple. As a master, how could she not be enraged? Fortunately, after she went so far as to plead with her life on the line, Yu Miaojing finally made what she believed to be the correct choice before entering seclusion. A blue streak of spiritual light flashed as Shenluoqi appeared before Lin Feng and Yu Miaojing. With your status, you were never qualified to remain within my Taixuan Sect. However, for Miaojing Sake, this elder can consider allowing you to serve as a menial worker in Taixuan Sect and drag out the rest of your life. But from this day forth you are not to see Miaojing even once. Otherwise, I will make it so you cannot live nor can you die. Pointing straight at Lin Feng, Shenluoqi made no attempt to conceal the contempt in her eyes. As though she were granting him a weighty favor, Shenluoqi believed that for someone who did not even possess the qualifications to cultivate, merely being allowed to remain within Taixuan Sect was already an immense blessing. If not for his assistance in bringing Miaojing back to the sect that year, he would never have had the right to set foot here at all. In truth, for many years now the entire Taixuan Sect had harbored doubts about this matter. One must know that the place Yu Miaojing had gone to back then was the absolute heaven-forbidden land, one of the 3 great forbidden zones of East Province. It was rumored that countless peak-level beasts and divine birds of this realm dwelled there. Even their sect master of Taixuan Sect did not dare rashly step into that place. Yet Lin Feng was merely an ordinary mortal without the slightest trace of spiritual power, and still he had managed to escort Yu Miaojing back to Taixuan Sect from that forbidden land. Just what kind of incredible stroke of luck had he stumbled upon? Over the years, it was not that no one had investigated Lin Feng, but whether it was the sect master or the other elders, they all reached the same conclusion: this man was nothing more than a mortal utterly incapable of condensing even a wisp of spiritual energy. The dual cultivation ceremony that had originally been planned was naturally cancelled, and many invitees from the various sects present believed this to be more than appropriate. How could a phoenix that soars through the 9 heavens be paired with a mere sparrow? It completely defied common sense. In the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Feng was undoubtedly that sparrow. As things stood now, both Taixuan Sect and their Saintess Yu Miaojing had in their view made an incomparably correct decision. Elder Shen is truly magnanimous. He is merely a mortal incapable of cultivation, yet being allowed to remain in Taixuan Sect is already a tremendous blessing. Among the surrounding onlookers someone wore a mocking expression as he spoke derisively of Lin Feng, his jeering voice echoing incessantly. Indeed, if this were my Tianqing sword sect, he would not even qualify to serve as a menial worker. As one of the top sects in East Province, Taixuan Sect has already shown the utmost benevolence. 10 years of time reduced to nothing. Standing within Taixuan Sect facing the surrounding disdain and ridicule, Lin Feng's expression remained composed, only the chill in his eyes made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. What is going on? How is it that I actually feel a trace of fear from a mere cripple? Someone hidden among the crowd muttered in confusion. One must know that everyone invited here today to gather at Taixuan Sect was a cultivator of no small renown in East Province. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was nothing more than a mortal incapable of cultivation. Yet he had ultimately come from a world that lay beyond this heaven and earth. Even though his current cultivation was wholly gone, his former state of mind remained something no one of the lower realm could compare to. What those present did not know was that if Lin Feng's cultivation had recovered even a little, those who had just spoken in mockery would already have perished, their Tao paths shattered. Menial work. Taixuan Sect truly bears a grand name, does it not? Lin Feng looked at the Saintess's master elder Shenluoqi and let out a soft chuckle. Back when he brought Yi Miaojing to Taixuan Sect, this elder Shen had taken a dislike to him from every angle. Now the status of a mere menial worker was being presented as though it were a tremendous reward from her. One must know that even in the upper realm, Xuanqing sacred land, Lin Feng had once held the honored identity of the contemporary Holy Sun. And now was he supposed to cast aside such a status and come to a small lower realm sect like theirs to serve as a menial worker? It could not be denied that over these years he had indeed developed feelings for Yi Miaojing the Saintess, yet not to the extent that he would willingly debase himself so far. Facing these so-called great figures of East Province, who stood around pointing and judging, Lin Feng's expression did not change. Ignoring the voices surrounding him, he finally turned his gaze to Yi Miaojing, who was supposed to have become his Tao companion today. Dressed in pure white, untouched by dust, her long dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin like jade, and her features peerlessly beautiful. Looking at things today, it seems my choice back then was wrong. Lin Feng regarded her calmly, shaking his head slightly. The former intimacy was gone on his handsome face. There was now an additional layer of coldness. Back then, in the absolute heaven-forbidden land, the beast he slew had been a relic of the primordial era, a rarity even in the upper realm. Within its body, Lin Feng had obtained ice crystal marrow. Originally, by using this item, even if his injuries could not be fully healed, he would not have ended up like this, devoid of even a wisp of spiritual energy, and regarded as a cripple by all. Yet at that time, in order to help the originally mediocre Yi Miaojing awaken the ice spirit physique, Lin Feng used it for her, without her knowledge, reshaping her innate talent. Unfortunately, to this day, the Saintess before him still believed that everything she had achieved was solely the result of her own efforts. Perhaps. I have always remembered that you once saved my life, she said. However, during this recent seclusion, I came to understand some things. Ascension has been the long-cherished wish of my Taixuan Sect for tens of thousands of years. I wish to see for myself what the upper realm beyond this heaven and earth is truly like. Perhaps because she cultivated the Taishan heartless Tao compared to the past, her pursuit of the Tao was now incomparably resolute. Beyond the persuasion of the entire sect, Yi Miaojing was finally voicing her own thoughts. Yet throughout these many years there was always a scene lingering in her mind, one that could have shaken all of East Province. When she had gone to the absolute heaven-forbidden land back then, just before falling unconscious, she had vaguely seen a passage between the upper realm and this lower domain open. A light not belonging to this world illuminated the entire forbidden land, and at the end it seemed that an unparalleled man from the upper realm had descended. After that she sank completely into unconsciousness, and when she awoke she had already returned to Taixuan Sect. She did not know if it had been an illusion, but that man had seemed somewhat similar to Lin Feng. Yet after these 10 years she had come to understand that what she had seen back then was perhaps nothing more than a dream. With a forlorn expression, Lin Feng walked alone towards the outside of the Taixuan Sect under the gaze of countless onlookers. A miscellaneous disciple. What a joke. Even in his current state of despair, Lin Feng's status was not so low. After a decade of love and companionship, it all ended in vain. Undeniably, Lin Feng had indeed been touched by Yi Miaojing, this mortal woman. Yet he was ultimately the holy son of a top-tier power from the upper realm, harboring his own pride. The setting sun cast a dim light within the crowded Taixuan Sect, elongating Lin Feng's shadow as the mocking voices from behind continued to echo. Today we managed to preserve the sect's face, preventing this person from succeeding. Indeed, Senior Sister Yi is an extraordinary figure. In our eastern state, the only one comparable to her is Lu Daozi from the Xuanqing Sect. At least this Lin fellow has some self-awareness, knowing how awkward it would be to stay in our Taixuan Sect from now on. Many voices rang out, mostly from Lin Feng's peers, ridiculing him as he departed. Fortunately, today's incident preserved the dignity of the Taixuan Sect, so there was no need to dwell on this waste of a person. What a humiliation! The humiliation of today was something Lin Feng would not easily forget. Meanwhile, at this moment, compared to his near expulsion from the Taixuan Sect among the crowd behind him, with an icy demeanor and stunning beauty, clad in white, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, Yi Miaojing quietly observed Lin Feng's departing figure, surrounded by the disciples of Taixuan Sect and numerous talented youths from the eastern state. The supreme forgetting path is the #1 technique in our eastern state. It is indeed a cause for celebration that the Saintess has successfully cultivated it today. Dressed similarly in flowing white robes with striking features, and a sword in hand, a young man approached Yi Miaojing to congratulate her, his eyes filled with admiration that was obvious to everyone around. So it is Lu Xiandao from the Xuanqing Sect. Pardon my rudeness. Upon seeing the young man approach, the surrounding disciples of Taixuan Sect quickly extended their greetings with smiles, treating him with a stark contrast to their demeanor towards Lin Feng. The nameless sword Lu Xian was among the few in the current generation of the eastern state who could be compared to the Saintess Yi Miaojing. Before she mastered the supreme forgetting path, Lu Xian's reputation had even surpassed hers. Additionally, the Taixuan Sect had historically maintained a close relationship with the Xuanqing Sect. Over the years, Lu Xian had made numerous visits to the Taixuan Sect, naturally for the beauty before him. With extraordinary talent and handsome looks coupled with his identity as the Daozi of the Xuanqing Sect. Is this Lu Xian? So handsome. Indeed, in my opinion, only outstanding individuals like Senior Brother Lu Xian are worthy of Senior Sister Yi. Exactly. Senior Sister Yi has been delayed for years by that waste otherwise. The few disciples of Yi Miaojing who had previously scolded Lin Feng were now gossiping. For instance, at this moment, Chen spoke softly in admiration of Lu Xian, her eyes sparkling. Senior Sister Yi. Seeing Yi Miaojing, who seemed somewhat dazed and unresponsive in front of Lu Xian's congratulations, someone beside her quickly reminded her. Yi Miaojing merely responded with a sound, acknowledging Lu Xian, her mood low, with her beautiful eyes still gazing at Lin Feng's forlorn figure leaving at dusk. Back then, in the absolute heaven-forbidden land, she should have perished, yet that figure had carried her for thousands of miles, returning her to the Taixuan Sect. She had always remembered this. In their 10 years together, she had never looked down on Lin Feng's mundane identity. Yet in the end, they could not be together, not only because her master had forced her with death before her seclusion, but Yi Miaojing also knew another truth at that time. That was, to cultivate the supreme forgetting path, one must sever emotions. Cultivators and mortals are ultimately different, perhaps. My master is right. Gazing at Lin Feng's nearly disappearing figure, Yi Miaojing murmured softly. After 100 years, she would not change at all, but Lin Feng, inescapably bound by the limits of life and death, would age and die. Two people from different worlds, no matter what, were destined to not be together. Since that was the case, it was better to let the other remain in the mortal world and live out this life. Understanding something, her heart underwent a transformation at this moment, severing the last thread of emotion within her. Yi Miaojing became incomparably cold, like an icebound fairy, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Is it still because of that waste? With an awkward expression, Lu Xian, standing beside her, followed Yi Miaojing's gaze towards the direction Lin Feng had vanished, his handsome features turning cold, while a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng had left, yet the gathering at Taixuan Sect, comprising the disciples and talents from various sects of the eastern state had not yet dispersed. "Miaojing, come here." At this moment a voice called from a distance belonging to Yi Miaojing's master Shenluo Qi. Besides her there stood several elders of the Tai Xuan Sect and powerful figures from various sects of the eastern state seemingly discussing something. "The battle of the eastern state's talents is about to commence. In my view, the ones who can truly represent our eastern state this time are probably only the Saintess from your sect, Lu Xian Daozi from our sect, and that demon girl from the Taixuan Sect." When an elder from the Xuanqing Sword Sect spoke, his gaze swept over Lu Xian beside him, his face filled with pride. The battle of the talents of the 5 states. Within the Taixuan continent there are the eastern state, western desert, southern wilderness, northern Mang, and the central state, which occupies the land with the most abundant spiritual energy. Every 100 years the young talents from the major powers of the other 4 states would gather in the central state to commence a battle exclusive to the younger generation. Anyone who can reach the top of the talent ranking will not only receive heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the upper realm leading to a rapid advancement in talent, but will also bring fame to their sect across the entire Taixuan continent. The last battle of the talents had occurred 95 years ago, and only 5 years remained until the next one. By then, the major sects of the eastern state would send forth their young talents. In the last battle, all 10 of the top spots were taken by people from the central state. This time our eastern state must ensure that someone re-enters the top 10. The central state is the most abundant in spiritual energy within the Taixuan continent. Whether in terms of sect strength or the exceptional talent of the younger generation, they far surpass our eastern state and the other 3 states. It will be difficult. Especially that Xuanqing Sect from the central state. It is rumored that a peerless heavenly maiden has emerged in this generation whose talent surpasses even your sect's Saintess. Someone sighed bluntly, stating that within the Taixuan continent, the central state was the core of the world. It was said that some sects there had connections to the upper realm, which one could only reach by ascending. Especially the Xuanqing Sect, which was a formidable entity within the central state. Indeed, such powers are beyond what our eastern state cultivators can imagine. However, this elder has heard of a certain matter. There was a rumor that 10 years ago, the Xuanqing Sect had released news that a saint's son from the upper realm had descended, but in the end, for some unknown reason, the matter seemed to have fallen through. At this moment Shenluo Qi asked curiously. Not just her, but for all cultivators of the eastern state the upper realm seemed too distant. The Feihong fairy of the Tai Xuan Sect had once ascended to the upper realm, which was the pride of the Taixuan Sect. Now it had been over 10,000 years since, and since then none within the eastern state had reached such heights. Even the highly regarded Yi Miaojing was merely hoping to ascend. At last I am about to leave. Outside the Taixuan Sect, Lin Feng looked back at the sect behind him and spoke. Since his descent to the lower realm 10 years ago, he had been inquiring about the place where he originally arrived. The Xuanqing Holy Land in the upper realm corresponds to the Zhongzhou Xuanqing Sect in this realm. His arrival had been communicated to this realm sect prior to crossing the domains. Unfortunately, the injuries inflicted by forcibly crossing the domain exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. When he returned to the Taixuan Sect with Yi Miaojing, he was gravely injured and had planned to go to Zhongzhou once he recovered. However, what happened next surprised even Lin Feng himself. He found himself falling for a girl from the lower realm. After 10 years, it was finally time for him to head to Zhongzhou. Over the years, Lin Feng had gathered quite a bit of information about the Zhongzhou Xuanqing Sect. After all, it was the power of the Xuanqing Holy Land in the lower realm, and it seemed to be quite decent within Zhongzhou. Feeling the lingering injuries from the laws within his body, he noted that they had diminished significantly since the time he first descended. To fully recover, it would be difficult to rely solely on the spiritual herbs from the lower realm. He wondered if there were any holy medicines within the Xuanqing Sect. Lin Feng pondered, still unable to draw even a trace of spiritual energy into his body. According to his assessment, to fully heal he would at least need a holy medicine, a rare treasure that was hard to find even in the upper realm. If he were still within the Xuanqing Holy Land, acquiring holy medicines would be no problem. But the issue now was that he was in the spirit-poor lower realm, the Tian Song continent. With no spiritual energy at all, he could only walk. The Taixuan Sect behind him grew more distant, as Lin Feng headed towards Taixuan Mountain. Having left the influence of the Taixuan Sect, the sky had completely darkened. In a dense forest, Lin Feng moved forward alone, aided by the moonlight. Even though he was now just a mortal, the remnants of his past realm still allowed him some awareness of his surroundings. Something felt off. Suddenly Lin Feng turned around sharply, sensing a trace of murderous intent behind him. He who would have thought that a worthless person devoid of spiritual energy would still have such high alertness. In the forest, the rustling of branches echoed, as two figures emerged, their murderous intent aimed at Lin Feng. They were cultivators, their bodies surrounded by spiritual energy. To the Lin Feng of old, they might have seemed like mere ants, but times had changed. Both were dressed in white with sword patterns embroidered on their sleeves, a sight Lin Feng was all too familiar with. The Xuanqing Sect. Lin Feng spoke coldly, quietly gripping the jade token inscribed with the Xuanqing Holy Land emblem in his palm, feeling a flash of spiritual power surge into his body. Body refinement, chi gathering, spirit concentration, divine bridge, Tao palace, ascending to heaven, quasi-saint realm, quasi-emperor realm. In this realm, the pinnacle was the Tao palace realm. Upon reaching the ascending to heaven realm, one could ascend to the upper realm. When Lin Feng descended, he was ultimately at the Tao palace realm. Although he had fallen from grace, and had no spiritual energy left, two mere chi-gathering cultivators should not be able to take his life. However, he could not understand why, after spending so many years within the Tai Xuan Sect, and having no enmity with the Xuanqing Sect, these two would come to take his life. The Holy Maiden of the Taixuan Sect is an extraordinary figure. Only the Tao son of my Xuanqing Sect is worthy of her. You, a worthless being, might as well go die today. Rest assured, we will strike quickly. Their faces twisted with cruelty. The sound of swords being drawn rang out, and in the dimly lit surroundings a cold gleam flickered, poised to descend upon Lin Feng. I see now you are here on Lu Xian's orders to kill me. Lin Feng's face showed no fear, even revealing a hint of a cold smile, as he spoke calmly. Lu Xian, the Tao son of the Xuanqing Sect, had frequently visited the Taixuan Sect over the years, and Lin Feng naturally knew who he was. Moreover, over the past decade, he had also vaguely sensed Lu Xian's affections for Yimiaojing. In fact, from the moment he left the Taixuan Sect, Lin Feng had completely severed ties with them, including any past connections with the Holy Maiden. However, it seemed that some still refused to let him go. His internal spiritual energy had long since dried up, but as the sliver of spiritual power from the token surged into Lin Feng's body, he was about to make his move. At that moment, a red mist gradually filled the surrounding forest, and even the moonlight above began to take on a crimson hue. A woman's laughter echoed, filled with allure and penetrating the soul, accompanied by the surrounding pink mist, as if it could awaken the most primal desires within cultivators. The sound of delicate feet crunching on the leaves announced the arrival of a graceful figure draped in a blood-red dress, as thin as a cicada's wings, tightly clinging to her curvaceous body, her skin barely concealed beneath the sheer fabric. With a flirtatious face, the beauty resembled flowing water. Yet her gaze was as deep and unfathomable as a bottomless abyss, threatening to draw in one's very soul. So Lu Xian is nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. Her luscious red lips parted slightly, a smirk playing at the corners, exuding a lazy charm, as she gracefully approached Lin Feng. Thud. Thud. The two disciples of the Xuanqing Sect collapsed to the ground, as if all their life force had been drained lifeless. In the deep night, within the dark forest surrounded by wisps of pink mist, lay the lifeless bodies beneath her jade feet. An eerie scene. Yet observing all this, Lin Feng, a mere mortal, remained utterly calm, showing not the slightest ripple of emotion. Even as the red mist swiftly eliminated the two disciples of the Xuanqing Sect, it could not affect him in the least. This undoubtedly piques one's curiosity. The worthless partner of Yimiaojing who cannot cultivate. Perhaps the rumors about you from the major sects of the East State are wrong. She did not refer to the Holy Maiden of the Taixuan Sect, but called her by name instead. The calmness on her face was enough to indicate her status, suggesting she was at least equal to Miaojing. Upon appearing, the woman seemed to know a bit about Lin Feng's identity and circumstances. Before the beautiful woman could speak, Lin Feng had already guessed her identity, the enchantress of the Tai Xuan Sect Yihan Wu. With such demonic arts, and considering her young age yet similar realm to Miaojing, it was easy to deduce her identity. During the past decade, while acquainted with that Holy Maiden, Lin Feng had heard about this enchantress of the Tai Xuan Sect several times from her. Your original partner was always called a Holy Maiden, but here she has turned into an enchantress. As she smiled with her red lips capable of ensnaring anyone in the world, it was strange that it seemed to have no effect on Lin Feng at all. The three great sects of the Eastern Prefecture. Aside from the orthodox sects, the Taixuan Sect paramount among the righteous, and the Xuanqing Sect, the sole demonic sect is the Taixuan Sect. Having spent years within the Taixuan Sect, Lin Feng had little direct contact with such demonic sects. Yet he had indeed heard of Miaojing's peer, Yihan Wu, one of the three peerless talents of the Eastern Prefecture. She stood at the latest spirit condensation realm, merely one step away from ascending to the divine bridge realm. Her cultivation level at least matched Miaojing's without disparity. The surrounding pink mist thickened, pulsing with rosy spiritual light as it coalesced into graceful young women who drifted toward Lin Feng, seeking to draw him into a realm of desire and drown him in its depths. Enough! Cease these techniques before me. They hold no power over me. His consciousness remained lucid, his gaze, like a still lake, stirred not a ripple. Amidst 1,000 enticements of passion and longing he stood unmoved, calmly regarding the face before him, a visage capable of bewitching all under heaven. Though he could no longer draw spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the profundity of his former realm endured. Such seductive arts were less than a tickle upon his skin. After all, this was but the Tao of the lower realm. How formidable could it truly be? The art I cultivate is the Taixuan Sect's supreme scripture, the path of blissful ascension. How is this possible? You remain utterly unaffected, Yihan Wu explained in astonishment. Even resisting her technique against the two Xuanqing Sect disciples had already stunned her. Yet what she now wielded was the Taixuan Sect's ultimate scripture, the path of blissful ascension, second only to the Taixuan Sect's supreme indifference Tao across the entire Eastern Prefecture. As one of the three peerless talents of the Eastern Prefecture, Yihan Wu had always held unshakable confidence in her allure, never imagining that tonight before Lin Feng, a mortal utterly devoid of spiritual energy, her art would fail utterly. The path of blissful ascension cultivates the Tao through emotion and refines the soul through desire, mastering the hearts of others to break through barriers amid transcendent spiritual ecstasy. Though famed throughout the Eastern Prefecture and revered as the Taixuan Sect's supreme scripture, it remains fundamentally inferior. True mastery lies in the harmonious union of yin and yang, the genesis of all things, where a single thought may plunge all sentient beings into eternal enchantment. That is the pinnacle of this Tao. His expression remained serene, his frame utterly devoid of spiritual energy, appearing to all eyes an ordinary mortal. His sole distinction lay in his refined, handsome features. Yet, inexplicably, as those words left his lips, an aura emanated from Lin Feng, an aura wholly alien to mortals. It was a bearing unmistakably forged in realms far above, even beyond this very world. Not even a decade of being branded worthless could obscure it. Lin Feng spoke slowly, not with arrogance, but with quiet certainty. In the upper realms, demonic sects akin to the Taixuan Sect also existed. He had witnessed far more profound paths, even battled a Saintess from an upper realm demonic sect. The so-called path of blissful ascension before him remained mired in carnal desire between man and woman, a hollow reputation, its profundity immeasurably distant from true transcendence. Night fell. Wind rustled through the leaves with a soft whispering hush. Around them the rose-hued mist began to dissipate. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yihan Wu fell into deep contemplation. The harmonious union of yin and yang, the genesis of all things, she murmured softly, her usual seductive demeanor vanished, replaced by solemn focus. I believe I once glimpsed this phrase in the Taixuan Sect's fragmented scriptures. A sudden flush of excitement lit her delicate face. Legend held that their sect did not originate in the Eastern Prefecture, or even this lower realm, but hailed from the upper realms. Their founding patriarch had left behind the supreme scripture of the upper realms, the very first line of which matched Lin Feng's words exactly. The harmonious union of yin and yang, the genesis of all things. Alas, across the long centuries the authentic supreme scripture had been lost. What remained, the path of blissful ascension, was but a derivative reconstruction drawn from its scattered fragments. In that instant Lin Feng's identity ignited Yi Hongwu's deepest curiosity. Was he truly a powerless mortal? Or did he possess knowledge of her sect's forgotten celestial scripture? As her sworn rival Yi Hongwu knew well Yi Miaojing's pride. If Lin Feng were truly an uncultivable commoner, a waste, would the Taixuan Saintess ever deign to glance his way? For a fleeting moment Lin Feng became the sole object of her fascination. As I understand it, the Xuan Sect and the Taixuan Sect have long regarded each other with mutual disdain. This place lies near the Taixuan Sect. What brings you a Xuan demoness here? Unconcerned whether she would heed him, Lin Feng voiced his genuine curiosity, his suspicion sharpened by her unexpected appearance. Though open warfare had not erupted for decades between the orthodox sects, led by the Taixuan and Tianqing sword sects, and the demonic sects, including the Xuan Sect, hostilities simmered beneath the surface. Just as the Taixuan Sect had recently extended invitations to major sects across the Eastern Prefecture, the Xuan Sect, the third of the three supreme powers, had received none. Yi Hongwu had arrived uninvited. Lately rumors have swept the Eastern Prefecture. I heard my sworn rival intends to form a Dao alliance with a mortal incapable of cultivation, a mere commoner. So I came to witness the Taixuan Saintess's folly. It seems, however, that your Dao alliance has already dissolved. Her crimson lips curved into a faint enigmatic smile as she gazed upon Lin Feng. The world hailed Yi Miaojing as the peerless immortal fairy, the Eastern Prefecture's foremost beauty, while calling Yi Hongwu the Xuan demoness. As fellow peerless talents of the Eastern Prefecture, and as sworn enemies of the Taixuan and Xuan sects, they naturally viewed each other with contempt. Her earlier assault had been but a test, to ascertain whether the Dao alliance partner chosen by her sworn rival truly matched the rumors. Even now she sensed not a trace of spiritual energy radiating from Lin Feng. Yet from their brief exchange, and from the inexplicable aura he had briefly exuded, Yi Hongwu could not shake the feeling that this man defied all common perception. A cultivation failure. A luckless mortal favored by the Taixuan Saintess. No, not at all. Was it illusion? For an instant, she had sensed in Lin Feng an aura transcending this very realm. Unimaginable. To perceive such transcendence in a mortal utterly bereft of cultivation, that was precisely why she now lowered her stance, choosing to speak with him as an equal. Yes, we are severed, no bond remains. A wry fleeting sorrow flickered across Lin Feng's tranquil countenance. The Taixuan Sect and the Tianqing sword sect are nothing but hypocrites, clinging for decades to the hollow title of Orthodox's vanguard in the Eastern Prefecture. Consider joining the Xuan Sect instead. Your earlier words still leave me with questions. We might explore them in greater depth. Clad in blood-red robes, as sheer as cicada wings her figure's contours rose, and fell with hypnotic grace, her face a fox spirit's epitome of beguilement. Her eyes shimmered with liquid allure, her lips parted softly, each syllable of greater depth drawn out with deliberate breathy emphasis. Ah, I think not. I intend to journey to the Central Prefecture, to the Xuanqing Sect. Recalling over a decade of hardship, Lin Feng declined outright. So long as the law seal wound remained unhealed, he would remain a failure in others' eyes. His sole recourse lay in the Central Prefecture, the Xuanqing Sect. Even in the upper realm, sacred medicinal herbs were exceedingly rare, let alone in the spiritually barren Tiansong continent. If any place in this world could nurture such herbs, it must be the heartland itself, the Central Prefecture. Thus for Lin Feng, reaching the Central Prefecture and the Xuanqing Sect was urgent beyond measure. The Central Prefecture, the Xuanqing Sect, At the name, Yi Hongwu's expression flickered with unmistakable unease. Though they had just met, Lin Feng exuded an air of profound mystery. Could he possibly hail from the central prefecture? Years ago, anticipating the imminent 5-prefecture talents contest, she had traveled to the central prefecture to observe the generation of prodigies rising near the undisputed apex of the Tianshan continent. There she encountered an opponent she could not defeat, not even in her wildest imagination. In her view, not even Yi Miaojing, having mastered the supreme indifference Tao, could rival the Xuanqing Saintess. Shui Yaorao, a peerless maiden whose talent ranked among the very zenith of the central prefecture. The encounter with Yi Hongwu was merely a coincidence. The next destination was Zhongzhou, but having been in the Tai Xuan Sect since descending to the lower realm, Lin Feng was utterly ignorant of how to get there. Fortunately, this enchanting woman had been there before. Zhongzhou is far from Zhongzhou. Without a teleportation array, you might find it impossible to set foot in Zhongzhou for your entire life, let alone reach Zhongzhou. Without a trace of spiritual energy, and being an ordinary mortal, Yi Hongwu could not fathom how the other party would manage to travel there. Yin and Yang harmonize, and all things are born. Although Lin Feng did not fully understand what was being said, he felt that the other party must be correct. To reach Zhongzhou, one can utilize the teleportation array. This is the main route for all major sects in Zhongzhou to travel to other regions. However, currently all the major teleportation arrays in Zhongzhou are controlled by my Tai Xuan Sect, Tianqing Sect, and Taixuan Sect. Do you have a decree from the Taixuan Sect? With curiosity on her face, Yi Hongwu thought that Lin Feng was originally the Tao companion of the Taixuan Saintess. Even if he did not succeed, his status in the Taixuan Sect should not be too low, and he should be able to obtain a teleportation decree. Such items could even be possessed by ordinary disciples of the sect. Teleportation decree. I don't have one. He shook his head slightly. Lin Feng was well aware of his status in the Taixuan Sect over the past 10 years. To put it nicely, he was meant to be the Tao companion of Yi Miaojing. To put it harshly, he was the kind of person that even dogs would find annoying. It was rumored that the Taixuan Saintess was saved by the man before her returning from the absolute forbidden land to the Taixuan Sect after traversing a great distance. As a mere mortal, it was truly unfathomable how he managed to do so. The absolute forbidden land was a place she dared not tread recklessly, thus the tale had circulated within Zhongzhou. Never would he have imagined that Lin Feng's status in the Taixuan Sect would be so low. This item is for you. A delicate jade hand extended, offering a token engraved with patterns, and inscribed with the words, He Xuan Sect, emanating a faint fragrance of femininity. Thank you. Lin Feng clasped his fists, his eyes filled with gratitude. As far as Lin Feng knew, within the jurisdiction of the Taixuan Sect, not far from here, was a city named Ling City, a gathering place for cultivators. Their teleportation arrays of the 3 major sects, including He Xuan Sect, were located. Perhaps due to the ongoing struggle between good and evil, Lin Feng had heard negative stories about this enchanting woman during his time in the Taixuan Sect. The demoness had countless righteous cultivators fallen in her hands. During his 10 years in that sect, from the highest elders to the ordinary disciples, all Lin Feng heard were words labeling him as a waste. He was nearly driven out, yet the first person willing to help him now was this enchanting woman. Regardless of her identity, Lin Feng would forever remember this kindness. He turned and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Who do you think is more beautiful, your original Tao companion or me? The blood-red dress tightly wrapped her delicate form, as her jade hand brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead. For some unknown reason, Yi Hongwu suddenly said this, while watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. For many years, Shi Lu Xian and Yi Miaojing were almost equally renowned in Zhongzhou. Among these 3, only Shi and Yi Miaojing were women. One was the enchanting woman of He Xuan Sect, while the other was the Saintess of Taixuan Sect. People often compared them in terms of both appearance and cultivation. Since Lin Feng was originally the Tao companion of that Saintess, she was eager to hear from him, who he thought was more beautiful between her and the Saintess. As a woman, she placed more importance on appearance rather than cultivation. There. Both okay. Lin Feng's footsteps halted momentarily, as he hesitated, not turning back. He left that statement behind and quickened his pace, heading towards the outskirts of the forest, fearing what tricks this enchanting woman might be plotting. He needed to reach Zhongzhou City, the closest city to here, as soon as possible, and then use the teleportation array to head to Zhongzhou.
What do you mean by both okay?
As she watched Lin Feng nearly flee, Yihanhua's charming face was filled with astonishment, her expression full of question marks, clearly unsatisfied with this response. She lightly pouted her vibrant red lips, and shifted her gaze to the two corpses beside her.
Lu Xian's actions were likely influenced by Lin Feng's relationship with that Tai Xuan Saintess, right?
Interesting. Yet knowing Lu Xian's personality, this matter probably won't be easily resolved. Looking in the direction where Lin Feng had disappeared, Yihanhu was lost in thought. A night passed, the moon set, and the sun rose. A vast city loomed before Lin Feng. Zhongzhou City, meaning a gathering of spiritual energy. Due to its proximity to the top sect Tai Xuan Sect, the entire Zhongzhou City was not merely an ordinary mortal city many cultivators passed through, and it housed teleportation arrays of the three major sects: Tai Xuan Sect, Xuanqing Sect, and Taixuan Sect. The morning sun cast its light upon the gray city walls, and the towering gates opened wide as Lin Feng walked through them. Many people were entering and exiting the city gates, with numerous individuals emanating faint fluctuations of spiritual power, even some who appeared to be loose cultivators.
How long has it been since I've drawn spiritual energy into my body?
Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a tinge of envy inside. From once being a high and mighty saint of the upper realm to falling into this state, it was likely that no one would believe it if he told them. However, as long as he reached Zhongzhou and arrived at Xuanqing Sect, there was still a possibility of healing the injuries caused by the laws within his body. The main issue was that Lin Feng was unaware that these 10 years had ultimately led to nothing. Had it not been for this, he would have gone to Zhongzhou right after descending to the lower realm and not wasted a decade. Upon entering the city and traversing the bustling streets, Lin Feng quickly located the teleportation array belonging to one of the three major sects, Taixuan Sect. Guarding the teleportation array were three women from Taixuan Sect dressed in pink skirts, their appearances enchanting and graceful. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, they noticed he was devoid of any spiritual energy.
Halt! This is the teleportation array of Taixuan Sect. Only cultivators with a decree may use it.
The three women blocked Lin Feng's path, but upon seeing the token in his hand, which undoubtedly belonged to their sect, their astonishment grew when they noticed the patterns on this token were different from ordinary ones. This is the decree of the Saintess.
This is the decree of the Saintess. How do you have this?
Several surprised voices echoed, but matters concerning the Saintess were not something they could pry into. Their gazes towards Lin Feng became somewhat peculiar. Seeing the decree was akin to seeing the Saintess herself. The Taixuan Sect female disciples naturally did not dare to be negligent.
To West Sea City.
With everything in place, Lin Feng stood on the teleportation array, holding the decree gifted by Yihanhu. Between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou lies an expansive sea, and the closest city to Zhongzhou is West Sea City in Dongzhou. Lin Feng understood that he needed to reach there before teleporting to Zhongzhou. Swish! The power of space surged, and a flash of light past Lin Feng's figure vanished from the spot. What Lin Feng did not know was that shortly after his departure, a group of dozens of people filled with killing intent and hailing from Tai Xuan Sect led by Lu Xian had arrived at Zhongzhou City. The tides ebb and flow, the sea breeze carries a salty scent, and a city stands tall above the western sea. This is the closest cultivator city to the central continent in Zhongzhou, and it is also the essential passage to the central continent. Swish! The power of space surged, a beam of light flashed as Lin Feng's figure emerged from the teleportation array, appearing in this western sea city.
Central continent, at last I am almost there.
Lin Feng sighed. As long as he could teleport once through the teleportation array in this western sea city, he would reach the central continent and head to the Xuanqing Sect, the sect of the Holy Land in the lower realm. He should have appeared 10 years ago as the Holy Son of the upper realm, but it had been delayed until now. 10 years. Without any cultivation, he has been the only mortal in the Tai Xuan Sect for the past decade, labeled as useless, becoming the joke in the eyes of countless cultivators in Zhongzhou, all for the sake of a woman. What he sought turned out to be in vain.
Useless. Mortal. Everything should come to an end.
The teleportation array to the central continent is located in another part of this western sea city. The distance between the central continent and Zhongzhou is too vast, necessitating a specialized teleportation formation capable of crossing the boundless sea directly to the central continent. On the streets, cultivators move back and forth. As he passed through several streets, Lin Feng pondered the situation regarding the central continent. The central continent, whether in terms of the number of cultivators or land area, is reputed to be the first state in this realm, occupying the most central place in the world with spiritual energy far exceeding that of the other 4 states. Therefore, within this realm, the number of strong individuals and top sects in the central continent is the highest. According to the tales passed down by the cultivators of Zhongzhou, everyone in the central continent is like a dragon. In Lin Feng's view, the phrase "everyone is like a dragon" seems a bit exaggerated. After all, it is merely the lower realm. However, compared to Zhongzhou, it is undoubtedly vastly superior. The Xuanqing Holy Land, a top holy land of the upper realm, even its sect in the lower realm should have a place in the central continent.
Upon arriving at the Xuanqing Sect, perhaps the injuries from the laws within me can recover somewhat. As long as I can alleviate some of the injuries, spiritual energy can enter my body. Even if I cannot reach my peak state, it would be sufficient.
The central continent is rich in talents and resources. Although true holy medicines may not be born, even things similar to holy medicines can barely heal my injuries, preventing me from being like now, with not a trace of spiritual energy in my body, reduced to a waste. As for whether the Xuanqing Sect in the central continent would recognize him as the holy son of the upper realm, Lin Feng was not worried about that at all. It can be said that since he descended to the lower realm 10 years ago, the Xuanqing Sect in the central continent still exists, because his soul lamp in the holy land of the upper realm remains lit, never extinguished. If his soul lamp were to extinguish one day, whether the entire Xuanqing Sect in the lower realm would still exist would remain uncertain. Queue up. Only those holding the orders of the 3 major sects of Zhongzhou may use this teleportation array to proceed to the central continent.
The Tai Xuan Sect, the Tianqing Sword Sect, and the Taixuan Sect are undoubtedly the dominant forces in all of Zhongzhou, and even in this western sea city, they still exert influence.
At this moment, before Lin Feng stood a massive teleportation array. The consumption of spirit stones for each activation was unimaginable. Cultivators lined up to step into the formation, and time passed quickly until it was Lin Feng's turn. Holding the Taixuan Sect order, he was merely a man devoid of spiritual energy. It is well known that the Taixuan Sect, one of the 3 major sects, traditionally only recruits women, making Lin Feng's appearance quite curious. However, the cultivator in charge of activating the teleportation array recognized the order, not the person. The surrounding spirit stones continued to be embedded to facilitate Lin Feng's teleportation. At that moment, a group of dozens appeared through the teleportation array into the western sea city, led by Lu Xian. In the same realm as Lin Feng's previous encounter with Yi Hongwu, Lu Xian was at the late stage of the concentration realm, just one step away from breaking through to the divine bridge realm, a realm that many older cultivators in Zhongzhou had never reached. It must be said that although Lu Daizi is narrow-minded, his strength among the pride of Zhongzhou can indeed be considered top-tier, ranking among the best.
You want to teleport to the central continent. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance.
With a gaze filled with killing intent, his divine sense extended, and soon Lu Xian spotted Lin Feng's figure. Clang! The sword in his hand unsheathed, its edge fierce, soaring into the air, accompanied by a group of elite disciples from the Tianqing Sword Sect charging toward Lin Feng.
Killing intent.
Although devoid of spiritual energy, his realm still existed. Lin Feng, who was originally about to step into the teleportation array, felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart at that moment.
Not good,
he shouted loudly, and dodged to the side. Clang! In the sky above the Western Sea City, the sound of a sword's chant rang out. A green sword, light, unmatched in sharpness, seemed poised to cleave through the void as it descended toward Lin Feng. As the sword light fell, a proud voice resonated.
Just a useless mortal who cannot cultivate. It was only with Yi Honghua's help that you escaped a calamity before, right? This time without that demon girl, let's see how you survive.
Before coming here, Lu Xian had already found those two Xuanqing Sect disciples, who had turned into dry corpses. Understanding how Lin Feng had survived, he and Yi Honghu were both among the three great prodigies, naturally aware of each other's techniques. And with his identity as the Daozi of the Xuanqing Sect, it was quite simple to gather information about a person in the Gathering Spirit City. Dressed in white, fluttering in the wind, sword in hand, accompanied by a group of Xuanqing Sect disciples, Lu Xian appeared before Lin Feng, exuding arrogance, as if looking at a mere insect.
It is Lu Xian, the Daozi of the Xuanqing Sect.
The cultivator in charge of the teleportation exclaimed upon seeing Lu Xian's figure.
The Xuanqing Sect, one of the three great prodigies of Zhongzhou. This person is a significant figure. Quickly make way. One of the three great prodigies, the name Lu Xian of the Xuanqing Sect is nearly unparalleled among the younger generation of Zhongzhou, aside from the Taixuan Saintess and that demon girl from the Tai Xuan Sect. To the cultivators in this small Western Sea City, he was already a legendary figure. Blood spewed forth, and Lin Feng's face turned pale. Although he had just evaded that sword strike, based on his past realm's perception being devoid of spiritual energy still left him injured by the sword chi. Do you truly think that your status is noble and your strength formidable?
Looking at Lu Xian standing in front of him, Lin Feng showed no fear. Again and again, he did not believe he had any enmity with this Daozi of the Xuanqing Sect, yet the latter was determined to put him to death. Even the mud could boil with anger, let alone from Lin Feng's perspective. In front of his former peak self, the so-called Xuanqing Sect and Lu Xian were merely ants easily crushed beneath a single foot. Beside the teleportation array leading to Zhongzhou, shattered tiles and collapsed buildings lay scattered, a massive chasm nearly splitting Shihai City in two, a result of Lu Xian's sword strike just moments ago. As one of the top three prodigies of the Eastern continent, the Daozi of the Xuanqing Sect, Lu Xian's name has become legendary among the younger generation in the East, known far and wide. Even in the remote Shihai City, he is a figure of great renown. Yet a mere mortal can provoke such a prodigy to hunt him down.
What's going on? This person is just an ordinary mortal. What ability does he have to attract the attention of Daozi Lu Xian?
At this moment, the onlookers in Shihai City were filled with curiosity, watching the scene unfold.
Does he really think this is the Taixuan Sect?
The one responding to Lin Feng was Lu Xian's disdainful sneer. Just a useless waste, who cannot cultivate logically. He shouldn't even have the right to converse with me. I truly don't understand where his confidence comes from.
Today I will let you know what it means to wish you were dead.
Clad in white, Lu Xian's handsome face twisted into a grimace as he pointed at Lin Feng, exuding arrogance. The Xuanqing Sect and Taixuan Sect have historically been the leading righteous sects in the East. To him, a Daozi and a Saintess, it seemed that among countless young talents in the Eastern continent, only he was worthy of Yimiajing. What was the result? He admired the Saintess for many years, yet she fell for this useless mortal before him. Even when he was humiliated and expelled from the Taixuan Sect in front of so many people after speaking with Yi Miaojing yesterday, Lu Xian still found that she remained indifferent towards him. It must be because of this useless mortal. If I can eliminate Lin Feng and make him perish, then I can completely sever Yi Miaojing's lingering thoughts.
Cut off his limbs, and then I will slowly torture him.
Lu Xian gazed at Lin Feng with a haughty expression, as if looking at an ant. Everything was under his control. If the opponent were a prodigy of higher status and greater power than himself, Lu Xian could at least accept that. The key issue is that the person before him is merely a mortal who has been mocked by the Taixuan Sect and the entire Eastern continent for years, a stark contrast to his own status. To be compared to such a person in front of the one he loves is the main reason he cannot accept it. Calmly, he spoke to several Xuanqing Sect disciples beside him, stating that the previous sword strike was merely to prevent Lin Feng from using the teleportation array, otherwise, he wouldn't even have the right to make a move.
Kid, just accept your fate. What kind of person is the Taixuan Saintess? In the Eastern continent, only my Daozi is worthy of her. What are you to dare to lay hands on her?
His voice carried a sinister tone, as the sword tip glimmered with light. Those who could follow Lu Xian the Daozi were all elite disciples within the Xuanqing Sect. According to reason, they were far beyond Lin Feng's capability to resist. Not to mention Lu Xian was also watching from any angle. It seemed Lin Feng was destined to die without a doubt. Only one step remained to reach the teleportation array leading to Zhongzhou. Now with no spiritual energy within him, not only Lu Xian, but even the several disciples of the Xuanqing Sect before Lin Feng posed a threat. A dignified saint son of the upper realm, yet today, he has fallen to this point, something no one could have imagined. However, giving in to crisis is not Lin Feng's character.
If I do not die today, Lin Feng will ensure that everyone from the Xuanqing Sect will have no place to be buried.
His gaze was icy, his face like a frosty mist. As he spoke, the order of the Xuanqing Saint land appeared in Lin Feng's hand, 5 fingers, clenched tightly, spiritual power surging within. Unlike the spiritual energy of the lower realm, this Jade Order's energy came from the upper realm. Back in the lower realm, as he crossed the boundary, nearly all of his treasures had been shattered and disappeared. For Lin Feng, only the token belonging to his identity as the Xuanqing Saint Son remained intact, still containing the residual spiritual energy from the upper realm. The injuries from the laws within him had never healed, and he could not draw spiritual energy into his body, but at this point, even if it meant exhausting everything, he could not simply give in.
Kid, don't move, we strike quickly.
Clang. Several sword shadows had already descended upon Lin Feng, following Lu Xian's order to sever all his limbs.
If you want me dead, it won't be that easy.
Clad in gray with black hair like ink, his face was handsome. An ordinary mortal body, seemingly indistinguishable from any other person, showed no signs of the injuries left by crossing realms. But everything was merely surface deep. The sea of spiritual energy within him had long since dried up. Every inch of his meridians, organs, and body was laced with peculiar runes, remnants of the injuries from the laws, like poison embedded in his bones. Over the years, he had tried every possible way to eliminate these wounds. At this moment, as he watched the sword shadows descending upon him in this life-and-death crisis, the Xuanqing Saint Order in Lin Feng's hand surged with spiritual energy. The bizarre runes remaining in his meridians, organs, and every inch of his body suddenly lit up.
Ah!
Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Lin Feng's forehead. With his injuries unhealed, forcibly urging spiritual energy caused immense pain in every meridian, as if he could hear the sound of them snapping. Originally an ordinary mortal, in that moment spiritual light unexpectedly surged around Lin Feng.
Die!
With a fierce shout, he punched out light, transforming into a fist imprint. Boom! The void quivered for a moment, twisting. Although it was merely a trace of spiritual energy remaining within the Xuanqing Saint Order, his previous realm was at the pinnacle of this world, and Lin Feng's strength was far beyond that of the few Xuanqing Sect disciples before him.
No! How is this possible? A waste can possess spiritual energy. Ah!
Originally prepared to attack Lin Feng, several large heads burst under the fist imprint, like smashed watermelons, blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpses of the Xuanqing Sect disciples fell to the ground lifeless.
You have such audacity to kill my sect's disciples!
With an angry shout, Lu Xian's expression changed slightly, as he led the remaining disciples toward Lin Feng. The disciples following him were all elite members of the Xuanqing Sect. Together with the 2 from earlier at the foot of Taixuan Mountain, 6 had already died because of Lin Feng. What Lu Xian never expected was that this waste unexpectedly exhibited spiritual energy one day. How could this be possible? For 10 years, due to Yi Miaojing, the Taixuan Sect had considered letting Lin Feng cultivate, but the results were always that this waste could not condense even a trace of spiritual energy within him. Yet today, But regardless of the reason to avoid prolonged troubles, Lu Xian understood it was time for him to take action. He activated his last resort. The pain from the injuries of the laws intensified. Huff. Huff. Breathing heavily, Lin Feng's handsome face was as pale as paper, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his tall figure swaying as he looked at Lu Xian leading his men in a charge.
At least it's not a loss. At least before dying I took a few down with me.
Looking at the 4 corpses beneath him, Lin Feng spoke with a smile, though his gaze held a hint of melancholy. On this trip to the lower realm, he never expected to die at the hands of these insignificant pests. Just as Lin Feng had resigned himself to fate at this moment.
I told you to come with me to the Tai Xuan Sect, but you refused to listen.
A charming voice echoed, appearing within Shihai's city. Splash. On the shattered streets, a crimson mist began to spread, spiritual light surged, and enchanting melodies resonated throughout most of West Sea City, captivating many onlookers.
It's that demoness from the Tai Xuan Sect,
someone exclaimed. Today is truly an unusual day in this small West Sea City, a remote place in the eastern province. The top talents from the Xuanqing Sect and the Tai Xuan Sect have both made an appearance. What is even more astonishing is that their purpose seems to be solely for an ordinary being. The blood-red attire, thin as a cicada's wing, floated gracefully in the air, its delicate curves undulating. A bewitching face that could turn the world upside down, her gaze, like an unfathomable deep pool, seemingly able to draw one's soul into it. Surrounded by dense blood-colored mist, her jade feet hovered as she appeared beside Lin Feng. After a few swift movements, her blood-colored spiritual light rising to block the lethal strike from Lu Xian.
Isn't it that the Taixuan Saintess looks down on you, a disciple of the Xuanqing Sect? Is it really necessary to pursue him relentlessly?
Yi Hanwu said with a smile. Both are among the top 3 talents of the eastern province, but the Tai Xuan Sect has always been at odds with the Xuanqing Sect and the Taixuan Sect, thus the two usually regard Lu Xian with hostility. With such an opportunity, Yi Hanwu certainly would not let it slip away. She straightforwardly revealed Lu Xian's intentions as a righteous disciple, while glancing back at Lin Feng.
Are you okay?
Upon careful observation, Yi Hanwu felt a bit puzzled. She sensed that although Lin Feng's injuries were severe, they seemed to be remnants from many years ago, rather than just from the recent encounter.
I'm fine, thank you.
Lin Feng forcefully channeled his spiritual energy, enduring the pain as the injuries from the laws within him eroded his broken meridians, his face pale. Bowing with cupped fists, Lin Feng expressed gratitude. He could barely withstand Lu Xian's recent strike due to a resurgence of old injuries. Had it not been for Yi Hanwu's timely arrival, he would likely have perished by now. This was the second time he had been saved. The demoness of the Tai Xuan Sect, regarded as a female fiend throughout the eastern province, is rumored to have countless cultivators meet their demise at her hands. Yet, what does this have to do with Lin Feng? After all, over the past decade, he has merely been considered a useless person in the eyes of the cultivators of the eastern province. Regardless of how others perceive her, for Lin Feng this is a grace he must remember.
Just the words of a demoness, who can believe them?
Lu Xian said coldly, pointing his sword at the two. Although Lu Xian's intention to kill Lin Feng was indeed related to Yi Miaojing, his status as a disciple of the Xuanqing Sect, a righteous person, drew the attention of countless people in the eastern province. This matter must not be known by too many. Fortunately, with Yi Hanwu bearing the title of the demoness from the Tai Xuan Sect, how many would believe her words? People are still more inclined to trust their own Xuanqing Sect disciple.
Step aside today. I only want to kill this useless person. It has nothing to do with you.
Even with Yi Hanwu standing in the way, Lu Xian was determined to eliminate Lin Feng, speaking with an arrogant demeanor.
Who do you think you are?
With a cold laugh, Yi Hanwu, one of the top 3 talents in the eastern province, had been entangled with Lu Xian and Yi Miaojing for years, with neither able to gain the upper hand. With a demoness from the demonic sect and a disciple of the righteous path, what Lu Xian intended to do, she was even more determined to stop. Moreover, upon first encountering Lin Feng, she discovered that this person, whom everyone in the eastern province claimed had stumbled upon immense fortune, was someone who had indeed caught the attention of the Taixuan Saintess. This was the reason Yi Hanwu had been following him closely, and revealed herself at a critical moment. After appearing, she also discovered several unusual aspects about Lin Feng. With past injuries and an ordinary body, before she revealed herself, Lin Feng had slain 4 of Lu Xian's followers. His identity became increasingly mysterious to Yihan Wu. Prior to this, she learned that Lin Feng's purpose in reaching the central state was to go to the Xuanqing Sect. Once this colossal force in the central state had spread a rumor. The Holy Son of the Upper Realm has descended. At this moment, an idea that even she found hard to believe emerged in Yihangu's heart. Looking back at Lin Feng, who was heavily injured and almost about to collapse. He is quite handsome, though his aura is somewhat average. If he could cultivate to become a cultivator, perhaps he would exhibit a different demeanor. Yi Miaojing, who fails to cherish such a person, will not escape from Yihangu's grasp. Even if the chance is only 1%, she is willing to gamble.
Wait for me to hold him off, and you take the chance to step onto the teleportation array.
Not directly inquiring about Lin Feng's identity, she understood that sometimes adding flowers to the brocade is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. For Yi Hongwu, whether she learned Lin Feng's true identity while taking action makes all the difference. It was just a chance encounter. Lin Feng could never imagine that a demoness could achieve this. The 3 great talents of the Eastern Province are renowned throughout the world, with Yi Miaojing, Yi Hongwu, and Lu Xian having nearly equal strength. Perhaps after the completion of the Taixuan Wanqing Dao, Lin Feng's original partner would surpass both of them. Thus Lin Feng is not too worried about the upcoming battle. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and the injuries from the laws within him intensified.
I will repay today's kindness. I, Lin Feng, swear to do so.
This time, without uttering any words of gratitude, Lin Feng spoke solemnly. The 2 of the top 3 talents of the Eastern Province appeared, and Yihan Wu and Lu Xian were fighting over an ordinary being, one to slay him, the other to protect him. Boom, boom, boom. The vast majority of West Sea City seemed to tremble. Both were at the late stage of the concentration realm, just a step away from entering the divine bridge realm, with their strengths nearly equal. Just as the battle was raging, Lin Feng dragged his wounded body onto the teleportation array leading to the central state. Splash. Within the circular teleportation array, spiritual light surged, and the power of space surged violently, distorting the surrounding void. Earlier, the teleportation array had already been sufficiently replenished with spiritual energy. It was Lu Xian's appearance that prevented Lin Feng from being teleported away. The ground rumbled with a deafening roar. The spatial distortion caused by the activation of the teleportation array naturally attracted Lu Xian's attention from above in the void.
Quick, stop him!
Lu Xian shouted to the few disciples of the Xuanqing Sect who had followed him, urging them to prevent Lin Feng's teleportation. The central state is the heart of the Tian Song continent, home to countless powerful sects. Their Xuanqing Sect has no influence there. If Lin Feng is allowed to teleport away, he might never have the chance to slay this useless person again.
Kill!
6 figures clad in white with sword patterns embroidered on their sleeves followed Lu Xian's orders, their faces filled with killing intent as they slashed their weapons toward the teleportation array. As long as the teleportation array is destroyed, Lin Feng within it will naturally be unable to teleport away.
Run!
Enduring Lu Xian's strike, her face pale and blood streaming from her mouth, Yihan Wu swiftly appeared around the teleportation array, her jade hand striking out her blood-colored spiritual light surging, sending the 6 disciples of the Xuanqing Sect flying. Splash. As the last trace of spatial power vanished, a flash of light passed, and Lin Feng's figure disappeared from the teleportation array, heading towards the central state.
Fool, do you really think he is just an ordinary being? I hope one day you won't regret what you did today.
Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Yihan Wu looked at Lu Xian with a mocking expression. Splash. A flash of blood light passed, and her delicate figure vanished from the spot, leaving West Sea City.
Regret? Just based on a useless person.
With a sneer, Lu Xian certainly did not take the words of the demoness to heart. He did not continue attacking, watching the demoness leave. Though the opponent was already injured, Lu Xian knew that killing Yi Hanwu would not be so easy, especially since his goal for this trip was Lin Feng, not this demoness, so he had no intention of pursuing further.
Disciple, should we chase?
A disciple looked at Lu Xian, glancing at the teleportation array. Lin Feng had just stepped onto the array. Perhaps it was still possible to catch up.
Chase? How can we chase?
A group of useless people. Slapping his hand, the one who just spoke was knocked down to the ground by Lu Xian, his face filled with anger. 6 of them couldn't even keep a useless person from escaping, which infuriated him. It should be known that the teleportation array leading to the central state randomly teleports to various regions there, let alone the land area of the central state being several times that of the eastern province. With just a few of them venturing into the vast sea of people in the central state, finding Lin Feng would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. As for using the influence of the Xuanqing Sword Sect, that is even more ridiculous. Within the Tian continent, the central state is known for having the strongest cultivators and sects, while the people from the other 4 states have always looked down upon and scorned them. The Xuanqing Sword Sect. In the eastern province, it may rank among the top 3 sects alongside the Taixuan and Taixuan sects, but in the central state, it doesn't even make the list.
Remember, this matter must not be known to the Tai Xuan Sect, especially not to Miaojing.
With a grim expression, Lu Xian led his group away. Central State. The magnificent Xuanqing looms over the heavenly capital. It is not only a towering giant of Central State, but also the most recognized top sect of the entire Tian continent. Its profound heritage and might, long surpassing regional boundaries, renowned across the 5 states of Tian continent. Xuanqing Sect. A massive mountain range sits in this core area of Central State, enveloped year-round in colorful clouds, as if directly connected to the higher realms above the Tian continent. Peaks rise and fall with mountains of various sizes scattered throughout, totaling 72 peaks of Xuanqing. At this moment, within the main hall of the sect, the Xuanqing Hall,
is there still no trace of the Holy Sun descending to the mortal realm?
A dignified voice sounded, clad in a long robe interwoven with black and gold. Although he was a middle-aged man, strands of white hair flowed like a waterfall, his face stern, exuding the aura of a superior being. His aura seemed to merge with heaven and earth, a manifestation of peaked out palace realm, not far from stepping into the Ascension realm and soaring to the higher realms. The sect master of Xuanqing Chu Tianyin. In terms of both status and power, he is already considered top tier in this Tian continent, capable of determining the life and death of countless large and small sects in Central State with a single word. Yet this man at this moment wore a frown.
Reporting to Master. There is none.
The one responding from below was a woman. 3,000 silver threads cascaded like snow, falling gently at her waist, the sheer white silk robe clinging to her slender form. Her beauty was extraordinary, with a deep blue mark flickering like flames on her brow. Tall and graceful, her skin as flawless as ice and snow, she exuded beauty and an aloof demeanor. Her blue eyes sparkled like ice crystals, her voice as clear and pleasant as a flowing spring, with long eyelashes slightly lowered, carrying a hint of sigh. Shui Yao Lao. The current heavenly maiden of Xuanqing Sect, her reputation among the younger generation in Central State is rivaled only by a few.
Send people to search not only in Central State, but also in the other 4 states at any cost.
Chu Tianyin commanded, his authoritative voice leaving no room for doubt. The reason for the sect master's furrowed brow was connected to an event from 10 years ago. The Holy Sun, who was supposed to descend upon their Xuanqing Sect, had yet to appear for reasons unknown. Others in the sect may not know, but he was very clear that in this Tian continent, while their Xuanqing Sect held some renown compared to the Xuanqing Holy Land in the higher realms, it was merely a power among the lower realms. Should anything happen to the Holy Sun, it wouldn't be something their small Xuanqing Sect could bear. Fortunately, they maintained contact with the higher realms. Through messages, he learned that the Holy Sun's soul lamp in the higher realm had not yet extinguished, and for the past 10 years, he had remained within the Tian continent, though for some reason, he had not come to Xuanqing Sect.
Yes, Master.
just as Shui Yaolao was devising how to send someone to find the Holy Sun from the higher realm at this moment. Tap, tap, tap. A hurried sound of footsteps entered the Xuanqing Hall, as an outer disciple stationed at the sect's entrance rushed in a panic, instantly displeasing Chu Tianyin.
What is it? Why are you in such a hurry? What sort of behavior is this? Is the Xuanqing Hall a place for an outer disciple like you to enter?
Already feeling annoyed, seeing the outer disciple's actions only added to Chu Tianyin's dissatisfaction. His stern expression made the outer disciple tremble in fear. As a disciple of the Xuanqing Sect, not knowing such basic etiquette was unacceptable, especially for a top sect in Central State. How could the disciples behave so improperly? Just as Chu Tianyin lamented about his years of worry over the Holy Sun from the higher realm, and the lack of discipline within the sect, feeling the need to rectify the sect's atmosphere, as even the disciples below had lost their manners.
Reporting to the sect master. The Holy Sun from the higher realm has been found.
Perhaps frightened by the sect master's authority, the outer disciple stammered, kneeling with both hands lifting a token above his head, his nervous body trembling as he reported to Chu Tianyin above. The token carved from spiritual jade, though devoid of spiritual energy, Chu Tianyin could tell at a glance that it retained a trace, and that power did not belong to the Tiansong continent, but came from the higher realms. The jade token bore 4 golden characters inscribed Xuanqing Holy Land.
This is the decree of the Holy Land from the higher realm. Only the Holy Sun can possess it. Where is the Holy Sun? His expression changed dramatically. Having just rebuked the disciples of the sect for their lack of decorum, he was now the one panicking at the sight of the token belonging to Lin Feng.
Seeing the decree, but not the Holy Sun, a hint of anxiety arose within him. He thought to himself that there must not be any accidents. He could not bear the consequences of such a crime.
Reporting to the sect master, I am an outer disciple from Qingyan Peak. Today, while guarding the sect,
perhaps for the first time having such close contact with the sect master, the outer disciple was still nervous, his mind blank, stammering through a long explanation, but failing to get to the point, making Chu Tianyin's face turn dark, nearly on the verge of exploding.
The Holy Sun handed this decree to me before fainting, and now he is at the sect's entrance. His life or death is unknown.
Finally, listening to the disciple before him say so much nonsense, at this moment all that occupied Chu Tianyin's mind was that last sentence. The Holy Sun had arrived at their Xuanqing Sect, gravely injured, now unconscious, at the sect's entrance, with his life or death unknown.
Who'd let the Holy Sun be injured? Who the hell is it?
In a high position, able to decide the rise and fall of powers in Central State, with a single word, he now uttered curse words from his mouth. The Xuanqing Hall shook 3 times, dust falling from above, a clear indication that the sect master had lost control of his own power. Boom! The sound of air being shattered echoed with an explosive noise, as if teleporting. Chu Tianyin's figure vanished from his spot, heading towards the entrance of Xuanqing Sect, leaving behind a bewildered Shui Yaolao and the outer disciple.
What the hell? Master, did he just swear?
Her beautiful face was filled with astonishment, a question mark seemingly appearing on Shui Yaolao's forehead. Was this truly her impression of the stern, always dignified master? With some doubt she wondered if she had misheard.
You may leave now.
After dismissing the outer disciple.
The Holy Sun has finally been found. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Shui Yaolao exhaled. Heaven knows how hard she and many elders of the sect had worked over the years to find the Holy Sun from the higher realm. With longing for the higher realms, it was not only the Eastern State, but also the cultivators of Central State claiming to be the core of the Tiansong continent, and Shui Yaolao was no exception. The Holy Sun from the higher realm, one can imagine, whether in talent or temperament, was beyond what a lower realm woman like her could fathom.
Let's go see the Holy Sun first.
Her gaze filled with curiosity and admiration, she moved gracefully. Whoosh! A flash of blue cold light passed, and Shui Yaolao's figure also disappeared within the Xuanqing Hall, following the direction of her master Chu Tianyin. The return of the Holy Sun from the upper realm after 10 years of searching should have been a joyous occasion,
but it took the entire high-ranking members of the Xuanqing Sect by surprise. The Holy Sun returned lying down, severely injured, unconscious, and in a state of unknown life or death. Upon learning of this, not only did Chu Tianyan explode in anger, but all the high-ranking members of the Xuanqing Sect were equally outraged. Damn it! Who dared to injure the Holy Sun? If the Upper Realm Holy Land finds out about this, they will surely flay us alive. Where was the trace of the Holy Sun found? Still inside the Xuanqing Hall, at this moment, aside from the sect master Chu Tianyan and the enchanting Shui Yarao, there were also several elders, who looked as if they wanted to tear down the hall, and Lin Feng lying on the ground unconscious, and in a state of unknown life or death. After arriving in Zhongzhou through the teleportation array dragging his severely injured body, for an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the entrance of the Xuanqing Sect. After handing over the token that represented his identity as the Holy Sun, he felt a sense of relief and fainted, collapsing to the ground. On the cold floor tiles, Lin Feng was lying on the black robe of the Lord of the Taixuan Sect. His tattered gray clothes hung loosely, his hair disheveled, and a sword scar marred his body, with blood continuously seeping from his wound. While the true reason for Lin Feng's unconsciousness was the injury from the laws within him, the wound inflicted by the Lu Xian sword chi was too obvious. His identity has already been confirmed. The token representing the Holy Sun of the Upper Realm only emitted a faint golden glow from the 4 golden characters Xuanqing Holy Land when near Lin Feng. Upon witnessing this, the elders of the Xuanqing Sect, who had white hair and aged bodies usually so composed that even a single stomp from one of them could shake Zhongzhou, all erupted in expletives, causing Shui Yarao, who was obediently standing aside, to twitch her eyelids. Goodness, it turns out that this bad habit of cursing in our sect can be contagious. Is this the Holy Sun? He's somewhat handsome. With eyes as beautiful as ice, Shui Yarao murmured softly, while gazing at Lin Feng on the ground. Lin Feng was never lacking in looks, but because he was unable to cultivate an ordinary mortal dared to fall in love with the Taixuan Saintess, which led to him being ridiculed by many sects in the eastern state. However, this is Zhongzhou Xuanqing Sect different from the eastern state. Knowing Lin Feng's identity, Shui Yarao naturally would not view him as a cultivation waste. It's a joke even among the younger generation in Zhongzhou, very few could match her strength, but Shui Yarao was not arrogant enough to think she could compare with the Holy Sun of the Upper Realm Xuanqing Holy Land. After all, such an identity must be taken seriously by the entire Xuanqing Sect in the lower realm, otherwise they wouldn't have searched for him tirelessly for 10 years. The words Holy Sun of the Upper Realm carry their own aura. Different perspectives lead to different ways of viewing people. The Xuanqing Hall has always been solemn and dignified, but at this moment it was in complete chaos and noise. Although everyone was furious and eager to know who in the Tian Song continent had the audacity to injure their Holy Sun, like the saving Lin Feng was ultimately the most important thing. After all, grudges can be settled later, but the Holy Sun's injuries cannot be delayed for even a moment. All right, everyone, quiet down. A commanding voice echoed throughout the Xuanqing Hall. It was Chu Tianyan, his previously panicked expression now gone. Who injured the Holy Sun to this extent will be revealed once he awakens. What is important now is how to heal the Holy Sun. As the sect master of the Xuanqing Sect, Chu Tianyan held great prestige whether within the sect or throughout Zhongzhou. With a single command, the previously noisy voices fell silent. To heal wounds, of course, spiritual herbs are essential, and being a top-tier power in Zhongzhou, the Xuanqing Sect naturally does not lack them. Third Elder, I remember not long ago you obtained a blood bodhi. What are you dawdling for? Take it out and heal the Holy Sun. And you Sixth Elder, stop hiding in the backhand over your 1,000-year snow lotus. By the way, Second Elder, is your purple sun spiritual cord just sitting there? Is the life of the Holy Sun not worth more than your precious medicine? The Grand Sect Master of the Xuanqing Sect nearly robbed all the elders of the sect. The remaining elders all had twitching eyelids, stepping back one after another. Nevertheless, many elders still brought out their treasured herbs that they had collected for many years. After all, they were acutely aware of how important Lin Feng's identity was. If anything happened to him in the Xuanqing Sect, and his soul lamp in the upper realm extinguished, the wrath from the Holy Land would be upon them. This blame is something that Sect Master Chu Tianyin cannot bear, nor can the elders present, and even the entire Xuanqing Sect in the lower realm cannot afford. The Xuanqing Holy Land is a top-tier power in the upper realm, and the lower realms are not just limited to their Tiansong continent with the Xuanqing Sect. In other words, perhaps for the upper realm Holy Land the destruction of a lower realm power is inconsequential, but if Lin Feng the Holy Sun were to fall, the loss would be immense. Wow! Colorful spiritual light filled the entire Xuanqing Hall, with the fragrance of herbs a dazzling array. Not only limited to healing, one must know that the precious spiritual herbs before them were the treasures hoarded by many elders for breakthroughs in their realms. However, under the pressure and persuasion of Chu Tianyin, all the elders wore bitter faces and handed them over. Of course, as the sect master of the Xuanqing Sect, the treasures Chu Tianyin brought out were also the most precious, a 5,000-year-old blood ginseng. As soon as it was taken out, a red light surged throughout the Xuanqing Hall, causing the spiritual energy within people's bodies to churn. Such a scene left Shui Yarao, who was quietly watching from the side, astounded. No wonder he is the holy son of the upper realm, so many spiritual herbs. Sect master elders to take out such things just to heal him, isn't it too extravagant? With a slender and delicate figure, skin as translucent as ice, 3,000 strands of white hair cascading down, and an unparalleled face. Gulp. Shui Yarao couldn't help but swallow hard. Although she was the most powerful prodigy in the sect, the only disciple of sect master Chu Tianyin. But from childhood to adulthood, she had only consumed a single herb of this caliber, which was given to her by her master during her breakthrough to the divine bridge realm. Not to mention that blood ginseng, it was something her master had obtained many years ago, and had never been willing to use. For the first time, Shui Yarao realized that the old fellows of the sect had secretly hoarded so many treasures. It's a pity that it has nothing to do with her, and she could only stand silently aside enviously. Spirit herbs are already the pinnacle of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Tiansong continent. Beyond spirit herbs, there are only the legendary sacred herbs, yet such heavenly treasures can only be birthed in the upper realm. The spiritual energy of the lower realm is entirely incapable of nurturing such sacred items. At this moment, a dazzling array of herbs filled the air with fragrance, and the colorful spiritual light illuminated the entire Xuanqing Hall. All these treasures, collected and cherished by the elders of the Xuanqing Sect over many years, were brought out to save Lin Feng. If this scene were to reach any cultivator in the eastern state, it would be utterly unbelievable. These are spirit herbs, and even a single one is enough to be regarded as a priceless treasure by sects like the Tai Xuan Sect. To save one person, they have mobilized such a plethora of precious items, it is simply a waste. Crack. 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 Under the control of Chu Tianyin, each spirit herb shattered, transforming into pure medicinal and spiritual power that surged into Lin Feng's body, causing the elders watching from the side to feel as if their hearts were bleeding. Sect master, that's enough, be sparing. I still need the blood bodhi for my cultivation, leave me some. The old faces, all white-haired, were filled with expressions of heartache, as if they were being cut to pieces. Time passed second by second. Logically, the pure medicinal power and the overwhelming spiritual energy from such a large quantity of precious items should not be something an ordinary cultivator could absorb. Yet Lin Feng's body seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing them. The sword wound on his body had long since healed, but there was still no sign of awakening. Wow! The bloodlight blazed as one of Chu Tianyin's blood ginseng shattered its medicinal power, entering Lin Feng's body, yet it still did not rouse Lin Yuan. This was already the last herb. The previously dazzling and colorful spirit herbs had all been consumed. What's going on? Logically speaking, such an abundance of spirit herbs should be enough to bring someone back from the brink of death. Why hasn't the Holy Sun awakened? Lying on the ground, Lin Feng's breath was much more stable compared to when he first arrived at the Xuanqing Sect. Although he had not yet awakened, his breath was already calm, yet he remained with eyes closed, like a living corpse. This scene left the surrounding elders filled with confusion.
Logically, such a large amount of precious spirit herbs should be able to restore anyone even from severe injuries. However, the outcome was not as they had imagined, and they weren't even entirely clear on what injuries Lin Feng had sustained. I don't know either. When I was treating the Holy Sun's injuries earlier, I could sense that the root cause was not related to that sword wound it seemed to have been left many years ago. Furrowing his brows, Sect Master Chu Tianyin was equally perplexed. The reason the Holy Sun had not awakened was not due to a new injury, but rather the remnants of an old wound within his body. As the leader of the Xuanqing Sect for many years, well-versed and experienced, even he had never heard of or seen a wound like Lin Feng's. The only thing he could ascertain was that within Lin Feng's body his spiritual C meridians and major acupoints were all bound by some force, unable to draw spiritual energy into his body. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the Holy Sun has not returned to our Xuanqing Sect for 10 years. Although he did not know the specific cause of Lin Feng's injuries, Chu Tianyin could basically confirm one thing: during these years the Holy Sun had been living in the lower realm with a mortal body. Noble and exalted, the Holy Sun of the upper realm Xuanqing sacred land had spent many years in this lower realm with a mortal body. Chu Tianyin could hardly imagine what the Holy Sun had endured before reaching the Xuanqing Sect, and how he had survived these years. The only way forward now is to summon the Grand Elders. To heal Lin Feng, they must first understand the specifics of his injuries to treat him effectively. Yet within the Xuanqing Hall, at this moment, no one seemed to be aware of Lin Feng's condition. As one of the overlords of the Central State, the Xuanqing Sect's foundation has always been more than meets the eye. In the sect's forbidden grounds there exist some ancient relics that have lived long lives like living fossils. Knowing that ascending to the upper realm was hopeless, they had remained in seclusion for long ages. Now that the Holy Sun of the upper realm was in a coma, it was time for them to make their move. In terms of strength, these ancient relics are at the peak of the Dao Palace realm, perhaps on par with Sect Master Chu Tianyin. However, in terms of knowledge, even he pales in comparison. Perhaps these ancient relics know the situation of the Holy Sun and how to awaken him. Xianying Peak, one of the 72 peaks of Xuanqing, is a forbidden ground within the sect that ordinary Xuanqing disciples cannot enter. At the peak there are numerous graves, yet the place brims with spiritual energy, lacking any sense of foreboding. Instead, it feels more like a paradise of the immortals. Disciple Shui Yelao pays respects to the esteemed Grand Elders. At this moment, a figure in white, with a cold demeanor, Shui Yelao, entered the place, respectfully bowing to the rows of graves before her. As the Xuanqing Celestial Maiden, she is the only disciple in the entire sect qualified to step into this place. Ah, it's Yelao. What brings you here? A voice, old and slightly hoarse, unexpectedly rose from beneath one of the gravestones. The Holy Sun of the upper realm has been found, but he is currently in a coma. Master has sent me here to ask. Before Shui Yalao could finish the words, Holy Sun of the upper realm slipped out. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of energy arose, shaking the entire Xianying Peak violently. The sky darkened, and the entire void was shrouded in dark clouds. The aura at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm is already top tier in this world, just a step away from ascending to the upper realm. The appearance of such a powerful being is enough to change the color of heaven and earth. What did you say? That Holy Sun from back then has finally been found. Crack. The grave exploded open, revealing an old man with disheveled gray-white hair, skin withered and tied against his bones, dressed in tattered black robes. His ancient body already bore a trace of death. Perhaps too excited upon hearing the words Holy Sun of the upper realm, he could not control his aura, causing the entire Xianying Peak to tremble. The overwhelming pressure left Shui Yalao gasping for breath. Yes, but the Holy Sun is gravely injured and in a coma. Even Master cannot discern the nature of his injuries, and we can only ask the Grand Elders to appear. Shui Yalao spoke respectfully, observing the excited expressions of the Grand Elders before her. She had grown somewhat accustomed to it, after all the high-ranking members of ordinary sects had similarly lost composure upon hearing that the Holy Sun of the upper realm was returning. The Holy Sun being gravely injured and unconscious is a significant matter. Quickly go. The Grand Elders at Xuanqing Peak nearing the end of their lives had long ceased to concern themselves with the matters of the Xuanqing Sect. However, when Lin Feng had not appeared in the Xuanqing Sect for so many years, they were still quite shaken. If something were to happen to the Holy Son of the Upper Realm, no one in the entire Xuanqing Sect could shoulder that responsibility. During these 10 years, the only thing that had kept them concerned was this. Inside the Xuanqing Hall, Chu Tianyin anxiously watched the old man in front of him, who intermittently sighed, or shook his head, while examining the Saint Son's body. If you've discovered something, just say it. It's killing me with worry. Otherwise, given your old age, I can't control my temper. The old face of the Grand Elder Gu Yuan showed a hint of worry as he spoke.
The injury to the Saint's son is a wound of the laws. What does that mean? Can it be healed?
As soon as the phrase wound of the laws was uttered, a series of inquiries erupted around, and besides Grand Elder Gu Yuan, it seemed no one else knew this term, hearing it for the first time.
This should be related to the Saint's son's descent to this world many years ago, arriving at the wrong location.
The wound of the laws, also referred to as the injury of this world's heavens and earth, occurs because the Taixuan continent repels incoming cultivators from the upper realm. The fundamental reason lies with Lin Feng, who descended to this world at an incorrect location and sustained such grave injuries. Grand Elder Gu Yuan explained to those around him.
Only the sacred medicine from beyond this realm can heal and revive him from such a wound of the laws.
A sigh escaped him, for this was indeed the crux of his worries. Sacred medicine is something that can only be born in the upper realm, and with the spiritual energy of the Taixuan continent, it is utterly impossible to produce such a sacred medicine. In other words, even if one were to dismantle this world, it would be hard to find.
What can we do then? Sacred medicine does not exist in the Taixuan continent. Indeed, if the Saint's son were in the upper realm, there would be no issue, but this is the lower realm. Where can we obtain sacred medicine?
In an instant, the hall was filled with wails, as it seemed nearly impossible to awaken the Saint's son in this realm.
The Xuanqing Sect has already become one of the major powers in the central state, and even we do not possess such a sacred item. Looking across the entire Taixuan continent, it would be difficult to find one. The only way to obtain treasures from the upper realm is through the battle of the 5 states in 5 years. 5 years? That's too long. Who knows what might happen to the Saint's son in that time? Without sacred medicine, can we use semi-sacred medicine? After some thought, Sect Master Chu Tianqing suddenly spoke up. While true sacred medicine is absent in the Taixuan continent, there are semi-sacred medicines, which are above spiritual herbs, but below sacred medicines. As the master of Xuanqing Sect, he indeed knew some information, and looked at Gu Yuan with hope. Although semi-sacred medicines cannot completely restore the Saint's son's wound of the laws, they can alleviate some of the injuries, allowing the Saint's son to wake up and regain part of his former cultivation. However, I have been in Xuanqing Sect far longer than you, Sect Master. How come I'm unaware of any semi-sacred medicine in our sect?
Gu Yuan looked puzzled. Semi-sacred medicines had indeed appeared a few times in the long history of the Taixuan continent, but they had never belonged to the Xuanqing Sect. As far as he knew, the most recent appearance of a semi-sacred medicine was 3,000 years ago, which had appeared in the central state, but unfortunately, it was ultimately obtained by the Taixuan dynasty, another dominant force in the central state.
Our Xuanqing Sect indeed does not have one, but the Taixuan dynasty does.
Although the Taixuan dynasty had obtained that semi-sacred medicine, the 9-colored holy lotus, 3,000 years ago, to his knowledge, that item had remained within the Taixuan dynasty, and had not been used by anyone.
At worst, we could use a semi-sacred artifact to trade with the Taixuan dynasty for that semi-sacred medicine. As a top-tier force in the central state, Xuanqing Sect and Taixuan dynasty are evenly matched, neither can truly dominate the other, and their strengths are similar. Thus, if we want them to part with it, Xuanqing Sect will have to pay a certain price. But I've heard that the 9-colored holy lotus has always been used by the Taixuan dynasty to prolong the life of their old emperor. Would they be willing to trade it with us?
Gu Yuan shook his head slightly, believing that even if their sect used a semi-sacred artifact, they might not be able to trade for it from the Taixuan dynasty.
If they refuse to trade, then Xuanqing Sect will go to war with the Taixuan dynasty and fight until they hand it over. The safety of the Saint Sun is paramount. We shall not hesitate to even sink the central state if necessary.
Dressed in a black gold interwoven robe, with a resolute face, Chu Tianyin swept his gaze over Lin Feng, who lay unconscious on the ground, his life uncertain, radiating determination, strength, and dominance. In the central state, the Xuanqing Sect stood majestically in the Tiandu domain, which is the respectful title the entire central state gives to the sect. Looking across the vast Tiansong continent, only a handful of forces can be compared to Xuanqing Sect. Unfortunately, the Taixuan dynasty is among them. The forces that dominate the imperial domain, which is also a core area of the central state, are never less prestigious than the Xuanqing Sect. As dominant forces in the central state, once war breaks out, the flames of battle will sweep through the entire central state. Generally, such high-level forces are bound to have minor frictions in normal times, but they are not significant. However, now to awaken Lin Feng, Xuanqing Sect is willing to go to war with the Taixuan dynasty. If the opponent does not surrender the 9-colored Holy Lotus, they will seize it by force.
What Sect Master said is absolutely correct. I've long found the Taixuan dynasty displeasing, and it's a good opportunity to stretch our muscles. Xuanqing Sect has stood in the central state for a long time. We have never feared anyone on this Tiansong continent. If they do not yield, then let's have a battle. It all depends on whether the Taixuan dynasty knows what's good for them. Otherwise, we'll make them hand it over, even if it takes force.
At this moment, inside the Xuanqing Hall, the elders were rolling up their sleeves, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, looking like a band of bandits.
Sect Master, is this really appropriate? If we go to war with the Taixuan dynasty, it's likely that even if Xuanqing Sect wins in the end, it will be a Pyrrhic victory.
Of course, not everyone was so resolute. The Grand Elder Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. If a trade could be made, it would be a joyous occasion for all. But if the other side refuses once the war starts, neither Xuanqing Sect nor the Taixuan dynasty knows how many cultivators will perish. At his age, having long realized that ascending to the upper realm was out of reach, the only remaining hope in his dwindling days lay with the Xuanqing Sect.
10 years ago, the sacred land of the upper realm had sent the Saint Sun to our Xuanqing Sect. We failed to fulfill such a matter, allowing him to wander outside in a mortal body. Now the Saint Sun has finally returned, but due to injury he remains in a coma, and his life is uncertain.
At this moment in the Xuanqing Hall, everyone looked at Lin Feng, who lay on the ground, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. While others were unaware, there were certain matters that Sect Master Chu Tianyin knew. Lin Feng's identity in the upper realm represented something significant. If his soul lamp in the upper realm extinguishes, the entire Xuanqing Sect in the lower realm will be reduced to nothing, and no one will survive.
This, indeed, is a dereliction of duty on our part. I hope the Taixuan dynasty is willing to trade. Otherwise, I can only awaken a few old friends and accompany the Sect Master to battle.
After a moment of silence, Gu Yuan sighed and spoke slowly. On one of the 72 peaks of Xuanqing, the Tiannu Peak is occupied by the current Tiannu Shuiyaolao. At the peak, snow accumulates and never melts, standing a palace that resembles ice crystal carvings. The Ice Spirit Palace, filled with abundant spiritual energy, is the most revered place among all the disciples of Xuanqing, making it one of the forbidden areas of the sect. Ordinary men have no qualification to step into this place. However, at this moment, within the Ice Spirit Palace, which had always been inhabited solely by Shuiyaolao, there lay an unconscious man. Dressed in gray, he lay quietly on the jade bed that belonged to Shuiyaolao, occupying her space. Lin Feng's breath was stable, yet he did not awaken.
I hope nothing has happened to my master.
Shuiyaolao sighed, as her master had already led all the strong members of Xuanqing Sect to obtain the 9-colored Holy Lotus for the Saint Sun. Before departing, Master entrusted the care of the Saint Sun to her. The entire forces of the Xuanqing Sect mobilized, with the first tremors felt in the Tiandu domain of Zhongzhou. The 9 domains of Zhongzhou, especially the Tiandu domain, are vast enough to rival the lands of the other 4 states. Within the Tiandu domain there is no doubt that the Xuanqing Sect reigns supreme, controlling the life and death of countless sects.
What is happening? What is the Xuanqing Sect planning?
Countless smaller sects were terrified, trembling in fear, unsure of where the Xuanqing Sect was headed to annihilate. Fortunately, they eventually realized that the direction of the Xuanqing Sect's advance was towards the Huangji domain.
The Huangji domain, isn't that the territory of the Daqian dynasty? I haven't heard of any recent conflicts between the Daqian dynasty and the Xuanqing Sect. Why does it feel like the Xuanqing Sect is about to declare war on the Daqian dynasty? The Xuanqing Sect, which has dominated Zhongzhou for countless years, has mobilized all its forces marching towards the Huangji domain, and soon the entire Zhongzhou began to boil with excitement.
Once the 2 dominant powers engage in battle, the repercussions will be tremendous. Countless smaller sects under these 2 dominant forces will be caught in the crossfire, and given the foundation of these 2 powers, sinking Zhongzhou is not just a saying. Huangji domain. This domain is also located in the core of Zhongzhou and borders the Tiandu domain. With countless sects of all sizes, the only hegemon in this domain is the Daqian dynasty, a massive force that has dominated Zhongzhou for a long time. Due to the proximity of the 2 domains, the Xuanqing Sect and the Daqian dynasty have been at odds since ancient times, with numerous conflicts arising. At this moment, the aura of the imperial Dao rises into the sky, and the palaces gleam with gold and jade. In the Great Qian Imperial Palace within the Huangji Hall.
What is the Xuanqing Sect up to? Have they gone mad?
On the dragon throne sat a middle-aged man draped in a purple gold dragon robe, wearing an imperial crown exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. He was none other than the current emperor of the Daqian dynasty, Xuanqing, one of the top powerhouses in Zhongzhou. Although he is a junior in front of Chu Tianyan, the emperor's reputation is formidable, and they are of similar strength. At this moment, his expression was grim, filled with confusion. Rumors have spread like wildfire throughout Zhongzhou. As the overlord of the Huangji domain, the Daqian dynasty naturally received the news early, and quickly summoned numerous powerhouses back to the palace to discuss the purpose of the Xuanqing Sect's grand approach.
It's quite strange. Although our Daqian dynasty has had continuous conflicts with the Xuanqing Sect throughout history, they were all trivial matters. It shouldn't warrant such a response.
Inside the hall, everyone looked bewildered, especially since they had not had any major conflicts with the Xuanqing Sect in recent years. There had been occasional skirmishes, but none that would provoke the entire upper echelons of the Xuanqing Sect to mobilize. Even the Xuanqing Sect's master Chu Tianyan had appeared. One would think they were about to flatten the Daqian dynasty. Now countless strong members of the Xuanqing Sect were already on their way, and it wouldn't be long before they reached the Daqian dynasty. Both being overlords of Zhongzhou, while they were not afraid of the Xuanqing Sect, there had to be a reason behind it. If they were to go to war without cause, the outcome could only be mutual destruction. After deliberating for a long time, Emperor Xuanqing and the strong members in the hall still could not ascertain the reason. Just then a voice resonated from outside the imperial palace, echoing through the sky.
I am Chu Tianyan. Today I have come to your imperial dynasty with a request.
The voice was grand, resonating as if it were in harmony with the entire world, shaking the Great Qian Imperial Palace.
They have arrived.
Whether it was the emperor or the strong members in the hall, all wore solemn expressions. At this moment, above the Great Qian Imperial City, the clear blue sky was suddenly engulfed in darkness, filled with ominous clouds. Were the dark clouds pressing down on the Imperial City? No, it was not dark clouds, but rather the entire sky seemed filled with the powerful figures of the Xuanqing Sect, gathering their might, heavy and oppressive, creating a suffocating atmosphere. At the forefront, a figure in a black robe floated in the air, standing before countless strong members of the Xuanqing Sect, and it was none other than the master of the Xuanqing Sect, Chu Tianyan. The voice that echoed from the Huangji Hall just now came from him. With his hands clasped behind his back, his expression was resolute, and the majestic aura radiating from him was not deliberately ostentatious, but solidified the surrounding space as if it were tangible.
At the peak of the Dao Palace realm, just a step away from transcending to the higher realm, he is one of the strongest in Zhongzhou, and even the Tian continent. Under his aura, the mountains and rivers seemed to lose their color. However, what was even more heart-stopping was the sea of powerful figures behind him, with dozens of elders, whose auras ran deep, like the sea, following closely. Some were white-haired but youthful, exuding an ethereal presence, while others were robust as mountains, their vitality fierce as dragons. As a hegemonic force in Zhongzhou, those who can serve as elders in the Xuanqing Sect are at the very least at the Dao Palace realm. Further back were some peak masters, stewards, protectors, and core strong members of the 72 peaks of Xuanqing, now gathered above the imperial city, their auras merging, causing the entire void to tremble. The complete mobilization of the Xuanqing Sect has never been mere words. Their sole purpose in coming to the Taixuan dynasty is to find the sacred son of the higher realm whom they have searched for 10 years, and to obtain the 9-color sacred lotus.
So it's Senior Chu, it's been many years, I hope you have been well.
Coming out from within the Huangji Hall, with a large group of cultivators, Emperor Xiao Dingtian cupped his hands, addressing the soaring Chu Tianyin, with respect, his face showing vigilance and a flicker of curiosity. As leaders of the two dominant forces in Zhongzhou, they naturally knew each other. They had just heard the voice of the Xuanqing Sect's master Chu Tianyin speaking of a request. At this moment, looking at the many Xuanqing elders behind Chu Tianyin, all with expressions that suggested they would strike at a moment's notice, exuding murderous intent. Are they out of their minds? The Xuanqing Sect has mobilized almost all their strong members, and the news has spread throughout Zhongzhou. What kind-hearted person comes asking for help in such a way? However, looking at the dense figures of the Xuanqing Sect in the sky, even Emperor Xiao Dingtian felt a bit of pressure, his tone unconsciously carrying a hint of politeness. Although this place is their great Qian imperial city, without reason no one wishes for war. If it can be avoided, they would prefer not to fight. As long as the request from the other party isn't too excessive, given that all the strong members of the Xuanqing Sect have mobilized, they must give some face.
If it weren't for the urgency of the matter, I wouldn't dare to bring my sect members here, intruding into your imperial dynasty. Please, Emperor, hand over the 9-color sacred lotus. The Xuanqing Sect is willing to exchange it for a half-step sacred weapon.
At this moment, standing in the void, Chu Tianyin also cupped his hands towards the Emperor. The value of a half-step sacred medicine is equivalent to that of a half-step sacred weapon, and the Xuanqing Sect has shown sufficient sincerity. To go to war would be a last resort. If they could exchange something for the sacred son's salvation, it would be the best outcome, bringing joy to all.
It's impossible. The 9-color sacred lotus is the item that sustains my father's life. Please return Master Chu.
Upon hearing the words 9-color sacred lotus, the attitude of the Qian Emperor changed drastically. His expression darkened, as he flatly refused, showing no signs of negotiation. 3,000 years ago, a great price was paid by the great Qian dynasty to compete for the 9-color sacred lotus, and the previous Qian emperor was his father, who had never stepped out of that realm nor transcended to the higher realm. Now, with a dwindling lifespan, he relies solely on the spiritual energy of that 9-color sacred lotus to sustain his breath. Only by breaking through can his lifespan increase. If he were to hand it over, the old Qian emperor would surely die, a fact that Xiao Dingtian could never accept. Although he did not wish to easily provoke war, he was not afraid to the extent of backing down.
Master Chu, knowing what the 9-color sacred lotus represents for my great Qian dynasty, why have you come here with your people? Are you truly trying to bully us? We respect Master Chu's reputation in the central state for many years, but that does not mean my great Qian dynasty fears your Xuanqing Sect.
The name of the Xuanqing Sect master has been renowned in the central state for years, one of the top powerhouses in this realm, and no one wishes to provoke such a being. However, angry voices erupted from within the imperial city below, completely unreasonable. Even with the daily frictions among major forces in the central state, there should be a limit. Never had anyone acted like the Xuanqing Sect, launching an all-out invasion without prior notice. Some even believe that the request for the 9-color sacred lotus was merely an excuse, and that their true intention in coming was to provoke war.
Are you really not going to hand it over?
Boom. The sound was not loud,
but it contained an inexplicable authority shaking the entire void, and the heavens changed color. Draped in a black and gold robe standing before countless powerhouses of the Xuanqing Sect, Chu Tianyan's cold gaze fell upon the people of the great Qian dynasty below. First courtesy, then military action, this was the strategy discussed before coming here. The Holy Sun was still in a coma, and no one knew whether the injuries from the rules within him would cause further trouble, causing Chu Tianyan to feel anxious. Since the other party refused to hand it over, there was no other way but to fight, and they must fight until the great Qian dynasty heals.
Then let's fight! I've heard that the current Qian emperor has made rapid progress in cultivation over the years. Today I shall witness it for myself.
Boom. 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 A surge of overwhelming aura erupted from Chu Tianyan, the winds and clouds above the 9 heavens changing with Xuanqing thunder rolling and tearing through the void. The Xuanqing shocking scripture taught by the sacred land of Xuanqing in the higher realm to the Xuanqing Sect in the lower realm is so powerful that among the entire Xuanqing Sect today, only Chu Tianyan and his disciple Shui Yaolao have cultivated it. Chu Tianyan has long been famous in the central state, and his existence predates the current Qian Emperor Shao Dingtian. However, as the current Qian Emperor Shao Dingtian has also made rapid progress in the past century, cultivating to the peak of the Dao Palace stage, in a short time reaching the same realm as Chu Tianyan. One a monarch of the great Qian, the other a master of the Xuanqing Sect. For many years the major sects in the central state have been curious about which of these two peak powerhouses would ultimately prevail. Unfortunately, they had never fought before, but today they might finally determine the victor.
Senior Chu, you have grown old. Today I shall unravel your Xuanqing techniques with the 9 heavens dragon's roar.
Roar. Roar. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and earth echoing through the 9 heavens. Dressed in a purple gold dragon robe, wearing an imperial crown, and surrounded by 9 swirling purple gold dragon shadows, Shao Dingtian soared into the air. At this point, there was no room for negotiation between these two hegemonic forces, only battle remained. Boom. 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 The Xuanqing thunder shocked the world, and 9 dragons soared into the sky as Chu Tianyan and the Qian Emperor clashed. As the two peaks engaged, the forces below that had long been unable to contain themselves surged forward, like a flood crashing into each other.
Kill! Are you afraid of us?
The elders, peak masters, and many powerhouses of the Xuanqing Sect charged forth. The offerings of the great Qian dynasty, the Dragon Cavalry Guard, and the army of cultivators clad in talismanic armor formed a magnificent battle array, their imperial aura converging into a golden torrent, the battle cry shaking the heavens. The void trembled as countless powerhouses from both forces instantly mobilized, plunging into chaos, and the entire imperial city was instantly turned into a hellish battlefield. The battle that erupted within the imperial palace ultimately was merely a conflict among the high-ranking leaders, and as this battle commenced, news had already spread to the domains of the emperor's domain and the heavenly capital domain. In an instant, the two core domains of the central state were engulfed in flames of war, the sounds of slaughter tearing through the skies, and the entire central state was shaken at that moment. The phrase "sinking the central state" was about to become reality.
They really started fighting. Who knows the reason for this? I don't know. It's said that Master Chu brought people into the great Qian dynasty, forcibly demanding the 9-color sacred lotus.
The sects and other domains of the central state fell into confusion. Although the Xuanqing Sect had represented strength since ancient times, they rarely oppressed other sects. This time, they acted as if they had gone mad. Judging by the momentum, they clearly intended to fight to the death with the great Qian dynasty. The 9-color sacred lotus appeared 3,000 years ago, indeed shaking the major forces of the central state, ultimately captured at a great cost by the great Qian dynasty. No one knew why the current Xuanqing Sect had gone mad for this item. The battle continued for dozens of days without stopping. If this continued, the final result could only be mutual destruction. At this moment, it was still within the great Qian dynasty. Endless palaces collapsed, shattered walls, and ruins, corpses littered the ground, and blood pooled into rivers.
Kill!
The sounds of slaughter filled the skies in this battle. Both the Xuanqing Sect and the Great Qian dynasty suffered immense losses.
Is this really worth it?
The Qian emperor with disheveled hair and staggering steps coughed up blood. Since the war began, the two Dao Palace realm offerings, who had followed him to battle Chu Tianyin, had already fallen. Truly deserving of the reputation of the Xuanqing Sect master, it was hard to imagine that even with the combined strength of their three Dao Palace realms, they still could not prevail. As his gaze swept over the once majestic imperial dynasty, now reduced to ruins, the current Qian emperor felt both grief and rage. He still couldn't understand why the entire Xuanqing sect had gone mad, ruthlessly seizing the nine-color sacred lotus. This time, what on earth was their purpose?
Do you think my Xuanqing sect wants this? Draped in a black and gold robe already stained with blood and standing alone with one arm in the void.
He glanced back. Many old companions had perished, and Chu Tianyin felt a deep sense of sorrow, his usually resolute face now bearing a bitter expression. If the nine-color sacred lotus could not be obtained, the Holy Sun would not awaken, and if anything happened facing the Holy Land of the Upper Realm, the entire Xuanqing sect would be destined to disappear from this world. Shaking his head slightly after dozens of days of battle, his originally black hair had turned nearly half white. Chu Tianyin did not intend to speak further. As long as he obtained the nine-color sacred lotus and awakened the Holy Sun, everything would be worth it. Just as he was about to take action, and the battle continued, an old voice echoed from deep within the forbidden area of the Great Qian dynasty, interrupting Chu Tianyin's movements.
Master Chu, we cannot continue fighting. The nine-color sacred lotus. My Great Qian dynasty is willing to surrender it.
The voice, though aged, revealed a sense of helplessness. It was the previous Qian emperor. Deep within the Great Qian imperial city, an ancient figure was traversing the air with difficulty. This aged figure, frail and withered, wore a black dragon robe that seemed overly large, as if he had just awakened from a long slumber. As he made his way, he gazed at the once resplendent Great Qian imperial city, now utterly collapsed, with countless streams of blood flowing through the ruins, stirring emotions within the old emperor. His life was hanging by a thread, sustained solely by the medicinal aura of the nine colors holy lotus. Thus his condition mirrored that of Gu Yuan, the grand elder of the Xuanqing sect, often lost in slumber. Just moments ago, the reverberations of battle had reached his resting place, awakening him, and upon awakening he beheld the scene.
How could this happen? Master Chu, our Great Qian dynasty has no grievances or enmities with your Xuanqing sect.
With hair as white as snow, his face lined with wrinkles bore a faint resemblance to the current emperor Shao Dingtian, as he looked at Chu Tianyin with a lamenting expression.
I greet you, elder.
Standing in the void with a single arm, Chu Tianyin offered a slight bow to the old emperor. Despite being able to face the three great Dao Palace realm powerhouses of the Great Qian dynasty alone, he had paid the price of losing an arm. The previous emperor had been a powerhouse from countless years ago in the central continent, thus he was naturally an elder to Chu Tianyin.
Our Xuanqing sect urgently needs the nine colors holy lotus to save a life. This battle is not one I wish to initiate, but one I must fight.
Without revealing for whom Chu Tianyin believed the Holy Sun had descended to this realm, with secrets the specifics were best kept from others.
Must we fight, sacrificing so many lives from both our great forces to save one?
Upon hearing this, Shao Dingtian's anger intensified. How noble must this person be to compel two dominant forces to engage in battle? He could not believe that Chu Tianyin, the master of Xuanqing sect, was unaware of the battle's profound implications.
Yes, it is very important. Important enough that even if this battle turns your Great Qian dynasty and my Xuanqing sect into mere peripheral forces of the central continent, I, Chu Tianyin, would not hesitate.
With a resolute expression, the fighting spirit within Chu Tianyin remained unquenched. His determination and decisiveness rendered both the current and former emperors speechless, leaving them in a state of silence. For he sensed that the master of Xuanqing sect spoke the truth. Although the losses were grievous, whether for the Xuanqing sect or the Great Qian dynasty, as long-standing hegemonic forces in the central continent, their foundations were deep-rooted. This battle would at most be a severe injury, to be reduced to a peripheral force.
We shall negotiate. I hope Master Chu will keep his word, and after obtaining the nine colors holy lotus, take your people back.
The old emperor sighed.
Father, this is...
Upon hearing this, Xuanqing Tian immediately grew anxious, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the old emperor's wave. The lotus had 9 petals radiating with dazzling multicolored spiritual light, and its medicinal fragrance was incredibly rich. Even a Dao Palace realm powerhouse would find its scent capable of prolonging life. With a flourish, a 9 colors holy lotus appeared in the old emperor's hand, transforming into a beam of light that slowly flew towards Chu Tianyin. With little time left, the old man had relied on this 9 colors holy lotus for many years to sustain his last breath. To part with it meant he would face death, which was why the great Qian dynasty had been so unwilling to relinquish it.
I am old. I lack the fate to ascend to the upper realms now. I can only resign myself to fate.
As he looked down at the tragic scene within the imperial city, the old emperor turned to leave, disappearing before the crowd.
Farewell, elder.
As they watched the old emperor, whose life was nearly extinguished, depart, Chu Tianyin and Xuanqing Tian faced each other. With the 9 colors holy lotus secured, the matter had reached its conclusion, and the great battle should come to an end.
Cease fire!
A loud shout echoed. Boom! All over the devastated great Qian imperial city, Chu Tianyin's voice resonated.
Master, have you obtained it?
Voices arose from all corners of the battlefield. Out of the 10 elders of Xuanqing, only 6 remained. Various peak masters, deacons, guardians, and core powerhouses of the 72 peaks were all drenched in blood. The crowd looked at Chu Tianyin, who was missing an arm, and held a lotus radiating with 9 colors of spiritual light. Though they had won this battle for the Xuanqing Sect, no one felt joy in victory. After 10 days of fierce battle, far too many powers from the sect had perished.
Relay the order, retreat!
Holding the 9 colors holy lotus along with the 6 elders by his side, Chu Tianyin issued commands one after another. This war was not limited to the great Qian imperial city, but spread throughout the entire Tiandu domain and the Huangji domain. Each passing night brought news of countless cultivators perishing.
Qian Huang, until we meet again.
Leading behind this remark, under the almost murderous gaze of the current emperor, Xuanqing Tian, Chu Tianyin led countless Xuanqing Sect powerhouses away, returning to the Tiandu domain and back to the Xuanqing Sect. With the 9 colors holy lotus in hand, they could revive the Holy Sun, who had descended to the mortal realm 10 years ago. The Great Battle. An unprecedented war swept across the central continent. Within the entire central continent, there were 9 forces claiming hegemonic status, occupying the 9 domains of the central continent. However, only the Tiandu domain and Huangji domain were regarded as the core regions. Though this battle lasted merely a few dozen days, the impact was unparalleled, as no hegemonic force had ever gone as crazy as the Xuanqing Sect did this time.
It has finally ended. Indeed, if this had continued with the involvement of other forces, the central continent would likely have sunk.
In the end, the battle concluded with the great Qian dynasty's submission, and the news spread not just through the central continent, but also towards the Tiansong continent and other regions. Meanwhile, as Chu Tianyin and the sect members returned to the Tiandu domain, a piece of news simultaneously spread throughout the great Qian dynasty. That was after the battle concluded, the old emperor had passed away, leaving this world, ultimately failing to take that final step. With little life left, having relied on the 9 colors holy lotus to hold on to his last breath, after giving it away, he would naturally not live much longer. As the news broke, the entire central continent erupted once more, while, at the same time, Chu Tianyin had already returned to the Xuanqing Sect.
The master has returned.
On Tiannu Peak within the Ice Spirit Palace, Shui Yao Rao, who had been caring for the comatose Lin Feng, rushed out to greet the returning strong members of the sect. In comparison to when they departed, only 6 out of 10 members returned to the Xuanqing Sect, and the sect master Chu Tianyin returned with injuries and a severed arm.
Master, your wounds!
Shui Yao Rao, having been an orphan since childhood, was taken in by Chu Tianyin into the Xuanqing Sect. In her eyes, the master resembled a father. At this moment, seeing her master return, with a severed arm, tears slowly streamed down her beautiful cheeks.
Take me to see the Holy Sun.
Holding the 9 colors holy lotus, Chu Tianyin paid no heed to his injuries. instead focusing on the precious half-saint medicine in his grasp. Acquiring it had not been easy. Both the great Qian dynasty and the Xuanqing Sect had suffered tremendously. The only good news was that they could save the Holy Sun, but in Chu Tianyan's heart there remained a trace of worry. After all, in these past 10 years, that Holy Sun had wandered in the mortal realm, and no one knew if he bore any resentment towards their Xuanqing Sect for not bringing him back sooner.
I hope our Holy Sun is not the kind of ungrateful person.
Thus they could only pray as Chu Tianyan and Grand Elder Gu Yuan, with the 9 colors Holy Lotus in tow, made their way towards Tiannu Peak and the Ice Spirit Palace. Lin Feng had a dream. In the dream, his injuries were rapidly healing, and the spiritual energy that he could not draw into his body due to the injuries from the laws surged wildly towards him. In the dream, oblivious to the passage of time, he gradually opened his eyes that had not been open for a long while.
Where is this?
A faint voice echoed his consciousness, still somewhat hazy, and the surroundings appeared somewhat blurred to his newly opened eyes. Inside what seemed like a palace carved from ice crystals, he was lying on a jade bed, faintly sensing the fragrance of a woman's body lingering nearby, wafting into his nostrils. The environment was quite unfamiliar, but as the blurriness in his vision gradually cleared, he saw a stunning figure beside the jade bed. Her beauty was unparalleled, and a deep blue mark flickered like a flame at her brow. 3,000 strands of silver hair flowed down like snow, cascading gently around her slender waist, while her sheer white garment clung tightly to her graceful form. She was tall, her skin as flawless as ice, and snow, exuding an aura of exquisite beauty and aloofness, with blue eyes resembling icy crystals. She was very close to him.
Saint, the Holy Sun, you have finally awakened.
Bending slightly, the enchanting Shui Yaolao had been wiping Lin Feng's face with a silk scarf. Upon hearing his voice and locking eyes with him, she couldn't help but blush slightly due to their close proximity. She never expected the Holy Sun from the upper realm would awaken at this moment. It had already been 4 years since her master and the elder had used a 9-colored sacred lotus to infuse medicinal power into Lin Feng's body. According to the elder, the injuries from the laws that the Holy Sun sustained when he descended had existed in his body for too long, and even with a semi-sacred medicine to heal him, it would take time. Thus, what was once his ice crystal palace now had an additional male presence, with Shui Yaolao almost serving as a maid attending to Lin Feng for 4 years. Although theoretically the semi-sacred medicine could clear half of the Holy Sun's injuries, even the elder Gu Yuan did not know precisely when the Holy Sun would awaken. Little did she expect that today would finally be the day. A flicker of excitement crossed Shui Yaolao's face as she wanted to share this good news with her master and the other elders. To ensure the Holy Sun's awakening, their Xuanqing Sect had waged a war sweeping through the central plains against the Taixuan dynasty to obtain the 9-colored sacred lotus. Heaven knows how long the entire Xuanqing Sect had hoped for the Holy Sun to awaken. Suddenly a cold ray of spiritual light flashed, and Shui Yaolao's delicate figure vanished from the spot, leaving Lin Feng bewildered.
What is happening?
In this unfamiliar place with this unfamiliar woman, and the excited expression on her face, Lin Feng was somewhat at a loss. Getting up from the bed and surveying the ice crystal palace, Lin Feng realized that this must be the residence of the woman he had just seen, yet he had no idea why he found himself in the same room with a stranger. He felt a bit embarrassed about it.
Wait, my injuries.
Initially thinking it was just a dream, at this moment he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power within him, something he had not sensed since descending. As he spoke, a blazing spiritual light erupted from his palm.
It's real.
Surprised astonishment filled Lin Feng's handsome face, and his heart raced with excitement. Upon further examination of the original injuries from the laws inscribed in every vein, acupoint, and the seals that had confined his body, he found that more than half had disappeared. Although he had not fully regained his power to the peak of the Dao Palace realm, he could now exert strength equivalent to the midstage of the Divine Bridge realm. Previously, the 3 proud talents of the Eastern State, Yi Miaojing, Lu Xian, and Yi Hongwu, were only at the late stage of the Spirit Gathering realm when he left Eastern State, still 1 tier away from the Divine Bridge realm. Now that Lin Feng had awoken, he discovered that he had partially regained his strength, reaching the midstage of the divine bridge realm.
How am I supposed to reclaim the 10 years I've lost?
A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng was unaware that he had actually been in a coma for 4 years, during which the Xuanqing Sect had launched a war that nearly submerged the Central Plains for him. 10 years. Who could understand how he had spent these years in the lower realm? Once the top disciple of the Xuanqing Sect in the upper realm, celebrated and admired by all. In the Tai Xuan Sect of Eastern State, he had lived a life of disgrace for 10 years, and apart from that woman, he had never seen a friendly face among the sect. After 10 years together, Yi Miaojing ultimately chose her own path. He bore the stigma of being a waste, and left the Taixuan Sect as if he had been driven out. The disdainful, indifferent, and arrogant gazes from Eastern State were still fresh in his memory. Lin Feng could endure these humiliations, but what he could not bear was that just before he left Eastern State for the Central Plains, he was hunted down by Lu Xian, the disciple of the Tianqing Sword Sect, one of the 3 proud talents of Eastern State. Wasn't all of this due to his loss of cultivation becoming a waste? Now, although he had not fully restored his previous cultivation, he had finally regained a part of it. As Lin Feng stood within the Ice Crystal Palace, feeling the familiar surge of spiritual power within him.
The 5 states battle of the proud is about to begin. This time our Xuanqing Sect must strive for first place.
In the Xuanqing Hall, wearing a robe interwoven with black and gold, only the left sleeve was empty. After the battle, Chu Tianyan's hair had turned completely white, his face aged slightly, yet his authority remained undiminished, his expression stern and his voice powerful. The 5 states battle of the proud was about to commence. It was a grand event exclusive to the younger generation of the Tian continent. Before long, the proud figures from Eastern State, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Northern Mang would gather in the Central Plains for a battle of pride. As one of the dominant forces in the Central Plains, the Xuanqing Sect currently had the celestial being Shui Yaolao, and several other talents within the sect. The so-called 5 states battle of the proud was merely named to accommodate the other 4 states.
I have heard that aside from the proud talents of our Central Plains major forces, it seems that many extraordinary young powerhouses have emerged from the other 4 states in this generation. For instance, in the Taixuan Sect of Eastern State, I heard that someone successfully cultivated the supreme forgetting emotion Tao, and there is also a disciple from the Tianqing Sword Sect who possesses some strength. The supreme forgetting emotion Tao. It's merely the so-called number 1 technique of Eastern State touted by their practitioners. How strong can it be? Our Xuanqing techniques are all inherited from the sacred lands of the upper realm. Exactly. As for that so-called Tianqing Sword Sect, I've never even heard of them. They don't have the qualifications to compete in the battle of the proud.
Inside the hall, someone merely mentioned them in passing, and immediately a wave of mockery erupted. Eastern State, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Northern Mang are remote regions on the Tian continent. Since ancient times, cultivators from the Central Plains have looked down upon those 4 states with disdain. Let alone the Xuanqing Sect, a dominant force that has stood in the Central Plains for many years. Even the Deqian dynasty of the same level would declare war whenever they wished. At this moment, who in the Grand Hall would regard the lesser sect from Eastern State with any respect? Just as everyone was discussing, a figure hurriedly entered the hall.
Master Elders, the Holy Sun has awakened.
The excitement on Shui Yaolao's delicate face had yet to fade. Her words caused Chu Tianyan and the many elders who were originally discussing the 5 states battle of the proud to stop talking and stare in shock. The Xuanqing Hall fell into an eerie silence. So I have been unconscious for 4 years. Looking at the crowd that flooded into the Ice Soul Palace, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, realizing he understood everything. After arriving in this central state from the Eastern State back, then he ultimately fell at the gate of the Xuanqing Sect, a memory he retained. However, as he listened to the explanations from the people before him, he began to understand what had happened thereafter.
No wonder the injury from the laws within my body has been cleansed by half.
Lin Feng's expression showed some emotion. To awaken himself by seizing the 9-color holy lotus, the Xuanqing Sect had actually waged war against the great Qian dynasty, paying with countless lives to force the other party to surrender it. Although the Xuanqing Sect belonged to the sect of the Xuanqing Holy Land in the lower realm, Lin Feng felt he owed them something.
To all of you who saved my life, please allow me, Lin Feng, to bow to you.
With a solemn expression, Lin Feng bowed deeply to the white-haired one-armed Chu Tianyin and the 6 elders of the Xuanqing Sect. That battle had cost the Xuanqing Sect master an arm and reduced the number of elders returning to merely 6, all for the sake of awakening him.
The esteemed body of the Holy Sun cannot bow to us.
As the voice rang out, Chu Tianyin and the elders quickly stepped aside, not daring to accept Lin Feng's bow. It was absurd. The identity of the Holy Sun from the upper realm was not something this lower realm Xuanqing Sect master could compare to. However, seeing Lin Feng like this, Chu Tianyin felt a sense of relief in his heart. At least on the surface, Lin Feng was not the kind of heartless person. He did not carry the superiority of someone from the upper realm, but treated them as equals.
To owe a debt of gratitude for saving my life, I must bow.
With gratitude on his handsome face, Lin Feng expressed his feelings. Perhaps 10 years ago, when he first ascended to the lower realm, he was proud as a person from the upper realm. But the 10 years of humiliation in the Taixuan Sect felt more like a process of tempering his heart for Lin Feng, grinding away his former arrogance, treating everyone equally.
It's a pity that even with all the effort of my Xuanqing Sect, we could only find a half-step holy medicine, which did not fully restore the Holy Sun's cultivation.
While restoring Lin Feng's injuries, Chu Tianyin had discovered that this Holy Sun's peak level was not any worse than his own. At the same time, he noticed another point: Lin Feng's physique. That supreme aura faintly transcending this realm was beyond what any lower realm cultivator could imagine. He truly was the Holy Sun from the upper realm. The current Xuanqing Heavenly Maiden Shui Yellow Chu Tianyin thought possessed a powerful physique that was already at the pinnacle of the Tiansong continent, but compared to Lin Feng's true physique, it was still far inferior. Unfortunately, the half-step holy medicine only cleansed part of the law injuries within Lin Feng, leaving his true physique still sealed. Perhaps only with a true holy medicine could the law injuries be completely removed, revealing what kind of physique this upper realm Holy Sun truly possessed.
The spiritual energy in the Tiansong continent is thin. To find a half-step holy medicine is already a rare feat,
Lin Feng said calmly. Having lived for 10 years, as a mortal unable to draw spiritual energy into his body, now being able to clear part of the law injuries and restore his realm to the divine bridge realm, Lin Feng was already very satisfied with this. At least from now on, he was no longer the waste others spoke of. The only regret was that the purpose of his descent back then, the greatest secret of this realm, was still beyond his current qualifications to pursue. The divine bridge realm might be strong enough among the younger generation of the Tiansong continent, but compared to Lin Feng's peak, it was still far from enough. Moreover, the most important thing was that the law injuries still lingering within his body not only sealed his cultivation, but also his true bodily power, which was the most critical for Lin Feng. To seize the 9-color holy lotus, the Xuanqing Sect had already suffered enough losses, and could not possibly find a true holy medicine for him. Just as Lin Feng pondered how to find a true holy medicine to fully restore his cultivation.
Holy Sun, actually, there is a way to obtain the holy medicine. Although my Tiansong continent belongs to the lower realm, those ranked in the top 10 in each 5 states talents battle can obtain items from the upper realm.
Chu Tianyin hurriedly spoke up, as they had just discussed this matter before coming. However, the awakening of Lin Feng, this Holy Sun from the upper realm, was undoubtedly more important than anything else, and they rushed over before fully discussing it. At this moment, mentioning the matter of the holy medicine, Chu Tianyin quickly spoke.
The 5 states talent battle?
Lin Feng asked, puzzled. In fact, during his time in the eastern state, the Tai Xuan Sect was aware of this, but at that time Lin Feng was merely a cultivator who could not cultivate a mortal in their eyes. The competition of talents from the eastern state's southern frontier, western desert, and northern Meng and central state was destined to have nothing to do with him, a waste, and even Yi Miaojing had never mentioned it to him. Soon Chu Tianyin and the others began to explain to Lin Feng about this upcoming grand event exclusively for the talents of the Tian continent.
So does that mean the talents from the other 4 states, including those from the eastern states' Xuanqing Sect, will come too?
Unknowingly recalling something joyful, Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly and a cold smile, a glint of icy intent flashed in his eyes. Though he was peaceful with people at heart, Lin Feng still belonged to the kind who would repay every grievance. He could not forget that in the western sea city of the eastern state, had it not been for Yi Honghua's timely arrival, he might have long been dead under Lu Xian's sword. He did not believe he had any enmity with that Tianqing Daozi. He was merely a waste in the eyes of the other party, a mortal that could be crushed at will. Gratitude must be repaid, but enmity must also be avenged. Lin Feng clearly remembered that he had said if he did not die, he would slaughter the entire Xuanqing Sect without leaving a single person. How could he go back on his word? That would bring down heaven's wrath.
What's going on? A small sect from a poor place like the eastern state, why does it seem the Holy Sun looks so pleased? Pleased? No way, I feel like the Holy Sun is sneering. What sect is the Xuanqing Sect? Never heard of it.
Seeing the expression of the Holy Sun lost in thought upon hearing that talents from the other 4 states, including the eastern state, would come for the 5 states' talents battle, it immediately piqued the curiosity of Chu Tianyin and the elders in the Ice Soul Palace. In their view, how could Lin Feng, the esteemed Holy Sun from the upper realm, have any interaction with cultivators from such places? However, as Lin Feng remained silent, lost in thought, they did not dare to ask more. At this moment, the originally noisy voices quieted down, and the entire Ice Soul Palace began to grow silent along with Lin Feng's stillness. Sorry, I was lost in thought. After awakening, Lin Feng was still contemplating revenge when he did not expect the 5 states' talents battle to commence. At that time, the Xuanqing Sect and Lu Xian would naturally come to Zhongzhou, saving him the trouble of making the journey himself. This time in the 5 states' talents battle, with the presence of Shui Yaolao from our Xuanqing Sect, we are bound to secure a position in the top 10. Only those in the top 10 of the talents battle can obtain treasures from the upper realm. For this, Chu Tianyin had no concerns, his resolute face filled with confidence. Perhaps he could not compare to Lin Feng, the saint son of the upper realm, in terms of talent, but in his eyes his disciple Shui Yaolao was undoubtedly a standout among the younger generation of the entire Tiansong continent. Seeing his master mention him along with countless gazes around him, especially from Lin Feng, the saint son of the upper realm, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Rest assured, Saint Son, although Yaolao is unremarkable, she will surely spare no effort to obtain a genuine sacred medicine for you. With her long silver hair cascading down to her waist, dressed in white, Shui Yaolao gracefully stood before Lin Feng, her posture extremely humble. Realizing that the Tianju of Xuanqing Sect had been caring for him all these 4 years, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. For him to awaken Chu Tianyin and the Xuanqing Sect had already done more than enough. He could not let them continue to fuss over him. Actually, what I want to ask is, can I participate in this 5 states talents battle? In Lin Feng's view, he was at least a talent in the upper realm. Participating in this battle of talents from the lower realm should not be considered bullying, right? This time he wanted to rely on himself. Although Xuanqing Sect was a holy land in the lower realm, they had already done enough for him. What? Is the Saint Son going to participate too? At this, Chu Tianyin and the elders present were astonished, not because they doubted Lin Feng's strength. It was a joke looking at this Saint Son from the upper realm. He seemed quite young, and despite having removed half of his injuries, his strength had not reached its peak yet. He had already attained the divine bridge realm. One must know that during this time Lin Feng had been in the lower realm as an ordinary person for 10 years, while the Tianju Shui Yaolao had only just reached the divine bridge realm. The astonishment stemmed from Lin Feng's transcendent status in the subconscious of Chu Tianyin and others. The Saint Son of the upper realm participating in this so-called 5 states talents battle was akin to bullying. However, since the Saint Son was so leisurely, they certainly would not refuse, and rather welcomed it. If Lin Feng were to participate, he would undoubtedly represent the Xuanqing Sect, and with Tianju Shui Yaolao, they would occupy 2 spots in the top 10 of the 5 states talents battle. Just thinking about it made them happy. There is still some time before the 5 states talents battle. The Saint's son has just awakened, and his injuries have not healed. He can rest here in the Xuanqing Sect for now. We will take our leave now, so as not to disturb the Saint's son's cultivation. Saying this, Chu Tianyan prepared to leave with the others. Wait a moment. To rest here? Shouldn't the sect master arrange for me to change my residence? Looking at Chu Tianyan and the others who were about to leave, Lin Feng glanced at Shui Yaolao beside him and quickly asked, his voice soft. Through their conversation, Lin Feng learned that during his 4-year coma, he had been residing on the Tianju peak of the Xuanqing Sect in the Ice Soul Palace. The key point was that this place was where the Tianju Shui Yaolao resided. When he was unconscious, it was fine not to know, but now that he was awake, he could not possibly continue living together with this Tianju, could he? Wasn't that a bit inappropriate? As soon as Lin Feng spoke before Chu Tianyan and the others could respond, Shui Yaolao, who had been standing quietly to the side, blushed for some reason. I almost forgot the Saint's son has awakened. Chu Tianyan's old face became awkward. For these 4 years, he had let his disciple take care of the comatose Saint's son, and even he was becoming subconsciously accustomed to it, yet he had not realized that Lin Feng staying here would be inappropriate. Xuanqing's first peak. It is not a ranking but rather the name of this peak itself. Long ago, the upper realm Xuanqing Holy Land had sent people to the lower realm before Lin Feng. Once a saint envoy from the upper realm descended, and the Xuanqing Sect specially constructed this mountain peak for him. After that saint envoy returned to the upper realm, this peak was sealed by Xuanqing Peak, and no one was qualified to enter. Originally, when Lin Feng, the saint son of the upper realm, arrived at the Xuanqing Sect, it was destined that he would reside on this first peak. However, due to his coma, Shui Yaolao took care of him, and temporarily stayed at the Tianju Peak. Now that Lin Feng had awakened, the residence arranged for him by the Xuanqing Sect was indeed this first peak. Xuanqing's first peak, truly worthy of its name. The peak is as its name suggests. At this moment, Lin Feng stood at the peak, hands behind his back, looking down. The mountain ranges were layered, large and small peaks scattered like stars. The entire scene of the Xuanqing Sect with its 71 peaks was captured in his view. Behind him, pavilions and towers rose high, surrounded by dense clouds swirling continuously, accompanied by soaring spiritual energy. Days had passed since moving to this first peak, and during this time Lin Feng was also familiarizing himself with his powers. After 10 years of mundane life, without a trace of spiritual energy, his body had become like a desolate desert, almost decaying. Now, with a portion of the laws of injury cleared, spiritual energy entered his body, and his internal condition finally transformed into an oasis. While familiarizing himself with the path he had once cultivated, Lin Feng was also attempting to awaken his innate physical power. In the myriad realms, whether in the upper realm or this lower realm, there are a total of 3,000 innate physiques. Like Yi Maijing's ice spirit body. It was the ice crystal jade marrow he obtained from the beast he killed in the Forbidden Land when he descended to the lower realm, which was used to awaken that Taimia saint woman's ice spirit body. Not a natural physique, it may not rank high in the upper realm, but in this lower realm, having one of the 3,000 innate physiques already surpassed countless talents in this world. Moreover, it was precisely because she awakened the ice spirit body that the saint woman ultimately possessed sufficient talent and qualifications to cultivate the Taimia Sect's supreme forgetting emotion Tao. At least from this perspective, Lin Feng always believed that if he had not helped Yi Miaojing awaken the ice spirit body back then, perhaps the two of them would not have ended up in this situation. Among the many talents Lin Feng had encountered so far, if one were to speak of the strongest innate physique, it was undoubtedly the Tianju of Xuanqing Sect Shui Yaolao. So this is our Xuanqing Cold Sect, and that must be the Holy Sun from the upper realm. Standing atop the mountain, Lin Feng, tall and handsome, dressed in white robes, as pure as snow, had long black hair flowing in the wind. Without mentioning anything else, just the aura he exuded caused the few people following behind Shui Yaru to whisper among themselves, their voices tinged with a hint of awe. The Holy Sun is quite handsome. So charming.
especially the two beautiful and tall female prodigies of the Xuanqing Sect aside from Shuiyuro, were now filled with star-eyed admiration. When the Holy Sun descended from the upper realm back then, it wasn't just the higher-ups of the Xuanqing Sect who were shaken. Countless disciples of the younger generation were equally curious. In this life, the contemporary celestial maiden Shuiyuro was known for her unparalleled talent and exceptional abilities. There were hardly any prodigies in the central continent who could compare with her, not even a handful. And what could the incredibly supreme Holy Sun from the upper realm look like? Today they finally saw him, and at least in terms of appearance and aura, he met their imaginations of the upper realm. In fact, it was not only the Xuanqing Sect but the entire Tian continent that was filled with curiosity and reverence towards beings from the upper realm. Not to mention Lin Feng was the Holy Sun of the Xuanqing sacred land, standing among the top echelon of prodigies in the upper realm. I wonder what this Holy Sun's strength is like. A tall and sturdy figure like a human-shaped tower with bulging muscles, and a square resolute face, thick eyebrows, like ink. Walking behind the celestial maiden, Yu Qingshan's eyes sparkled as he looked up at Lin Feng, his tone filled with uncertainty. There were many young prodigies in the Xuanqing Sect, and at this moment, those who followed behind Shuiyuro to meet Lin Feng were undoubtedly the strongest in their generation, with only this celestial maiden in the entire central continent. Before Yu Qingshan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a man beside him, who scoffed, "He, while training your muscles, have you dulled your brain?" The cultivators of the upper realm possess talents far beyond those of us from the lower realms. The Xuanqing sacred land is, after all, the sacred land of our Xuanqing Sect in the upper realm. How could the strength and talent of the Holy Sun be something we lower realm cultivators can fathom? As he spoke, a black and white folding fan opened and closed. Mo Yunju. With a face that was clear and elegant, his features were sharp and bright, his eyes deep and luminous, like a galaxy sparkling with wisdom and insight. His aura was warm like jade. As a disciple of Xuanqing, he was a cultivator yet exuded a scholarly presence. In fact, prior to this, aside from Shuiyuro, none of the other disciples of Xuanqing were aware that the war with the Taixuan dynasty 4 years ago was for this Holy Sun from the upper realm. When Lin Feng first returned to the Xuanqing Sect in a state of unconsciousness, news of the Holy Sun was kept under wraps by the higher-ups within the sect. That battle severely wounded the vitality of the Xuanqing Sect. Only about 6 or 7 of the powerful members returned alive, yet the higher-ups seemed to have made a pact not to disclose the reason for the battle to the disciples. It wasn't until this morning that the celestial maiden was ordered to gather them, simply stating that the battle of the 5 state prodigies was about to commence. They were then brought to this location, and only on the way did they hear about the Holy Sun. At the first peak of Xuanqing in the forbidden area after that Holy Sun returned to the upper realm, not to mention them, even Shuiyuro was stepping into this place for the first time. Beneath her white hair was a pretty face, her icy blue eyes sweeping across the peak's summit, and Shuiyuro felt her heart tremble. She had long heard that the first peak was the most abundant in spiritual energy within the Xuanqing Sect, far surpassing her own celestial maiden peak. Today, upon seeing it, it was indeed deserving of its reputation. In fact, she could see all 71 other peaks of Xuanqing overlooking everything in the sect. Those who resided here undoubtedly held a prestigious status incomparable within Xuanqing Sect. As the current celestial maiden, she did not enjoy such treatment, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. However, thinking about Lin Feng's identity, she soon felt at ease. After all, she clearly remembered when this Holy Sun first appeared in the sect unconscious. She recalled the anxious looks of her master and the elders, including even the Supreme Elder. In the end, they did not hesitate to go to war, forcing the Taixuan dynasty, also a hegemon of the central continent, to hand over the 9-color sacred lotus. Although her mind was filled with these thoughts, her feet continued to move, leaving the others behind, and she approached Lin Feng alone. "Holy Sun, the people have been brought here. Aside from me, these are the candidates from our Xuanqing Sect participating in the prodigy battle." Curiously, the Holy Sun before her did not respond, seemingly lost in thought. Despite Shuiyuro's repeated calls, Lin Feng appeared not to hear her at all.
Such a scene made the others behind her wonder if this holy son from the upper realm was too proud, especially Yu Qingshan, who had just questioned Lin Feng's strength. The celestial maiden has lowered herself so much as this holy son from the upper realm a bit too arrogant. Though he deliberately lowered his voice, his loud tone still reached the ears of those around him. The other Xuanqing disciples, who initially had a good impression of Lin Feng, couldn't help but frown. Strange, what is the holy son doing? However, Shuigyuro standing in front of Lin Feng wore a puzzled expression, for from their few previous interactions she felt that the holy son was not the type to be so arrogant, rather, he seemed to be pondering something. At the first peak, surrounded by dense clouds swirling ceaselessly accompanied by waves of spiritual energy, the scene seemed to fall into a state of stillness, as numerous gazes focused on Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the first peak began to tremble, a vast aura rising from Lin Feng's body. Not the strength of spiritual power, but a terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Feng's physique. The surroundings lost all light, plunging into darkness. In an instant, a bright moon manifested above Lin Feng's head, ascending and illuminating the summit of the first peak. With silvery light cascading down, Lin Feng's aura appeared ethereal under the moonlight, while Shuigyuro and the others trembled in fear. What is this? I feel like my body cannot move. At this moment, Yu Qingshan's bones crackled and his sturdy frame felt as if it would shatter. Cold sweat dripped continuously. Never before had anyone among their generation given them such a sense of oppression. This is a manifestation of a unique physique. Being closest to Lin Feng, Shuigyuro undoubtedly had a greater understanding of such phenomena, yet her pretty face was equally pale. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she tried to resist this overwhelming pressure with her cold moon jade body, but it seemed as futile as an ant shaking a tree. At this moment, they felt a suffocating pressure emanating from the holy sun's physique. The bright moon hung high, illuminating the summit of the first peak and seemingly draining all color from their surroundings. Just as Shuigyuro and the others were on the verge of collapse, Lin Feng sighed, and the phenomena surrounding him began to dissipate, flashing away as the pressure they were under suddenly vanished. What happened to you all? The strange phenomenon vanished, and the world became bright again. However, looking at the panting and heavily injured disciples of Xuanqing in front of him, Lin Feng asked with a puzzled expression. He was not in contemplation just now, rather he was attempting to activate his physical power, which is why he had not noticed his surroundings. Was that just now the manifestation of your physical power, holy son? 3,000 strands of white silk hung down, and on the exquisite face a blue mark flickered like fire at the center of the forehead, with skin as clear as ice, sculpture slender and delicate. Shui Yaolao looked at Lin Feng, her face slightly pale with astonishment in her beautiful eyes. The holy sun before her was becoming increasingly unfathomable. Undeniably due to the identity of the holy sun from the upper realm, Shui Yaolao felt that Lin Feng's talent was undoubtedly formidable, yet she had no accurate judgment of just how strong he was. She had heard her master say that her own physical constitution was among the best even in the upper realm. She had been curious about how she compared to this holy son from the upper realm. However, the scene just now had shaken Shui Yaolao's heart profoundly. Since her birth, she had never felt such a sense of oppression among her peers. It did not stem from a gap in strength, but purely from a disparity in physical constitution. Is this the talent of a holy son? Ah! It turns out it was because I forcibly activated the phenomenon just now. Seeing the pale and panting expressions of the people in front of him, Lin Feng suddenly realized. In response to Shui Yaolao's words, Lin Feng did not clarify in truth that round full moon was not his true physical manifestation, but merely the tip of the iceberg. However, it was evident that with the injuries from the rules within his body not fully cleared, he still could not utilize his physical power. Even with all his effort, he could only barely reveal the tip of the iceberg of his physical manifestation. There was no other way. He must obtain a holy medicine in this lower realm for his cultivation and physical constitution to return. Is this the foundation of the holy sun from the upper realm? So terrifying. At this moment, while Lin Feng was conversing with Shui Yaolao, a surprised voice emerged from the group of three men, and 2 women standing in the back exclaiming in shock. With a beautiful appearance, but a somewhat pale complexion, tall, and dressed in white, Ling Qihan had never imagined that, as the heavenly girl of Xuanqing Sect, she would be unable to withstand the power of another's manifestation. Upon first seeing Lin Feng, she thought this holy son from the upper realm was quite handsome, and had a unique aura. Talent. Perhaps stronger than Sister Shui, but shouldn't it be only marginally so? After all, the others had noticed that Lin Feng was at the same realm as Shui Yelao, the divine bridge realm. But now it seemed they were wrong, dreadfully wrong. This was not merely a slight difference, but an insurmountable chasm. I was ignorant. Yu Qingshan exclaimed, his massive body thumping down onto the ground, disregarding his image sitting cross-legged to recuperate. When that round full moon manifestation appeared, he had originally wanted to see just how strong this holy son from the upper realm was, but the result was painfully clear. The others had felt the pressure of the manifestation, but did not forcefully resist it. Yet, while he was foolishly trying to resist, he sustained serious injuries. Had it not been for Lin Feng's timely disappearance of the manifestation, he would not merely be sitting here. Few. Pant. Although they were the current geniuses of Xuanqing Sect, they were all gasping for breath, and looked utterly astonished. No longer were there doubts about Lin Feng, only deep fear remained. They had imagined that the talent of the Holy Son from the upper realm was beyond their comprehension, but just now, that round full moon darkened the world and diminished all things. The impact of this visual shock, along with the immense oppressive aura, instilled a sense of helplessness that would be hard to forget for a lifetime. Holy Son, these are the representatives from our Xuanqing Sect participating in the genius battle. Once they finished their conversation, Shui Yalao began introducing the 5 individuals behind her to Lin Feng. Dressed in white, that surpassed snow, with a handsome face, although they did not intentionally exude any sense of oppression, when Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Yu Qingshan, Ling Qinghan, and the scholarly young man among the 5. We pay our respects to the Holy Son. Gulp. The others, regardless of gender, swallowed hard at the same time. First impressions are very important. After experiencing the scene just now, even if Lin Feng did nothing but stand there appearing quite calm, 4 words instantly surged in their hearts, no anger yet imposing. Not bad at such a young age, you've actually cultivated to the divine bridge realm. Just this pressure resistance seems to be a bit lacking. Seeing the reverent looks from the people across from him, Lin Feng also felt puzzled, and even touched his own face. Am I really that scary? I must say, although the courage of the individuals in front of him was somewhat small, their talent already stood out in this lower realm. It is known that 4 years ago, the 3 great geniuses of Zhongzhou, Yi Hongwu Lu Xian, and that Taixuan Saintess, who almost became his Tao partner, were still a step away from the divine bridge realm. However, ultimately they were the 3 great geniuses of Dongzhou, at least according to Lin Feng's judgment of Yi Miaojing after cultivating the Taishan Wanqing Dao in the 4 years, since it should not be difficult for her to step into the divine bridge realm. Holy Son, the news of ascending to the celestial realm has already spread, and the true date of opening should be very soon. With increasingly respectful demeanor, Shui Yalao spoke to Lin Feng. Today the main purpose is still to bring the 5 individuals beside me to pay respects to you, Holy Son. The 5 Continents Genius Battle is the title of this millennium in the Tian Song continent, but in the past, it was actually called the Ascending to the Celestial Realm. That is a mysterious space that opens once every 100 years in the Tian Song continent. It is rumored to be a fragment that originally belonged to the upper realm, which for some reason has descended to the Tian Song continent. The geniuses from the 5 continents gather in Zhongzhou, waiting for that mysterious space to open, at which time they will randomly enter it to compete, with the weak being eliminated, and the last 10 will receive rewards from the upper realm. It is rumored that this space connects to the upper realm, and any genius who enters it can be viewed by people from the upper realm during the competition. Perhaps for those significant figures from the upper realm, all battles between geniuses from the lower realm are merely a trivial amusement in their eyes. Ascending to the celestial realm. I seem to have heard of it when I was in the upper realm back then. Upon hearing the phrase ascending to the celestial realm, Lin Feng suddenly pondered slightly back, When he was the holy son of Xuanqing in the upper realm, it seemed he had heard these 4 words. In the days that followed, Lin Feng not only awaited the opening of the ascending immortal realm, but also gradually healed the injuries from 10 years of law damage. The spiritual energy flowed into his body as he continued to adapt to his current cultivation level. Since that day, the first peak of Xuanqing, which had long been uninhabited, reopened. This news somehow spread among the people of Yueqing Mountain, causing a stir throughout the sect, and some rumors began circulating within the Xuanqing Sect.
Have you heard? The first peak of our Xuanqing Peak has reopened, a place that was once only qualified to be inhabited by the holy envoys from the upper realm. Lin Feng's identity is exceedingly important, and thus, until now, only a few high-ranking members of the Xuanqing Sect are aware of his existence. Common disciples have only just received a hint of rumors, and do not understand the specifics of the situation. The reopening of the first peak, is this true? This is the first time I've heard of it. However, I have an even more explosive piece of news. Would you like to hear it? What news? I've heard that Senior Sister Shui has been living with a man in the Ice Soul Hall for the past few years, and they have been cohabiting. Just think about it.
The mysterious identity has not been revealed to ordinary disciples, yet rumors about Lin Feng have spread wildly throughout the Xuanqing Sect. In particular, the rumor that a strange man has been living with the heavenly maiden Shui Yaorao for 4 years has become a hot topic, and almost all the younger disciples of the Xuanqing Sect have heard about it. Of course, the most circulated news remains the upcoming battle of the 5 states and the opening of the ascending immortal realm. The battle of geniuses is about to begin, representing not just the central state, but the entire younger generation of the Tian continent. Fame achieved in youth brimming with vigor not only represents oneself, but also signifies the sect behind them, waiting for this battle to make a name for themselves across the world. As many sects in the central state prepared, the major sects of the other 4 states naturally could not be an exception. At this moment in the eastern state, Tai Xuan Sect.
Elder Shen truly has a remarkable disciple.
Someone remarked to Yi Miaojing's master Shen Luo Qi as the high-ranking members of Tai Xuan Sect gathered in the spacious square. Several geniuses, who were about to head to the central state, were already prepared, waiting for the Holy Maiden Yi Miaojing to finish her retreat.
In just 4 short years, she is now preparing to break through to the midstage of the Divine Bridge realm. I believe that upon her emergence, the Holy Maiden will surely achieve it. The outside world is already saying that our Taixuan Holy Maiden is the #1 among the younger generation of the eastern state.
Several elders chatted, each comment revolving around the Taixuan Holy Maiden Yi Miaojing.
With Miaojing's strength, she will certainly represent our Taixuan Sect, and even the entire eastern state, battling against those top geniuses from the central state for a place in the top 10.
A middle-aged woman in blue spoke with a smile, her cheeks slightly gaunt. Shen Luo Qi. Once an ordinary disciple among her many students, Yi Miaojing had made tremendous strides since her return from the heavenly forbidden land, both in cultivation and realm. She had even cultivated the long-lost supreme forgetting love Tao of Tai Xuan Sect, which naturally made her proud. Just as the high-ranking members of Tai Xuan Sect were conversing at that moment, a group from Tianqing Sword Sect arrived at Tai Xuan Sect. As the 2 major righteous sects of the eastern state, they naturally brought their disciples to the central state to participate in the upcoming battle of geniuses.
Greetings, elders, and greetings to the esteemed elders of Taixuan Sect.
Dressed in flowing white robes with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a handsome face, holding a sword, it was Lu Xian, accompanied by several disciples of Tianqing Sword Sect and an elder from Tianqing Sword Sect.
Lu Daozi is indeed one of the 3 great geniuses of our eastern state. In just a few short years, he has entered the Divine Bridge realm, his cultivation level nearly reaching that of the older generation of cultivators.
Shen Luo Qi, friendly and approachable, looked at Lu Xian with a smile. The cold and sharp demeanor she had towards Lin Feng vanished. One of the 3 great geniuses of the eastern state, Lu Xian, had also made rapid progress in 4 years. Although he lagged behind Yi Miaojing, he was not to be compared with ordinary young geniuses. He had already cultivated to the early stage of the Divine Bridge realm, a level that even some older cultivators of the eastern state had yet to achieve. With his identity
As the Daozi of Xuanqing Sect, he was enough to command the serious attention of the high-ranking members of Tai Xuan Sect. Perhaps it was a coincidence. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment a majestic aura surged from within Tai Xuan Sect, carrying a chill in the spiritual energy, causing the ground to freeze. After the commotion of a successful breakthrough faded away. Tap, tap, tap. A stunning figure appeared, clad in pristine white with skin as crystal clear as jade, an air of aloofness about her resembling an everlasting ice mountain snow lotus radiating a naturally cold and piercing aura. With a breathtaking visage and cascading hair like a waterfall, it was Yi Miajing appearing before everyone. Having entered the Tao with broken feelings in just 4 years, she had overshadowed all the geniuses of the Eastern State, even surpassing Yi Hanwu and Lu Xian. Naturally, her entrance attracted the attention of everyone present, especially among the disciples of Taixuan Sect.
Hiss! Why does it feel like Senior Sister Yi's strength has increased again? Such a speed of progress is too exaggerated. I had heard that the Holy Maiden was breaking through to the midstage of the Divine Bridge Realm, and now it seems she has already achieved it. With such talent looking across the entire Tian continent, including the younger generation of the Central State, who can compare with Senior Sister Yi in this battle of geniuses? Shocked voices echoed within Taixuan Sect as the disciples gazed at her with adoring eyes. It should be noted that not long had passed since Yi Miajing's previous breakthrough to the early stage of the Divine Bridge Realm, and now she had taken another step forward. It could only be described as a rapid advancement. While the Central State is indeed the core of this realm at this moment, the disciples of Taixuan Sect felt that Senior Sister Yi's talent was even greater than that of the geniuses from the Central State. Master!
Yi Miajing stood before her master Shenluo Qi, her demeanor clear and cold.
Indeed, you are the first person after our Taixuan Sect's ancestral master to cultivate the supreme forgetting love Tao. Back then, I had you give up on that waste for your own good. If it weren't for that, how could you have stepped into the midstage of the Divine Bridge Realm in such a short time?
Shenluo Qi looked at her carefully nurtured disciple, with a smile, nodding from time to time. The midstage of the Divine Bridge Realm at such a young age. This time her disciple should have no problem making the top 10 in the upcoming battle of geniuses, and she might even contend for the first place.
Since everyone is here, let's prepare to set off.
The disciples of Taixuan Sect and Xuanqing Sect, led by Yi Miajing and Lu Xian, departed from the Eastern State under the guidance of Shenluo Qi and another elder from Xuanqing Sect, heading towards the Central State. At this moment, the Xuanqing Sect in the Central State was also making similar preparations. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Recently, the entire Tian continent was abuzz with the news of the 5 states' talents battle. Numerous contemporary talents from Zhongzhou, Nanjing, Shima, and Baimen were gearing up, all heading towards Zhongzhou. At this moment, Zhongzhou was no exception. As the most powerful core of the Tian continent, the cultivators of Zhongzhou had always been exceedingly arrogant, filled with disdain and contempt for the other 4 states. Countless sects from Zhongzhou were making their way towards one of the 9 domains of Zhongzhou, the Wilderness Domain, which led to the Ascension Immortal Realm. It was a secret realm, and in recent days some had already glimpsed the 4 ethereal celestial gates within the ancient Forbidden Zone, which were gradually solidifying. These gates served as the entrance to the Ascension Immortal Realm, and the time for their complete opening was drawing near. At this time, one of the dominant forces of Zhongzhou, the Xuanqing Sect, gathered in the main hall, Xuanqing Hall, to discuss important matters. Today, naturally, it was led by Lin Feng and the other talents of the Xuanqing Sect as they prepared to head for the Ascension Immortal Realm. What was originally just a duel among talents from the lower realms unexpectedly included Lin Feng, a holy son from the upper realm, which felt like bullying. However, the entirety of the Xuanqing Sect was quite pleased with this development. With Shui Yaolao's exceptional talent and strength, she was already among the top tier in Zhongzhou. It could be said that the Xuanqing Sect would certainly secure a place among the top 10 in this talents battle. And now, with the inclusion of Lin Feng, the holy son from the upper realm,
The elders in the hall, including Sect Master Chu Tianyin, and the 6 elders had already learned about the strange phenomenon that occurred at the first peak. When the anomaly appeared, the heavens and earth changed colors. Even Shui Yalao, who possessed the cold moon jade body, could not withstand the power of that anomaly. Truly, he was worthy of being a holy son from the sacred land of the upper realm.
The participation of the Holy Sun in the talents battle is a blessing for our Xuanqing Sect,
said Chu Tianyin, standing before Lin Feng in a black gold embroidered robe, his hair gray with one arm raised. In a battle with the Taixuan dynasty, some of his old companions had gone, and never returned, leaving the sect severely weakened, and in just 4 years, he had aged significantly.
Senior Chu, please do not say that. My life was saved by your esteemed sect,
Lin Feng replied, cupping his hands in gratitude.
This debt of gratitude I, Lin Feng, will never forget.
Clad in snow-white robes, with long black hair cascading down, like ink, Lin Feng stood before Shui Yalao, and Yu Qingshan hastily addressing Chu Tianyin. Only recently did he understand why Chu Tianyin, who was so close to entering the Ascension realm, had aged so drastically. Everything was related to the battle in Zhongzhou 4 years ago, which was fought to save him.
There is no time to waste. The Holy Sun can depart with Yalao and the others for the wilderness domain now.
Chu Tianyin felt a sense of relief in his heart, smiling as he spoke. Since Lin Feng's awakening, they had interacted several times. He was clearly of a noble status, yet was unaware, showing no arrogance towards the lower realm cultivators. Just this point affirmed that his decision 4 years ago was undoubtedly correct. The wilderness domain, one of the 9 domains of Zhongzhou, while not as central as the Tiandu domain or the Huangji domain, was located on the outskirts of Zhongzhou. However, it was a region fraught with dangerous forbidden areas, including the Ascension immortal realm, which was said to be a fragment of the upper realm opening once every 100 years. Of course, as a dominant power of Zhongzhou, the illustrious Xuanqing Sect could not simply send Lin Feng, Shui Yalao, and a few talents to this talents battle.
This trip will be accompanied by 6 elders, who will accompany the Holy Sun and the others.
As soon as Chu Tianyin's words fell, the 6 elders bowed and said,
"We pay our respects to the Holy Sun."
Their profound auras were as deep as the ocean. The 6 elders, some white-haired yet youthful, others sturdy as mountains, stood before Lin Feng and spoke in unison with respect. As elders of the Xuanqing Sect, they were all at least at the Dao Palace realm, the pinnacle of this world. The 6 elders accompanied him primarily to ensure Lin Feng's safety, as the injuries from the rules within his body were still not fully healed. In addition, it was also to demonstrate the might of the Xuanqing Sect to the various sects of the 9 domains of Zhongzhou, including Dongzhou, Nanjing, Shima, and Baimen. The Xuanqing Sect, as an old dominator of Zhongzhou, had reigned over the Tiandu domain for many years, but after the battle with the Taixuan dynasty 4 years ago, it had been significantly weakened. Now other forces in Zhongzhou had begun to harbor thoughts of testing the waters. After all, places like the Tiandu domain, a core territory, were coveted by all the dominant powers of Zhongzhou. However, as the saying goes, the thin horse is still bigger than the dead camel. Moreover, the Xuanqing Sect was not dead yet, merely wounded. A powerful talent is the foundation of a sect. If the Xuanqing Sect does not stand out in this talents battle, the other major forces of Zhongzhou may very well consider replacing them. The group left Xuanqing Hall and arrived at an open area outside.
"The Holy Sun may take this vessel to the wilderness domain."
As he spoke, a small, exquisitely crafted celestial boat emerged, expanding with the wind from Chu Tianyin's palm. Whoosh! With runes swirling and spiritual light flowing, the entire vessel appeared to be sculpted from a single piece of warm spirit jade, with countless intricate and profound runes flowing like living beings. The massive celestial boat obscured half of the sky, hovering above the Xuanqing Sect. Once Lin Feng, Shui Yalao, and the other talents, along with the 6 elders of Xuanqing, boarded the vessel, they all exclaimed,
"Set sail!"
Boom! 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 Lin Feng stood at the bow of the ship, watching as the celestial boat tore through the thick clouds in the sky, which rolled back to the sides, transforming into a streak of light as they departed from the Xuanqing Sect, heading towards the wilderness domain of Zhongzhou.
In the 9 domains of Zhongzhou, aside from the Tiandu domain occupied by our Xuanqing Sect, the other 8 domains all have dominant forces. As they traveled, the celestial boats soared through the sky. Observing the torn clouds around them, Lin Feng grew curious about the various forces in Zhongzhou. At this moment, Shui Yaolao was explaining to him. As for the entire Zhongzhou, aside from the Taixuan dynasty, which had previously fought against the Xuanqing Sect, he had never understood the forces here. Zhongzhou truly deserves its reputation as the core of this world. Just the sheer number of powerful sects here is far beyond what Zhongzhou can compare to. Listening to Shui Yaolao's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He had initially thought that the difference between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou was minor, but now it seemed that the disparity was far greater than he had imagined. Dongzhou. That place has been a remote area of our Tiansong continent since ancient times. Has the Holy Sun been there before? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, one of the 2 other women from the Xuanqing Sect accompanying them, dressed in white, tall and beautiful Ling Qinghan, looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. The past is hard to recall. Standing at the bow of the ship in white robes, her long hair billowing like ink in the wind, Lin Feng gazed towards the direction of the wilderness domain, lost in thought, his expression somewhat forlorn, but he said nothing more. The wilderness, heavenly domain, one of the 9 regions of the central continent. Since the news of the upcoming opening of the celestial realm, following the 5 states, heroes war spread. Countless heroes from across the Tiansong continent have gathered here, leading to a situation where the major cities within this domain are overcrowded. Xuanqing Dao Sect. One of the 9 dominant powers in the central continent, although not as central as the Xuanqing Sect and the Taixuan dynasty, it is still the sovereign of the wilderness, heavenly domain. All the various forces within this region must rely on the Xuanqing Dao Sect to survive. As the number of heroes gathering increases, the Xuanqing Dao Sect issued a direct order. Heroes and cultivators from outside the central continent are forbidden from entering the major cities of the wilderness, heavenly domain. They may camp in the wild, waiting for the opening of the celestial realm. At this moment in Zhongzhou City, as one of the closest cities to the celestial realm in the wilderness, heavenly domain, and the core main city of this domain, heroes from the central continent, southern border, western desert, northern Mang, and eastern states all wish to enter this city before the secret realm opens. Like a primordial giant beast looming over the vast land, the city walls soar to a height of 100 zhang, constructed entirely of deep-colored basalt. That is the immaculate holy hall. The holy son Luo Xian has arrived. There is Wei Long, the Dao, son of the Tianlong Dao mansion. In the void, streams of light rapidly converged from all directions, aiming directly at Zhongzhou City. In various postures, and with myriad auras, some rode flying swords, their figures tall and straight like pines, the sword light sharp, tearing through the sky, producing piercing sounds as they soared. Pure sword cultivators. Some sat atop oddly shaped magical artifacts, whether ancient lotus platforms, luxurious flying boats, or grotesque beast bones stable as rock with runes flickering around the artifacts, light swirling. Others transformed into long rainbows, relying solely on their own thick spiritual power to envelop their bodies, like pure energy streams moving at incredible speeds, leaving lingering afterimages in the air. There were also those who floated gracefully, as if strolling leisurely, clouds forming beneath their feet, their garments billowing, seemingly riding the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. With the commencement of the 5 states, heroes were the strongest batch of heroes from the Tiansong continent, gathered not only to obtain treasures from the upper realm, but also to prove themselves in the competition for the celestial realm. If they could rank among the top 10, it would be enough to make their name known across the world. At this moment, countless heroes flying in the air, just as they were about to reach Zhongzhou City, all halted in midair and descended to the ground. Zhongzhou City has always prohibited aerial entry, as the main city controlled by the Xuanqing Dao Sect, who would dare offend the dignity of one of the 9 dominant powers of the central continent. However, at this moment, an awkward scene unfolded beneath the ancient city. Why are we not allowed to enter? This is discrimination against us, the southern border cultivators. Have you not heard of the name of my eastern state, Tai Xuan Sect? Under the massive bronze city gates, they watched as the cultivators,
and heroes from the central continent entered Xianggu's city, while heroes from the other 4 states were all blocked outside, unable to enter. The most raucous were undoubtedly the members of the Tai Xuan Sect, who had come from afar, and had just set foot in the central continent. As one of the 3 major sects, who would dare to disrespect the Taixuan Sect in the eastern state? Yet no one expected that upon arriving in the central continent, they were not even allowed to enter the city, forced to camp in the wild.
He, with so many heroes gathering in the wilderness, heavenly domain, following the orders of my Qian Yuan Dao Sect, currently all cities in the wilderness, heavenly domain only accept heroes from the central continent. Cultivators from the other 4 states, feel free to do as you wish.
Under the city gate a voice tinged with mockery rang out, the gaze dismissive, clearly showing no regard for the so-called Eastern State and Taixuan Sect. At this moment, the cultivator guarding the gate was a disciple of the Qian Yuan Dao Sect. In his eyes, only those from the 9 dominant powers of the central continent were worthy of his attention. Eastern State, Taixuan Sect, just a small sect from a remote area in front of their Qian Yuan Dao Sect. What could they be?
You are looking down on us with your dog eyes. Haven't you even heard of my Taixuan Sect?
Dressed in pink with a beautiful face, Chen Wan stood beside her senior sister Yi Miao Jing, pointing at the person blocking their entry at the city gate, and said angrily. Although not as famous as senior sister Yi Miao Jing in the eastern state, she was also a well-known hero of the Taixuan Sect, representing the sect in this hero's war. Previously, on the day when Yi Miao Jing was about to become Dao partners with Lin Feng, it was she who pointed at Lin Feng and scolded him to get out of the Taixuan Sect. Having been arrogant in the eastern state for so long, this was her first visit to the central continent. With her status, she had never faced such difficulties, especially since even an ordinary disciple from a central continent sect dared to disregard her and her companions. As one of the 3 major powers in the eastern state, to not even be allowed into a city in the central continent.
The Qian Yuan Dao Sect has had dealings with my Taixuan Sect. They wouldn't be so disrespectful, would they?
At this moment, even the elder Shen Luo Qi of the Taixuan Sect had a gloomy expression, looking coldly at the small cultivator blocking the gate. As an elder of the Taixuan Sect, her status is significant. This time she was leading the delegation representing the face of the Taixuan Sect. If this matter spread back to the eastern state, it would be a disgrace to the sect. Never did she expect to face discrimination today. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that this was the central continent, the territory of the Qian Yuan Dao Sect, she would have already acted. At this moment, coincidentally, the Tianqing Sword Sect, one of the 3 major sects from the eastern state, also arrived. Leading them was an elder from the Tianqing Sword Sect, followed by Lu Xian, the current face of the sect, and several young heroes who had just arrived. Lu Xian noticed that the members of the Taixuan Sect who were with Yi Miao Jing were actually blocked outside the city.
What happened?
Both the Taixuan Sect and my Tianqing Sword Sect are among the 3 major sects of the eastern state. Could it be that you can't even enter a city in the central continent? Dressed in white, self-assured and handsome Lu Xian appeared first, looking at the disciples of the Qian Yuan Dao Sect blocking the city gate, his expression proud, deliberately trying to impress the goddess of his heart. But little did he know cultivators from the central continent seemed to inherently look down upon those from the other 4 states, showing them absolutely no respect.
What nonsense, Taixuan Sect and Tianqing Sword Sect. Let me say this, only heroes from central continent sects can enter Xianggu City. As for you, stay wherever it is cool.
Perhaps having heard too many flattering words, the disciples of the Qian Yuan Dao Sect guarding this place were also enraged. Though merely an ordinary disciple of the Qian Yuan Dao Sect, he was indeed outmatched in strength by the prodigies gathered here from the other 4 regions. Yet fear there was truly none. Do not forget, this is Zhongzhou, the desolate heaven realm. Qian ancient city, one of the most vital metropolises under the Qian Yuan Dao Sect's dominion. Mere outsiders dared cause trouble here. Let them try. Rebellion incarnate. Tianqian Sect, Tianqing Sword Sect. Mere minor sects from the eastern region, names unheard of. Do they truly imagine themselves the Xuanqing Sect, whose assault 4 years ago nearly shattered Zhongzhou? Just as tensions flared between the two sides, what is happening? At that very moment a man emerged from Qian ancient city. A tall figure clad in flowing silver-white robes, his features strikingly handsome, bordering on unearthly. With every step a languid irreverent smile played upon his lips. His features were exquisitely refined, narrow phoenix eyes shimmering with faint arcs of lightning, their gaze both piercing and perceptive, as if tracing the hidden trajectories of fate itself. A high straight nose, thin lips, perpetually curved in a sardonic enigmatic smile, long black hair drifting softly in the wind. Feng, the young lord of the Qianyuan Dao sect, and among Zhongzhou's most celebrated prodigies of this age, his talent and renown rivaling even Shui Yaorao of the Xuanqing Sect. A powerhouse. The moment he appeared, Yi Miaojing, who had stood serene and unruffled until then, rarely betrayed a flicker of solemnity in her gaze. Greetings, young lord. These are travelers from the eastern region. By order I barred them from entering, but they refused to comply and attempted to force their way in. Upon seeing the young lord arrive, the disciples guarding the city gate instantly brightened with relief. All major cities across the desolate heaven realm are now at capacity. Prodigies from the other 4 regions should still. Before he could finish, having learned they were not from Zhongzhou, he deemed their origins unworthy of inquiry. His gaze suddenly sharp and drawn upward toward the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar reverberated through the void. Runes spiraled in luminous brilliant spiritual light pulsed rhythmically. There, soaring across the sky, was a colossal immortal vessel. Its immense hull blotted out half the heavens, tearing apart the clouds above, as it bore down upon Qian ancient city. Though distant, the young lord could still discern the character Xuanqing inscribed upon its hull. Qian ancient city had forbidden aerial passage since ancient times. No matter who you were, all must descend and enter on foot. Yet curiously, those aboard the immortal vessel showed no sign of slowing. Their course suggested they intended to land the vessel directly within the city walls. Alas, from afar only the vessel was visible, not those who stood upon it. At the prow of the vessel stood Lin Feng, flanked by Shui Yaorao and other prodigies of the Xuanqing Sect alongside 6 senior elders of the sect. I heard Qian ancient city forbids flying. Do we not need to descend and enter on foot? Lin Feng asked, glancing down at the vast city below, and the tiny ant-like figures halted before its gates. Before arriving, he had already observed numerous cultivators and prodigies, those who had flown here, descending from the skies to walk into the city. He need not worry, holy son. The so-called aerial ban imposed by the Qianyuan Dao sect applies only to others. Within Zhongzhou, as one of the 9 supremacies, the Xuanqing Sect retains considerable prestige. A mere Qian ancient city. Preposterous. Should they dare impose rules upon us, we shall dismantle it tomorrow. Their auras ran deep as oceans. 6 elders stood before Lin Feng, some venerable yet radiant, others towering and mountainous, their vital energy roaring like dragons, speaking with unapologetic audacity. Not even Qian ancient city mattered, not when 4 years ago Xuanqing Sect cultivators stormed the Huangji domain and razed the imperial palace of the great Qian dynasty. Rumor has it the palace has only just been rebuilt from its ruins. That war had left the Xuanqing Sect gravely weakened, yet it also forged their indomitable will, their unyielding pride, their sovereign dominance. To storm another supremacy-level sect and compel surrender of the 9-colored sacred lotus, such brazen audacity had no precedent across all Zhongzhou. As they spoke, the Xuanqing Sect's immortal vessel passed unimpeded into Qian ancient city. Just as promised, no Qianyuan Dao sect cultivator dared intervene. Below, however, countless prodigies and cultivators erupted in outrage. Those from Zhongzhou remained relatively composed. They had recognized the vessel's origin the moment it appeared. The mighty Xuanqing Sect, sovereign over the Tiandu domain, had it not been for the great Qian dynasty's surrender 4 years ago, its patriarch would have declared Zhongzhou sunk beneath the waves. That battle had left every sect in Zhongzhou trembling in dread. Today, who among them dares challenge the Xuanqing Sect? Yet prodigies from the eastern region, southern wilds, western deserts, and northern steppes seethed with indignation. How absurd! We're denied entry, but they fly straight in. Such blatant double standards. This is unjust. Why may they soar while we're barred from the city? Such discrimination shows utter contempt for us. We, the Xuanqing Sword Sect and Tai Xuan Sect, are among the three great sects of the eastern region. Yet the Qianyuan Dao Sect dares deny us entry. Is this how they regard us? Voices boiled over in clamorous protest, fury mounting. Proud sects like the Xuanqing Sword Sect and Tai Xuan Sect, accustomed to reverence in the East, could bear it no longer. Clad in white robes, Lu Xian stood at the fore of the crowd, his handsome face icy, his gaze locked coldly upon Feng Wuhan, young lord of the Qianyuan Dao Sect. Xuanqing Sword Sect, Taixuan Sect, what rank do you hold to presume comparison with the Xuanqing Sect, the peerless supremacy allied with our own Qianyuan Dao Sect? High-bridged nose, thin lips curled in a mocking, world-weary smirk, Feng Wuhan swept a disdainful glance over Lu Xian and let out a scornful snort. With Shui Yaorao of the Xuanqing Sect now arrived, Zhongzhou's foremost prodigies had all converged upon Qian ancient city. Soon Feng Wuhan himself would host the Zhongzhou prodigy banquet within these very walls. As young lord, his duties were manifold. He had no time to waste on idle posturing with these outsiders. Leave now or die. His smile vanished, replaced by a countenance as frigid as winter frost. Pointing directly at Lu Xian and the rest, Feng Wuhan issued his command. Boom, boom, boom. Who dares stir chaos in Qian ancient city? Kill them. At that instant, overwhelming auras surged forth from within the city, Qianyuan Dao Sect elders formidable beyond measure. That crushing pressure left Shenluoqi, and even the elder of the Xuanqing Sword Sect, stunned. Truly the Qianyuan Dao Sect deserved its title as a Zhongzhou supremacy. We withdraw? With resentment darkening her face, Shenluoqi led her sect's prodigies away, to set camp in the wilderness near the Ascension immortal realm. Even though countless prodigies from the other four states were barred from entering, only allowing individuals from the central state, the Qiangu city was still teeming with people with prodigies from major sects of the central state arriving, and the Xuanqing Sect was among the last to arrive.
Have you heard? The eldest prince of the Qian Empire has emerged from seclusion, declaring that he will make the Xuanqing Sect suffer at the prodigy banquet. The Saintess of the Holy Sect has also arrived, hailed as a top contender in this ascent to the celestial realm. Feng Wuhan has already sent invitations to the prodigies of all major sects in the central state, and soon the prodigy banquet will be held in this Qiangu city.
Before the celestial realm, which opens once every 100 years, the host Qianyuan Dao Sect always holds a grand banquet for the prodigies. At this moment within Qianyuan city, rumors spread as the names of top prodigies circulated. The Qian Empire Lioli Sect and Qianyuan Dao Sect are all dominant forces in the central state, and the prodigies participating in the ascent to the celestial realm possess remarkable strength and talent. Additionally, the recently arrived Xuanqing Sect boasts the renowned Xuanyu, one of the top figures among the younger generation in the central state. The top 10 young powerhouses of the central state have all gathered in this Qiangu city. As for the other four states, they are merely remote places. What powerful young prodigies could possibly emerge from them? In the eyes of the central state prodigies, only their own kind matters. Although the celestial realm has yet to open, the disparities between them are already evident at this prodigy banquet. Whoosh! A gigantic celestial vessel floated above Qiangu city, blocking the sun and casting a shadow over half the city.
We're here!
As the celestial vessel descended, it seemed there were already members of the Qianyuan Dao Sect waiting below. A group of dozens, all core disciples of the Qianyuan Dao Sect, treated the members of the Xuanqing Sect with courtesy, unlike their demeanor towards the cultivators from the other four states.
Greetings, Celestial Maiden. I pay my respects to the elders of the Xuanqing Sect.
The disciples of the Qianyuan Dao Sect tasked with welcoming were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 6 elders of the Xuanqing Sect, wondering if the Xuanqing Sect was truly so grand as to send 6 elders. Logically speaking, the Xuanqing Sect didn't need to mobilize so many strong figures for a single prodigy battle, especially with Lin Feng, the Holy Sun from the upper realm, present. What intrigued them even more was the strange feeling that whether it was Xianyao or the 6 elders of the Xuanqing Sect, they seemed to be subtly centered around the white-clad man before them.
This is the invitation prepared by our Qianyuan Dao Sect's young master for the prodigies of the Xuanqing Sect. You may attend the prodigy banquet tomorrow.
Even within the current Qiangu city, the qualifications to attend the prodigy banquet are rare, let alone having the young master Feng Wuheng personally send the invitation. Xianyao received a golden invitation.
Holy Son!
She respectfully handed it to Lin Feng. This scene caused a stir among the nearby members of the Qianyuan Dao Sect. What is happening? Xianyao is a prodigy on par with their young master Feng Wuheng, and the status of this celestial maiden in the Xuanqing Sect is unimaginable. When has she ever shown such respect to anyone else? Dressed in white, that shone brighter than snow, with a handsome visage and extraordinary demeanor, although they didn't yet know his identity given his presence with the Xuanqing Sect, it was clear his status was not low.
I will definitely attend tomorrow if I have the time.
With the invitation in his hand, Lin Feng casually glanced at it, his voice calm, as he spoke to the members of the Qianyuan Dao Sect before him.
Our Qianyuan Dao Sect has already prepared temporary accommodations for your sect's people, and you may head there now.
Knowing that the main figure of the Xuanqing Sect this time was the white-clad man before them, the disciples of the Qianyuan Dao Sect clasped their fists, their expressions respectful. Being one of the 9 dominant forces in the central state, this is the standing of the Xuanqing Sect. Many cultivators outside Qiangu city couldn't even enter, while the host, the Qianyuan Dao Sect, had already prepared accommodations in advance.
Lead the way!
Under the guidance of 10 core disciples of the Qianyuan Dao Sect, Lin Feng and his group headed towards the temporary accommodations prepared for them. A night passed. The courtyard was elegant, with a small bridge and flowing water, and the surrounding spiritual energy enhanced by the spiritual gathering formation set up by the Qianyuan Dao Sect was abundant.
Holy Son, the prodigy banquet has begun. We can set off now.
In the courtyard, standing before Lin Feng, were 3 men and 3 women, including Xuanyao, the current prodigies of the Xuanqing Sect, Yu Qishan and Ling Qihan. The prodigy banquet gathers the most powerful prodigies of the current central state, and besides indulging in drink and merriment, there will also be tests of their respective strengths. Lin Feng, although only having removed half of the injuries from his laws, was not at his peak strength. His realm was at the same level as Xuanyu, in the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. However, after the previous incident, those present would not regard Lin Feng as just another prodigy from the lower realm. The strength of the Holy Sun far exceeds that of all the prodigies in the central state. In their eyes, Lin Feng's participation in the ascent to the celestial realm was merely a formality intended to obtain the holy medicine within. However, Xianyao still mentioned some formidable prodigies expected to appear at the prodigy banquet as they set off.
Over the years, those who could compare with me among the younger generation in the central state include the eldest prince of the Deqian Empire, Feng Wuhen of the Qianyuan Dao Sect, and the Saintess, Ling of the Lioli Sect. Other prodigies from several major dominant forces are merely a notch below. Now that many years have passed, I don't even know how far along they have progressed, but I imagine it shouldn't be too significant in front of the Holy Sun.
With 3,000 silver strands of hair, dressed in a plain white garment, her beauty unmatched, tall and graceful, her skin as if sculpted from ice, Xianyao spoke as she followed beside Lin Feng, her steps unceasing. Once her master Chu Tianyan had told her that among those comparable to her cold moon jade body in the world, there were few in the Tian Song continent, and she would rank high even in the upper realm. This was Xuanyou's greatest pride. However, on that day, at the first peak, her pride was completely shattered before Lin Feng, the Holy Sun from the upper realm. A full moon hung in the sky, transforming the heavens and the earth, causing all things to lose their color. She had never felt such a sense of oppression among her contemporaries. Later she had mentioned this to her master Chu Tianyan, seeking to understand what kind of constitution the Holy Sun possessed. But what she received was that even her master didn't understand it well. However, her master had once said something to her that she remembered vividly. That is the constitution of Lin Feng. This Holy Sun was under a seal due to the injuries from the laws. In other words, the phenomenon they witnessed that day at the first peak was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true constitution. Within Qianyuan City, as the grand gathering of talents commenced, countless young cultivators were stirred. The grand gathering of talents does not only allow the top 9 overlord powers of Zhongzhou to participate, but one must possess a certain level of fame truly embodying the phrase dragons and phoenixes among men. That is the Holy Sun Luo Xian. Although the pure holy palace he belongs to is not on par with the 9 overlord powers of Zhongzhou, it is said that this Holy Sun has now stepped into the divine bridge realm. Wei Long Daozi has also appeared. At this moment, the broad streets of the city were already filled with onlookers, young cultivators watching as the youthful elites walked forward. With each passing figure, a chorus of exclamations arose. With diverse postures and countless auras, the powerful figures attending the grand gathering of talents appeared, some transformed into radiant rainbows, while others floated gracefully, seemingly riding the wind, exuding an indescribable transcendent aura. At that moment, among the crowd surrounding the streets, Chen Wan, who had been barred from entering Qian Ancient City, and another woman from the Tai Xuan Sect appeared. Qian Ancient City does not allow our entrance. I heard that the grand gathering of talents has begun, and only those from Zhongzhou are permitted to participate. I want to see how these so-called talents from Zhongzhou measure up against senior sister Yi and senior brother Lu Xian. Dressed in pink, her beautiful face showing discontent, Chen Wan recalled how they had been denied entry into Qian Ancient City the day before, and the arrogant demeanor of the disciples from the Qian Yuan Dao sect filled her with frustration. It's just that this place isn't the territory of our Taixuan Sect, otherwise I would make them regret it. Senior sister Chen, we obtained the token to enter the city by purchasing it from a Zhongzhou talent using spirit stones. If Elder Shen and senior sister Yi find out, it could be problematic. Beside her, Ling expressed her concerns. Both of them were disciples sent by the Tai Xuan Sect to Zhongzhou to participate in the grand gathering of talents. Although the Tai Xuan Sect had only one objective this time, which was for the Holy Maiden Yi Miaojing to enter the top 10 in the gathering, the strength of both Chen Wan and Ling could not be underestimated, being only slightly weaker than the top 3 talents of the eastern state, Yi Hongwu, Lu Xian, and their own senior sister Yi. Logically speaking, they should not have been able to enter Qian Ancient City, but wherever there are cultivators, there are interests at play. After spending a considerable amount of spirit stones to purchase a token to enter the city from a Zhongzhou talent, they managed to enter without any hindrance. After entering the city, they heard of the commencement of the grand gathering of talents, which only the top talents of Zhongzhou could attend, instantly piquing the interest of the prideful Chen Wan. It is said that the strong from Zhongzhou on the Tian San continent, whether young talents or elder cultivators, far surpass those from the eastern state. Chen Wan's heart has always been unconvinced. As for that demoness from the Huan sect, it must be known that in this era both her own senior sister Yi and Lu Xian Daozi are true talents of the eastern state, unmatched in a millennium. She wanted to see how the so-called talents of Zhongzhou measure up against senior sister Yi and senior brother Lu Xian. Is that all? They don't seem that impressive. With a cold snort, Chen Wan looked disdainfully at the young cultivators passing by on the street, heading to the grand gathering of talents. Roar! 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 At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed, shaking the surroundings. A figure approached, exuding vigor and grace, causing the surrounding talents from Zhongzhou to tremble. It's Prince Xiaoqian of the Deqian dynasty. Standing tall with a rugged face and deep abyss-like eyes, he was surrounded by dragon energy. Xiaoqian, the son of the current emperor of Qian, is one of the top talents of Zhongzhou, whose fame is comparable to that of the heavenly maiden Shui Yaolao of the Xuanqing Sect. Boom! Boom! With each step he took, the ground trembled. The overwhelming pressure was something Chen Wan had never seen before. She could not fathom how someone among the current young talents could possess such an aura, even rivaling the elders of their Taixuan Sect. He has some strength, I suppose. Perhaps unable to let go of her pride, Chen Wan could only say this. The prince of the Grand Deqian dynasty, one of the strongest young talents in Zhongzhou, was merely regarded by her as having some strength. At some point, pink petals began to drift down from the streets as a figure of a woman stepped through the air, once again igniting the cheers from the crowd. It's the Ling Long Holy Maiden. Clad in translucent snow-white garments, her clothes danced in the wind. Her slim and exquisite figure possessed a cold yet resilient beauty, with a long elegant neck and a waist that could hardly be grasped. Her features were stunningly beautiful, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, and behind her followed a group of female disciples from the Holy Sect heading toward the grand gathering of talents. After the Ling Holy Maiden disappeared, she had enchanted countless young talents around. Is she just moderately pretty? Who knows about her strength? Despite her jealousy, Xuanqing seemed to dismiss the beauty, believing that the true measure of a talent should be based on strength and innate ability, not just looks. Just as Xuanqing wore a face of disdain, thinking that these so-called talents of Zhongzhou were nothing special, a group approached from the distance. It's the heavenly maiden of the Xuanqing Sect, Xuanqing. Strange, who is the man walking ahead of the heavenly maiden? The heavenly maiden Xuanqing is one of the top talents of Zhongzhou. Her fame is not at all inferior to that of Prince Shaoqian and the Ling Holy Maiden who had passed before. What intrigued the surrounding talents from Zhongzhou at that moment was that the current heavenly maiden Xuanqing was deliberately making way for another man, allowing him to walk in front. The man was none other than Lin Feng. Incredibly, it must be noted that among the young generation of Zhongzhou, no one dared to claim they could defeat the heavenly maiden. Yet Lin Feng appeared too unfamiliar. Many talents from Zhongzhou expressed they had never seen him before. However, just because the people from Zhongzhou had not seen him did not mean that everyone present had not. For instance, 4 years ago, at the Tai Xuan Sect, when Xuanqing had berated Lin Feng and ordered him to leave. Well, what's going on? Lin Feng. Is that him? Xuanqing and Ling wore expressions of shock, confusion, and disbelief. The Xuanqing Sect? From the murmurs around, they had already gathered that this group approaching them held a significant status in Zhongzhou. But the issue was that the man leading the group seemed familiar to them, yet they could not be certain, especially the woman known as Xuanqing standing behind Lin Feng. With 3,000 silver strands cascading down like snow, gently falling to her delicate waist, her pure white garments clung to her slender form, her tall stature and skin as sculpted as ice and snow, absolutely beautiful with an aloof demeanor. How could such a woman possibly lower herself to be beneath a waist who cannot cultivate? Additionally, the other 5 talents from the Xuanqing Sect, like Ling Qihan and Yu Qingshan, all exuded an overwhelming presence, yet they followed Lin Feng respectfully. Most importantly, the current Lin Feng was vastly different from the one at the Tai Xuan Sect back then. The transformation was simply too great. Dressed in white garments as pure as snow, his ethereal aura approached that of a celestial being, exuding a powerful spiritual force that was incomparable to the waste they had expelled from the Taixuan Sect. It's just that he looks very similar. It shouldn't. It can't be him. With a trembling voice, Xuanqing expressed her uncertainty. Young master, what is it? Following Lin Feng's gaze backward, Xuanqing saw 2 unremarkable women amidst the crowd, yet the young master's expression suggested he knew them well. Nothing of consequence. Let us be on our way. With a refined, handsome face, Lin Feng smiled faintly, unprepared to encounter Xuanqing and Ling here today. Disciples of the Taixuan Sect, the 2 young women were junior cultivators of Yumiaojing, and among the most gifted prodigies of their generation, second only to the sect's Holy Maiden. Though acquainted, their relationship was far from amicable. During his decade at the Taixuan Sect, in their eyes, he had been nothing more than a worthless burden who had delayed Yumiaojing's cultivation, unworthy even of remaining within the sect. When he was cast out of the Taixuan Sect, their voices had been among the loudest in the chorus of condemnation. There was thus no reason, nor desire, to acknowledge them now. At Lin Feng's lead, the elite disciples of the Xuanqing Sect vanished before the crowd's gaze, heading toward the site of the prodigy banquet. Meanwhile, behind them, Xuanqing and Ling stood motionless, brows furrowed in quiet bewilderment, as they watched Lin Feng's retreating figure fade into the distance. The Xuanqing Sect, one of the 9 supreme powers of the central prefecture, for years ago, it forced the great Qian imperial dynasty into formal surrender. Especially its celestial maiden Xuanqing, renowned as one of the supreme prodigies of our age in the central prefecture, a rarity even across the entire Tiansong continent.
Yet that white-robed man walking ahead of the Celestial Maiden, I have never seen him before.
Soon they learned from bystanders which sect this procession belonged to.
Xuanqing Sect. I seem to recall Elder Chen mentioning it once. Peerless Celestial Maiden. Supreme prodigy of the Central Prefecture. Countable on one hand across the entire Tiansong continent.
Hearing Shui Yarao's introduction, Chen Wan and Li Linger were deeply shaken. How could this Xuanqing Celestial Maiden possibly surpass even their own Holy Maiden and senior brother Lu Xian? Yet recalling their surroundings, filled with natives of the Central Prefecture, they dismissed the praise as mere exaggeration after all their Holy Maiden and senior brother Lu Xian had spent decades cultivating in the Eastern Prefecture unknown to these Central Prefecture elites.
Once the Prodigy War begins, these arrogant Central Prefecture cultivators will finally understand the true might of our Holy Maiden and senior brother Lu Xian.
Exactly. With disdain, Chen Wan and Li Linger scoffed, yet this exchange only reinforced one certainty in their minds.
He certainly cannot be who we suspect. The Xuanqing Sect is a top-tier sect of the Central Prefecture. A mundane mortal utterly devoid of cultivation talent could never enter such a sect, let alone walk ahead of its Celestial Maiden.
Having reached this conclusion, they dismissed the Central Prefecture prodigies present at the banquet as unimpressive, and turned away, departing without another glance. Qianyuan Hall, situated deep within the inner city, was the sacred heart of the Qianyuan Dao sect, and today hosted the prodigy banquet.
Is that Dao disciple Wei Long? I did not expect you to attend this time. Holy Son Luo Xian has reached the divine bridge realm in just a few short years, truly cause for celebration.
Within the vast resplendent hall, prodigies from across the Central Prefecture had already begun arriving, radiant light shimmering, auspicious energy swirling. They exchanged courteous smiles, or murmured softly in conversation. All were the foremost scions of their generation, elegant, self-assured in every gesture. Many had already taken their seats, raising wine cups amid fragrant aromas that filled the hall like drifting clouds. Prodigies from the Central Prefecture's major powers were already present. Prince Xiao Qian of the Great Qian Imperial Dynasty, Holy Maiden Ling Long of the Luli Sect, and Feng Wuheng, the banquet's host. They occupied the highest tier of seating, representing the pinnacle of the Central Prefecture's younger generation. Shortly thereafter, the Xuanqing Sect delegation arrived.
Ah, the Celestial Maiden Shui of the Xuanqing Sect. Please do enter.
At the hall's entrance, disciples of the Qianyuan Dao sect had long awaited her arrival, for all 8 other supreme powers had already sent their representatives. Only Shui Yarao remained.
The Xuanqing Celestial Maiden is among the strongest prodigies of our era in the Central Prefecture. Indeed, years ago she and Holy Maiden Ling Long were hailed as the 2 most gifted celestial maidens of our age.
With the Xuanqing sect's arrival, it seemed inevitable. Everyone expected Shui Yarao to represent them. Just as guests began recounting her legendary feats, something unexpected caught their attention. For the figure leading the Xuanqing sect's procession was an unfamiliar white-robed man, while Shui Yarao herself stood obediently behind him.
What is happening? Who is this person? I've never heard of him in the Xuanqing sect. How dare he walk ahead of the Celestial Maiden? I have no idea.
Instantly, countless gazes converged. Prince Xiao Qian, Holy Maiden Ling Long, and Feng Wuheng alike wore expressions of utter confusion, scrutinizing Lin Feng from head to toe. Yet seeing Shui Yarao remain silent, none dared interfere in the Xuanqing sect's internal affairs, except Prince Xiao Qian, whose gaze upon Lin Feng and his entourage held unmistakable hostility. Clad in a silvery white robe, his features strikingly beautiful, almost unearthly, his delicate elongated phoenix eyes gleamed with sharp penetrating insight, as if tracing the very threads of fate. It was Feng Wuheng, rising from his seat at the head of the hall, gesturing warmly, with a smile, to invite Lin Feng and his companions to the highest tier, the honored seats reserved for the 9 supreme powers. Though titled a prodigy banquet, seating followed strict hierarchy. Given both the Xuanqing sect's prestige and Shui Yarao's long-standing fame among the Central Prefecture's youth, Lin Feng's group could not possibly be seated anywhere but the front.
We apologize for the intrusion.
Lin Feng clasped his fists in salute toward Feng Wuheng, then led Shui Yarao, and the others toward the elevated seats. At once, the hall grew markedly quieter. Countless eyes fixed upon Lin Feng, still uncertain of his identity yet intensely curious. All waited to see who would ultimately take the Xuanqing Sect seat, the famed celestial maiden Xueyao, or this stranger named Lin Feng.
Young master, please be seated.
Then, an astonishing sight unfolded. With flowing silver-white hair, and draped in pristine white gauze robes, her beauty transcendent, and stature statuesque Xueyao, the eternally aloof celestial maiden of the Xuanqing Sect, produced a silk scarf, and meticulously wiped the seat clean before inviting Lin Feng to sit. Then she stood quietly behind him, her posture that of a devoted attendant. The spectacle stunned the entire hall. Prince Shaoqian, Holy Maiden Ling Feng Wuhan, and all the other supreme prodigies present recoiled in disbelief. Was this truly the same Xueyao they knew, the peerless radiant celestial maiden of the Xuanqing Sect? In the vast Qianyuan Palace, all eyes were currently focused on Lin Feng. Those present were undoubtedly the most powerful prodigies of the central continent, including the likes of Feng Wuhan and the Linglong Saintess. For an ordinary young prodigy, even handling such a scene would be difficult.
Actually, you don't have to be like this.
Ignoring the myriad gazes directed at him, Lin Feng turned to the side and remarked to Xueyao, understanding her intention to humble herself in order to elevate his status.
As the Holy Sun, your identity is noble. This is what Yao should do.
With a smile on her delicate face, Xueyao winked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes resembling ice crystals. Their conversation was too far from the others for anyone to overhear. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and took his seat, finally beginning to look at the gathered crowd in the palace.
I am Lin Feng, here representing the Xuanqing Sect.
Without further explanation, he simply stated his name, calmly addressing the curious gazes within the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, someone began to scrutinize him with a questioning gaze.
Lin Feng. Among the young prodigies of the central continent, I have never heard this name. What strength do you possess that allows the Snow Saintess to stand behind you while you take a seat?
It must be noted that only certain individuals could occupy the 9 prestigious seats above. If it were Xueyao, the Xuanqing Saintess, she had long been renowned among the younger generation of the central continent, one of the strongest prodigies alongside Prince Shaoqian Feng Wuhan and the Linglong Saintess. No one would dare challenge her right to sit there. However, the gathered prodigies of the central continent expressed that they had never heard of this name before, let alone seen the person.
To sit in the 9 prestigious seats, one must have sufficient strength. Do you have it?
At this moment, a man rose from a seat just below the 9 prestigious ones. His face was stern, his posture tall, dressed in black, exuding a powerful aura. He looked at Lin Feng with a questioning expression.
He is Wei Long, the disciple of the Tianlong Dao Palace.
Soon a voice of reverence from within the hall revealed his identity. Although the Tianlong Dao Palace is not among the 9 dominant forces of the central continent, it is still a top-tier sect beneath those powers located in this wild celestial domain, often commanding respect even from the Qianyuan Dao sect. Disciple Wei Long, though not on par with figures like Prince Shaoqian and the Linglong Saintess, is nonetheless a notable prodigy in the central continent, having been famous for a long time among the younger generation.
Although the Xuanqing Sect is powerful, that does not mean they can send anyone to sit alongside the Linglong Saintess and others. This is true. If that position were taken by the Snow Saintess, we would naturally accept it, but if it is this person.
With Wei Long taking the lead in questioning Lin Feng, a chorus of agreement erupted within the hall. Everyone present was a long-renowned prodigy of the central continent. Having an unknown individual sit above them alongside the likes of Feng Wuhan and the Linglong Saintess was something they could not accept. In fact, at the moment Lin Feng took that position, not only the younger prodigies of the central continent harbored doubts about him. Even among the 8 prestigious seats beside him, the others also regarded Lin Feng with curiosity.
There's a spectacle to watch.
A sound like a silver bell echoed in laughter. Her features were exquisite and beautiful, 3,000 strands of hair cascading over her snow-colored garments, exuding a cool and resilient aura rivaling even Xueyao. As if a celestial being had descended, she was none other than the Linglong Saintess. She was all too aware of how proud Shui Yelao, the Xuanqing Saintess, was. Her eyes shimmering with purple brilliance, observed Lin Feng with curiosity.
I am quite eager to see what kind of charm the person who could make the Xuanqing Saintess voluntarily give up her seat possesses.
She chuckled lightly, exuding charm and beauty.
While Wei Long may not be considered a true powerhouse, he is certainly not someone an ordinary person can contend with.
Feng Wuhan remarked, his nose high and his thin lips curved in a semblance of a smile. Having dealt with the Tianlong Dao Palace frequently, within this wild celestial domain, even, he could not claim, he could easily defeat Wei Long.
If you cannot even handle a mere Wei Long, the Xuanqing Sect will truly lose face.
A voice of mockery rang out, echoing through the hall without any pretense. With a rugged face, and deep abyss-like eyes clad in a black and gold dragon robe surrounded by threads of dragon aura, if anyone present among the other 8 prestigious seats held the most resentment towards the Xuanqing Sect, it would undoubtedly be Prince Shaoqian of the Taixuan Empire. For years ago, his battle with the Xuanqing Sect not only severely wounded the Taixuan Empire, but also led to a humiliating surrender of the 9-color Holy Lotus, resulting in the old emperor's demise. It could be said that his participation in the prodigy banquet and the subsequent ascension to the celestial realm was solely to seek trouble with the Xuanqing Sect. At this moment, all eyes in the Qianyuan Palace were focused on Wei Long and Lin Feng.
Strength.
He halted the actions of Shui Yaolao and Yu Qingshan, as well as Ling Qinghan behind him. Facing the surrounding voices of doubt, Lin Feng remained composed in his seat.
If it refers to dealing with scum like you, I should have some strength, I suppose.
As he spoke, he poured himself a glass of wine, took a light sip, and with a smile turned his gaze toward Wei Long, who was not far below him.
Seeking death.
A furious roar erupted. With a surge of blood and spiritual energy, Wei Long's eyes turned slightly red as he unleashed a dragon-shaped phantom towards Lin Feng. Having spent years in this wild celestial domain, even Feng Wuhan, the young master of the Qianyuan Dao sect, treated him with respect. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. After all, he was merely an insignificant nobody. He believed his power was well controlled. This strike was meant to merely injure Lin Feng, not take his life, as he still needed to maintain some face for the Xuanqing Sect.
The one seeking death is you.
Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, a wisp of green light swirling and rising from his fingertips, intertwined with strands of purple thunder power. This force was exceedingly dangerous, seemingly beyond the realm of ordinary techniques. It was merely a casual strike, extending his finger to point. Crack. The dragon shadow rushing towards him shattered inch by inch under Lin Feng's attack, vanishing completely. The green light, still infused with purple thunder power, surged forward without losing momentum. Blood sprayed from Wei Long as his figure was sent flying, scattering wine and spirit fruits from the seats below. At this moment, for some reason, Shui Yelao, standing behind Lin Feng, looked at his recent strike with a thoughtful expression in her beautiful eyes. With a single strike, Wei Long was heavily injured, collapsing to the ground. The young talents who were initially gathered to watch the spectacle suddenly changed their expressions.
Wei Long, the Dao child, was actually defeated in one blow.
After a brief silence, it was replaced by the astonished voices of the young talents. Wei Long had been renowned among the younger generation in the central region for many years, standing only below the few on the 8 prominent seats above. In other words, if placed in any of the other 4 regions, he would already be a prodigy sweeping through an era. To be defeated in one blow like this with just this scene alone, Lin Feng, who was previously a stranger, had already dispelled the doubts of the many young talents present. At this moment, above on the other 8 prominent seats, Prince Shaoqian, Saintess, Ling and Feng Wuhan had shifted their gazes from curiosity to seriousness. With their strength, defeating Wei Long was naturally not a problem, but Lin Feng had just delivered that single strike.
What do you think?
A hint of surprise appeared on the exquisitely beautiful face of Saintess Ling as she looked toward the others.
Very strong.
The smile at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth vanished, and he seemed to become serious, casting a solemn look at Lin Feng from across the seats.
He has some strength, but he just hasn't encountered me yet.
The arrogant voice of Prince Shaoqian from the Daqian dynasty rang out. Although he had altered his previous attitude slightly, he still seemed to look down on Lin Feng.
As expected of the Saint's son. How could these people know the true depths of the Saint's son?
Behind him, Yu Qingshan, Ling Qinghan, and others laughed, having not experienced the transformation of the first peak and the extraordinary phenomenon of the bright moon. Perhaps they were just like the people in the hall in front of them. Only after experiencing that scene did they understand the vast gap between the beings of the upper realm and the young prodigies of the lower realm. At this moment behind them, after witnessing Lin Feng strike Shui Yaolao, seemed to be in deep thought, her pretty face hesitating for a moment.
The strike from the Saint's son just now shares the same origin as the Xuanqing Jing I practice, but it seems to be even more profound and powerful.
Shui Yaolao spoke with a hint of confusion in her eyes. The Xuanqing Jing was the highest Tao of the Xuanqing Sect, and in this life only she and her master Chu Tianyan had successfully cultivated it. But just now she felt a similar yet even more mysterious power in Lin Feng's strike. Could it be that what she and her master practiced was merely a fragmented version of the true Xuanqing Jing?
Xuanqing Jing. No, in the upper realm sanctum the true name of the technique I practice is the Xuanqing Di Jing.
Hearing Shui Yaolao's words from behind, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then pondered slightly before understanding. The inheritance of the Xuanqing Sect and the upper realm Xuanqing Sanctum naturally shared the same lineage. However, compared to the true Xuanqing Di Jing, the version passed down in this lower realm Xuanqing Sect was perhaps merely a fragmented method of the Di Jing. Otherwise it would have been impossible for Shui Yaolao, with her talent of the Han Yuut, to cultivate the Xuanqing Di Jing. This was not Lin Feng's underestimation, but rather based on what he knew. Even among the entire upper realm sanctums, he was the only one who had successfully cultivated it, so the difficulty was evident.
Xuanqing Di Jing. D.
The mention of this title caused a flicker of shock to pass across Shui Yaolao's face. Even when she first began her cultivation, she had heard of the world's realms ranked from low to high, which were body refining, chi gathering, spirit condensation, divine bridge, Tao palace, ascending to heaven, quasi-saint, saint realm, quasi-emperor, and emperor realm. The pinnacle of this realm was merely the Tao palace realm, while the higher realms existed solely in the upper realm. And the emperor. Such exalted existence was just a figment of the imagination of lower realm cultivators. It was said that any emperor lorded over the entire world, shaking the very fabric of time and space, with the Tao itself bowing at their feet, unbound by cause and effect, never falling to the yellow spring, hard to bury in the earth. A single thought could shatter the heavens, fracturing the universe. The Xuanqing Di Jing. Thus the path cultivated by the Saint's son is the technique created by an emperor. The mysterious and supreme physical manifestation, coupled with the cultivation of the Di Jing, at this moment Lin Feng became even more enigmatic in the eyes of Shui Yaolao. Perhaps even in the upper realm that transcends the Tian Song continent, the Saint's son is indeed an extraordinary person. With just a slight display of power, he defeated Wei Long in a single strike, which had already surpassed countless prodigies of the central region, and could stand alongside the few. In the eyes of the many young talents in the Qianyuan Hall, at this moment Lin Feng undoubtedly qualified to sit among the 9 prominent seats. However, since most were convinced, not everyone was satisfied, such as the Prince Shaoqian of the Dacian dynasty, who was currently seated alongside Lin Feng. Since the appearance of the people from the Xuanqing Sect, he had found them displeasing to the eye. Just as the scene was filled with camaraderie among the young talents, with cups being exchanged and conversations flowing.
For years ago, the Xuanqing Sect forcefully invaded my Dacian dynasty, causing great harm to my dynasty. Today this prince would like to see how powerful the contemporary prodigies of the Xuanqing Sect truly are.
With a tall stature and an imposing aura surrounded by strands of dragon energy swirling around him, this was the unique physical power of the royal lineage of the Dacian dynasty. Xiao Qian could no longer restrain himself, standing up and pointing at Lin Feng.
I initially wanted to duel with Shui Yaolao, but since you are sitting in this seat today, let's start with you.
With a rugged face, he spoke with a cold tone, staring deeply at Lin Feng. It seemed that this prince intended to challenge all the young talents of the Xuanqing Sect in the hall by himself, with only one purpose: to reclaim the humiliation of the Dacian dynasty from 4 years ago, on the bodies of the Xuanqing Sect's prodigies.
Prince Xiaoqian's strength is not something Wei Long can compare to. Yes, possessing the powerful dragon soul body, I heard not long ago that this prince's strength had advanced further. Even among the top prodigies in the 9 prominent seats, there are hardly any who can surpass this prince now.
With the appearance of this scene, the atmosphere in the hall, which had just calmed down after Wei Long's defeat, undoubtedly became lively again. Many young talents below were whispering to each other. The dragon soul body is a unique physique of the Dacian royal lineage, one of the top physiques in the Tian Song continent, seemingly not inferior to Shui Yaolao's Han Yut. But precisely because of this, not every member of the Dacian royal family could possess it. In this life, only the great Prince Xiaoqian had it.
In my opinion, this person can defeat Wei Long, but when compared to Prince Xiaoqian, it is uncertain. The dragon soul body is one of the top physiques in our Tian Song continent. If Shui Tiannu does not intervene, no one among the contemporary prodigies of the Xuanqing Sect can match Prince Xiaoqian.
As they truly knew nothing about Lin Feng's identity and background, many present held such opinions. If this person really possessed a strong physique, he would have already made a name for himself among the young generation of the central region many years ago. Until this moment, all the prodigies present in the hall believed that among the geniuses of the Xuanqing Sect, only the exquisite form of Shui Yaolao could rival Xiaoqian's dragon soul body.
Is the dragon soul body really that strong?
Lin Feng asked curiously, as his gaze swept around. Having just heard the voices of those around him, Lin Feng understood that the so-called confidence of this prince of the Dacian Empire stemmed from his so-called dragon soul body. He knew quite a bit about the 3,000 physiques across the realms, including the top 10, such as the ancient sacred body, the supreme Tao body, and the overlord body, but he had never heard of any so-called dragon soul body.
Haha, is it your ignorance? You haven't even heard of the dragon soul body, one of the top physiques of our Tian Song continent. That is a unique supreme body of the Dacian Empire, ranking among the top 3 of our Tian Song continent. Perhaps let the snow heavenly girl behind you take action, otherwise with your strength you will surely be no match for Xiaoqian the prince.
Seeing that Lin Feng was unaware of a physique like the dragon soul body, many admirers of Xiaoqian around them immediately mocked Lin Feng. Not knowing about such a top physique of Tian Song continent, what does that imply?
A powerful physique is fundamental for the prodigies of this era, and you seem completely oblivious to it. Perhaps I overestimated you just now. You are not qualified to fight me at all.
Since ancient times, the dragon soul body of the Dacian royal family has been renowned, and perhaps he sensed Lin Feng's ignorance.
Saint Sun, the dragon soul body is.
At this moment, Shui Yaolao was introducing Lin Feng to the dragon soul body of the Dacian royal family. As a top prodigy of the central state, having battled several times, Shui Yaolao undoubtedly understood Xiaoqian's physique more than most present. Soon Lin Feng understood what this so-called dragon soul body was all about.
So, you dare to call this physique the supreme body?
Clad in white robes, still seated, Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. He thought he was the one being ignorant, but unexpectedly, as laughter erupted, many prodigies in the hall heard and saw it. For some reason, what they felt was Lin Feng's disdain towards the dragon soul body, a sign of contempt.
You seek death.
Xiaoqian was enraged. A nameless nobody had no right to laugh loudly before him. In that case, roar. 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 The powerful dragon roar echoed within Xiaoqian, shaking the entire hall. Behind him, a purple spiritual light surged, and a dragon shadow began to materialize behind him, exuding an astonishing aura. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared like the wind, graceful and agile, blocking the space between Lin Feng and Xiaoqian. Dressed in a silver-white robe, it was Feng Wuhan.
Today's banquet is hosted by my Qian Yuan Dao Sect. Can Brother Xiao spare my face and let this end here?
With a solemn expression, Feng Yuan's gaze remained primarily on Xiaoqian as he spoke. Originally meant to be a grand feast, Wei Long had just been seriously injured and carried away. If there were any more casualties, what would happen to the banquet for prodigies? That would be a blow to the prestige of the Qian Yuan Dao Sect. Moreover, there was another crucial point. The Xuanqing Sect and the Taixuan Empire had enmity, but he did not want to drag his Qianyuan Dao sect into it. Judging from Shui Yaoao's attitude towards Lin Feng earlier, he understood this person's status in the Xuanqing Sect. If anything happened to him, one must remember that there were 6 elders of the Xuanqing Sect in Qianyuan City. With the Xuanqing Sect's dominance, a great battle would inevitably ensue. Even he, the young master of Qianyuan, could not bear such responsibility. Fear. Fear that Lin Feng might have an accident in the battle against Shaoqian. It must be said that this young master of Qianyuan considered the matter thoroughly. In just a few breaths, his thoughts meticulous. Unfortunately, he did not notice that at this moment, standing behind Lin Feng, none of the 6 prodigies from the Xuanqing Sect, including Shui Yaoao, showed any signs of worry. Curious yet aware that this was ultimately the territory of the Qianyuan Dao sect. Roar. 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 The dragon shadow behind Shaoqian continued to hover, filling the entire hall, the ground trembling, with a powerful aura far surpassing that of Wei Long. As Feng Wuhan stood in front after a moment's hesitation, Shaoqian slowly spoke.
In that case, for the sake of Brother Feng, let us each strike once without harming his life.
His tone carried a hint of reluctance, as if Shaoqian thought that if Feng Wuhan hadn't intervened today, even if Lin Feng wasn't seriously injured, he would still end up like Wei Long, being carried out.
Thank you.
With a sigh of relief, Feng Wuhan cupped his fist toward Shaoqian, and his figure disappeared like the wind, returning to his previous seat.
You go first, lest you don't even have a chance to strike.
With no one to stop him, Shaoqian once again looked at Lin Feng and spoke. He was very confident that even with just one strike under delayed action, he could make Lin Feng unable to retaliate.
Sure.
Lin Feng's lips curled into a hint of sarcasm, not wasting words, maintaining his technique. A surge of green light rose from his fingertip, and the purple thunder power danced, seemingly akin to the Xuanqing Sect's Xuanqing stunning scripture. However, knowing the Saint Sun's cultivation in imperial law, Shui Yaoao's attention was evidently piqued at this moment.
This is tearing space.
Whispering softly, barely audible, her words were only heard by Shui Yaoao herself, and a look of shock flashed across her delicate face. She saw subtle spatial cracks appearing amidst the flickering purple lightning. Without careful observation, it would be impossible to notice. It must be known that in this world only those at the Ascension stage before soaring can possess the ability to tear space, while Lin Feng's current realm was merely the same as hers in the Divine Bridge realm, with several layers of major realm differences, yet he could casually point and tear space. This is how terrifying the Xuanqing imperial scripture can be. Just as Shui Yaoao's heart was shaken. Boom. Lin Feng pointed, with green light swirling and purple thunder raging, piercing through the void toward Shaoqian. Having not fully recovered his strength, the power of the Xuanqing imperial scripture that Lin Feng could currently mobilize was only 1% of its original might, but it was still sufficient to deal with someone like Shaoqian.
Just a trivial technique. Do you take me for Wei Long?
Shaoqian's face showed confidence, with the dragon soul apparition behind him, enhancing his power far beyond his original realm.
Watch me.
Before he could finish, that streak of green light accompanied by purple thunder power approached. Boom. Shaoqian's figure was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the hall behind him.
What the?
Feng Wuhan and the enchanting Saintess Ling Long were bewildered, and not just them, all the prodigies present were equally stunned. What just happened? Feng Wuhan had been worried that with the formidable strength of Shaoqian's dragon soul body, Lin Feng would definitely not be his match. Thus he had allowed the two to exchange a single blow each just to ensure that today's gathering of prodigies would go smoothly. But he never expected that when he turned around, Shaoqian would be lying right before him. What was even more unbelievable was that the previous strike had been too fast. It seemed that Shaoqian hadn't even had time to retaliate. What just happened? I don't know, I didn't see clearly, I only caught the sight of Prince Shaoqian falling to the ground. This is impossible. Prince Shaoqian is the most top-tier prodigy of Zhongzhou, renowned for his powerful dragon soul body. Who doesn't know this? Could it be that Prince Shaoqian was careless just now? At this moment, shocked voices echoed from within the Qianyuan Hall.
If defeating Wei Long had already earned Lin Feng recognition among many prodigies of Zhongzhou, then what was happening now was truly astonishing. The discussions were fervent, and the sounds of astonishment rose and fell like waves. Impossible. You said it would be just a single strike. You must have used your full strength while I was unprepared. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiaoqian stood up from the corner and glared furiously at Lin Feng. One must admit that Xiaoqian with his dragon soul body possessed a physique far superior to Wei Long's. Of course, this was also related to their previous agreement of exchanging a single blow each. Lin Feng had merely made a casual strike. However, in Xiaoqian's eyes at this moment things were not as simple. It was undoubtedly due to him allowing the other party to strike first, yet the opponent still used all their strength, which had caught him off guard. You think too highly of yourself. Facing Xiaoqian's ignorance, Lin Feng replied calmly, though his gaze grew colder, and spiritual energy surged around him. For those who were both inexperienced and boastful, there was only one solution: make them submit. As the overwhelming spiritual energy surged, it seemed that Lin Feng and Xiaoqian were about to clash again, and this time there would be no holds barred. As the host of this gathering, Feng Wuhan grew anxious. They were all grand figures. The grievances between Xuanqing Sect and the Great Qian Empire had nothing to do with him, the Qianyuan Dao Sect. Let's talk things over. Let's talk things over. With a helpless expression and furrowed brows, his tall figure stepped once more between Lin Feng and Xiaoqian. Today is the gathering of prodigies. Could both of you give me some face? Any conflicts can be resolved once the celestial realm opens. At that time no one will stop you. Feng Wuhan spoke almost in a pleading tone. After all, this was the territory of the Qianyuan Dao Sect. If a battle broke out, the Qianyuan Hall was likely to be destroyed. Coupled with the attitude of this young sect leader, he was quite anxious. All right, since Brother Feng has said so, Xiaoqian will naturally give you this face. The anger on his face seemed to dissipate somewhat, yet his icy gaze still passed over Feng Wuhan and fixed on Lin Feng. Within the celestial realm, I will make you understand what the dragon soul body truly is. Xiaoqian spoke with disdain and arrogance, as if he had just won the previous encounter. From birth until now, he had always been renowned among his peers for his powerful physique. Looking across the entire Tian-San continent, there were hardly any who could compare to him. He always believed that he had been careless just now, that the dragon soul body had not been activated in time, which allowed Lin Feng to gain the upper hand. If he fought with all his strength, it would have been Lin Feng who had been defeated. Dragon soul body. Just a frog at the bottom of the well, how can it know how high the sky is? Shaking his head slightly, Lin Feng scoffed and remained seated at the table. He had come to the celestial realm, this time solely to obtain a sacred herb to restore his original injuries and to recover his sealed physique. As for prodigies, like Xiaoqian, before him Lin Feng had never considered them as opponents. Furthermore, according to his judgment, the Tianqing Sword Sect, especially that so-called Dao child Lu Xian, would definitely not miss this battle of prodigies from the 5 states. The grudge from 4 years ago must be avenged. It was originally a feast exclusively for the prodigies of Zhongzhou, but with Lin Feng's arrival conflicts erupted one after another, first defeating Wei Long, and then knocking Prince Xiaoqian of the Great Qian Empire to the ground, which was enough to demonstrate Lin Feng's prowess. At this point no one within the Qianyuan Hall dared to question anything. In the spacious hall the prodigies, who received invitations from Zhongzhou, had all arrived. They exchanged smiles and whispered conversations, and as they took their seats, the rich fragrance of wine filled the hall. At this moment Lin Feng and the others seated at the 9 main tables were no exception. Yu Qinshan behind him had already begun to drink heartily, while Ling Qinghan and others were engaging in conversations with the prodigies they recognized within the hall. This wine is excellent, would you like a cup? Lin Feng turned to the snow fairy behind him and asked with a slight smile. Replying to the holy sun, Yao never drinks alcohol. With her 3,000 silver strands of white hair and her tall delicate figure standing beside Lin Feng, the snow fairy shook her head. Lin Feng smiled down a cup of wine and was just about to drink alone when at that moment for some reason, he suddenly frowned. A faint but pricking sensation of being spied upon quietly approached carrying a chilling aura. Someone was watching him. "Who is it?" he murmured, scanning his gaze over the previously opposing Xiao Qian, as well as Feng Wu and Saintess Ling and others, but ultimately found that it was none of them. Without making a sound, Lin Feng's spiritual sense quietly spread, like invisible ripples, locking onto a target amidst the dazzling array of colors and figures in the hall. His gaze was directed towards the prodigies surrounding the 9 main tables. "Which power is that?" Pointing towards the opposite side, Lin Feng asked the snow fairy. The earlier spying sensation had come from there. "Han Tian Huan Hai, one of the dominant powers in Zhongzhou Holy Sun. What's wrong?" The snow fairy asked curiously, having noticed the seriousness in Lin Feng's expression. Just then, among the several prodigies of Han Tian Huan Hai, there was a man in black sitting quietly like a deep abyss, his aura cold and solitary, resembling a cold star detached from the world. He exuded an undeniable pressure of silence, yet did not reveal any trace of his energy. The uncomfortable sensation of being spied upon that Lin Feng had felt earlier originated from this person. "It's a person from the upper realm." After a moment of hesitation, he spoke slowly, so softly that only he could hear. Though the other party did not leak any energy, Lin Feng still sensed that the energy flowing within him was unique to the upper realm. Just as Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the other party, the man in black seemed to sense it too. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked over. The two gazes clashed fiercely in the void without sparks or sound, yet it felt as if an invisible force field had suddenly solidified between them, and the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away in that instant. The cold lips of the man in black slowly curled into a barely perceptible arc. His long fingers were holding a black jade wine cup, the fine liquor inside swaying slightly. He even raised his wrist as if toasting to Lin Feng from afar. No way. Lin Feng had never seen the person opposite him, but at this moment he could feel that the man in black seemed to recognize him. The banquet of the prodigies concluded, and the crowd dispersed. Several days later, a piece of news swept across the entire Huangtian realm, igniting fervent excitement among countless prodigies from the eastern prefecture, western deserts, southern borderlands, northern steppes, and central prefecture, who had long awaited this moment. The Ascension immortal realm has finally opened. A mysterious spatial domain, it manifests only once every century upon the Tianshan continent. Legends whisper it is a fragmented remnant of the upper realms, its descent to our world shrouded in enigma. Prodigies from all 5 prefectures converged upon the central prefecture, awaiting the opening of this arcane realm. Upon activation, they would be randomly drawn inside to compete. Only the 10 strongest would emerge victorious, each receiving a celestial boon bestowed from the upper realms. This event occurs but once per century across the entire Tianshan continent, a spectacle destined to become the ultimate carnival among this generation's most gifted cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. Within Qian ancient city, towering figures of peerless prodigies surged into the sky, some astride divine beasts and auspicious birds, others soaring on radiant swords, streaking like blazing comets toward the secret realm's location. Lin Feng too could not remain absent. Whoosh! Runes spiraled around him, spiritual light pulsed rhythmically as a colossal immortal vessel loomed overhead, its vast hull nearly eclipsing half of Qian ancient city. "We 6 elders shall escort the holy heir and his entourage once more." Upon the vessel's deck appeared Lin Feng, Shuiyurao, and other elite disciples of the Xuanqing Sect, alongside 6 senior elders. Boom! The immortal vessel tore through cloud layers, reverberating across the void. Ahead, countless prodigies in mid-flight scattered in alarm. Whose immortal vessel is that? Charging recklessly, it nearly struck me. Shoo! Lower your voice. Don't you see the character Xuanqing carved upon its hull? Amid a sea of disapproving glances, the vessel blazed forth, like a searing comet vanishing from Qian ancient city's skies en route to the Ascension immortal realm. The primordial forbidden zone. One of the great forbidden territories of the Huangtian realm bordering Qian ancient city, it ordinarily sees few visitors. Yet today, beyond its outer rim, spanning 100,000 li,
The horizon shimmered with streaks of rainbow light as countless young prodigies descended upon it. For within this forbidden zone lay the four spatial celestial gates, the sole passageways into the Ascension immortal realm. Twisted boulders jutted like fangs of primordial beasts vile through miasma pooled in lowlands corrosive, and suffocating desiccated riverbeds were littered with colossal bleached beast bones, silent testaments to the land's lethal nature. Ordinarily a death zone where even the fiercest demonic beasts dared only linger at its fringes, today that ancient silence shattered. One by one youthful figures pierced through these perils, arriving at an expanse of barren land, its soil ashen-gray vegetation sparse and dwindling. Is that the entrance to the Ascension immortal realm? Before them spiritual light shimmered, runes flared with dazzling brilliance, a celestial gate forged from countless interwoven sigils, standing over 1,000 zhang tall amid the forbidden wasteland. Within the gate yawned a pitch-black fathomless spatial corridor exhaling gusts of alien spiritual energy, unlike anything native to this realm. This was one of the four celestial gates granting access to the Ascension immortal realm situated at the eastern edge of the primordial forbidden zone. Legends say the Ascension immortal realm is no mere secret realm of the Tiansong continent, but a fragment descended from the upper realms. Standing before the throng of prodigies beneath the towering gate stood Yimiaojing, her countenance aloof and exquisite, draped in white robes, her raven tresses cascading like a waterfall. With graceful poise she extended her hand, a current of transcendent spiritual energy swirled above her palm, her gaze thoughtful and distant. It seems the legends hold true. Among the Tai Xuan Sect's prodigies stood Chen Wan and Li Ling, the same two who had secretly slipped into Qian ancient city earlier, now obediently arrayed behind their Holy Maiden Yimiaojing and Elder Shenluoqi. Having spent spirit stones to purchase entry permits into Qian ancient city, the two were ultimately discovered by Elder Shenluoqi, and duly reprimanded upon their return. Yet to deflect further scolding, they recounted having glimpsed a man resembling Lin Feng within the city, only to be met with universal disbelief. A talentless wretch, who couldn't condense even a thread of spiritual energy within his body for 10 full years. How could he possibly gain admission into a powerhouse sect like the Central Prefecture Xuanqing Sect? Preposterous. Miaojing, you are the first cultivator in 10,000 years of our Tai Xuan Sect to master the supreme indifferent Tao. This time you must represent both the Eastern Prefecture and our Tai Xuan Sect among the final top 10. Clad in azure robes, middle-aged Elder Shenluoqi gazed upon her disciple with quiet awe. As with the Qian ancient city incident, since time immemorial the Central Prefecture has remained the heart of this world. Yet even though the Tai Xuan Sect ranks among the Eastern Prefecture's three great orthodox sects, its prestige pales before the eyes of Central Prefecture cultivators. Geographically remote, the Eastern Prefecture suffers not only political marginalization, but also a stark paucity of ambient spiritual energy compared to the Central Prefecture. Moreover, in every prior Ascension immortal realm contest among the 5 prefectures, the top 10 have invariably been claimed by Central Prefecture prodigies, an enduring testament to their supremacy. To claim first place remains near impossible. Legends speak of a sacred medicinal herb awarded solely to the victor, so rare that even within the upper realms it appears but once in millennia. Yet the supreme indifferent Tao was founded by the Tai Xuan Sect's founding patriarch, and over 10,000 years Yimiaojing stands alone as its sole master. Thus in Elder Shenluoqi's estimation her disciple's ascension into the top 10 poses no insurmountable challenge. Master, rest assured, I shall fulfill this sacred duty without fail. With a slight nod, Yimiaojing's delicate face bore an expression of unshakable resolve. Elder Shen, with your Holy Maiden's unparalleled talent, securing a place among the top 10 shall present no difficulty. Representatives of the Xuanqing Sect stood nearby, also an orthodox sect of the Eastern Prefecture. Having previously been barred from Qian ancient city, members of both sects had since traveled together, and today jointly led their disciples into the primordial forbidden zone, arriving together before the celestial gate. At the decisive hour I, Lu Xian, shall lead my Xuanqing Sect disciples to aid Miaojing. Clad in white robes, Lu Xian seized the moment to insert himself into the conversation, flashing what he believed to be a dazzling smile toward Yimiaojing, only to receive, as ever a frostbitten stare in return. With Lord Lu's word I am at ease. Elder Shenluachi nodded gently. Internally she sighed, were it not for her disciple's cultivation of the supreme indifferent Dao Lu Xian would in her view be the ideal match for Yi Miaojing. The Xuanqing sword sect has long rivaled the Tai Xuan Sect in the Eastern Prefecture. A Dao Prince of Xuanqing and a Holy Maiden of Taixuan, such titles harmonize perfectly in rank and stature. Gifted, youthful, and strikingly handsome, by any measure Lu Xian vastly surpassed that utterly powerless wretch of old. Compared to the other four states, the young talents of Zhongzhou unable to enter the major cities of the desolate heavenly domain have undoubtedly arrived later, setting up camp in the wilderness near the ancient forbidden zone. The entrance to the celestial realm is divided into 4 great heavenly gates. At this moment, the northern heavenly gate within the ancient forbidden zone is already filled with the figures of young prodigies. Among the crowd a woman in a blood-red dress as thin as a cicada's wing tightly wraps around her voluptuous figure, her curves breathtaking with skin barely concealed beneath the sheer fabric. With a bewitching face that could captivate anyone, her eyes sparkled, seemingly capable of drawing in souls, stirring the hearts of the surrounding young talents. It is none other than the enchanting demoness Yi Hongwu, who once assisted Lin Feng in escaping from Zhongzhou. For years have passed, and as one of the 3 great prodigies of Zhongzhou her aura seems to have grown significantly stronger, having also broken through to the divine bridge realm. Standing at the front beneath the heavenly gate, a pair of beautiful eyes gazed towards the space passage leading into the celestial realm, which was about to open. Boom. 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 At this moment, the void trembled, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, shaking the surroundings as a prodigy approached. Even before he arrived, his presence caused countless talents beneath the heavenly gate to retreat and make way.
It's that Prince Xiaoqian of the Great Qian dynasty. Quickly step aside.
A prodigy recognized the newcomer, and the crowd immediately erupted into a frenzy. The Great Qian dynasty is one of the 9 dominant powers of Zhongzhou, and Xiaoqian is the only dragon soul body of the current royal family. His extraordinary talent is renowned not only in Zhongzhou, but also in the other 4 states, where many prodigies have heard of him. Dressed in a black patterned dragon robe, he stood tall with a rugged face and deep abyss-like eyes, surrounded by a swirling aura of dragon energy. Xiaoqian strode towards the heavenly gate, followed by a group of powerful figures from the Great Qian dynasty, with no one daring to block his path. Though many prodigies were gathered beneath the heavenly gate, including powerful forces from Dongzhou, Nanjing, Shimao, Beimeng, and Zhongzhou, few could compare to Xiaoqian of the Great Qian dynasty. Whoosh! The crowd parted, creating a pathway.
The Great Qian dynasty, Xiaoqian.
A hint of surprise appeared on Yi Hongwa's beautiful face. Naturally, she had heard of this top prodigy, renowned throughout Zhongzhou, rumored to be on par with the heavenly maiden of Xuanqing. During her previous visit to Zhongzhou, she had been defeated by the snow demoness. Being in Zhongzhou, the Great Qian dynasty was not something her sect of harmony could provoke. Just as she was focused on the space passage leading into the celestial realm, she became aware of the newcomer too late.
Get out of the way!
Before Xiaoqian could speak, a powerful figure from the Great Qian dynasty had already begun to push people aside. Upon seeing an unknown woman daring to block their path, they exploded in anger, but Xiaoqian halted them.
Wait, I'll handle it.
Xiaoqian's gaze brightened at the sight of Yi Hongwu, a glimmer of lustful intent flashing in his eyes, as the corners of his mouth curled up. A woman of such beauty is rare even among the young prodigies of Zhongzhou. While the heavenly maiden of Xuanqing and the Saintess of Holy Sect could surpass her, those two were of equal status, with backing not inferior to his own. Yet this woman before him, he had never heard of or seen, likely just a member of a small sect from the remote areas of the other 4 states. Boom! He reached out, and purple spiritual energy surged, transforming into a dragon's claw as Xiaoqian reached forward.
The path of this prince is not something you can obstruct.
He grinned wickedly. Seeing the opponent make a move, Yi Hongwu did not dare to be careless, her expression solemn. She knew that the illusions of harmony would be ineffective against prodigies of this caliber. Whoosh! A red spiritual light surged around her, as the initial stage of the divine bridge realm erupted. Though this level of power was already quite formidable compared to other prodigies present, the gap was still too large when facing the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. The blood-red spiritual light was directly torn apart by the dragon's claw, but fortunately, she managed to withstand the blow.
How is this possible? Is this the top prodigy of Zhongzhou?
Splash. Yi Hanwu spat out a mouthful of blood, her bewitching face turning pale. As her delicate body staggered back several steps, the gap was simply too vast. The battle beneath the heavenly gate attracted the attention of countless prodigies around. It should be noted that Yi Hongwu at the initial stage of the Divine Bridge realm had already surpassed 90% of the young generation across the 5 states, and the Sect of Harmony still held some reputation in the other 4 states. Yet before the great Qian prince, she had no strength to retaliate.
Yes, I have long heard that Prince Xiaoqian's dragon soul body is unparalleled in the world, and seeing it today is truly as the rumors say. Indeed, backed by a dominant force, like the great Qian dynasty, not only is his status noble, but his strength and talent are also formidable. One wonders who can rival this prince within the celestial realm. This woman is bound to lose.
Voices rang out from all around. As the spatial force within the heavenly gate began to surge, it wouldn't be long before it truly opened. While waiting for the entrance to the celestial realm to open, they could also witness the clash of prodigies of this caliber, making the trip worthwhile. Seeing countless prodigies staring at him, and having failed to even subdue an unknown woman with a single strike, Xiaoqian felt a bit embarrassed.
Some power, but it's still not enough before this prince.
With a cold snort, seeing that he had failed to subdue her, with a single strike, Xiaoqian prepared to unleash a full-force attack without holding back.
What to do?
A hint of despair flashed in her gaze. Already injured, Yi Hongwu knew she could not withstand this next blow. But at that moment, boom, 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 a tremendous rumbling sound echoed from the high skies, as a gigantic celestial ship soared through the clouds, tearing the sky apart, moving at breakneck speed, and upon hearing the sound it was already hovering in midair. As the celestial ship came to a halt, hovering in the air, a figure flew down from the ship, moving, as if teleporting, positioning themselves before Yi Hongwu, directly countering Xiaoqian's attack. With fingers entwined in azure light, the brilliance contained within bore the might of purple thunder, clashing with Xiaoqian's purple dragon claw. Boom! As the finger and claw made contact, the surrounding void began to twist. A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the ground, causing the bodies of the spectator prodigies to involuntarily retreat. A shocking scene unfolded. The so-called top prodigy of Zhongzhou, Prince Xiaoqian, was directly sent flying by this strike. The figure that had just appeared stood motionless in place, exuding an air of calm indifference.
"Miss Yi, long time no see."
Dressed in white like snow, with an otherworldly grace, standing before Yi Hongwu, Lin Feng turned back with a slight smile. Boom! Runes twirled and spiritual light flowed, as the massive body of the celestial ship nearly obscured the void, casting half the sky into darkness. Upon seeing the 2 characters Xuanqing inscribed above the numerous talents present, already understood which force had arrived.
It is the people of the Xuanqing Sect. That is one of the 9 supreme powers of Zhongzhou, which once fought fiercely against the great Qian dynasty.
As the speaker reached this point, someone among the crowd of talented individuals dared not continue, for they felt the cold gaze of a powerful figure from the great Qian dynasty upon them. The majestic Xuanqing Sect stands tall in the Tiandu region. In contrast to the Huangtian region, the Tiandu region, where the Xuanqing Sect is located, is the core of Zhongzhou. At this moment, watching the great Qian prince being sent flying, the many talented individuals present finally understood why the newcomers were unafraid of the great Qian dynasty. After all, 4 years ago, it was the battle between the Xuanqing Sect and the great Qian dynasty that nearly engulfed the entire Zhongzhou in flames of war. In terms of dominance and tyranny, the Xuanqing Sect has always overshadowed the great Qian dynasty.
You are? Lin Feng.
At this moment, looking at the white-clad man who had sent Xiaoqian flying with a single strike, Yi Hongwu was filled with shock, her voice even carrying a hint of uncertainty. The transformation was simply too great compared to the person who had needed her help to escape from Lu Xian back then. With a smile, He appeared gentle yet exuded an air of condescension over all things, his overwhelming spiritual power subtly radiating from him. Yi Hanwu could not connect this to the Lin Feng who had left injured through the teleportation array 4 years ago. His appearance remained unchanged, but the shift in his temperament made him nearly unrecognizable. Confident and nonchalant. Dressed in pure white that shone like snow with black hair cascading down, like a waterfall, his ethereal aura made him appear almost celestial. As he turned to look at her, Yi Hanwu's delicate face flushed, slightly tinged with a hint of red.
"It is me!"
With complex emotions, Lin Feng sighed, recalling some events from the past. The 10 years of being a waste in the eastern state could be considered his true low point. Amidst the endless mockery and disdain, he was expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect and faced the pursuit of Lu Xian. At that time, even he thought he wouldn't survive to reach Zhongzhou. In his moment of despair, it was this demonic woman, the female devil spoken of by the eastern state cultivators, who helped him escape, ultimately bringing him to the Xuanqing Sect. He must remember this favor.
"It's really you. So now you."
Her face instantly lit up with excitement. In truth, apart from her disdain for the Tianqing sword sect back then, Yi Hanwu had also been gambling that she had little confidence Lin Feng was indeed the former holy son of the Xuanqing sect from the lower realm. And now, in just 4 short years, he had transformed from a being unable to cultivate due to his mundane form to one who could send flying the so-called top talent of Zhongzhou Shaoqian. Thus the outcome was evident. Her gamble had paid off. Just as the two were conversing, an inappropriate voice suddenly interrupted.
"Have you two finished chatting? How dare you injure a prince of my royal family? What crime should you pay for this?"
Beside the injured Shaoqian, several elderly figures from the great Qian dynasty, while using spiritual medicine to heal Shaoqian, cast cold glances at Lin Feng, speaking to him in a chilling tone. At the same time, on the celestial ship in the void, Shui Yaolao and a group of Xuanqing talents along with the 6 elders of the Xuanqing sect also appeared, standing beside Lin Feng and confronting them.
"What nonsense, Prince! What's it to you if he's injured? Old Lu who gave you the gall to shout in front of us. Back then in your great Qian imperial city, I didn't get to fight enough. If you are dissatisfied, let's fight again."
The 6 elders of the Xuanqing sect, with profound and deep breaths, some with hair white yet youthful features exuding an aura of immortality, while others robust like mountains with blood vitality like dragons, stood next to Lin Feng and coldly addressed the opposing side, their attitude resolute and overwhelmingly powerful. Back then, the entire Xuanqing sect had mobilized, and only these 6 elders returned. They harbored deep-seated resentment against the great Qian dynasty, and were just waiting for the opportunity to strike.
You all?"
The few people standing beside Shaoqian stammered for a long while, looking at the Xuanqing elders, who immediately engaged in combat, and they dared not utter another word. Perhaps even the great Qian dynasty did not expect that this was merely a battle of talents, and it required such exaggeration. The 6 elders of the Xuanqing sect appeared all at once, just missing the sect master.
"First heal the prince's injuries."
The previously arrogant figures of the great Qian cultivators around them dared not speak further, their faces dark, as they treated Shaoqian's injuries.
This is the tyranny of the Xuanqing sect. I had thought the great Qian dynasty was already formidable enough, but it seems the Xuanqing sect is even above that. However, did you notice that the 6 elders of the Xuanqing sect seemed to show some respect toward that white-clad man?
At this moment, with the emergence of the Xuanqing sect's strong ones, the great Qian individuals were overwhelmingly suppressed, rendering them speechless. The disparity was evident. A wave of excitement erupted on the scene, with countless talented individuals shaken. It was already heard that even the once formidable great Qian dynasty had to bow its head before the Xuanqing sect, obediently handing over that half-stepped Saint Herb. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it was indeed true. Moreover, some noticed something amiss. The elder of the Xuanqing sect held a traditionally high status, yet faced that white-clad man with a hint of deference, which was puzzling. Listening to the voices of countless talented individuals around and gazing at the currently spirited Lin Feng. If anyone was most shocked by this scene, it would still be Yi Hanwu. With astonished eyes, she looked at the 6 elders beside Lin Feng. Just their presence alone was no less than that of the leader of her Tai Xuan Sect. In addition, she also saw Shui Yaolao, the Xuanqing celestial maiden, who had once defeated her. 3,000 silver strands cascaded down, like snow flowing gently at her slender waist, her pure white gauze tightly fitting her graceful form. Her beauty was unmatched, and a deep blue mark on her forehead flickered like flames. With a tall and slender figure, her skin as if sculpted from ice and snow, she too was a top talent of Zhongzhou. Yet currently the proud Shui Yaolao was standing beside Lin Feng with a respectful expression. Along with a group of Xuanqing talents standing behind Lin Feng, the aura they exuded was at least at the level of the divine bridge realm, which was hardly inferior to hers. Seeing all this,
the current you is truly enough to make everyone look up to you.
Dressed in blood-red clothing as thin as a cicada's wing beneath the sheer fabric, her skin was subtly visible. With a captivating face that could overturn the world, her beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Feng, and Yi Hanwu sighed.
Are you all right?
Smiling and shaking his head without a hint of arrogance, Lin Feng looked at Yi Hanwu's pale complexion, took a healing item from the nearby Xuanqing elder, and handed it to her. Previously, during Xiao Qian's first strike, he hadn't used his full strength, so her injuries were not severe. As time passed, Yi Hanwu's injuries quickly healed. Occasionally, she would sneak glances at Lin Feng. Perhaps even at this moment, she still felt an unreal sense. And just then, boom, 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 the celestial gates, which had gathered the talents of the 5 states in this ancient forbidden zone, finally began to tremble after a long wait. At this moment, the entire ancient forbidden zone trembled. Boom, boom, boom. It split into the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. Above the 4 great celestial gates, brilliant runes surged upward, golden radiance, soaring purple mist swirling, tearing through the clouds, reaching high above the forbidden zone. Despite the endless distance, the light of the runes converged into one, and amidst the blazing brilliance, a vast hazy ethereal world faintly emerged above the forbidden zone. Mountains, vast plains, meandering waterfalls, and ancient mountains exuding an aura of primal chaos. That world resembled a mirage. That is the ascending heaven paradise, an ancient secret realm that does not belong to the Taixuan Song continent, mysterious and unfathomable, belonging to another spacetime, accessible only through the celestial gates, of battleground for the talents of the entire Taixuan Song continent. Looking at the illusory world above the forbidden zone,
the ascending heaven paradise has opened. This time I must strive for the top 10. With this battle, I will make my name known throughout the world.
At that moment, below the 4 celestial gates, countless talents from Zhongzhou, Nanjing, Shimao, Beimeng, and Zhongzhou erupted in excitement, their voices filled with fervor. Once every 100 years it opens for a competition among all the talents of the Taixuan Song continent for the last 10 spots. Once successful, it will not only elevate oneself, but also greatly enhance the fame of their sect and even their state. In their youth and vigor, they all considered themselves the best of the world, possessing absolute confidence. However, at this moment, the illusory world that had just formed above the forbidden zone twisted and eventually vanished, transforming into countless scattered rays of light that fell upon every talent below the 4 celestial gates. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed tokens.
What is this?
Looking at the token in his hand that shimmered with spiritual light, Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, glancing around. Not only him, but all talents present under the age of 40 received one.
This is the Ascending Order token. Only with this token can one enter the Celestial Gate, and if one encounters danger inside, they can crush this token to instantly escape from the secret realm. However, this also means voluntarily giving up on this talent competition.
An elder from the Xuanqing Sect explained to Lin Feng. The ascending heaven paradise opens once every 100 years, and the various sects within the Taixuan Song continent are already well aware of the rules concerning this realm. Although it is a talent competition, it is impossible for them to fight to the death until only 10 remain. If so, after repeated openings of the secret realm, there would be hardly any cultivators left on the Taixuan Song continent. That would be too tragic. Utilizing this token allows some weaker participants to eliminate themselves, which perhaps is the rule of the ascending heaven paradise. The illusory world that had just condensed above the forbidden zone disappeared, transforming into countless tokens that appeared in the hands of all the talents within the forbidden zone. Boom. At the same time, before Lin Feng within the towering celestial gate, the power of time and space began to surge wildly, with the spiritual energy from the upper realm spilling forth more and more abundantly, revealing a dark and deep passage of time and space before everyone. Charge! As the passage just opened, figures of talents transformed into rainbow lights, rushing headlong into the passage, disappearing from sight.
I will be waiting for you at the Ascending Heaven Arena.
A deep voice came from behind Lin Feng. It was Xuanqing, whose injuries had just healed, his gaze filled with killing intent, icy cold. Having ruined his own plans, this was the second time Xuanqing had suffered a setback at Lin Feng's hands, still believing that he had not activated his dragon soul body during the previous encounter, and had been ambushed. Swish. Surrounded by purple chi with a faint dragon's roar resonating within his body, leaving behind this remark, Xuanqing stepped forward and vanished before Lin Feng, being the first to enter the Ascending Heaven Paradise.
I am curious what sort of expression he would have if he knew the true identity of the Holy Sun.
Watching Xuanqing's disappearing figure, Shui Yaolao let out a cold laugh, then turned her gaze toward Yi Hongwu, her eyes filled with curiosity. She couldn't understand how her holy son could have acquainted himself with this demon girl from Zhongzhou. However, this was not the time for such thoughts, as the Ascending Heaven Paradise had already opened and countless talents were entering.
Let's go in too.
Smiling and shaking his head, Lin Feng's expression remained calm as he looked at Shui Yaolao, Yu Qingshan, and several other talents from the Xuanqing Sect, as well as Yi Hongwu. From his perspective, he naturally would not regard Xuanqing as a rival. If there was anyone within the Ascending Heaven Paradise who could pose a threat to Lin Feng, it would be the man in black he had seen at the talent banquet. Though they had not spoken, merely exchanging glances across tables, Lin Feng could clearly sense that he was a person from the upper realm just like him. Swish. Leading the way, Lin Feng, followed by Shui Yaolao and the other talents from the Xuanqing Sect, as well as Yi Hongwu, rushed toward the celestial gate. The space passage, imbued with the power of time and space, was large enough for several people to enter together. Meanwhile,
we will remain here waiting for the Holy Sun to emerge.
The aged voices of 6 elder Xuanqing echoed behind. Lin Feng, the holy son of the upper realm, had not truly recovered from his injuries. The purpose of their following him was primarily to ensure Lin Feng's safety, otherwise a mere talent competition would not suffice to draw out all 6 elders. During the entire process of the talent battle, they would remain near the celestial gate waiting. The opening of the Ascending Heaven Paradise was not limited to the northern celestial gate where Lin Feng was located. At this moment, the entire ancient forbidden zone beneath the 4 celestial gates formed a peculiar spectacle. The spatial passage leading to the Ascending Heaven Paradise resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast, with the silhouettes of young talents transforming into rainbow lights, rushing in without restraint, driven solely by the instinct of competition. Just as Lin Feng and the others were entering at this moment near the eastern celestial gate of the ancient forbidden zone.
Miao Jing, let's go in too.
In white robes with sword-like brows and starry eyes, holding a sword in hand, it was Lu Xian speaking to the talents of the Tai Xuan Sect led by Yi Miaojing. With the talents of the Tianqing and Tai Xuan sects together, Lu Xian felt that within the Ascending Heaven Paradise, no one could stand in their way. Just as he was about to soar into the spatial passage, with a self-assured demeanor at that moment.
Get out of the way!
In a flash like the wind, with a slight display of his aura, he directly knocked Lu Xian flying. Dressed in a silver-white robe with a face handsome to the point of being almost sinister, his high nose and thin lips always curled in a smirk, it was Feng Wuhan, who didn't even look back as he entered the Ascending Heaven Paradise.
You have no eye for the situation at all.
Following closely behind was the Linglong Saintess of the Holy Sect, casting a scornful glance at the knocked-out Lu Xian, her expression filled with mockery. Upon entering the heavenly gate, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the endless power of space surging layer upon layer, oblivious to the passage of time. As time and space shifted, it was unclear how long it passed, but gradually light began to appear before him, followed closely by the solid sensation of his feet on the ground.
It seems that everyone entering this celestial realm is randomly teleported. Dressed in white as snow with a handsome face, Lin Feng looked around and realized that among the few who had entered the heavenly gate together, he was now the only one left. He found himself in a vast plain lush, with greenery surrounded by abundant spiritual energy. Looking into the distance, he saw the spiritual light of rare treasures soaring into the sky, colorful, and accompanied by the sounds of battle. Some prodigies were already fighting fiercely over these heavenly treasures. The number of prodigies in the 5 regions exceeded tens of thousands, but Lin Feng still believed in the strength of the members of the Xuanqing Sect. As for Shui Yelao, there were few in the entire celestial realm who could surpass her. Moreover, Yu Qingshan, Ling Qinghan, and others had already cultivated to the divine bridge realm. Unless they encountered prodigies of the caliber of Feng Wuhan or the Linglong Saintess, they would be safe, and in case of danger, they could crush the heavenly ascension token to exit at any time. With a heart free of worries, Lin Feng began to observe this world. That should be the final battleground, the heavenly ascension arena. His gaze sparkled as he looked towards the center of this mysterious space. At a considerable distance, he faintly saw a massive arena. From the elders of Xuanqing, he had already learned that the ultimate destination for all prodigies within the heavenly ascension realm was that arena where the final 10 would be determined, as well as the number 1 of the era. In the end, 10 pieces of upper realm spiritual artifacts would descend. Even in the upper realm, sacred medicines were considered precious. Only the first place in the prodigy battles, which occurred every 100 years, would have the chance to obtain a sacred medicine. Therefore, for Lin Feng, restoring his former strength and awakening his physique meant that placing in the top 10 was not his goal, rather it was to become the number 1 of the era. This expanse was incredibly vast, covering an area that could rival the entirety of the central continent. Even with Lin Feng's current strength, reaching the final heavenly ascension arena would take no small amount of time. Understanding the final direction, he stepped forward. With the spiritual light of Xuanqing flickering around him, Lin Feng's figure vanished from his original spot, heading toward the direction of the heavenly ascension arena. This is the Yuanyang route. The Qian flower is mine, who dares to snatch it? Die. The mirror moon spring belongs to me. In the ancient secret realm, although all prodigies aimed for the heavenly ascension arena, countless heavenly materials and treasures lined the way. Not just Lin Feng, but all prodigies were like locusts, determined to dig up everything here. The precious spiritual medicines that were rare in the outside world were not only abundant here, but also numerous. After all, the entire secret realm was a fragment from the upper realm, and in terms of spiritual energy, the entire Tian continent was incomparable. During his journey towards the heavenly ascension arena, Lin Feng naturally unearthed many valuable items. He disregarded the ordinary ones and gathered several spiritual medicines. As he continued forward, he gradually noticed changes in the environment ahead. The surrounding mountains and earth were barren, presenting a dead gray color accompanied by an ancient weathered aura that approached. Strange occurrences must have monsters. The rapid change in the environment made Lin Feng speculate about the unknown dangers that might lurk here. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the ground around him began to tremble. Roar, roar, roar. In the distance, countless strange beasts and divine birds raced away, a massive swarm in pursuit of the prodigies heading towards Lin Feng's direction. This space was filled with countless heavenly materials and treasures, but Lin Feng had already discovered that wherever such treasures were found, strange beasts often guarded them. Although Lin Feng still bore remnants of injuries from the laws, with his true strength only restored to half, he was at the late stage of the divine bridge realm. However, this was ultimately the lower realm, and among the entire Tian continent, only a few top prodigies from the central region, like Shui Yelao Feng Wuhan and the Linglong Saintess, had reached the late stage of the divine bridge realm. Therefore, the dangers in the secret realm were not significant to Lin Feng. But that did not mean all prodigies were the same. After all, in the secret realm, how many could compare to those top prodigies from the central region? Help! No! The sounds of fear and screams echoed with voices of those unable to crush their heavenly ascension tokens, and being devoured, rising one after another.
Since entering the heavenly ascension realm, Lin Feng had witnessed similar incidents where prodigies were attacked by strange beasts, so he did not intend to intervene and prepared to leave. However, as he turned, his peripheral vision caught sight of two familiar figures among those fleeing youths. Is it her? In the midst of the panicked crowd, a girl in pink, her beautiful face pale with fear, pushed herself to the limit in speed, but still seemed unable to escape the pursuit of the strange beasts behind her. It was indeed Xuanqing, the proud junior sister of Yu Miaojing, whose once haughty demeanor had vanished, leaving only panic and terror on her face. Beside Xuanqing, fleeing with her, was a male disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect whom Lin Feng recognized as Lu Xian, who had mocked him during his 10 years at the Tai Xuan Sect. Thinking back, it was only natural, as at that time he had lost the chance to recover from the injuries to the laws after awakening the ice spirit body of the Taixuan Saintess, with the ice crystal jade becoming a waste, almost becoming a thorn in the eyes of everyone at the Taixuan Sect. Although they were acquainted, their relationship was not particularly good, and the life or death of the other had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Yet just as he was about to turn and leave, both Xuanqing and Lu Xian caught sight of Lin Feng. "Chen, sister Chen, that person seems to be the waste we drove out back then. How could he be here?" In a moment of crisis, with his tattered green clothing and pale complexion, Lu Xian curiously spoke up while fleeing. Though their auras were different, their faces were so similar that they seemed to be carved from the same mold. What a joke! When did a mere mortal who could not cultivate gain the qualifications to enter the heavenly ascension realm? It's him! Xuanqing's surprised voice rang out. That day, she had secretly brought her junior sister Ling to Qianggu City, and among the Xuanqing prodigies, she had indeed seen this figure. However, in her long-standing perception, Lin Feng was just a worthless cultivator with no ability to cultivate, so what qualifications did he have to join a top sect like Xuanqing? But alas, he looked too much like him. Although she could crush the heavenly ascension token to escape, Xuanqing did not want to be teleported away so soon. No matter what, she had to give it a try. What if he really was that waste? Even if he wasn't, she could still find a way to make him share part of the danger behind them, helping both of them escape. "Lin Feng, is it you?" The voice of Xuanqing rang out from behind. Perhaps due to the name being called, Lin Feng instinctively turned back, but after a moment of thought, his gaze towards the two was ice-cold, flashing with a hint of murderous intent. At this point, the purpose of their calling his name was too obvious. Did they want him to share some of the crisis? "It really is you." Xuanqing's previously panicked expression immediately transformed into one of excitement. Although she felt some confusion about how a useless person unable to cultivate could join a top sect like the Zhongzhou Xuanqing Sect, perhaps it was just the fortune of a fool. Rumor has it that the Zhongzhou Xuanqing Sect seems to be even stronger than their Tai Xuan Sect, with profound heritage. Such a top sect might have ways to grant someone like Lin Feng the cultivation talent they possess. Now was not the time to consider these things. They needed to call the other party over quickly to resist part of the crisis for the two of them. "What are you still dawdling for? Come help us!" Seeing Lin Feng still standing there, Xuanqing's tone became more forceful, almost like she was commanding him to come help. Uncertain if the person was indeed Lin Feng, she hesitated to speak so bluntly, especially since the scene in Qianggu City was still fresh in her memory. But once she confirmed it was truly Lin Feng, the trace of awe in her heart vanished instantly. She had grown accustomed to it. After all, during her 10 years at Taixuan Sect, a useless person who could not cultivate, if not for senior sister Yi, wouldn't even have been qualified to converse with the talented disciples of their sect. Now speaking to him directly had already granted him enough face. "Senior sister Chen, he wouldn't still hold a grudge over us expelling him from Taixuan Sect back then, would he? He should clearly know what his identity was back then. How could he be worthy of senior sister Yi? After all, he stayed in our Taixuan Sect for 10 years, being raised like a useless person. How could one be so selfish?" With a cold snort, seeing Lin Feng merely standing at a distance, without moving, Xuanqing expressed her dissatisfaction. On the gray-white ground, the dust rose like a shroud over the sun. Roar! 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 A surging beast tide rushed in like a boiling wave, seemingly endless, shaking the ground. It was getting closer, and Xuanqing and Lu Qing's figures were also getting nearer.
Hee. Let me help.
Wearing white garments, like snow, Lin Feng faced the oncoming beast tide, his expression calm, and a hint of derision appeared at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the object in Xuanqing's hand, a blue lotus, its azure leaves radiating a bluish light filled with immense spiritual power in its flower core. At that moment Lin Feng seemed to understand the reason for the emergence of the beast tide. Although it had not reached the level of a half-step sacred medicine, it far exceeded ordinary spiritual herbs. It was a good treasure. With a single step, he walked towards the two of them.
Senior sister, he is coming.
Her eyes brightened and Lu Cheng exclaimed excitedly. No matter if this useless person's strength was enough, even if he could resist for a moment, it would be sufficient to buy them some time.
At least he knows how to be perceptive.
Xuanqing did not dare to slow down her fleeing steps upon seeing Lin Feng approach. She coldly snorted, her demeanor arrogant. Lowering her stance like this due to her status, she felt some discontent when the other party hesitated for a moment before coming to help. Tap. 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 Clad in white like snow, Lin Feng walked slowly. His gaze for some reason felt somewhat cold, but Xuanqing and the others did not pay much attention.
At least he has some sense. Come help us.
Already sensing the stench of the beasts behind them fleeing from the mountains, Lu Cheng had witnessed many talented disciples who didn't even have time to crush their ascendant orders before being devoured instantly. Terrified, he shouted an order at Lin Feng. But before his words could finish, he was met with a fist mark enveloped in azure light crashing towards his face. His head burst open in an instant without even a moment to react, or perhaps he lacked the strength to respond. Lin Feng's punch was too swift. In his last moment of consciousness, Lu Cheng saw Lin Feng's eyes devoid of any emotion, cold and lifeless. He then lost all awareness. Thud. Blood stained the torn blue garments, and Lu Cheng's decapitated corpse fell onto the gray-white ground, devoured by a beast until not a trace remained.
What? What have you done? Are you insane? How dare you kill junior brother Lu?
She pointed a trembling finger at Lin Feng, her face filled with terror, her eyes filled with resentment. She couldn't fathom how a mere mortal, who couldn't cultivate back then, could have become so powerful now that junior brother Lu hadn't even been able to withstand a single blow. What made her even more panicked was that the useless person whom they had once looked down upon now had the audacity to kill. Comparatively, she and Lu Cheng were not far apart in strength. Perhaps he was not much stronger. Xuanqing, at the late stage of her solidification realm, realized that she was not Lin Feng's opponent now. In her terror, she activated her ascendant order, preparing to crush it to escape this secret realm. As long as she got out, she would be safe.
Want to escape?
In response, it was still Lin Feng's eyes devoid of any emotion, cold and chilling. Having already dealt with several beasts around, Lin Feng extended his claws and directly grabbed Xuanqing's arm that was holding the ascendant order. Crack. With a slight force, it was bloody. Xuanqing's arm was directly torn off, with the broken shoulder revealing stark white bones, blood gushing like water, instantly dyeing her clothes red.
Ah!
A scream escaped her lips as she trembled in pain. Beads of sweat dripped down her beautiful face. The ascendant order was gone, and her last chance to escape had vanished.
Die!
A streak of azure light swept across Xuanqing's neck, and a head rolled to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment and regret. She had originally had a chance to survive, but in a moment of greed, thinking to have Lin Feng share their crisis, the final result was that both ended up dead in this ascendant secret realm, their bodies and heads severed. Having killed the two of them, Lin Feng picked up the blue lotus from the ground. The other talented disciples, who had originally fled, had already passed Lin Feng, and at that moment the beast tide surged towards Lin Feng. In the ascendant realm, it was entirely normal for talented disciples to kill one another, so no one paid attention to the two who died at Lin Feng's hands. What caught their attention was the sight of Lin Feng standing alone against the beast tide. Many previously fleeing talented disciples displayed expressions of confusion.
He can't possibly be thinking of fighting the beast tide alone, can he? What a joke. You should know that even that deity-level Danyamo Dalzi was killed. What can he do? Impossible. This kind of beast tide even our top talents in Zhongzhou, like Prince Xiaoqian the Linglong Saintess, or the Tian Nu of the Xuanqing Sect might not be able to withstand.
Voices echoed around after all countless talented disciples entered the Ascendant Realm, and very few had seen Lin Feng, so hardly anyone understood his true capabilities. No one paid attention to those behind them. They focused on fleeing for their lives, though some occasionally glanced back to look at the figure clad in white like snow standing tall, like a solitary peak against the surging beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps resounded, shaking the ground. Dust rose as countless exotic beasts and divine birds rushed towards Lin Feng. At the forefront was a giant tiger entirely black with glowing green eyes, its emerald orbs flickering with a chilling light amidst the dust. Following closely was the howling moon wolf, its silver-white fur gleaming, moving with the agility of lightning. Roar, roar, roar. The sound shattered the air, not just one or two, but a tidal wave of beasts. Individually they might not pose a threat, but faced with such a terrifying multitude, even the most powerful geniuses entering the Ascension realm would find it difficult to confront this mass of exotic beasts. It seemed to converge into a torrent of destruction, stirring the air as it charged forward, emitting a spine-chilling roar. On the grayish-white ground, shattered stones bounced wildly, displaying a ferocity that crushed all obstacles in its path as the beast tide surged towards Lin Feng. At that moment, an immense surge of spiritual light erupted from Lin Feng, radiating a brilliant azure that shot into the sky, accompanied by an endless force of purple thunder. He struck with a palm. In the void above, azure light swirled, and the purple thunder moved like lightning serpents, ultimately converging into a palm imprint that blotted out the sun, casting a shadow that seemed to dim the heavens. The Xuanqing Emperor scripture is a supreme technique of the upper realm. Even now, with Lin Feng cultivating at the late stage of the divine bridge realm, its power remains unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens shook and the earth trembled as the palm imprint descended, causing the ground to collapse several feet. Puff, puff. The sound was that of endless exotic beasts and divine birds being crushed, dust swirling in the air, and in an instant, the once mighty beast tide vanished, blood gushing like a fountain. As the dust settled in the enormous palm imprint's deep pit, lay nothing but shattered beast carcasses, their blood staining the grayish-white ground. With one strike, the entire beast tide was obliterated. Countless geniuses, who had been fleeing in the distance, stood dumbfounded, frozen in place.
What?
A genius gulped, their heart racing, stunned by the deafening roar.
How is this even possible?
Someone gasped, coming back to their senses, still finding it hard to believe.
No, this is impossible. Is this something a mere human can achieve?
The crowd erupted with heated voices, the fleeing masses in chaos. Are you joking? How can this be so outrageous? If the person before them were the likes of Feng Wuhan Shui Yaolao or Linglong Saintess, they could accept it. However, Lin Feng's appearance was simply too unfamiliar.
That blue lotus. Should we still fight for it?
Someone suddenly blurted out this nonsensical question amidst the crowd. Spiritual herbs are already top-tier treasures on the Tian continent, and as for half-step saint herbs, they appear only once every few thousand years. The blue lotus that Lin Feng seized from Chen-Wan, although still a spiritual herb, was not far from being a half-step saint herb. Such treasures, when placed in the outside world, would make the major powers of the Central Plains fight for them, and they are equally rare in this Ascension realm. If this object were still in Chen-Wan's hands, no one would let it go, and they would immediately erupt into chaos. But looking at Lin Feng, who had just wiped out the entire beast tide in his snow-white attire, and was holding the blue lotus, many geniuses felt a twitch in their eyelids upon hearing this.
Were you kicked by a donkey when you fled just now? Steal it from him? Are you insane, or are we the ones not thinking straight? It seems that this time, the Ascension battlefield will have a dark horse. Just by the strength shown in that single strike, I dare say this person is definitely no weaker than Prince Xiaoqian, who possesses the Dragon Soul body.
As voices echoed, many geniuses turned to leave. The thought of stealing the blue lotus was no longer conceivable. The Dragon Soul body is one of the top physiques on the Tian continent, exclusive to the royal lineage of the Taixuan Empire. The only top geniuses these onlookers could imagine were those few. Therefore, in their eyes, although Lin Feng was nameless, he was undoubtedly of that caliber, and would surely shine in the subsequent Ascension battlefield. As the crowd dispersed, only Lin Feng remained standing amidst the scattered exotic beast remains and near Xuanqing's corpse.
Comparing me to that prince.
That single strike had consumed a considerable amount of Lin Feng's energy, who had yet to fully recover his strength. While recovering his spiritual energy, he smiled wryly upon hearing the surrounding voices.
No wonder it is just shy of being a half-step Saint Herb. What a good treasure.
Looking at the blue lotus radiating spiritual light in his hand, just absorbing a bit of its energy fully restored the consumption from that earlier strike. However, seeing the bloodstains on his hands, Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was not from the slaughter of the beasts, but the blood of Xuanqing and Lu Cheng. His gaze turned and landed on the headless figure of the woman in pink, which was Xuanqing. Lin Feng squatted down and wiped the blood from his hands with her clothing.
Why go through such trouble?
He shook his head slightly and spoke. Even though he had been driven out of the Tai Xuan Sect amidst ridicule back then, to Lin Feng, it was merely humiliation, not hatred. Had it not been for the fact that he had regained a portion of his strength, Xuanqing and Lu Cheng's actions were intended to use Lin Feng's life to buy time for their escape, which would have led to enmity. If they are enemies, they must be killed no matter who they are. This is Lin Feng's bottom line. He stood up, looking in the direction of the Ascension battlefield, took a step forward, and his figure vanished from the spot. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye several days had gone by since numerous geniuses from the 5 states entered the Ascension realm. Fighting was incessant, whether for the treasures of this realm, or for battles belonging to the young geniuses. They all moved towards the Ascension battlefield. Along the way, Lin Feng saw far too many young geniuses' corpses lying on the ground. They may have been the outstanding youth from the eastern states, southern region, western desert, northern wilderness, or the major sects of the central plains, yet here, they were merely victims of one another's slaughter. And like Xuanqing and Lu Cheng before, they might not even have had the time to be teleported out before meeting their demise. As for how many geniuses managed to escape by shattering the Ascension order, it was unknown. In just a few days of this fierce competition, far too many young people had been eliminated. They were now not far from the Ascension battlefield within a lush green forest.
Demonis, where are you running?
The blood-clad Yihan Wu was swiftly fleeing through the forest with 2 pursuers behind her. Lu Xian moved like the wind, the light of his sword flashing down at times. In addition, there was the Tai Xuan Saintess Miao Jing. Ancient trees towered all around, soaring nearly 1,000 meters high, their canopies densely interwoven. Amidst this primordial forest, a figure in pristine white robes strode effortlessly across the treetops. Lin Feng, as if sensing something amiss.
Something stirs,
as though hearing a distant whisper. Then, boom, boom, boom. Clashing surges of spiritual energy erupted, their shockwaves rippling outward, shaking the ancient trees and trembling the earth beneath his feet. A battle raged nearby. He had no intention of interfering. After all, along his journey, he had already witnessed countless clashes among prodigies. Yet from the fray not far away, a faintly familiar aura reached him, a resonance of spiritual energy he knew well. Gradually, crimson mist began to seep toward his position. This power was unmistakable to Lin Feng.
The Harmony and Joy Sect's cultivation art. Yihan Wu.
What startled him further was that the familiar spiritual resonance did not belong solely to that bewitching cultivator of the Harmony and Joy Sect. A glacial light pierced the heavens, the spiritual energy carried an icy chill, an innate constitution signature. Lin Feng recognized it instantly. Years ago, it was he who had awakened the ice spirit physique of the Holy Maiden using crystalline ice marrow.
Over there!
With a single step, Lin Feng vanished from sight, racing toward the epicenter of the battle. Boom! Within the lush verdant forest, ancient trees toppled like reeds as the intensity of the clash escalated relentlessly.
Surrender the Frostveil Spirit Herb!
She hovered midair, radiating ethereal light and biting cold. Clad in immaculate white, her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, her face exquisitely serene, peerless in beauty. It was Yimiajing. Her assault never ceased as she spoke coldly to her opponent Yihan Wu.
He. In the Ascension immortal realm rare treasures belong to whoever claims them first. Do you truly believe I must yield simply because the great Holy Maiden commands it?
Her bare feet rested lightly upon the branches and leaves of an ancient tree. Her voice rang out, melodic yet beguiling. She wore a blood-red gown diaphanous as cicada wings clinging tightly to her voluptuous undulating form, every curve breathtaking, every contour tantalizingly veiled beneath translucent silk. Her face was one that could overturn kingdoms, fox-like enchanting eyes brimming with tender coyness. Yet within their shimmering depths lay an abyss, so profound it seemed capable of drawing souls into eternal oblivion. This was Yihan Wu, the same cultivator who had entered the Ascension immortal realm alongside Lin Feng. After passing through the celestial gate, she had been teleported elsewhere, yet for days had likewise journeyed toward the Ascension arena. How she had crossed paths with Yi Miaojing, another of the three prodigies of the Eastern Prefecture, and with Lu Xian now standing nearby sword in hand biding his moment, remained unknown.
You are no match for me. Surrender, or perish.
Yi Miaojing's voice was frigid, her presence transcended her skin like flawless jade, her bones like frost-carved ice. The Frostveil spirit herb was a rare spirit medicine. Its unique cold spirit energy would enable her to ascend to the late divine bridge realm. She had discovered it first. But during the struggle to claim it, while she and Lu Xian were locked in combat with another cultivator, this bewitching woman had emerged from nowhere, seized the herb, and fled. She had pursued relentlessly, and at last cornered her here.
Miaojing, let me aid you. Slay this demoness.
Xing. The shriek of a blade cleaving the void pierced the air. From afar Lu Xian charged forward, his murderous intent even sharper than Yi Miaojing's. It traced back to the West Sea City incident. Though that wretched failure had vanished after teleporting to the Central Prefecture, and had not been seen since, Lu Xian still feared the truth that Yihan Wu might reveal his past pursuit of Lin Feng to Yi Miaojing. His only recourse was to silence Yihan Wu, forever. Then no soul in this world would ever know. As for Lin Feng, in Lu Xian's eyes, he was merely a talentless wretch, perhaps already dead 4 years ago, upon reaching the Central Prefecture, reduced to a desiccated skeleton by the roadside. After all, Lu Xian retained absolute confidence in that fateful strike he had delivered. Boom, boom, boom. The battle reignited. Yi Hongwu's position grew increasingly desperate. Having perfected the supreme indifference, Dao Yi Miaojing had long since advanced to the mid-divine bridge realm, her strength unquestionably surpassing both Yihan Wu and Lu Xian. And with 2-against-1 victory for Yihan Wu, the so-called demoness, was utterly impossible. Indeed, before long under their coordinated assault she fell. Sputter. Blood gushed from Yi Hongwu's lips. Her fox-like face paled, her slender frame hurled backward by the sheer force of Yi Miaojing's supreme indifference, Dao, crumpling onto the ground.
Miaojing, allow me to slay this demoness, and retrieve the Frostveil spirit herb for you.
Volunteering eagerly, he stood tall in flowing white robes, his sword gleaming, his brows sharp as stars, his back turned respectfully toward Yi Miaojing. Step by step Lu Xian approached the fallen bleeding Yihan Wu, his handsome face twisted into a cruel smirk, his gaze savage. Though all three were hailed as the Eastern Prefecture's three prodigies, the Azure Heaven Sword Sect and the Tai Xuan Sect stood as the twin pillars of orthodox cultivation. The Harmony and Joy Sect belonged to the demonic sects. Thus slaying this demoness would elevate Lu Xian's prestige across the Eastern Prefecture, and more crucially preserve his image as a paragon of virtue. After all, word of how he'd once led disciples of the Azure Heaven Sword Sect to hunt down a powerless Lin Feng, out of mere envy, would tarnish his reputation, irreparably shattering the saintly persona he'd carefully cultivated in the eyes of the Taixuan Holy Maiden. Sputter. Collapsed on the ground, blood still streaming from her mouth, Yihan Wu had resigned herself to death. She had already surrendered, yet at that very instant she glimpsed a streak of white racing toward her from afar. A smile bloomed instantly across her despairing face.
Humph! How dare you laugh even as death looms?
Confused, Lu Xian raised his sword, only for a voice to ring out suddenly behind him, and behind Yi Miaojing.
I shield her.
No sooner had the words fallen than the speaker stood before Yi Hongwu. His robes were whiter than freshly fallen snow, his bearing celestial, transcended peerless. His gaze swept the world with sovereign disdain. Around him swirled an overwhelming tide of spiritual energy. Tall and unyielding he stood like the pillar holding up heaven itself. To Yi Hongwu, lying broken on the ground, the figure before her was now the most unassailable bulwark in all existence. Lying prone, she gazed upward, up at Lin Feng's back, and an unexpected warmth rose within her chest, her eyes shimmering with quiet ripples.
Lin Feng. Wah, how is this possible? It's you.
Lin Feng's transformation was too profound. Lu Xian stared dumbfounded, and was the first to cry out, standing closest. Staring at the man standing before Yi Hongwu, he could not, no matter how hard he tried, reconcile him with the powerless wretch he had once hunted across the land. The ancient tree collapsed, the ground shattered amidst the forest.
Lin Feng.
At this moment, the one whose heart was most shaken was Yi Miaojing. Looking at the man in white, his face was quite familiar, yet the change in his aura made him appear strange. Having known each other for 10 years, how could she not recognize him? Yet the arrogance, pride, and powerful presence radiating from Lin Feng now made him seem unrecognizable, unlike the person who was once looked down upon in their own sect. Yes, she knew clearly the encounters this man faced back at the Tai Xuan Sect, but even as a saintess, she could not change the attitudes of everyone within the sect. She could never understand what had transpired in the short span of 4 years. And the magnificent fluctuations of his spiritual energy after achieving the supreme forgetting emotion path. Yi Miaojing had made great strides in her cultivation over the past few years, surpassing even the once great talents Lu Xian and Yi Hongwu in all of East State. However, for some reason at this moment, Yi Miaojing felt an unsettling illusion that in terms of spiritual energy Lin Feng before her seemed to surpass her. How could this be possible? Back then she had provided him with numerous spirit stones, yet ultimately he had never been able to condense spiritual energy within himself. Confusion overwhelmed her at this moment. Yi Miaojing had so many questions she wanted to ask Lin Feng. But from the moment he appeared, he had not cast a single glance in her direction. Even the attention he showed to that enchantress was greater than his concern for her, and in that instant Yi Miaojing felt a wave of disappointment swell within her.
Are you all right?
Looking back at Yi Hongwu behind him, Lin Feng asked with genuine concern. It was only thanks to this enchantress that he had been saved when he left Central State, otherwise he would not be the Lin Feng he was today.
You looked quite handsome just now.
Beneath the blood-red garments her skin was barely visible, and her curves were breathtaking, yet her breath was unsteady, as her delicate form fell to the ground. As expected of an enchantress, even in such a state faced with Lin Feng's concern, her first words were far from serious. Her pale and delicate face still managed a smile, as blood trickled from the corner of her red lips. Slightly shaking his head, seeing that Yi Hongwu could still speak, Lin Feng believed she should be fine. At this moment, he finally turned his gaze to the two in front of him, Lu Xian and Yi Miaojing. His gaze did not linger on the Tai Xuan Saintess for long, but rather fixed upon Lu Xian.
It's time to settle the debt from back then, isn't it?
His deep-set eyes brimmed with killing intent as Lin Feng's spiritual energy surged forth, his white robes billowing without wind, and the trees around him began to tremble. Had it not been for the enchantress behind him during the incident at West Sea City, he would have likely perished beneath the sword of the Tao child of the Xuanqing Sword Sect. It was simply because Lin Feng was seen as a waste by the cultivators of East State, unable to cultivate, allowing everyone to bully him, as if stepping on an ant in front of this person.
Hee. Do you think that just because you have some cultivation you can compare with me?
Lu Xian sneered derisively. Though he felt something was off, it had only been 4 short years from an untrainable waste to someone with a bit of spiritual energy. How high could his realm be? It wasn't that Lu Xian was arrogant in the initial stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Looking at the current Celestial Ascension realm, there were only a few who could compare with him. His goal had always been those top talents of Central State, and at the Celestial Ascension stage, he sought to redeem his past grievances. As for Lin Feng before him, Seeing that Lin Feng had not mentioned the incident at West Sea City to prevent Yi Miao Jing from finding out, he had to act swiftly and strike to kill. Since it was Lin Feng who had come seeking death, even if he killed him, he could say it was an accident in the heat of battle.
You step back.
As the battle was about to commence, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from Lin Feng's hand, enveloping Yi Hongwu and sweeping her away to a distance, clearing space for the upcoming fight.
Kill!
Just then a chilling voice, filled with killing intent, emerged from Lu Xian. A magnificent azure sword light surged from Lu Xian, causing the ancient trees around to shake, and the air resonated with the sound of tearing sword energy. Seeing this, even Yi Miao Jing, who was watching from a distance, showed a hint of surprise.
It's the Xuanqing sword path.
The Xuanqing sword path was also one of the top 3 techniques in East State, its power second only to the supreme forgetting emotion path, rivaling the joyous ascension path of Yi Hongwu.
It seems Lu Xian has made sufficient preparations for the battle at the celestial ascension stage.
What surprised Yi Miao Jing was that the Xuanqing sword path was divided into 9 levels, and Lu Xian had already cultivated it to the 8th level, just a step away from matching the legendary Xuanqing ancestor. He was indeed one of the top 3 talents in East State with remarkable potential. Her beautiful eyes fixated intently, wanting to see if her previous suspicion about Lin Feng was indeed true. The azure sword light condensed to perfection. Where it passed, the space seemed to tremble, its edge unmatched, piercing through the sky. Crack! Crack! As the countless ancient trees around broke in response, a massive azure sword light pierced through the swirling wood chips and dust, radiating a sharpness that could sever all and annihilate everything aimed straight at Lin Feng.
He die.
Seeing the sword light about to land on Lin Feng, Lu Xian sneered coldly.
Just a little trick.
Faced with Lu Xian's certain kill, Lin Feng remained calm, not even lifting his eyelids, merely extending a finger and lightly pointing.
What? What is he doing? Has he gone mad?
Observing the scene, Yi Miao Jing's gaze suddenly shifted. If she, facing Lu Xian's 8th level Xuanqing sword intent, did not dare to be careless, she could not comprehend why Lin Feng would dare to act so. In his white robe, standing quietly in place, her beautiful eyes watched him intently. Lin Feng had once saved her, and for the one she loved for 10 years, she would intervene if the situation called for it. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yi Miao Jing failed to notice that, like her, the enchantress, Yi Hongwu, lying not far away, was completely unconcerned. For she had previously witnessed even the powerful prince of the Deqian Empire, Shao Qian, unable to withstand a single blow from Lin Feng, let alone a mere Lu Xian. Swish! As Lin Feng lightly pointed, azure light swirled around, purple lightning flickered so faint that no one noticed the fine spatial fissures appearing amidst the purple flashes. Only a rumored celestial ascension expert could shatter space in this realm, yet now Lin Feng was merely at the late stage of the divine bridge realm. Upon contact, the originally unmatched azure sword light instantly crumbled under the power of the purple lightning, a complete difference in levels. Crack! 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 The momentum did not diminish, and at the same time, the sword of the Xuanqing Sect's Dao Child also began to shatter inch by inch beneath Lin Feng's single finger. Unbeknownst to when Lin Feng's figure had already appeared beside Lu Xian, grabbing his arm with one hand and giving it a slight pull. Crack! Just gripping the sword hilt, Lu Xian's entire arm snapped with a sound torn away, and bright red blood gushed forth like a fountain from his shattered shoulder, splattering all around.
Ah!
A scream echoed through the collapsing forest of ancient trees. Neither Lu Xian nor Yi Miao Jing could have imagined. One strike. Just a single strike. As one of the 3 great prodigies of Zhongzhou, Lu Xian was directly disarmed by Lin Feng, who had just utilized the 8th level of the Xuanqing sword Dao. That sword strike was meant to showcase Lu Xian's brilliance in this contest for the heavens. Yet it was effortlessly shattered by Lin Feng's finger. This is impossible. A voice of disbelief echoed, as the coldly beautiful Yi Miao Jing stared in shock at the scene before her. Possessing an ice spirit body, she had heard from her master that even among the younger generation across the entire Tian Song continent, only a few could rival her talent.
But even if she was stronger than Lu Xian, she could not match Lin Feng. 4 years. What on earth happened to that man in just 4 years? Just as Yu Miaojing was in shock, Lu Xian's agonized screams echoed from not far away. Ah! Cold sweat poured down his face, was deathly pale. Lu Xian trembled all over, his white robe already stained red with blood. The pain of his severed arm was not just a clean cut. Lin Feng had literally ripped his entire arm from the shoulder. Do you remember what you said back in Shihai City? Today I return it to you. Lin Feng said coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. For years had passed, yet he still remembered that day when Lu Daozi had declared he would sever his own limbs, torturing himself to death. As he spoke, Lin Feng's fingers curled into claws. Crack! Grabbing Lu Xian's other arm, he tore it off once more. Ah! With both arms severed, the pain compounded, and the relentless agony surged through Lu Xian, distorting his handsome features. He was on the verge of fainting, yet, as one of the 3 great prodigies of Zhongzhou, he remained stronger than Shenwan in this dire situation. Seizing the moment of severance, enduring the excruciating pain, spiritual energy wrapped around him, and he exerted his legs to flee rapidly, trying to escape. Can you really escape? A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth as he stepped forward, moving at a speed far beyond Lu Xian's, almost as if teleporting, and kicked out. Crack! With both arms severed, Lin Feng crushed one of Lu Xian's legs underfoot mercilessly. At this moment everyone understood the vast chasm separating the two. Whoosh! At that moment a heavenly ascension order flew from Lu Xian's chest. Die! Seeing this, Lin Feng decided it was time to end things. He formed a fist seal and struck out, aiming to smash Lu Xian's skull. But at that moment, from the pendant hanging around Lu Xian's neck, a jade sword pendant, after soaking up his blood, it radiated with azure spiritual light. The azure light surged, transforming into a sword beam that enveloped Lu Xian. This was left by the founding ancestor of my Xuanqing Sect when he ascended to the upper realm. If you want to kill me, do you think you can? Enduring the excruciating pain surrounded by the azure sword light shield, Lu Xian looked at the heavenly ascension order with a reluctant expression. Even at this moment, he could not comprehend why a mere waste from 4 years ago could surpass him, the disciple of the Xuanqing Sect, in such a short time. But the result was clear: his limbs were severed, and his consciousness was growing hazy. He could not participate in this contest, for the heaven's survival was paramount. At that moment, Lin Feng's fist, imbued with a dangerous aura of purple lightning, collided with the azure sword light shield protecting Lu Xian. Boom! 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 The void began to twist, the earth trembled, and the shockwaves spread out, causing countless ancient trees to shatter and collapse, turning into endless wood chips drifting about. This is impossible! A voice of disbelief rang out as Lu Xian stared blankly ahead. The azure shield around him began to crack under Lin Feng's punch, the fissures appearing densely, starting to crumble. This was left behind by the ancestor of their Xuanqing Sect. Boom! A wisp of Xuanqing sword chi erupted from Lu Xian, shattering the heavenly ascension order before him. The silver-white power of time and space began to emerge from the shattered heavenly ascension order, forming an illusory spatial passage around Lu Xian, leading to the realm beyond. Die! Lin Feng's murderous intent was almost palpable, his gaze icy cold. As he struck again, Lu Xian's figure began to fade, already being transported away, disappearing. Ah! A cry of despair echoed from within the vanishing spatial passage. Lu Xian's fate remained uncertain as he vanished before Lin Feng. What a pity! Standing in place, gazing at the only pool of blood, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Originally, killing Lu Xian was almost a certainty. He was even worried that the other party might escape using the heavenly ascension order, and had preemptively severed his arms. Yet he never expected the opponent had a shield left by a former ascender. As for whether Lu Xian lived or died, even Lin Feng himself did not know. The earth lay in ruins, countless ancient trees collapsed in the jungle. A fierce battle had nearly cleared this area. At this moment, aside from Lin Feng, there was Yu Miaojing, and not far away Yi Hongwu, who was recovering from her injuries. Dressed in white with 3,000 strands of hair cascading, like a waterfall, her ice-like skin and exquisite features, Yi Miaojing walked toward Lin Feng. Have you been well during these years away from the Tai Xuan Sect? Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Feng, curiosity evident in her gaze. She could not comprehend how in just 4 years from being unable to cultivate, Lin Feng had transformed into someone so formidable, with so many questions in her heart. Yet with 1,000 words on the tip of her tongue, Yi Miaojing could only manage to say this one sentence. Are you all right? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng replied expressionlessly. After leaving the Taixuan Sect, he had returned to the Xuanqing Sect half dead, and had been in a coma for 4 years. At least during his time awake in the Xuanqing Sect, life had been relatively good for Lin Feng. As he spoke, the air suddenly fell silent. The once inseparable lovers had become so estranged now. You? After a long silence, the Taixuan Saintess seemed to have found a topic, but was interrupted by a voice not far behind Lin Feng, breaking the awkwardness. Oh no! I'm about to pass out. My injuries are too severe. If no one attends to me, I might just die. Dressed in blood red, her delicate figure collapsed to the ground. With a sly glint in her beautiful eyes, Yi Hongwu watched the interaction between Lin Feng and Yi Miaojing, her red lips curling into a slight smile as she spoke. The past is the past. For Lin Feng, the moment he stepped out of the Taixuan Sect, there was no longer any connection with the Taixuan Saintess before him. Hearing the voice of Yi Hongwu behind him, his savior, a hint of tension appeared on his face as he hurriedly turned around. Can you stand up? Lin Feng asked with concern, looking at the demoness on the ground. It wouldn't be long before someone would come this way. To help her recover, he must first take the demoness in front of him away from this place. I can't stand up. Whether it was due to her injuries or something else was unclear. Her blood-red dress was as thin as a cicada's wing, tightly wrapped around her voluptuous body, the curves breathtaking, with skin barely visible beneath the sheer fabric. With a mesmerizing face that could captivate anyone, she spoke in a slightly spoiled tone, her enchanting eyes gazing at Lin Feng while extending her arms towards him. The implication was clear: her injuries were too severe to rise, and he had to carry her away. This? Lin Feng hesitated, feeling it was inappropriate. Having arrived too late, he realized he didn't fully understand the extent of Yi Hongwu's injuries. After all, she was his savior. With that thought, Lin Feng stopped hesitating. Saving her was a priority. During the incident in Shihai City, Yi Hongwu undoubtedly received a gratuitous fail-free card from Lin Feng. Nothing could be of higher value than a life-saving grace. However, just as Lin Feng bent down to embrace the demoness, he felt a cold gaze from behind him for some unknown reason. There was only one person behind him, the Taixuan Saintess. Without much thought, he embraced the demoness, her soft and delicate body fitting perfectly in his arms. Is this really appropriate? After all, Sister Yi was once. Her words were clearly intentional, as the enchanting face in his arms spoke, releasing a fragrant breath that filled Lin Feng's nostrils, while Yi Hongwu's beautiful eyes glanced at Yi Miaojing behind Lin Feng. Indeed, once those words were spoken, the air around grew unusually cold. But Lin Feng paid no attention. After all, it was already over. Without speaking or looking back, he strode away with the demoness in his arms, heading toward the edge of the dense forest. With icy skin and a stunning appearance, dressed in white, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, Yi Miaojing stood still, her charming face like cold frost, her gaze icy, as she quietly watched Lin Feng and the demoness leave. A powerful chill radiated from the Saintess. Crack, crack, crack. The ground froze, and the fallen ancient trees and shattered wood were instantly coated with a layer of frost. Having cultivated the supreme forgetting emotions path, she was once a peerless fairy who severed ties, yet for some reason her face was not calm at this moment, her chest rising and falling unevenly. Suddenly a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, dripping and leaving a bright red stain on her white robe. Supreme forgetting emotions path. Didn't I sever the last thread of emotion? Why? With a hint of bitterness on her face, she murmured to herself, her voice so soft that only she could hear. In addition, at this moment,
Yi Miaojing felt a sense of grievance clearly. The frost spirit herb in Yi Honghua's hands was found by her first, and with it she could break through to the later stage of the divine bridge realm. However, the once obedient man to her had now, at the end of the matter, left with the demoness without even asking. Unconsciously, he had become so unfamiliar. Standing dazed for a moment, her gaze remained fixed on the direction Lin Feng and the demoness had departed. Finally, Yi Miaojing turned and left the jungle, heading not toward the heavenly Ascension arena. Before the true battle of the prodigies commenced, she needed to find a spirit herb to break through her cultivation realm, reaching the later stage of the divine bridge realm to defeat Lin Feng on the arena. She wanted to prove that her choice back then was not wrong. "Your injuries don't seem as serious as you said." In a valley after setting down the demoness he had carried all the way, Lin Feng spoke with a face full of doubt after a simple examination. Goodness. Given the situation at that time, anyone who didn't know would have thought that the demoness was on the brink of death. Worried, he had rushed here and finally found this deserted valley. Now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. "Maybe I just felt better on the way here." Taking advantage of Lin Feng's inattention, the demoness stuck out her tongue, looking at him with a face full of grievance. In fact, while Lin Feng was fighting with Lu Xian, her injuries had secretly healed, but for some reason seeing Lin Feng with that Tai Xuan Saintess made her feel uncomfortable, hence her earlier act. "Since you're fine, then I'll be leaving." Shaking his head slightly, Lin Feng's gaze turned toward the enormous arena that stood at the center of this world, which was the final battleground for the prodigies. Moreover, what was most important to Lin Feng was to secure first place in that arena and obtain the sacred herbs, which would completely restore his injuries and lift the restrictions on his physique. All these years, he had not dared to forget the true reason he descended to the lower realm. A secret hidden in this world, one that could drive countless forces in the upper realm into madness. Unfortunately, since descending all those years ago, he had completely lost his original strength and had yet to recover, even though half of the injuries from the laws within him had dissipated. But without peak strength of the Dao Palace realm, and given his original physique, venturing forth recklessly would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Even though it had been 10 years since descending to the lower realm, he had never had the opportunity to search for that secret. However, referring to the erroneous location of the spatial nodes, from when he descended, Lin Feng already had some judgment in his heart. He only needed to obtain the sacred herb this time and reach his peak condition. At this moment, he could already see countless prodigies from all directions transforming into rainbow lights, flying toward the heavenly Ascension arena. There was no time to lose. The heavenly Ascension arena. That's the final destination of this prodigy battle. It just so happens to be on the way. I'll accompany you. Standing up, her vibrant red lips slightly parted, a hint of a smile mixed with laziness gracing her features, as she moved lightly to stand beside Lin Feng. Yi Honghu said. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Standing at the center of the secret realm is a massive arena. Crafted from dark green stones, the surface is as smooth as a mirror, bearing countless fine ancient scars resembling those made by blades and chisels. These scars seem to narrate the long-standing battles of the chosen ones of the Tian continent over the ages. At the pinnacle of the heavenly arena, 10 beams of light soar upwards, piercing the sky towards the heavens, which here resemble the rumored upper realms. At this moment, many figures of the chosen ones had already appeared around the arena, while young figures were approaching like streaks of rainbow light from afar. The chosen ones of the Xuanqing Sect had gathered at the edge of the arena, all of them injured except for Xueyela, clearly having faced numerous dangers along the way.
Strange, why hasn't the Holy Sun arrived with his strength? Could something have happened? You should worry about yourself first,
Yu Qingshan said with a puzzled expression, but was interrupted by Ling Qinghan before he could finish. With silver-white hair flowing down tall and slender, her skin resembling ice and snow, she is breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an aloof aura. Her blue eyes sparkle like ice crystals. As a celestial maiden of the Xuanqing Sect, Xueyela was currently gazing towards a corner of the arena where stood the chosen ones from one of the 9 dominant powers of the central continent, the Cold Sky Phantom Sea. At the forefront is a black-clothed man, a figure familiar to Xueyela, whose cold and unique aura resembles that of a solitary cold star shrouded in a palpable pressure that is hard to ignore.
No wonder the Holy Sun paid special attention to this person,
she murmured. Previously at the banquet of Chosen One, Shui Yaolao had noticed him under Lin Feng's gaze, but hadn't thought much of it. Since the opening of the Celestial Ascension, she had encountered this person and witnessed his strike. One strike that annihilated thousands of Chosen Ones. With the East State South Region West Desert North Wilderness, and the 9 domains of the Central Continent combined, there were over tens of thousands of Chosen Ones entering the Celestial Ascension, as each sect sent forth their most elite disciples. However, along the way many had been eliminated due to fierce competition over heavenly materials and treasures, or through conflicts typical among the youth, resulting in a significant reduction in numbers within the Celestial Ascension. Swish! Figures of the Chosen Ones were approaching the heavenly arena. Roar! 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 The sound of dragon roars echoed, vibrating the surroundings.
It's Prince Xiaoqian of the Taixuan dynasty.
Tall and strong, with a rugged face dressed in black, his eyes deep, like an abyss surrounded by strands of dragon aura, Xiaoqian was stepping through the air. As one of the top Chosen Ones of the Central Continent, since entering the Celestial Ascension, all his movements had drawn considerable attention. Recently it was rumored that this prince had obtained a technique from the upper realms perfectly compatible with his dragon soul body. This undoubtedly elevated Xiaoqian's strength, making him a top contender for the first place in the heavenly arena. Before long, as if prearranged, several top Chosen Ones from the Central Continent began to appear one after another, each entrance causing a stir among the crowd. Swish! Like the wind, a figure clad in a silver-white robe, with an almost devilishly handsome face, walked with a lazy smile that seemed nonchalant. With exquisite features and narrow phoenix eyes, sparks of electricity seemed to dance in his gaze, sharp and perceptive, as if he could see through all trajectories. With a high nose and thin lips perpetually curved in a half-smile, his long black hair flowed gently in the wind. He is Feng Wuhan, the young master of the Qian Yuan Dao sect.
It's the young master of the Qian Yuan Dao sect. I heard that not long ago, this young master acquired a half-step holy weapon and a relic, an item from the upper realms. During this time in the Celestial Ascension, this young master Feng has also garnered considerable attention, obtaining many treasures and experiencing a meteoric rise in strength.
Unbeknownst to when it started, petals made of spiritual energy began to flutter around the arena. At this moment, a stunning figure approached the arena, dressed in a translucent snow-white gauze, her garments moving without wind, her slender form embodying a cold resilience, with a long, elegant neck and a waist that could be grasped in one hand. Her facial features are exquisitely beautiful, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. As soon as she appeared, she captivated countless young talents around her.
It's the Ling Holy Maiden. So beautiful.
As one of the top Chosen Ones in the Central Continent, possessing immense talent and such striking beauty, the Ling Holy Maiden is often mentioned alongside Shui Yaolao as one of the 2 celestial maidens of the Central Continent. Her appearance instantly caused a stir among the crowd. The top Chosen Ones of the Central Continent had all manifested. They are undoubtedly the favorites for the first place in this heavenly arena, yet strangely, it was not just Shui Yaolao. Whether it was Feng Wuhan or the Ling Holy Maiden, upon arriving at the heavenly arena, their gazes unconsciously turned towards the black-clothed man standing at the forefront of the cold sky phantom seas, Chosen Ones, their expressions showing a hint of gravity and wariness.
Strange, where are Lu Xiandao and senior sister Yi from the Tai Xuan Sect? Why haven't they arrived yet? Senior sister Chunwan hasn't arrived either.
At this moment, in one corner of the crowd, the Linger looked puzzled, accompanied by several disciples from the Tai Xuan Sect, all wearing expressions of confusion. In their view, this was merely the long-standing arrogance of the Central Continent people. In terms of strength, Lu Xian and Yi Miaojing were hardly inferior to those top Chosen Ones from the Central Continent. Just as she was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared from afar, approaching them. With an icy demeanor and a striking appearance, dressed in white, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. This was Yi Miaojing. Her aura was frigid, and the ground she passed over was coated with a layer of frost. In just a few short days, for some reason the aura of this Taixuan Holy Maiden seemed to have advanced a step, nearly breaking through to the late stage of the divine bridge realm. Her presence was ethereal, as if she had descended from the heavens.
So cold. Who is this person? Why have I never seen her in the central continent, yet she possesses such a powerful aura?
In an instant countless chosen ones around upon seeing Yi Miaojing looked on, with puzzled expressions. In the past as figures began to appear the area beside the ascending stage quickly gathered hundreds of people. After the opening of the immortal realm countless talents from the 5 states entered, yet, in the end only a handful remained. This was because the weak had been eliminated. Although historically Zhongzhou looked down upon the other 4 states, it must be acknowledged that those standing at the edge of the stage were indeed the most outstanding from Zhongzhou. Looking around, the talents from Dongzhou, Nanjing, Shima, and Beimang numbered barely 30 in total. Among them, the most powerful was widely recognized to be the Holy Maiden Yi Miaojing from the Tai Xuan Sect of Dongzhou. Having experienced various crises in the immortal realm, those who fought their way here were no weaklings. The vast stage was constructed from dark green stones, with 10 beams of light soaring into the sky, piercing the heavens, connecting to the legendary upper realm. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment spiritual light began to diffuse from the 10 beams, intertwining and forming a series of ancient patterns representing numbers, over several hundred, corresponding to the number of talents present. As this scene unfolded, the originally noisy surroundings grew silent, with hundreds of gazes fixed upon the sky above the stage.
The battle on the ascending stage is about to begin. Someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with excitement. The once-in-a-century clash of talents is about to commence, and those who could enter the top 10 will receive sacred items from the upper realm.
The ascending immortal realm has been opened countless times on the Tian-San continent, so some talents were already familiar with the rules of the realm before their arrival. Indeed, as soon as the talent finished speaking, a stir arose. At this moment, the ascending orders received by each talent before entering the immortal realm either flew out from their pockets, floating in front of them, or were already clutched in their hands, glowing faintly and resonating with the 10 beams above the stage. The spiritual light condensed into the patterns represented the sequence for each talent in the upcoming battle on the stage, determining the pairings based on the different numbers. If someone failed to arrive at this location during the gathering sequence, they would naturally lose their qualification to compete on the stage, implying a forfeiture of this talent battle. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of the Xuanqing Sect below the stage grew anxious.
Not good, the ascending stage is about to start, and the Holy Sun has yet to arrive.
Yu Qingshan spoke up, his face showing signs of tension.
With the Holy Sun's strength, he shouldn't be delayed at this point.
Ling Qingshan expressed confusion. Among those present, only the members of the Xuanqing Sect understood Lin Feng's identity and strength. The primary purpose of sending their people to the talent battle was to help him obtain a sacred herb. If even the Holy Sun himself did not attend, although the celestial beauty Shuiyelyo could likely secure a top 10 position, achieving first place would still be quite challenging. After all, among the 9 great overlords of Zhongzhou, the talents from those major forces such as Shaoqian Fengwuhan and the Holy Maiden Ling were not significantly weaker than Shuiyelyo. Several anxious voices arose as the members of the Xuanqing Sect looked toward Shuiyelyo. With the Holy Sun absent, this celestial beauty had always been their backbone.
Even without the Holy Sun, I will do my utmost to contend for first place.
With a calm face, Shuiyelyo stood her ground, her gaze resolute. However, while speaking, she glanced towards the black-clothed man among the talents of the Han Tian Huanghai, feeling a sense of pressure from him, one of the top talents of Zhongzhou. With the Holy Sun Lin Feng absent, she was unsure if she could match that person, and could only do her best to fight. In fact, it was not just the members of the Xuanqing Sect who felt this way. At this moment, including other top talents from Zhongzhou, who had met Lin Feng during the previous talent feast in Qiangu City, as well as Yi Miaojing, who had just arrived at the scene, curiosity was evident on their faces.
Strange it seems that the Xuanqing Sect is one person short.
Standing at one corner of the stage, Feng Wuhan looked toward Shuiyelyo, curiosity written all over his face. During the talent feast, Lin Feng's 2 actions had truly astonished them, the top talents of Zhongzhou. After all, even someone as strong as Xiao Qian had been defeated by him.
Could it be that he didn't enter this ascending immortal realm?
Ling Long, Holy Maiden, also expressed her doubts. Although Lin Feng and Xiao Qian had only exchanged 1 blow each, and did not use their full strength, she couldn't shake the feeling that the white-clad man whom even Shui Yali followed had exerted immense pressure on her. Feng Wuhan and Ling Long, Holy Maiden, entered this secret realm from one of the 4 great heavenly gates in the east, so they had naturally not encountered Lin Feng.
No, I encountered him at the heavenly gate before.
The speaker was Xiao Qian, and his tone was heavy and slightly grim as he mentioned Lin Feng.
He was just lucky. Otherwise, I would have made him understand the strength of the dragon soul body on the stage.
Recalling his dragon soul body, Xiao Qian seemed to regain his confidence, forgetting how he had been nearly defeated by Lin Feng's strike at the heavenly gate.
Sister Yi, what are you looking at?
At this moment in the crowd surrounding the stage, Linger noticed that for some reason Sister Yi had finally arrived, but was constantly gazing into the distance.
I'm waiting for someone.
Clad in white, and standing among the talents from Zhongzhou, Yi Miaojing sighed for some reason. After spending several days in the dense forest, Lin Feng had finally found a spirit herb, allowing him to break through to the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm, not falling short compared to the top talents of Zhongzhou. Entering the top 10 of the 5 states talent battle was indeed important to her, as this was her promise to the Tai Xuan Sect before coming. However, what mattered more now was that she wanted to battle Lin Feng on the stage to prove that her initial choice was correct. Yet now that person had yet to appear. A tremendous rumble echoed from the sky above the stage within the 10 beams of light, dazzling and radiant, as spiritual light illuminated the stage in all directions. The numbers were about to be fully condensed and ready to be sent to each talent's ascending order below, determining the order of their battles. At this final moment, 2 figures finally arrived, appearing as if they had teleported in front of Shui Yali and the others from the Xuanqing Sect.
Sorry, we almost arrived late.
A man and a woman leading the way was Lin Feng, who smiled slightly as he spoke, followed closely by Yihan Wu. As they appeared, 2 more numbers condensed within the 10 beams above the stage. Like countless stars scattered in the sky, the numbers floated down, merging with the ascending orders in each talent's hand, including those held by Lin Feng and Yihan Wu.
Why is the Holy Sun with this demon girl from the eastern state again?
At this moment, the disciples of the Xuanqing Sect watched Lin Feng, who had arrived late, and Ling Qinghan curiously whispered. Nearby, several people, including Yu Qishan, were similarly observing, casting strange glances at Lin Feng and the girl. First, before entering the celestial Ascension realm, the Holy Sun took the initiative to save Yihan Wu, a lonely man and woman together in the secret realm for many days, and now arriving together, it seemed the relationship was overly close.
Sister, you must hurry, or the Holy Sun will be taken by someone else.
As she spoke, Ling Qinghan discreetly sent a voice transmission to Shui Yaolao beside her, as they were all disciples of the Xuanqing Sect. At least in their eyes, only Sister Shui was truly suitable for Lin Feng. Just after sending the message, Shui Yaolao reached out a delicate hand and pinched Ling Qinghan's waist.
Ah!
A sharp scream escaped her lips.
What happened?
Lin Feng, looking bewildered, gazed at Ling Qinghan and the others. It had been several days since they last met. What was going on? Only Yi Hongwu, who had come with Lin Feng and was also a woman, seemed to sense something. She smiled slightly, drawing closer to Lin Feng.
I've met the Holy Sun.
Shui Yellow, along with a few others, slightly bowed to Lin Feng. This scene did not escape the eyes of the numerous talented individuals present. As the arena battle was about to begin, Lin Feng's appearance at this time undoubtedly drew the attention of many talented individuals, and discussions erupted around.
This fierce person is from the Xuanqing Sect. No wonder he possesses such strength.
A young genius who had witnessed Lin Feng single-handedly annihilate an entire beast nest spoke up. Seeing even the disciples of the Xuanqing Sect, including the celestial maiden Shui Yelao, treating Lin Feng with such respect made everything clear. In truth, he was never an unknown figure, but rather someone whose identity was too mysterious, making it impossible for ordinary people to know. With the scene of the Xuanqing celestial maiden Shui Yaolao, and the talented disciples of Xuanqing slightly bowing to Lin Feng, the atmosphere changed. Surrounding the arena were several major factions composed of talented individuals from the eastern state, western desert, southern frontier, northern wilderness, and the most numerous middle state. The most shocked of all was Yi Miaojing nearby, along with dozens of talented individuals from the eastern state, who looked completely dumbfounded.
That person seems to be the one from years ago, the Holy Maiden Yi.
At this point, a young talent from the eastern state chose not to continue. Years ago, within the Tai Xuan Sect, the news that Yi Miaojing had cultivated the supreme emotionless Tao and formed a Tao partner with Lin Feng had spread throughout the eastern state. However, the final outcome of that day was Lin Feng being expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect, and there were quite a few eastern state talents who had witnessed it. At that time, they were all rejoicing, believing that the choice of the Tai Xuan Sect and Yi Miaojing was absolutely correct. After all, how could the first young genius of the eastern state known as the Taixuan Holy Maiden be matched with a waste who could not cultivate? But now, looking at the man in white with a handsome face and an ethereal temperament, he looked so much like that waste from back then.
Sister Yi, when I went to Qianggu City with senior sister Chen, when I saw this person, he really is the one you once.
Wearing a green outfit, and being Yi Miaojing's junior sister, Ling curiously spoke up, not mentioning the words Tao partner. At this moment, although the temperament of the man in white differed greatly from that of Lin Feng back then, she still felt that their appearances were far too similar.
What on earth happened to him in these 4 years?
Yi Miaojing murmured, her gaze somewhat dazed. Having met Lin Feng in that dense forest, she naturally knew that the person surrounded by the stars of the Xuanqing Sect was the man who nearly became her Tao partner. Defeating Lu Xian in one battle with such powerful aura, Yi Miaojing had self-doubt about being his opponent even before reaching the late stage of the Divine Bridge. In just a few years from being a waste who could not cultivate to reaching this point, Lin Feng's transformation was already shocking enough. But now, the Xuanqing Sect was a dominant force in the Middle State, towering in the Tiandu region. It was not only a giant in the Middle State, but also recognized as a top sect throughout the entire Tianshan continent, with its background and might surpassing regional boundaries, and renowned across the 5 states of Tianshan continent. Upon arriving in the Middle State, Yi Miaojing finally understood the gap between the Taixuan Sect and such dominant forces in the Middle State.
Is that the Xuanqing Celestial Maiden?
At this moment, with many talented individuals in between, Yi Miaojing looked at Shui Yaolao, who was standing in front of Lin Feng and respectfully saying something, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Even her gaze towards that unparalleled celestial maiden revealed a hint of awe. With 3,000 silver strands of white hair, the pure white gauze dress clung tightly to her slender body. Her beauty was unmatched, and a deep blue mark at her brow flickered like flames. Her figure was tall, her skin was like ice and snow, beautiful, and with an aloof temperament. With such talent and appearance, this unparalleled woman posed before Lin Feng, and at that moment, Yi Miaojing's heart could be imagined. It has changed. Everything has changed. Yet even so, as the Taixuan Holy Maiden, the foremost among the young generation of the Eastern State, Yi Miaojing still held her own pride. She would defeat everyone in the arena.
I am 104.
Looking at the ascending token in her hand, with an extra number, Yi Hanwu revealed a helpless expression. As the last two to arrive, the numbers on the ascending tokens in both her and Lin Feng's hands were undoubtedly the last two.
I am 103.
Shaking his head slightly, and smiling, Lin Feng said that it was merely the order of battle, not the final ranking, and he did not mind it at all. After leaving that dense forest during this time, Yi Miaojing had found a spirit herb to break through her own realm before coming here. Logically, Lin Feng and the others should have arrived earlier. In fact, they should have arrived sooner, but on the way, Lin Feng and the others passed an ancient ruin. It should be noted that the celestial Ascension realm comes from the fragments of the land from the upper realm, and the ruins that even he spent considerable time on held significant value. At this moment, the numbers on the ascending tokens in the hands of all the talented individuals present had appeared from number 1 to number 104, corresponding exactly to the 104 people present. Wow! At this moment on the celestial ascension arena within the beam of light, 2 rays of light shone out, illuminating 2 talented individuals present, one of whom was Yi Han-Wu.
I will go up first,
Yi Han-Wu said to Lin Feng, and in a flash of red light her figure disappeared. The battle of the talented individuals on the celestial ascension arena has begun. The battle on the arena begins. Opposing Yi Han-Wu is a young genius from Beimang clad in animal skins, with a robust and towering physique, muscles bulging prominently. Boom! The combat on the arena erupted, and at this moment, standing beside Lin Feng below the stage, he took advantage of the absence of that enchanting woman. How did the Holy Sun come to know that enchanting woman? Shui Yalao asked, her delicate face displaying curiosity. Years ago, she had fought against Yi Han-Wu in Zhongzhou, thus she was acquainted with her. She saved my life. Without elaborating further, Lin Feng gazed at the battle on the arena, his expression calm. After all, she was one of the 3 great geniuses of Dongzhou. Boom! Accompanied by a violent surge of spiritual energy, the battle on the arena concluded with Yi Han-Wu emerging victorious. There were a total of 104 participants. Each genius must battle against others, and ultimately the rankings would be determined by their respective scores to select the final 10 as well as the champion. In other words, to achieve first place, one must defeat all 103 other geniuses in the series of battles on the arena. As the 2 who had just fought descended from the arena, a beam of light shone down from the light column, coincidentally illuminating Lin Feng and another genius from the southern wilderness. I'm going up. After greeting Yi Han-Wu and Shui Yalao, who had just come down, Lin Feng stepped forward and appeared on the arena. On the vast arena, which was about 10,000 feet wide, the ground was paved with dark blue stones, incredibly solid, yet one could still see countless fine ancient scratches on its surface, resembling marks of battles fought by geniuses throughout the long history of Tian-Tsang continent. Dressed in white like snow, with a handsome face and an ethereal demeanor, Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze exuding a condescending attitude over all the geniuses, and overwhelming spiritual energy subtly radiating from him, evidently at the late stage of the divine bridge realm. The aura was so powerful that merely standing there gave off an aura of invincibility. A man in green attire, Yu Jian, appeared on the arena, standing before Lin Feng. Please show mercy. Yu Jian gulped nervously, then clasped his fist towards Lin Feng. Fair enough. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Boom! Boom! Without further ado, the battle erupted immediately. Among tens of thousands of geniuses, only a little over 100 remained in the end. One could say that those who made it onto the arena were all anything but weak among the young generation of the entire Tian-Tsang continent. Clang! The sound of swords echoed, as countless sword shadows filled the arena, an overwhelming force sweeping towards Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. His white robe billowed without wind, and a majestic blue spiritual light rose from him, accompanied by a purple thunderous power. Boom! As the blue light surged, and the purple thunderous power raged, in an instant, the multitude of sword shadows vanished. As the light dissipated under the gaze of thousands in the arena, what appeared before Yu Jian was Lin Feng's fingertip swirling with the destructive purple thunderous power, yet the fingertip halted just before his forehead. It was merely a hair's breadth away. Had it advanced just a bit further, his head would have been pierced. Thank you. Yu Jian clasped his fists again, his eyes filled with gratitude and a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had proactively shown weakness to this powerful figure before the battle, and was grateful for Lin Feng's mercy. As the battle concluded, and the two descended from the arena, this scene undoubtedly left many geniuses around the arena in shock. Yu Jian is the #1 genius from the southern wilderness. Who on earth is this person to defeat him with a single strike? The genius who had just fought against Lin Feng also had an impressive background, yet he had failed to land even a single blow on Lin Feng, leaving the surrounding southern wilderness geniuses extremely astonished. What you once thought was the strongest genius in your domain pales in comparison to others, such a sense of shock is unimaginable. Of course, there were those who were unfazed like the prince from the Taixuan dynasty Xiaoqian. Humph, what skill is it to deal with a genius from the southern wilderness? Just wait, and I will show you what a dragon soul body is. Xiaoqian grumbled, his disdain for Lin Feng unmistakable. Once during the genius feast, and most recently beneath the heavenly gate. Xiaoqian of such high status had never suffered consecutive defeats at the hands of others. He firmly believed that it was because he had not utilized his dragon soul body at that time that allowed Lin Feng to succeed in his surprise attack. This time in the immortal realm, he had obtained a technique from the upper realm that perfectly matched his dragon soul body. He had been waiting for this moment to completely defeat Lin Feng on the arena. Boom. 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 On the arena, battles between the contemporary geniuses erupted, time passing little by little. Soon the beam of light above the arena shone down again, and it was unclear whether it was the previous voice of Xiaoqian that had an effect. This time the light illuminated two figures, namely the Prince Xiaoqian of the Taixuan dynasty, one of the top geniuses in Zhongzhou, and Lin Feng, who had yet to lose a single battle. When this scene appeared, the entire venue trembled and began to boil. It's Prince Xiaoqian. His dragon soul body is one of the strongest physiques on the Taixuan continent. Indeed, Prince Xiaoqian has been famous in Zhongzhou for many years, being on par with Saintess, Ling, Heavenly Maiden, Xuanqing, and Fengwen. As of now, Prince Xiaoqian has never been defeated. A chorus of excited voices arose. During the previous battles, relying on his dragon soul body, Xiaoqian had shocked countless geniuses present. Those who fell to him either died or were left severely injured. Though ruthless, this only served to illustrate the prince's strength among the gathered geniuses. Few could compare. Clad in black with a tall and upright figure, the roar of dragons echoed within him. A figure appeared on the arena, causing the ground to tremble and resonate. It was indeed Prince Xiaoqian. As he made his entrance, his presence intimidated all around. Even the Eastern Zhou geniuses below the arena were left in shock. The dragon soul body, such a physique, is not easy to deal with. A voice rang out, standing at the forefront of the Eastern Zhou geniuses, Yi Miaojing, with an icy demeanor, and a noble bearing resembling an everlasting ice mountain snow lotus, naturally emanating a chilling and fierce aura. Yi Miaojing slowly spoke. One could say she had been quietly observing Lin Feng in every battle. With a powerful aura standing on the platform, his head held high, Xiaoqian surveyed the countless awe-filled gazes and the praises directed at him from below. He felt a deep sense of enjoyment, his face displaying arrogance. This time, I will make you understand what it means to possess the dragon soul body. Pointing at Lin Feng below, Xiaoqian's expression darkened as he urged the other to ascend the platform for a battle. Having been defeated twice in front of Lin Feng before, Xiaoqian considered it a humiliation. Now, with his strength significantly enhanced within the celestial realm, he firmly believed that his previous defeats were due to not exerting his full power against Lin Feng. This time he would truly unleash the power of the dragon soul body without holding back, proving himself. As soon as he finished speaking, footfalls echoed. A figure clad in white, expressionless Lin Feng stepped onto the platform.
Just a clown, your so-called dragon soul body is nothing before me.
Lin Feng shook his head slightly and spoke slowly. Perhaps due to their differing levels, Lin Feng could never understand why someone would take pride in the mere dragon soul body, considering it an inferior physique. However, others viewed it quite differently. At this moment, the prince of the Grand Taixuan dynasty, one of the top talents in Zhongzhou, was labeled a clown by Lin Feng, while the top-tier dragon soul body of Taixuan continent was utterly belittled. Upon hearing these words, not only was Xiaoqian taken aback, but countless young talents around the platform erupted in a frenzy.
What did he just say? Huh? I've never seen anyone from the younger generation of Taixuan continent dare to speak like this to Prince Xiaoqian. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? The strength of the dragon soul body is rivaled only by a few major physiques in Taixuan continent. What right does he have to say such things?
A series of shocked voices arose. After all, in this battle on the celestial platform, Xiaoqian was considered a top contender in the eyes of many, although a few others could compare with him.
Yet in Lin Feng's eyes, it seemed he had never regarded Xiao Qian with any importance. At this moment, aside from the members of Xuanqing Sect, who remained calm, many other young talents believed Lin Feng was being far too arrogant.
How dare he speak like that?
Dressed in a silver-white robe, with an almost otherworldly beauty, his high nose and thin lips always held a hint of a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. However, at this moment, the smile on Feng Yuan's face, another top talent from Zhongzhou, disappeared. His gaze sharpened, as if Lin Feng was mocking all the top talents of Zhongzhou, which naturally displeased him.
This man, though mysterious and unfathomable, is too arrogant in his words and actions. I want to see what kind of strength he can exhibit when the true power of the dragon soul body is unleashed.
Dressed in translucent snow-colored garments that seemed to dance on their own, she possessed an elegant and slender figure embodying a cold yet resilient beauty with a long and graceful neck. Her exquisite and beautiful features resembled those of a fairy. Ling Saintess, another top talent from Zhongzhou, shook her head, clearly skeptical of Lin Feng's strength. The prince of a dominant force in Zhongzhou, the dragon soul body had ranked among the strongest physiques in Tian-Song continent for many years. Lin Feng's comment calling it a clown stirred a commotion around. Not only did the young talents from Zhongzhou become agitated, but even the younger generation from the other 4 states revealed looks of shock, having seen arrogance, but never this level of arrogance.
The dragon soul body is worthless.
Yi Miaojing looked at Lin Feng standing on the platform, her delicate face slightly furrowed. After 10 years of knowing him, she firmly believed that Lin Feng was not such an arrogant person. For some reason, he had changed. The strength of the dragon soul body was something even the Tai Xuan Sect far in the east knew of. It was one of the most powerful physiques in the world. Compared to her ice spirit body, it was even stronger. In the late stages of the divine bridge realm, under the same circumstances, unless she used the final layer of the supreme forgetting emotion path, she knew she wouldn't be a match for that prince. From her observations of Lin Feng's battles, she had already discerned much. In just 4 years, he had transformed from an ordinary person, who could not cultivate, to his current strength, which was indeed astonishing. However, the power he exhibited was mostly due to his own realm combined with the inexplicable strength of his formidable technique. Yi Miaojing had not observed any sign of a powerful physique from Lin Feng. As for Xiao Qian, in terms of cultivation level, he was on par with Lin Feng. As a prince of the Taixuan dynasty, his cultivated techniques naturally wouldn't be lacking, and with the strength of the dragon soul body, she thought to herself,
he has changed from someone who could not cultivate to his current power, but it has also made him somewhat unrecognizable.
Yi Miaojing shook her head while looking at Lin Feng on the platform, her expression and tone filled with disappointment. As a proud talent of the age, it was natural for her to have a sense of pride. Yi Miaojing felt the same way. Yet one must always remain aware of oneself. The discussions and doubts about Lin Feng from the crowd below the platform rose and fell. It was unavoidable, as this was the lower realm, and in the eyes of many young talents the dragon soul body was far too powerful. Perhaps in Lin Feng's eyes, the top physiques of the lower realm were nothing, merely stating facts, but in the perception of others it was different. The differing levels naturally led to different perspectives.
This person is too arrogant.
The voices of doubt continued to ring out from below, while on the platform, the contender Xiao Qian wore a face of fury. Born noble with immense talent, he had always looked down on others, and had never suffered such humiliation.
Seeking death.
With an angry roar, his face twisted slightly, the patterned black robe billowing without wind. Roar! 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 At this moment, an endless sound of dragon roars echoed around Xiao Qian, the purple dragon energy surging. Boom! Boom! The platform beneath the two trembled violently, shaking in response to the dragon roars. The purple dragon energy seemed to be hidden within Xiao Qian's bloodline, growing more intense as the blood flowed. Wow! Golden light surged and purple dragon energy flowed at this moment. A terrifying dragon shadow emerged behind Xiao Qian, its might overwhelming, shaking the world. As soon as it appeared, countless young talents around the platform felt an unimaginable sense of pressure unique to the physique. Kill!
With the dragon shadow enhancing him, Xiao Qian's aura surged as he charged towards Lin Feng. Boom! 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 The battle erupted in the arena, the sound of dragon roars resonating in all directions, as Xiao Qian's overwhelming aura left countless talented individuals astonished. Even though they had heard of the might of the dragon soul body, witnessing its full power in person surpassed many people's imaginations.
Is this truly one of the top physiques of the Tian Song continent, the dragon soul body? It is indeed terrifying.
Some exclaimed with astonishment, their hearts trembling, unable to fathom how Xiao Qian, already at the late stage of the divine bridge realm, could be so unassailable with the enhancement of the dragon soul body.
It's no joke the Taixuan royal family rose to dominance in the imperial domain precisely because of such physiques. Do you think it can be achieved so easily? No wonder it is said that Prince Xiao Qian is a contender for the first place in this battle of talents.
As voices echoed, many talented individuals gazed at the arena, looking up to the fully unleashed Xiao Qian with admiration. Perhaps only a talent of this caliber could truly be called the number one of this generation. Roar! 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 The purple dragon energy surged, his figure standing tall, and with the dragon-shaped phantom enveloping him, each strike caused the void to tremble and distort. However, soon everyone noticed something strange. Lin Feng, dressed in white, remained exceptionally calm and composed from the start of the battle. Despite the formidable strength of the dragon soul body, he showed no signs of being suppressed, appearing entirely at ease. This was quite unreasonable. Among the many talented onlookers, no one sensed powerful physique energy emanating from Lin Feng. He was fully responding with the strength of the late stage of the divine bridge realm. But let us not forget Xiao Qian is also at the late stage of the divine bridge realm.
What is going on? How can that man in white withstand Prince Xiao Qian's onslaught without losing ground?
Some observed Lin Feng's every attack perplexed and expressed their confusion.
I find it strange too, logically, both being at the late stage of the divine bridge realm, with the might of the dragon soul body, he should have been suppressed by now. He's merely holding on by a thread. The strength of the dragon soul body grows greater with each battle. Soon this person will naturally be unable to hold out.
A talented individual from the central state knowledgeable about the dragon soul body spoke up. The dragon soul body has been known as the undefeated physique of the same realm in the Tian Song continent since ancient times. With the enhancement of the dragon phantom, it already allows those of the Taixuan royal family to unleash power beyond their own realm. However, this is not the full extent of the dragon soul body. What truly ranks it among the top physiques of the Tian Song continent is the ever-increasing power of dragon energy under the enhancement of the dragon phantom. Surrounded by dragon energy, innately undefeated, this is the esteemed title given to the Taixuan royal family by major sects in the central state. Indeed, as the battle progressed, many talents soon noticed that the dragon energy initially circling around Xiao Qian under the dragon phantom's enhancement was gradually increasing. 1, 2, 3. With each additional strand of dragon energy, the dragon phantom behind him became increasingly solid, as if about to break free from the realm of illusion. This brought about an increase in Xiao Qian's aura, soaring higher and higher, seemingly without limits. At this stage of the battle, it could be said that even the top talents of the central state, Feng Wuhan, the Ling Saintess, and the Xuanqing Heavenly Maiden, should avoid confrontation with Xiao Qian, who had pushed the dragon soul body to its peak.
A powerful physique is the foundation for any contemporary talent to stand tall. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Before this, Prince, your defeat is inevitable today.
With a tall stature and deep abyss-like eyes surrounded by a dragon phantom, Xiao Qian's aura surged fiercely, surpassing his previous self, reaching a zenith, as this power brought him to the limits of the divine bridge realm. Facing taunts and laughter, he launched a series of powerful attacks toward Lin Feng while speaking. Despite his earlier losses to Lin Feng, Xiao Qian maintained a facade of confidence. However, he felt a slight wariness toward Lin Feng. He could sense that the azure light surrounding Lin Feng was derived from the same source as the Xuanqing Sect Shui Yaolao's cultivation technique, but for some reason it seemed superior to the Xuanqing Sect's technique. But what does that matter? At this stage of the battle, Xiaoqian was certain that Lin Feng had no special physique under his dragon soul body. The opponent would not be able to hold on much longer. Boom. Boom. The battle raged on.
Oh! Do you really think your dragon soul body is impressive?
Dressed in snow white with an ethereal quality surrounded by azure light, purple lightning emerged from the azure light, weaving like lightning serpents, tearing apart the surging dragon energy. With not a flicker of disturbance in his gaze, Lin Feng smiled slightly, looking at Xiaoqian as if he were a fool.
Humph. Enough with the bluster. Perhaps you had a chance at the beginning of the battle. Now I have condensed 9 strands of dragon energy. Unless you can break through to the Dao Palace realm, I am invincible within the Divine Bridge realm. Kill!
With a loud shout, Xiaoqian's previously increasing aura finally halted, and under the 9 energies swirling around him, his dragon phantom had completely solidified, no longer a mere illusion, as if it had transcended the boundaries of reality and descended upon the arena. Roar! 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 Golden light surged and purple dragon energy wildly poured forth as a seemingly real dragon body coiled above the arena. The enormous dragon body shimmered with a cold, deep light, and as its eyes slowly opened, 2 beams of piercing golden light scanned the entire arena. Wherever their gaze landed, the air seemed to solidify, causing the weaker cultivators to stagger back, almost unable to stand. The dragon claws struck out toward Lin Feng, pressing down with sheer might. Crack! The arena beneath their feet began to crack. This strike had completely surpassed the limits of the Divine Bridge realm. Perhaps it was indeed, as he claimed only those in the Dao Palace realm could contend with him. Faced with this scene,
it seems the outcome of this battle has been decided.
Many talented individuals surrounding the arena exclaimed, all believing that Xiaoqian was about to win. It was unimaginable that with the dragon soul body pushed to its utmost, such a transformation would occur. How could the other talents possibly win? Although the dragon soul body was powerful before this, Xiaoqian had not reached this level of strength. If he had, he would not merely be a top talent of the Central State, but would have long been hailed as the #1 talent of the Central State. The ascension to the celestial realm opened up numerous opportunities. It was not just about acquiring heavenly materials and treasures, but also contained ancient ruins hidden within this ancient upper realm's secret territory. Before arriving at this place, Xiaoqian had obtained a cultivation technique from the upper realm in an ancient ruin, which harmonized perfectly with his dragon soul body. This was one of the primary reasons for his ability to summon the dragon body. Roar! 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 The arena trembled, the sound of dragon roars echoing, a single roar shaking the heavens. Below the arena, countless talented individuals erupted in excitement. The outcome of this battle seemed predetermined, with Xiaoqian as the assured victor. Yet at this moment no one noticed that, unbeknownst to, when the sky around the arena seemed to be gradually darkening. The cause of this scene was the silver-white moonlight that seemed to shine forth from behind Lin Feng.
A mere dragon soul body. Just an inferior physique.
The black-clad man leading the group of talents from Han Tianhuanhai sneered, while looking at Xiaoqian on the arena with disdain, as if viewing an ant. Indeed, as soon as the black-clad man finished speaking, those around the arena quickly noticed something amiss. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened for some unknown reason. At first no one paid attention, but as time passed the surroundings grew increasingly dim. This scene startled everyone present. It seemed that all the changes originated from the arena. In the darkness, a silver radiance began to emanate from Lin Feng, not a sign of spiritual power, but more like a terrifying phenomenon stemming from a unique physique. Unheard of. It should be noted that on the Tian continent, there are many powerful physiques, for instance Xiaoqian's dragon soul body, which has already demonstrated a combat power sufficient to indicate the strength of its dragon soul phenomenon. Yet to cause the heavens and earth to change color, to eclipse the sun and moon, altering the environment around it, this had not been heard of for countless years on the Tian continent.
What happened?
Feng Wuhan asked in confusion. As a top talent of the current Zhongzhou, he naturally possessed a special physique, but at that moment, he sensed an aura of a supreme physique emanating from the arena, one that was stronger than the dragon soul body.
I sense a power of a physique that has never appeared on the Taixuan continent, one that surpasses Xiaoqian's dragon soul body.
With a solemn expression, Ling Saintess said in shock as she looked towards the arena at the figure in white. Physiques of the same rank as the dragon soul body are rare on the Taixuan continent, but they do exist. For example, the cold moon jade body of the Xuanqing fairy is not inferior to Xiaoqian's dragon soul body, and even she and Feng Wuhan might be slightly weaker than Xiaoqian, but not by much. However, at this moment, it was utterly different. She felt that the aura emanating from Lin Feng's physical body was a crushing force against all physiques in the Taixuan continent and the entire lower realm. At least based on her understanding of powerful physiques in the world, she could hardly imagine what kind of physique it was, as merely the phenomenon possessed the power to change the color of the heavens and earth.
What happened? Why has it turned dark around us?
Li Linger said, confused as she looked at the Saintess emerging beside her.
I don't know. It seems even my eye's spirit body is facing some kind of suppression at this moment.
Yimyajing, dressed in white, stood dazedly in place, equally puzzled. She had heard a rumor that there are 3,000 physiques in the world, and that inferior physiques would be suppressed when facing superior physiques. However, when Xiaoqian's dragon soul body appeared earlier, the suppression was merely a slight sensation. It was so faint that had she battled Xiaoqian, it would not have affected her strength. Yet at this moment, it was entirely different.
Is it him?
After a moment of hesitation, Yi Miajing looked towards Lin Feng on the arena, and slowly spoke, her heart shaken. That supreme pressure she felt was emanating from Lin Feng. Dressed in white as snow, standing on the arena, although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, Lin Feng alone radiated a silver brilliance, his aura transcending the mundane. Roar! 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 Two golden lights from dragon eyes pierced through the void. The massive dragon body soared and struck out its claws towards Lin Feng. At this moment, the silver radiance gathered, and a bright moon manifested above the arena. Where the moonlight shone, everything seemed to lose its original color and vitality, cloaked in a layer of cold, lifeless silver. All things lost their color. Beneath the moonlight, Lin Feng, clad in white, stood alone, his aura transformed into something transcendent above this realm. Perhaps due to the injury from the laws within him, this scene only lasted for an instant, but it was still sufficient to deal with the so-called dragon soul body. Crack! 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 Under the illumination of the silver radiance, the massive dragon body lost its original color. Starting from the dragon's head, it began to shatter inch by inch, spreading throughout the dragon body until it completely vanished. Xiaoqian's efforts to manifest the dragon soul body were like vaporizing. With no power to resist, one might say these two physique phenomena were entirely on different levels. Even though Lin Feng was merely able to barely activate his own phenomenon for an instant, it was incomparable to the dragon soul body of the lower realm. The shattering of the phenomenon inflicted an unimaginable heavy blow to Xiaoqian. Disheveled and staggering, unable to stop the retreat, blood began to flow from his mouth, nose, and eyes, and numerous cracks appeared all over his body.
How? How is this possible?
With blood in his eyes filled with confusion and shock, Xiaoqian seemed to still be immersed in that fleeting moment, unable to think too much. He saw the coldness in Lin Feng's eyes. Crack! The Ascension order in his hand was crushed by Xiaoqian, and a spatial passage to the outside appeared behind him. Half-dead Xiaoqian undoubtedly abandoned this battle of talents for Ascension. So fast. At that moment, nearly all the talents around the arena thought that Xiaoqian would win, and Lin Feng's defeat was a certainty. But the result changed in an instant. Xiaoqian lost, and under the crushing of the Ascension order, he actively gave up this battle of talents and fled.
What was that just now? I think I saw a bright moon. Could it be that this person truly possesses a physique stronger than the dragon soul body?
Although the moment was brief, all the talents around the arena felt a suffocating sense of oppression, a feeling of heart palpitations. They could not see it clearly, as Lin Feng's physique was sealed due to the injuries from the laws within him. Now Lin Feng could only barely activate a trace of his original physical power.
Thus the earlier moon phenomenon only appeared for an instant, leading to only a portion of the talents around the arena being able to see it clearly. For example, the Taixuan Saintess Yi Miaojing, who had been silently watching Lin Feng. That bright moon just now! Was it his phenomenon? With a cold and stunning expression, dressed in white, Yi Miaojing stood dazedly in place, her face displaying a complex emotion, as if still in shock from the earlier scene. The battle had come to an end. Regarded by countless people as the top contender in this talent battle, Xiaoqian escaped at the last moment, using the Ascension token to flee, leaving the Ascension Wonderland behind, which meant giving up his ranking in this talent battle. At this moment on the stage, cough, cough, a figure in white, his gaze fixed on the direction where Xiaoqian had just departed. Lin Feng's complexion was somewhat pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Related to the recent anomaly with his injuries from the laws still unhealed, his original physique was sealed. Forcibly activating it had triggered the injuries within his body. I must obtain a holy herb in this talent battle. With a sigh and a slight shake of his head, Lin Feng wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and headed toward the edge of the stage. Only a true holy herb can completely eliminate the injuries he harbors within. For Lin Feng now, there was no time to waste, and the most reliable way to obtain the holy herb was to secure first place in this talent battle, which meant he could not afford to lose a single match from this point onward. Lost in thought, he moved down the stage towards Shui Yaolao and her group. At this moment, the sky brightened once more, but the sounds around still echoed, with many people still immersed in the previous scene taking a while to react. Even the mighty Prince Xiaoqian has been defeated. Gazes around the arena looked at Lin Feng as he descended the stage, filled with astonishment. No wonder he dared to say that before the battle. At this moment, many recalled Lin Feng's earlier words on the stage before facing Xiaoqian. What they had originally thought was arrogance now appeared to be a display of genuine strength. The dragon soul body had never been defeated in the same realm on the Tiansong continent, yet today that undefeated myth was shattered before Lin Feng, especially with the recent phenomenon of the sky changing colors. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng became increasingly mysterious. Compared to the shocked gazes directed at him, Shui Yaolao and the others from Xuanqing Sect remained remarkably calm throughout. Even when Xiaoqian had reached his peak, they had been laughing and joking, clearly full of confidence in Lin Feng. After all, before the talent battle began, whether it was Shui Yaolao, Yu Qingshan, or Ling Qinghan, they had all witnessed the earlier scene on the first peak. However, it was unclear why this time Lin Feng's anomaly felt shorter than the last. After all, the so-called dragon soul body could only be considered a top physique on the Tiansong continent, but what was it worth in the upper realm? However, among them some were puzzled, like the enchanting lady. What just happened to you? Her graceful figure stood still, her blood-red attire as thin as a cicada's wing tightly wrapping around her curvaceous body, the silhouette breathtaking, her skin barely visible beneath the sheer fabric. As she looked at the approaching Lin Feng, Yihan Wu was shocked, her eyes filled with suspicion. Like Yi Miaojing, she had also seen the luminous moon rise from behind Lin Feng. In just an instant, even the like of Xiaoqian, a king among the talented, was directly defeated, needing to use the Ascension token to escape, even abandoning the talent battle. Yes. Lin Feng merely smiled slightly, not providing a concrete answer. The strong anomaly caused by the unhealed injuries from the laws was a substantial burden on Lin Feng himself. Holy Sun, your injuries! Although he had wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth when stepping down from the stage, Lin Feng's somewhat pale complexion was still noticed by the observant Shui Yaolao, her pretty face showing a hint of worry. It could be said that the members of Xuanqing Sect came entirely for the holy son of the upper realm, Lin Feng, to obtain a holy herb. If anything happened to Lin Feng, it would be beyond their capacity to bear. It's nothing, just an old injury flaring up. Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He was well aware of his own condition. It was merely the result of forcibly activating a hint of anomaly's power, and it would not affect the battles to come. Boom. Boom. The battles among the talents continued above the stage. Up to this point, no battle could compare to the one Lin Feng just had with Xiaoqian
until a figure in black appeared. With a temperament that was cold and lonely like a star isolated from the world, he exuded no aura yet possessed an undeniable oppressive stillness. Dressed in black, he stood on the stage with a casual stride. He had already surpassed everyone's expectations. It could be said that, like Lin Feng, this person was currently undefeated. What was even more shocking was that in the subsequent confrontations, both Feng Wuhan and the Linglong Saintess, two top talents from the central continent, were consecutively defeated by him.
How is that possible? Feng Wuhan and the Linglong Saintess have both been defeated. Who is this person?
The arena erupted in chaos. Originally, they thought Lin Feng's victory over Xiaoqian was shocking enough, but with this person's two strikes, the resulting stir was undoubtedly greater than Lin Feng's earlier battle.
It's him!
Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the figure in black on the stage, his expression grave. He had seen this person at the talent feast, and at that time he had determined that this individual was definitely not from the Tiansong continent, but like himself came from the upper realm.
Holy Sun, do you know him?
Curiously, Shui Yaolao inquired, feeling the same mysterious and terrifying aura from this person as she did from Lin Feng. Previously, on her way to this Ascension stage, she had personally witnessed thousands of talents being obliterated with just a single strike. This person stood among the talents from Han Tian Fantasy, one of the 9 overlords of the central continent. As for the talents from Han Tian Fantasy, Shui Yaolao was familiar with them, but had never seen this individual before. The surrounding atmosphere was tumultuous. On the stage, his presence concealed. The figure in black had just defeated the Linglong Saintess, ignoring the gazes of everyone around. As he descended from the stage, the cold expression on the black-clad man's face bore a pair of hollow eyes, like abysses, as he turned his gaze towards Lin Feng. A barely perceptible smile slowly crept up at the corner of his lips. Without uttering a sound, Lin Feng still saw him mouth 4 words. Xuanqing Holy Sun. Turning, the black-clad man left the stage, heading towards the group of talents from Han Tian Fantasy. At that moment, 2 beams of light once more illuminated the stage. One beam shone on Lin Feng, while the other illuminated Yi Miaojing. Around the spacious arena, people were still discussing the black-clad man who had just appeared. Bathed in light at this moment, both Lin Feng and Yi Miaojing, separated by countless prodigies, made eye contact in the air, momentarily stunned.
All that one is. Don't hold back when the fight begins on the arena.
Standing next to Lin Feng, the enchanting woman laughed directly, her face full of interest, her bright red lips curving slightly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Feng with a teasing expression. As she was speaking, a loud slap echoed as a large hand landed on her pert backside. Shortly after, Lin Feng's figure headed towards the arena.
You.
Yi Hongwu was stupefied, standing there in a daze, her fox-like face filled with both shyness and anger. Her beautiful eyes, like water, kept watching Lin Feng's retreating figure towards the arena, and suddenly a slight arc appeared at the corner of her rosy lips.
I never expected that you and I would have this battle today.
With an icy demeanor and stunning beauty, clad in white, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, she exuded an aura of aloofness resembling an immortal ice lotus that had never melted, naturally radiating a chilly and piercing atmosphere. Standing atop the arena, Yi Miaojing sighed, looking at Lin Feng as she spoke. Back when Lin Feng left the Tai Xuan Sect, she would have thought that the person before her would live a mundane life as an ordinary person, which would have undoubtedly been the best outcome for him. Until this moment, Yi Miaojing still found it somewhat unbelievable. In just 4 short years, Lin Feng had reached this point, competing on the same arena as the strongest prodigies of the Tiansong continent, even defeating Xiaoqian, who possessed a dragon soul body.
I didn't expect to see you here in the celestial realm.
Shaking his head slightly, Lin Feng spoke calmly, looking at the woman before him with an expressionless face, as if viewing a familiar stranger.
Do you hate me for what happened back then?
For some reason, looking at Lin Feng's expression, Yi Miaojing felt a bit out of place. It was unfamiliar. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement from Lin Feng, a bit uncomfortable.
Hate? Why would I hate you?
Hearing Yu Miao Jing's words, Lin Feng, standing on the arena, responded in confusion. The woman before him was undoubtedly the first person he encountered when he descended to the lower realm, the one he left the forbidden land of absolute sky with, carrying the burden of their past, and the one he had loved for 10 years in the Tai Xuan Sect. The final outcome was that 4 years ago, he left that sect amidst a storm of insults. Hate Yu Miao Jing. Not at all. After all, back then at the Taixuan Sect, she had loved him, as a saintess, despite being seen as a waste, enduring enough rumors and slander. In the end, it was merely a matter of differing choices. She sought the Tao solely for the purpose of ascending to the upper realm. As for Lin Feng, it was but a dream that ended 4 years ago, and now he should focus on what he needed to do, such as finding a way to restore his cultivation level before pursuing the purpose he had when descending. Now, as they met again, from Lin Feng's perspective, the person before him was merely someone he had once known, nothing more. Originally, it was a battle of prodigies, but at this moment too much time had passed. They couldn't hear what the two were saying on the arena, yet through the expression of the Saintess from the Taixuan Sect of Zhongzhou, it was evident that the two seemed to have known each other and shared an unusual relationship.
What's going on?
The most surprised were the prodigies from the Xuanqing Sect at this moment.
How can it be? The Holy Sun was previously acquainted with this woman.
With her 3,000 strands of silver hair cascading down to her waist, her beauty was unparalleled, her sheer white garment clinging to her slender form. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Feng and the woman on the arena. Shui Yaorao asked in confusion, her gaze shifting to the not-so-distant Yi Hongwu. From their previous conversations, Shui Yaorao and the other prodigies of the Xuanqing Sect could guess that Lin Feng had spent his 10 years in the lower realm in Zhongzhou. However, they were not quite aware of what specific events had transpired with Lin Feng. At this moment, the only one who knew this was naturally Yi Hongwu, the enchanting woman from Zhongzhou.
Huh? You all don't know. That Saintess from Taixuan on the arena almost became Lin Feng's Tao partner back then.
Yi Hongwu spoke with a puzzled expression, thinking that the people before her already knew.
What? Are you saying the Holy Sun was with her back then? How is that possible?
Ling Qinghan and Yu Qingshan exclaimed in shock, their reverence for Lin Feng as the Holy Sun of the upper realm too profound, making it hard for them to fathom that someone of his status and identity would fall in love with a woman from Zhongzhou, almost becoming Tao partners. Zhongzhou, what kind of place is that? A land of poor spiritual energy. As for the so-called Taixuan Sect, in their eyes, it was merely a small sect. Not only the others, but even Shui Yaorao was astonished at this moment.
She almost became a Tao partner with the Holy Sun back then, so what happened afterward?
Shui Yaorao was particularly curious about this question from Yi Hongwu. As the Holy Sun of the upper realm, he could have any woman he desired. If it were her, she would never let go. But why did they not end up together?
Your Holy Sun was regarded as an untalented waste by the Taixuan Sect back then and was expelled.
Mentioning Lin Feng's low point back then, even Yi Hongwu felt a tinge of sentiment. From the mouths of the prodigies of the Xuanqing Sect, it was confirmed that Lin Feng was indeed the Holy Sun of Xuanqing from back then, a matter that had once shaken the entire Tiansong continent. After all, when Lin Feng had just ascended, the Xuanqing Sect, as the overlord of the central state, had already spread the news widely, and all the major sects in the 5 states had heard about the arrival of a Holy Sun from the upper realm 15 years ago. The key point was that no one could have imagined that the Holy Sun of the Xuanqing Sect would be treated as an untalented waste for a full decade, while in the Taixuan Sect in the lower realm. During this period, Yi Hongwu was unaware of how Lin Feng had spent those 10 years.
What? An untalented waste?
At this moment, Shui Yaorao and several other prodigies from Xuanqing were all stunned. Their hearts trembled in shock, their expressions frozen in place. Yi Hongwu's words echoed in their ears, an untalented waste, yet they dared not utter those 2 words. What a joke, for they had already learned that even now Lin Feng had not yet recovered from his internal injuries, and during the previous encounter at the first peak, he had suffocated them with just a hint of his extraordinary might. In that land of poor spiritual energy, the small Taixuan Sect of Zhongzhou was regarded as an untalented waste.
Ultimately, it's just a small sect from Zhongzhou producing some short-sighted individuals.
Looking at Yi Miaojing on the arena, Shui Yaorao shook her head slightly.
Proceed, strike now.
In memories of the past flickered faintly in his mind, prompting a brief hesitation. And then, clearing his thoughts entirely, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward Yi Miaojing across from him, and spoke.
I shall hold nothing back.
And her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Clad in pristine white robes, she stood opposite him, her gaze once again crystalline and cold. The supreme path of forgetting emotion cultivates Tao through severing all emotional ties. Yet, having encountered Lin Feng twice, the severed threads of feeling within her heart stirred restlessly once more, unbidden, inexplicable. But now, standing upon the martial platform, Yi Miaojing bore more than her own name, this time entering the Ascension immortal realm, and stepping onto this arena, she fought not only for herself, but for her sect behind her. This was her sacred duty. And no matter who stood before her, no force could sway the ironclad conviction within her, to claim among the top 10, even first place in the celestial prodigy contest. She stood motionless upon the platform, robes white as freshly fallen snow, unsullied by dust, enveloped in an aura of transcendent aloofness, as though a celestial maiden had mistakenly descended into the mortal world untouched by earthly desires. In that instant, Yi Miaojing's presence transformed. Her exquisite eyes gleamed with a frost that could freeze all existence, the supreme path of forgetting emotion founded upon the absolute severance of emotion and thought. Crack, crack, crack. In-spirit light surged upward, piercing cold radiated outward from the platform in all directions. The very air congealed. Frost blossomed across the bluestone floor in shimmering crystalline patterns visible to the naked eye. The ice spirit physique was inherently a postnatal constitution, awakened in her long ago by Lin Feng using glacial spirit jade essence. In sheer power it paled beside Shao Qian's dragon soul physique. Yet under the amplification of the supreme path of forgetting emotion, it resonated with uncanny perfection.
HSS. What kind of constitution is this? So frigid.
In
latest divine bridge realm, this woman rivals the elite prodigies of Zhongzhou itself.
Even now the cold continued to emanate from Yi Miaojing, sending involuntary shivers through countless prodigies watching from below, as if each stood frozen in the deepest ice cavern of midwinter. A chorus of astonished voices rose. It was common knowledge that cultivators from Zhongzhou held other regions' prodigies in quiet disdain. Yet what Yi Miaojing displayed now far surpassed the imagination of those assembled beneath the platform.
You won't hold back. Nor shall I, for this contest is for first place alone.
Clad in white calm, and still Lin Feng watched the creeping frost advance toward him, and smiled faintly. As he spoke, whoosh, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted. The very space surrounding the platform trembled, quaking violently. His white robes billowed without wind, azure spirit light flared around him, interwoven with surging violet lightning. And boom! In where azure light and violet lightning spread, the frost evaporated, melted away, as if struck by divine fire. Yi Miaojing had never known, perhaps not even suspected, that her ice spirit physique had been awakened by Lin Feng over time through painstaking cultivation with glacial spirit jade essence. She had always believed it arose solely from her cultivation of the supreme path of forgetting emotion. Thus even she understood her own constitution less deeply than Lin Feng did.
How is this possible?
Puzzlement crossed her face as she stared at Lin Feng, who had not yet launched a single technique, yet dispelled her formidable assault with effortless grace. Shock gripped her. Though she had observed Lin Feng's battles repeatedly, only now, facing him directly, did she truly grasp the suffocating pressure he exuded. They were equals in realm, both latest-stage divine bridge cultivators, yet at this moment Yi Miaojing sensed an undeniable truth in his azure light, and violet lightning born of his cultivation method surpassed even the supreme path of forgetting emotion in raw potency. But how could that be? After all the path she cultivated, the supreme path of forgetting emotion was a legacy of Xuanqing Sect unattained by anyone in 10,000 years.
If this is all you can muster, you are no match for me. Lin Feng gazed calmly at Yimyojing and shook his head slightly. In that statement was already generous. Truthfully, it wasn't even a question of whether she could contend with him. Rather, this Saintess of Xuanqing Sect simply lacked the qualification to stand before him in combat, falling short even of Xiao Qian's caliber. Then try enduring this strike. Na flash of defiance lit Yimyojing's eyes. Lin Feng's words had stung her pride. The moment the words left her lips, in whoosh, and the chilling aura intensified further. Frostlight blazed, freezing the air solid. Countless ice crystals bloomed densely, filling the entire arena. Simultaneously, Yimyojing pushed the supreme path of forgetting emotion to its absolute limit, in ninth layer of the supreme path of forgetting emotion. Gradually, from the mist of cold swirling behind her, a spectral figure emerged, ethereally beautiful, haughty, solitary. At that instant, the boundless ice crystals born of her ice spirit physique fused seamlessly with the spectral form. Regal, austere, flawless in feature, her skin translucent as carved ice, and snow lashes, delicately lowered eyes fathomless and distant. She stood behind Yimyojing, bearing a resemblance, but infinitely colder, more detached, like an ice goddess surveying creation, her gaze alone freezing all beneath its solid. Boom! In bone-deep cold erupted violently, an invisible tide of ice surging outward, sweeping across the platform toward Lin Feng. Cold, and unbearably cold. In this was the fusion of her ice spirit physique and the supreme path of forgetting emotion. And crack, crack, crack. Even light seemed frozen and warped, carrying the dominion to freeze heaven and earth itself. The arena transformed instantly into a realm of pure ice. She has actually fused the ice spirit physique with the supreme path of forgetting emotion to create this technique. In feeling its power, Lin Feng's eyes brightened, and he gave a subtle approving nod. Still, not enough. And whoosh! In azure light and violet lightning coalesced rapidly around Lin Feng, converging, compressing until all condensed into a single point at his fingertip. There a violet flame danced, vibrant, radiant, like the most dazzling hue in existence, yet pulsing with an indescribable, terrifying aura, sublime, sovereign, and profoundly unsettling. Crack, crack, crack. In the violet flame flickered, space itself twisted, shattering like fractured glass. Black fissures tore open, deep and endless, rending the fabric of reality. The Xuanqing Emperor's scripture ranked among the supreme cultivation arts of the upper realms. Within Xuanqing Holy Land itself, only Lin Feng, the Holy Heir, had ever mastered it. Azure light bursts, violet lightning embodies the zenith of this imperial art. Though Lin Feng had cultivated only its first layer over many years, even that surpassed any scripture of the lower realms. With one finger extended purple, she surged forth, causing the entire thunderous expanse to quake. And boom, boom. All cold vanished, swept aside utterly. Even the ice-goddess specter behind Yimyojing fractured, then shattered into countless shards, scattering across the arena like diamond rain. I have lost. Inspurt. Na mouthful of blood erupted, her face drained, pale as parchment. Inviolate chi wreathed her fingertips as she stood frozen before Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes dazed, unfocused, lost in reverie. Lin Feng's power far exceeded Yimyojing's imagination. Observing his battles from the sidelines, she realized that only by facing him directly could one truly feel the profound sense of helplessness. I never expected that despite pouring all my strength into this, I couldn't even force out the anomalies of your true physique. Her delicate face was as pale as paper, a trickle of blood slowly sliding down her lips. With a dazed expression, Yimyojing gazed at Lin Feng before her, bitterly smiling as she spoke. In contrast to Lin Feng's earlier battle against Xiao Qian, where a spectacle that changed the heavens and earth had appeared, this anomaly had long troubled Yimyojing. She couldn't understand. Clearly Lin Feng had no cultivation talent back then, yet, in just 4 short years, he had nearly surpassed all the younger generation of Zhongzhou, possessing a physical strength that even she found hard to reach. In this battle she wanted to witness it firsthand, but the man before her didn't even need to use his full strength to defeat her. It was quite ironic that she clearly understood Lin Feng's status back at Tai Xuan Sect. Now, having transformed, she, the Saintess of Tai Xuan, found herself in a position where she could only look up to his back. Actually, you are already very strong.
After all, she was a woman who once had feelings for him. Lin Feng offered no sarcasm, no mockery. He hated Zhongzhou and its countless cultivators, but for the person before him, it was merely a matter of differing choices. No one owed anyone anything. Whoosh! The purple thunder power lingering at Yu Miajing's fingertips dissipated. Lin Feng turned and left the arena, preparing for the next battle. Only Yu Miajing remained seemingly unable to recover from what had just transpired, her expression somewhat downcast.
Was my choice back then really a mistake?
Gazing at Lin Feng's departing figure, she murmured to herself, questioning not just herself, but perhaps also others. But no one answered her. This battle, although not as significant as her fight against Shao Qian, still generated spiritual power fluctuations that shocked many. In the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm after the recent battle, Yu Miajing had undoubtedly reached a level comparable to those top talents from the Central Plains, yet, in the end, she still fell to Lin Feng. Surrounding voices debated the rankings of this generation's prodigies, and the final result was already clear. The first place would undoubtedly be between Lin Feng and that man in black. Just as countless people were discussing who would emerge victorious, Lin Feng had already appeared before the prodigies of Xuanqing Sect. However, Lin Feng could clearly sense that the gazes of the few before him, including Shui Yala, seemed somewhat off.
Saint Sun, what is your relationship with her?
The icy figure of Shui Yala with her 3,000 silver strands and white attire stood before Lin Feng, hesitating to speak. The others beside her, such as Yu Qishan and Ling Qinghan, also wore curious expressions as they looked at Lin Feng. She was naturally referring to the Tai Xuan Sect Saintess, who had just fought Lin Feng on the stage. What Shui Yalao and the others hadn't expected was that before Lin Feng, the Saint's son from the upper realm, came to Xuanqing Sect, he had such an experience in Zhongzhou at Tai Xuan Sect.
It seems you all have already found out. Indeed, when I first descended to the lower realm, I did arrive in Zhongzhou,
Lin Feng said with a smile, as this matter posed no difficulty for him to share. It was merely a part of his past during a low period. The rest of the story seemed to be clear to the others, and there was no need to continue further. Scanning over to the demoness hiding from him, Lin Feng had already guessed who had revealed this information.
I didn't mean to expose your secrets, I just mentioned it casually.
Seeing Lin Feng looking at her, Yi Hanwu quickly hid behind the Xuanqing prodigies. After all, the sting from Lin Feng's slap during their last confrontation still lingered on her backside, and she certainly didn't want to endure that again. Though she had no rejection in her heart as a demoness, she didn't wish to be seen by so many people in a vulnerable position before Lin Feng.
I didn't mean to blame you.
Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Next, battles on the arena continued, and every time Lin Feng or the man in black took the stage, they attracted the attention of countless prodigies around. Unknowingly, this contest among the heavens had almost become a battleground for the two of them. As for others, no matter how powerful they were, even those who had been highly regarded before, like Feng Wu and Linglong Saintess and Shui Yalao, were merely side characters. The gap between prodigies had become exceedingly clear after several rounds of battles. Among nearly 100 people present, the strongest prodigies of the Tian Song continent in this head-to-head competition based on victories, the only ones who had never lost were Lin Feng and that man, along with Shui Yalao, the Xuanqing Celestial Maiden. However, in the upcoming battles, even Shui Yalao, strong as she was, might face defeat. On the arena beneath the 10 beams of light, 2 rays illuminated the stage. One belonged to that man in black, and the other was naturally Shui Yalao.
Be extra careful.
As Lin Feng looked at Shui Yalao before she stepped onto the arena, he spoke.
If I lose, then it will be up to you, Saint Sun.
Shui Yalao, usually cold in demeanor, turned to Lin Feng at this moment, a faint smile appearing on her lips as she spoke. Then her figure vanished from the spot and reappeared on the arena. The battle quickly erupted. 3,000 silver strands cascaded down like snow, gracefully draping over her slender waist, the white silk garment clinging to her exquisite figure. Her beauty was unparalleled. At the center of her brow, a deep blue mark flickered like a flame. With an elegant figure and skin as flawless as ice, she exuded an aura of beauty and aloofness resembling a goddess of ice. The cold moon jade body ranked no less than Shao Qian's dragon soul body on the Tiansong continent. At this moment behind Shui Yao a cold moon anomaly emerged, but it was merely a simple moon unlike Lin Feng's anomaly which transformed the world. Boom. Boom. Just then on the arena behind the man in black a black hole seemed to form, swallowing everything in the world and distorting the light around. Crack. Crack. The anomaly of the cold moon jade body shattered, and was consumed until it vanished. Shui Yaolao was defeated, her complexion pale, as she stepped down from the arena, standing before Lin Feng, her pretty face still showing some disappointment.
Saint Sun, this person might be like you, also from the upper realm.
Shui Yaolao had been unclear before the battle, but after this fight, she had completely realized that the opponent's identity was the same as Lin Feng's. Both were from the upper realm.
It's all right, just leave the rest to me.
Lin Feng said calmly. Through Shui Yaolao's battle he had already roughly guessed the opponent's background. As time passed, battles continued on the arena. Soon as two beams of light shone down, they illuminated Lin Feng and that man in black. The arena square and vast stretches 1,000 feet wide in all directions. As two beams of light descend, they illuminate Lin Feng and the man in black. After a brief moment of silence, the atmosphere erupts into a long, fervent roar. None have tasted defeat, not even the top talents of Zhongzhou such as Shaoqian Feng Wuheng, the Linglong Saintess, and Shui Yaolao, all of whom fell before the hands of these two. It can be said that this arena battle aimed at ascending to the celestial realm was entirely set for these two, with virtually no one able to compare. There is no need to mention Lin Feng's battle with Shaoqian alone is enough to establish his status. As for the man in black, his strength is also not to be underestimated. Since the beginning of the fight no one has noticed him using his full power. Even when he just defeated the Xuanqing celestial maiden Shui Yaolao, it was done so effortlessly that he showed no signs of strain. To him, the so-called top talents of the world were nothing more than that.
At last we have the battle between these two. Indeed, who would have thought that in this generation's battle of talents Feng Wuhan and the Linglong Saintess would become mere supporting characters? In my opinion, the man in black is slightly stronger. The young master of the Qianyuan Dao Sect Feng Shaozong, the Linglong Saintess, and the Xuanqing Celestial Maiden have all been defeated by him.
At this moment discussions erupted as numerous talents voiced their opinions. After all, judging by their records, the man in black holds the upper hand. Thud. 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 Amidst the endless discussions, two figures, one black and one white, ascended the arena, almost simultaneously locking eyes with each other. Dressed in black, he stands like an abyss, exuding a solitary and cold aura resembling a solitary cold star detached from the world. Not a hint of his power is revealed, yet an undeniable oppressive aura radiates from him. Merely standing on the arena, he resembles a black hole that devours everything in the world. Even the fluctuations of energy cannot escape his presence and are consumed. Without even making a move, the immense pressure he exudes seems to render those around him unable to bear it, and no one dares to meet his gaze. In contrast, Lin Feng, facing the man in black, maintains an air of indifference throughout. Dressed in white as pure as snow, he possesses an ethereal demeanor, with a tall and slender figure. His expression resembles a calm lake unruffled by any waves, and his gaze conveys an air of disdain towards the world. With a similar demeanor, the two stand opposed. For some reason in this moment, countless talents surrounding the arena seem to sense an aura emanating from Lin Feng and the man in black that does not belong to this realm. It seems that only transcendent talents can possess such an aura. The man in black and Lin Feng cautiously test one another, while below the arena, the atmosphere has already erupted.
Who do you think will win between the two?
Dressed in a translucent snow-colored gauze, her garments flutter without wind, her slender and delicate figure embodies a cold and resilient beauty. With a long, elegant neck and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand. Her exquisite and breathtaking beauty resembles that of a celestial maiden, yet the pallor of her delicate face diminishes some of that celestial grace. It is the Linglong Saintess, who recently fell to the man in black. At this moment, she gazes at the arena where Lin Feng and the man in black seem closely matched and curiously asks Feng Wuhan beside her.
We have both fallen to him, and for this person, it can only be described as unfathomable.
Dressed in a tattered silver robe stained with blood, his handsome face is striking. Feng Yuan's narrow phoenix eyes remain fixed on the man in black on the arena, filled with trepidation. Though he has not spoken plainly, he has already provided a clear answer. After all, the oppressive aura displayed by the man in black during their previous battle can only be described as insurmountable. At this moment, nearly all the talents present are watching the scene on the arena, including Yi Miaojing and Li Linger, who lead the talents from the eastern state.
Sister Yi, is that really Lin Feng?
Upon learning that the white-clad man is indeed Lin Feng, Li Linger can only describe her feelings as shock. She had always thought it was merely someone who looked like him, as the disparity in demeanor was too great. Never did she expect that it was truly Lin Feng, who had been expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect by them years ago. This is the transformation that comes with identity. It is known that previously Li Linger and the other Taixuan Sect disciples had always been too lazy to even call Lin Feng by name, often referring to him as waste.
And now, for some reason, I always feel that the man in black is definitely beyond the God Bridge realm. I hope he won't get into trouble.
Standing there with a pale face, Yi Miaojing speaks as she looks towards Lin Feng on the arena. It is the unique power of the Taixuan forgetting emotion Dao. Although the man in black conceals his aura deeply, Yi Miaojing can still faintly sense it through the Taixuan forgetting emotion Dao. Surpassing the late stage of the God Bridge realm, he is at the Dao Palace realm. It is known that the current sect leader of the Taixuan Sect is merely at the Dao Palace realm. It is hard to imagine that a talent at the Dao Palace realm would emerge in the battle of the young generation, completely breaking the previous limits. Even though Lin Feng's battle prowess was already extremely terrifying before, the gap between Dao Palace and God Bridge realms is unimaginably vast. Perhaps Lin Feng had shown mercy before, or perhaps it was due to something else. At this moment, Yi Miaojing feels a sense of worry for Lin Feng. The discussions around the arena continue, with some true powerhouses such as Feng Wuhan, the Linglong Saintess, and Yi Miaojing, who represents the top talent of the eastern state, believing that the man in black has a greater chance of victory. At this moment on the arena, the black and white figures have locked gazes for a long time, carefully observing each other.
Who is the son of the heavenly demon to you?
If the previous speculations beneath the arena were merely guesses, after careful observation, Lin Feng has thoroughly confirmed the identity of the figure before him. The technique the man in black used to defeat Shui Yaolao is one Lin Feng has seen before during battles in the upper realm. It is the devouring heavenly demon technique. One of the top techniques in the upper realm, it is comparable to Lin Feng's Xianqing Emperor Sutra. However, the man in black before him is far from the heavenly demon son Lin Feng faced back then in the upper realm, lacking deep understanding of the devouring heavenly demon technique, and it seems he does not possess the complete version of it.
The battle between the Xuanqing Saint's son and my master years ago has been remembered by my master all these years.
The man in black faces Lin Feng. The pride he had when battling other talents has vanished, replaced by a hint of reverence. In his eyes, the so-called talents from the lower realms are nothing. At this moment, the only one worthy of his attention is Lin Feng, the Xuanqing Saint's son, who was once comparable to his master in the upper realm. Perhaps not wanting the talents around the arena to know certain things, the two maintain their conversation without letting their voices carry to the audience. Having confirmed the identity of the other party, Lin Feng's gaze now held a hint of doubt. The son of the heavenly demon, even in the upper realm, held a significant status. They had clashed several times before with no clear victor. What puzzled Lin Feng was why the son of the heavenly demon would send his subordinates to the lower realm. He did not believe it was merely to allow them to participate in this so-called battle of geniuses just to obtain a sacred herb. That was simply ridiculous. No matter whether it was Lin Feng or that son of the heavenly demon, although the sacred herb was precious for both of them, acquiring one in the upper realm was not a particularly difficult task. There was only one possibility: something in this realm possessed an irresistible allure for the geniuses of the upper realm. During their earlier conversation, Lin Feng had already learned the name of this person, Lu Mo, a follower of the son of the heavenly demon. Lin Feng also discovered that the Hantian illusory sea, one of the 9 dominant powers in the lower realm, was the influence of the heavenly demon palace from the upper realm.
Make your move.
Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, especially since the injuries from the laws within his body had not yet healed, Lin Feng spoke up. Even when he stepped onto the stage, he had sensed that this person absolutely possessed the strength of the Dao Palace realm. He still had that much insight. If his previous cultivation were restored, there would naturally be no problem. But the current issue was that he had only cleared half of the injuries from the laws within him, and even the original strength of his physique he dared not forcibly activate unless absolutely necessary.
Originally, with my status, I am not qualified to battle with you, the sun. But for someone of my standing, a sacred herb is truly too important.
With a gaze that carried a hint of reverence, Lu Imo looked at Lin Feng and spoke. Having witnessed his own master battle with a person before him, Lu Imo understood well just how terrifying Lin Feng was at his peak, far beyond what someone of his level could comprehend. After all, 10 years ago, Lin Feng in the upper realm was already in the late stages of the Dao Palace realm, just a step away from the ascending realm. Yet now, although Lu Imo had stepped into the Dao Palace realm, he had not even caught up to Lin Feng's cultivation from 10 years ago, highlighting the vast difference between them. The sacred herb. Perhaps for his master, the son of the heavenly demon, it was of little importance, but for Lu Imo, it represented an opportunity for a complete transformation.
If you can win today, then it is your strength.
Shaking his head slightly, Lin Feng calmly stated, refusing to look down on Lu Imo simply because he was just a follower of the son of the heavenly demon. With opportunities before him, competing for them was his right. Having lost the pride he once held as a son of the upper realm, the 10 years in the Tai Xuan Sect had undoubtedly been a period of introspection and self-discovery for Lin Feng.
What's going on? Aren't we supposed to start fighting? Why are they still talking?
The scene on the platform was witnessed by the crowd below, all wearing puzzled expressions, especially since they could not hear what the two were saying.
Something feels off. Why does it seem like that man in black shows a hint of respect towards Feng?
In white robes, standing among the crowd, Yi Miaojing had not heard what Lin Feng and the man in black were discussing, but she could see their expressions. A Dao Palace realm genius, enigmatic and formidable, actually showed such respect to Lin Feng. It appeared that they were indeed acquainted. Not just Yi Miaojing, the other geniuses like Feng Wuan, the Ling Saintess, or those from the Xuanqing Sect led by Shui Yelao, had all noticed the anomaly.
It seems that even the identity of the sun is not ordinary in the upper realm.
With a hint of shock in her eyes, Shui Yelao exclaimed. From the previous battle, she had confirmed that Lu Imo was undoubtedly a genius from the upper realm. However, in front of her own son, she still had to bow her head. At least from this point, Shui Yelao surmised that Lin Feng must have stood among the very top geniuses in the upper realm.
Let the battle begin.
Amidst the uproar and rising discussions, just at that moment, the fight suddenly commenced on the platform, with Feng Wuan and the other geniuses eagerly anticipating the spectacle. In black attire, every step taken caused the platform beneath him to seem to slightly sink, leaving behind traces of dark red embers. The aura of the Dao Palace realm and spiritual power surged from Lu Mo's body. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire platform became the center of a tumultuous roar, with the ground around it shaking violently. It was demonic energy. The intermingling of black and red, the overwhelming demonic energy surged forth from Lu Imo, sweeping outwards like a rolling tide.
This strike inherited from my master, the son of the heavenly demon.
Lu Imo shouted loudly, the blood-red mist swirling around him, thick like blood plasma, emanating a nauseating corrosive odor as it spread wildly. Wherever it passed, the platform was corroded by the demonic energy, and faintly it seemed to transform the entire platform into a scarlet purgatory. His black robe danced wildly in the raging demonic energy. With his right hand, he pointed, entwined with a tangible destructive black light. A casual slash tore through the blood mist and the very fabric of space, leaving a grotesque wound. The devouring heavenly demon art, a top-tier technique from the upper realm. Even though Lu Imo possessed only a fragmented version, it was still far beyond what the geniuses of the lower realm could imagine. Only at this moment did the countless spectators beneath the platform realize.
The Dao Palace realm. How is this possible? To enter the ascending immortal realm, one's age must not exceed 40 Dao Palace realm. That level of power belongs to the leaders and elders of the major sects, who can only reach it after cultivating for a millennium.
At this moment, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, numerous voices of astonishment rising as they gazed at Lu Mo. Clearly, even when he had previously fought against top geniuses, like Feng Wuan, he had been concealing his true strength. And now, facing Lin Feng, he finally unleashed all his power. The Dao Palace realm. This was a level that was almost unimaginable for the countless geniuses present. The late stage of the Divine Bridge realm seemed just a step away from the Dao Palace realm, yet it was as different as clouds and mud. Many cultivators residing in this Tian Song continent understood that only the strong of the Dao Palace realm could be considered the pinnacle of this realm, capable of establishing sects. To cultivate to the Dao Palace realm before turning 40 completely surpassed the imagination of the countless geniuses present. When Lu Mo's realm was fully revealed, nearly all the geniuses present believed that the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. After all, on the Tian Song continent, it had never been heard of that someone could defeat a Dao Palace realm cultivator while being in the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. This was an almost impossible feat. Boom, boom, boom. Malignant chi surged violently, its Dao Palace realm aura shaking the arena in all directions, turning the very platform into a crimson-black maelstrom so dense it swallowed both combatants whole, obscuring Lin Feng entirely.
What a pity! The famed Xuanqing Han, Saint Prince of the Upper Realms, now reduced to this state.
Lu Mo sighed softly, his eyes pitch black as swirling crimson vortexes slowly rotated within their depths. He had long sensed that Lin Feng, for reasons unknown, had lost his former cultivation base. Otherwise, such a display before a peer of this magnitude would have been utterly unthinkable, something Lu Mo himself once dared not even imagine. Truly, fate is capricious. No trace of arrogance lingered, only profound reverence for the legendary Xuanqing Saint Prince of Ur. Just as Lu Mo reflected upon this, at that very instant, atop the arena shrouded in crimson-black demonic fog, a blinding azure light erupted, intense, incandescent, crackling with violet thunder energy, ripping through the suffocating miasma like a celestial blade. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the tide-like demonic fog vanished completely. Azure violet radiance expanded outward, purging every trace of malignancy, leaving the arena immaculately cleansed.
When you fought my master long ago, the heaven-devouring demon art he wielded possessed far more than mere brute force.
Clad in snow-white robes, tall and poised, Lin Feng stood serenely at the arena's center, his aura rising steadily, surrounded by swirling azure violet light that repelled all laws and phenomena.
This is the Xuanqing Emperor scripture.
All prior solemnity vanished from Lu Mo's face, replaced by genuine astonishment. In his earlier strike, he had already unleashed his full power, fully aware that facing a figure like the Xuanqing Saint Prince demanded absolute caution, even now that Lin Feng had seemingly lost all his former strength. Yet he never imagined that a single blow, his ultimate expression of the heaven-devouring demon art, would be dispelled so effortlessly. The Xuanqing Emperor scripture. During his time serving his master in the upper realms, Lu Mo had first heard of this scripture from the heaven demon Saint Prince himself, and received nothing but effusive praise. Before today, he had only observed it from afar, never experienced its essence firsthand. Now he understood his master's words had borne no exaggeration.
Your Highness jests. I am but a humble cultivator. How dare I compare myself to my master?
Lu Mo replied with a gentle smile and a slight shake of his head.
However, before descending to the Tianshan continent, my master personally imparted to me the true essence of the heaven-devouring demon art. Pray your Highness grant me your guidance.
The heaven-devouring demon art draws its supreme power from the very concept of devouring heaven. Even the heaven demon Saint Prince himself had only recently grasped its profound truth, and yet he entrusted Lu Mo with fragments of its technique, a testament to his extraordinary esteem. Indeed, at Lu Mo's words, even Lin Feng, standing calmly on the arena, paused ever so slightly.
Oh, so he has finally realized this Dao principle.
Lin Feng's astonishment was warranted. During their legendary clash in the upper realms, He had sensed the heaven demon Saint Prince nearing the brink of comprehending the heaven-devouring principle, but ultimately falling just short. Who could have foreseen that in merely 10 years he would reach such heights? Amidst his awe, Lin Feng felt a stirring eagerness, a warrior's instinct long dormant. In this lower realm, even with his partial recovery, worthy opponents among his peers remained scarce. Yet his old friends and rivals, those whose strength continued ascending, had advanced immeasurably over mere decades. Lin Feng burned with curiosity, using Lu Mo before him as a mirror. He yearned to glimpse just how far the heaven demon Saint Prince had journeyed since their last encounter. The arena, having briefly stilled, now trembled anew, this time with far greater intensity than before. Clad in black robes, Lu Mo's eyes turned obsidian dark, dense ink-black radiance erupting from their depths, while behind him a colossal vortex slowly coalesced, an unfathomable maw poised to draw heaven, earth, and all sentient beings into the abyssal cycle of netherworld rebirth. Heaven and earth darkened, the firmament itself quaked. Even the sky above the Ascension immortal realm was veiled beneath roiling black mist, the heaven-devouring manifestation emanating from Lu Mo distorting the very fabric of this secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. An immense, inconceivable vortex of demonic energy, like a gateway linking this world to the 9 nether hells, slowly rotated above the arena behind Lu Mo. Ferocious and unrelenting within its jet-black spiral, countless obsidian demon script runes pulsed and spiraled, generating waves of malignant chi as the heaven-devouring phenomenon solidified from illusion toward tangible reality, greedily tearing and consuming everything in its vicinity. It seemed even time-space and heaven itself were being drawn inward, light utterly devoured, leaving behind an ever-expanding domain of absolute darkness suffused with existential dread. The spectacle was overwhelming. Countless prodigies gathered below the arena stood stunned, minds reeling, hearts pounding.
What is that? A vortex vast enough to swallow heaven and earth itself. What manner of existence has this Ascension immortal realm drawn forth? Impossible. Even our sect's patriarch, midstaged our palace realm, could never unleash such transcendent might.
Gasps of disbelief echoed across the crowd. The heaven-devouring manifestation surpassed all their imagination. As the spectators trembled before this sight, Lin Feng, standing alone atop the arena, bore unimaginable pressure. His raven hair fluttered in the wind, his refined features lifted toward the celestial heaven-devouring omen hovering high above.
So, he truly grasped it.
No fear clouded his gaze, only astonishment and a flicker of exhilaration. Boom, boom, boom. The heaven-devouring vortex descended slowly, drawing inexorably toward Lin Feng, as if determined to tear him limb from limb, pulverize every fiber of his flesh, and devour even his soul. Though merely an apparition, it manifested with terrifying solidity, as though striving to transcend illusion into reality. Yet Lin Feng knew better. Such perfection could only be achieved by the art's original creator, the heaven-devouring demon emperor, were he to return from death itself. After all, Lu Mo remained but a spirit bridge realm cultivator, even augmented by the Xuanqing Emperor scripture. Lin Feng knew he could not withstand this blow unless his former cultivation had fully returned. Yet victory over Lu Mo lay just ahead, his final trial.
Looks like I'll need to go all out this time.
A wry smile touched his lips, fearless, resolute, his gaze burning with unwavering determination. Whoosh! Without warning, the heavens around the arena dimmed once more, a shift eerily reminiscent of the celestial eclipse during Lin Feng's earlier battle against Shao Qian. But this time Lin Feng, pushed to the edge of life and death, forcibly ignited the primordial essence of his innate constitution. Boom, boom, boom. Silver radiance erupted violently from Lin Feng's body. Against the night sky, a luminous full moon rose behind him, brighter than ever before. Where his earlier confrontation with Shao Qian had yielded only a fleeting, barely perceptible omen. This time a radiant silver moon hung suspended in the midnight firmament, its silvery light cascading across the entire secret realm, eclipsing all things beneath heaven, rendering the myriad phenomena of creation pale in comparison. With a sound of he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his white robe stained crimson, and his face as pale as death. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. The injury from the loss confined the power of his innate constitution. Above the sky in the night sky the bright moon grew ever brighter, while Lin Feng's internal injuries worsened. In this battle, if he cannot win and obtain the sacred medicine, Lin Feng's situation will be perilous. At this moment the bright moon hung high, casting down endless silver radiance. This was an omen, an extraordinary phenomenon that changed the colors of heaven and earth, a rarity even in the upper realms, ranking among the foremost of the 3,000 constitutions.
Kill!
A single faint word escaped Lin Feng's bloodied lips. In the void above, silver radiance surged violently from the bright moon, causing all things in the world to lose their color. Boom! Boom! Lin Feng's bright moon phenomenon collided with the vortex of Lu Mo's devouring intent. Crack! The arena cracked open. Since the emergence of the Taixuan continent from the celestial Ascension realm, such a battle spectacle had never erupted, shattering the arena into pieces, a sight unimaginable to countless proud figures surrounding it. Centered around the battle between Lin Feng and the other, the violent fluctuations intensified, spreading outwards in all directions. Boom! In the void above, the confrontation of the extraordinary phenomenon against the devouring intent caused the very heavens to tremble. Those weaker, proud figures nearby were directly shaken, spitting blood.
It's unimaginable what level of combat power these two have reached. At least among the younger generation of our Taixuan continent, no one has ever achieved such heights. Indeed, not just our generation, but even countless generations before us could not compare to these two.
Shocked voices arose. Although Lu's combat power attained through the Dao Palace realm was terrifying, it was still understandable to the crowd. At this moment, countless gazes turned towards Lin Feng. The gap between the Divine Bridge realm and the Dao Palace realm was too vast, an insurmountable divide. It was hard to comprehend how Lin Feng, with his latest Divine Bridge realm strength, could contend with Lu Mo to such an extent.
What sort of constitution is this that it can resist the Dao Palace realm with the power of an extraordinary phenomenon?
A figure in a silver-white robe stood dazedly in place. Feng Wuhan looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. As the young master of the Qian Yuan Dao sect, he knew many revered constitutions that had emerged over the long years of the Taixuan continent, but none could compare to Lin Feng's outrageous nature.
I have never heard of such a thing unless...
The exquisite Saintess Ling seemed to recall something, her stunning face deep in thought. Suddenly her eyes lit up.
Unless what? Unless it is a constitution that only those from the upper realms can possess.
Faced with Feng Yuan's curiosity, the Saintess Ling raised her head to gaze at the sky above the arena, where the 10 beams of light extended beyond rumored to be the upper realms. The dream of countless cultivators of the Taixuan continent is to ascend to the upper realm. The extraordinary phenomenon that should not appear in this realm has now manifested before all, leading to the strong possibility of such an occurrence. Boom! 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 The world-shattering battle, surpassing the limits of imagination for all the proud figures present, continued to erupt. In the void above, time seemed to freeze at this moment. A resplendent moon phenomenon tore through the eternal night, pouring down frost-like silver brilliance, turning the mountains into powder at the illuminated spots. Fine divine patterns danced along the edges of the moon, each flicker causing thousands of moon shadows to appear in the void. Even more terrifying was that those shining rays contained a certain supreme power. This power did not come from cultivation, but stemmed from the innate power of Lin Feng's constitution. The silver moon soared across the sky, illuminating the massive reincarnation vortex, and at that very moment, splash! Within Lin Feng's phenomenon, for some unknown reason, the sound of waves suddenly echoed beneath the moon, a thunderous roar, yet only the sound could be heard, with no sight of the sea rising. Enormous and unimaginable, a vortex of demonic energy, like a passage connecting to the 9 underworlds, slowly rotated behind Lu Mo above the arena. Fiercely chaotic within the pitch-black vortex, dark demonic runes pulsated, greedily tearing and devouring everything around them. But at this moment, endless silver brilliance cascaded down, and in an instant, the once rapidly spinning reincarnation vortex slowed down. Crack! A sound of rupture echoed as the vortex cracked open, and endless black-red demonic energy poured out from the shattered vortex, being purified by the silver moonlight. Where the silver brilliance shone, the demonic energy vanished without a trace. The devouring phenomenon disappeared, and at that moment Lu Mo, who was below, spat out a mouthful of blood, as if severely injured. His body cracked open, with several gaping wounds, the injuries hideous. In his eyes was only shock. As a proud figure of the upper realm, he had seen many extraordinary phenomena. But one like Lin Feng's was something he had never encountered before, especially at the moment the sound of the waves resonated, coinciding with Lin Feng's silver moon phenomenon. He felt an unprecedented presence surpassing all constitutions, a supreme constitution aura. It was real. In the upper realm, he had followed his master, the heavenly demon Holy Sun, and seen countless exceptional proud figures, but no one's constitution or extraordinary phenomenon could evoke such feelings in him. The bright moon. The sound of the waves. Thinking of this, Lu Mo suddenly recalled a rumor regarding the 10 supreme constitutions. Surpassing the 3,000 constitutions of all realms, the renown of the 10 supreme constitutions has only changed in the long ages of the 9 heavens celestial domain. Such as the unparalleled Song Tian Dominator body, and the ancient holy body, as well as the supreme Tao body, which is naturally close to the Tao. Besides, there is another supreme constitution phenomenon called the bright moon rising over the sea. But that is the supreme body renowned across the endless ages of the 9 heavens celestial domain. Although Lin Feng's recent extraordinary phenomenon was powerful, it was still far from the aura of a supreme constitution. Otherwise, he would not be heavily injured now, but dead, obliterated. I have lost. In tattered black attire, blood continuously flowed from his mouth. Lu Mo's body cracked. His weak voice spoke to Lin Feng before turning to leave the arena. In that moment, Lu Mo seemed to understand why over the years the Holy Sun had always held Lin Feng in such high regard. In the divine bridge realm, even if he was not as powerful as he once was, having fallen to this state, figures of the caliber of Xuanqing Holy Sun were not something he could contend with. This victory feels a bit lucky. Looking at Lu Mo's figure as he descended from the shattered arena, Lin Feng sighed. He could already feel the injury from the laws within him raging, and being able to stand and walk was the limit for Lin Feng at this moment. Severely injured. A trickle of fresh blood once again slid from Lin Feng's mouth, his figure swaying slightly as he moved towards the shattered arena. The shattered arena lay silent, time having passed for quite a while, yet countless young prodigies around remained with expressions of astonishment. The spectacle of devouring the heavens, the manifestation of power opposing Lin Feng, was utterly beyond everyone's imagination. The Tao Palace realm. Just moments ago, the scene of a gigantic vortex floating in the air swallowing the heavens and earth was terrifying enough that many believed the man in black, Lu Mo, was destined to win. However, no one expected that once Lin Feng's phenomenon emerged, it would shatter Lu Mo's advantage in an instant, leading to an overwhelming victory. The divine bridge realm surpassing the Tao Palace realm. On this continent, in the 5 regions of Zhongzhou, Shimon, Nanjiang, Beiming, and Zhongzhou throughout history, there had never been anyone known to achieve such a feat. He, in a white robe, standing quietly, Miaojing was stunned by the exquisite beauty of the figure before her. She never imagined that things would turn out this way. Unknowingly, the man who had once been looked down upon by all of Dongzhou and the Tai Xuan Sect, deemed incapable of cultivation by the higher-ups, had reached a level she could only admire. Is this really still him? The emotion stirred in her beautiful eyes, her expression complex. If she were to relay everything that happened today back to the sect, no one would likely believe it. After all, 4 years ago, he had left the Tai Xuan Sect alone amidst the derision of countless cultivators in Dongzhou. In just 4 years, the identity and status of this person now demanded the reverence of everyone in Dongzhou, including her, the Holy Maiden of Taixuan. Time continued to pass, and the battle on the shattered arena continued. The arena, measuring thousands of feet wide and crafted from dark green stones, was originally as smooth as a mirror, but was now riddled with countless cracks. Although no one knew the material that created this arena, throughout the long ages countless prodigies had concluded that only a latest Tao Palace realm expert could shatter such a divine arena.
Yet a latest-stage Dao Palace Realm expert was already a peak powerhouse on the entire Tian Song continent, typically over 1,000 years old. Thus, the requirement of entering the Ascended Immortal Realm limited, all due to the age constraint of being under 40. Who would have thought that in this lifetime's Ascended Immortal Arena battle, two great prodigies would shatter the arena, setting an unprecedented scene? Boom. Boom. The battle of prodigies on the shattered arena continued, determining the final 10 based on victory points, as well as the greatest prodigy of the Tian Song continent. It could be said that apart from Lin Feng, no one else had achieved a complete victory. In his battle with Lu Mo, Lin Feng had forcibly activated the source power of his physique, and his injuries had reached an unimaginable level. Nevertheless, that fierce battle with Lu Mo had brought Lin Feng to a point where merely standing was enough to deter any challengers. I concede. In a silver robe, Feng Wuhan looked at Lin Feng with a respectful expression on the shattered arena. Although his face was somewhat pale, it was evident Lin Feng was not in good condition, yet Feng Wuhan found himself lacking the courage to fight against someone who vaguely resembled a heavenly prodigy. Or perhaps he wanted to follow Xiao Qian's example and forfeit the chance to be among the top 10 altogether. Directly and simply after just stepping on the arena, as a formality, Feng Yuan's figure flashed like the wind and disappeared from the arena. In this arena battle, a rare scene unfolded whenever a beam of light shone upon Lin Feng. The prodigies preparing to battle him lacked the courage to even meet his gaze and hurriedly exited the arena. To concede. Even more, some simply refused to step onto the arena, standing below and voluntarily forfeiting their battle. It seems my previous full effort indeed intimidated quite a few people. His face had turned as pale as paper, and standing was already Lin Feng's limit at that moment. Soon! He gazed up at the sky above the Ascended Immortal Realm, his eyes filled with anticipation. Before entering the Ascended Immortal Realm, he had learned from Chu Tianyin that in each generation's Ascended Immortal battle, only the prodigies vying for the first place would have the qualification to secure a divine herb. Roughly estimating his number of victories was nearing 100, it wouldn't be long now. Finally, he had endured to the last match, and at this moment Lin Feng was nearly out of strength to even stand. His white robe was stained with blood, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Soon countless prodigies below the arena noticed this scene. Tap, tap, tap. A fragrant wind swept through as a woman appeared before Lin Feng on the arena. Dressed in exquisite translucent snow-colored gauze, her garments moved without wind, her figure slender and graceful, embodying a cold and resilient beauty, with a long and elegant neck and a waist that could be grasped in one hand. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, akin to a fairy descending to the mortal realm. She was one of the top prodigies from Zhongzhou, the Ling Holy Maiden, coincidentally facing Lin Feng in this final match. Your injuries seem quite severe. The stunningly beautiful Ling Holy Maiden looked at Lin Feng with a slight smile. Surveying him up and down, she sensed Lin Feng had apparently reached his limits. Can you guess whether I can kill you before I completely collapse, given my strength? Though his body seemed to have reached its limit, Lin Feng remained unafraid as he coldly gazed at the exquisite fairy before him. His eyes were chillingly cold, as if they were ready to devour. Don't be so fierce. Actually, I'm not here to fight you, I just want to ask a question, and I'll leave the arena immediately after. Under Lin Feng's gaze, the Ling Holy Maiden trembled slightly, forcing a smile. Having already suffered a defeat, she had no chance at first place. Currently, with this concession, a place in the top 10 was already secured, and it wasn't worth offending someone who seemed to be a noble from the upper realm for something trivial. Are you from the upper realm, and are you indeed the Xuanqing Sect son from over a decade ago? A voice transmitted to Lin Feng's ear, unheard by anyone else, as the Ling Holy Maiden looked at him curiously. Without further ado, just a simple affirmation made Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief, thinking it was something significant, but it turned out to be this. I see. I concede. Having obtained the answer she desired, the Ling Holy Maiden smiled, and concluded this generation's Ascended Immortal Arena battle with her concession in the final match. And just at that moment, boom, boom, boom,
The arena trembled violently among the 10 beams of light, the spiritual light blazing, illuminating all directions. Soon golden rays soared, purple mist surged, and 10 wondrous objects from the upper realm flowing with dazzling light hovered among the 10 beams. The size of a fist, as if it were about to drip blood, that single herb exuded an immense and unparalleled aura of spiritual energy, the fragrance of the medicine filling the air. Even surrounded by the beams of light, Lin Feng still felt a deep-seated yearning from the depths of his flesh. At this moment his body felt like a parched desert. Having fought through numerous battles, he was already exhausted, and the injuries from the laws within him were about to utterly destroy this physical form.
At last, I've waited for this.
Lin Feng's complexion was already extremely pale, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he sighed. It had been over a decade since he descended to the lower realm. He had lost his original cultivation and endured the lows. Now, with the aid of this holy herb, he would restore his former cultivation realm and the power of his original physique, and he could finally make use of them. Unlike now, where every time he invoked an anomaly, he had to endure the pain of the injuries from the laws within his body. Light shone down from above, and these 10 beams resembled the gaze of some special eyes from the upper realm, keeping records of the top 10 rankings in this battle. As expected, the beam of light surrounding that holy herb representing the first place in this battle illuminated Lin Feng, and the holy herb gradually descended toward him. At this moment, the other 9 beams represented individuals such as the man in black Lu Mo, the snow demoness Ling Longxing Fengwuan, and others, along with another unexpected figure, the Saintess from the Tai Xuan Sect in the eastern state Miaojing. It is known that since ancient times the top 10 who ascended to the celestial realm have almost always been occupied by the prodigies of the central state. In this lifetime, no one expected that a woman from the eastern state would emerge victorious in this arena battle, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with prodigies from the central state like Ling Longxing. Wow! 10 beams of light carrying 10 precious items from the upper realm descended, representing the top 10 in this celestial ascension, their brilliance dazzling and resplendent, making the other prodigies around the arena envious.
This generation's prodigy arena battle is sure to shake the entire Taixuan Sect continent. The battle between those two has nearly exceeded the limits of our Taixuan Sect continent, and will undoubtedly be known by all cultivators. I can already foresee that soon there will be a stir beyond the heavenly gate.
Voices arose as the arena battle concluded, signaling the end of this celestial ascension. At that time, almost everyone present would have their celestial ascension token shattered and be transported away. Of course, only one person would remain, the first place winner of this celestial arena battle. In every celestial ascension, countless hidden treasures lie within. Obtaining the first place signifies not just a single holy herb, but all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the secret realm belong to the first place holder. This is the reward that belongs solely to the first prodigy of the Taixuan Sect continent.
Congratulations! The Xuanqing Sect truly deserves to be the dominant force of the central state. The title of the first prodigy of this generation belongs to the Xuanqing Sect.
Lin Feng represented the Xuanqing Sect, and naturally the honor of being the first prodigy of the Taixuan Sect continent belonged to both Lin Feng and the Xuanqing Sect. At this moment a crowd had already gathered around Lin Feng, voices ringing out. The group of prodigies from the Xuanqing Sect led by the snow demoness need not be mentioned. Even several top prodigies from the central state, such as Fengwuan and Ling Longxing, approached to congratulate Lin Feng. However, behind the bustling crowd, a group of prodigies from the eastern state hesitated to approach, feeling somewhat intimidated. After all they had learned from Yi Miaojing, that the one who claimed the title of the first prodigy of the Taixuan Sect continent was the same waste they had mocked back in the Tai Xuan Sect. Clad in white with an ethereal beauty, her demeanor lofty and aloof, resembling an immortal snow lotus that had never melted, she naturally exuded a chilling and regal aura. Compared to Lin Feng, who was now surrounded by prodigies from the central state, Yi Miaojing, the Saintess of Taixuan, felt quite lonely. Standing quietly at the back of the crowd, blocked off by numerous prodigies from the central state, her beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Feng, her expression somewhat melancholy.
He has really changed so much.
Yi Miaojing smiled bitterly. This scene was so reminiscent of when Lin Feng left the Tai Xuan Sect in despair. Back then she was the center of attention. Now, the drastic reversal of identities was entirely swapped. The first prodigy of this generation with the Dao Bridge realm surpassing the Dao Palace realm, and the physical anomaly Lin Feng possessed were beyond her imagination. Looking at Lin Feng now surrounded by everyone, Yi Miaojing's gaze became somewhat dazed, as she suddenly remembered something. To be precise, it was a scene from over a decade ago, when she ventured into the forbidden land of absolute sky. Before losing consciousness, she had vaguely seen the opening of the passage between the upper realm and this lower domain, and otherworldly light illuminating the entire forbidden land of absolute sky, and in the end it seemed a peerless man from the upper realm had descended.
Could it be? Really him? Is this the holy herb?
3,000 silvery white hairs and unparalleled beauty, tall and delicate, dressed in a simple white dress, the snow demoness looked at the holy herb in Lin Feng's hand, exclaiming in astonishment. Since ancient times, such items unique to the upper realm have never been able to be born in the Tai Xuan realm. The size of a fist, as if it were about to drip blood, resembled a fruit exuding a crimson brilliance. It seemed to crystallize the essence of all the most vibrant energies in the world around the herb, the air distorted like rippling water, an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy emanating. As the spiritual energy swirled, it formed a minuscule blood dragon flowing between Lin Feng's palm. The spiritual energy was so abundant, it almost turned tangible, silently impacting the surrounding space, and faintly emitting a deep dragon's roar. The fragrance of the herb was incredibly rich, spreading in waves, causing one's veins to expand, and the entire body to feel at ease. Even those who had just recently broken through their realm felt a slight loosening, leaving the snow demoness astonished. With his body already exhausted and dry, as the holy herb entered his hand, Lin Feng realized there was no time to return to the Xuanqing Sect to slowly recover his injuries. He had to consume it right here. Just as he was about to crush the fruit and absorb the power of the holy herb into his body. At that moment, the celestial ascension tokens in the hands of the surrounding prodigies shattered spontaneously, and spatial passages appeared, countless figures being transported away from this realm. Although I do not know why the Holy Sun has come to this realm, I believe that soon the Holy Sun will encounter many familiar faces, including my master. At this moment, as the talented individuals were being teleported away from the arena, Lu Mo suddenly turned back to send a message to Lin Feng, a smile on his face. After speaking these words, he stepped forward, his figure being teleported away. Some old friends, huh? Holding the sacred medicine in his hand, Lin Feng murmured, his expression deep in thought. Although the other party did not make it clear, he already understood the meaning behind those words. Old friends, as the Xuanqing holy son of the upper realm, Lin Feng had competed against numerous talents of his generation. They were far from comparable to the younger generation of this lower realm. It could be said that among those old friends there were existences that even Lin Feng found troublesome. For example, that heavenly demon Holy Sun. Back in the upper realm, he had fought this holy son of the demon sect more than once, with victories and defeats on both sides. Now, after 10 years had passed, he had almost wasted a decade, while those old friends had been steadily improving. A time of trouble. With a slight shake of his head, Lin Feng calmly said, the Tai Xuan continent is ultimately too small. If the talents of the upper realm were to collectively descend, the impact on this realm would be unprecedented. In fact, Lin Feng had already sensed something amiss when Lu Mo, the holy son of Tai Mo, first appeared in this realm. After all, the cost of coming from the upper realm to this lower realm was unimaginable. If this realm did not possess something of sufficient allure, the heavenly demon Holy Sun would never expend such resources to teleport Lu Mo here. The significance was unclear, and Lin Feng speculated that the goals of those old friends might align with his own objectives when he descended to this realm. After pondering for half a day, it was ultimately just his conjecture. At this moment, most figures around had already been teleported away, leaving a few figures who were also about to step into the space passage, including several disciples of Xuanqing such as Shui Yaolao. Perhaps it won't be long before the entire Tai Xuan continent experiences some turbulence. Remember, before my return, the Xuanqing Sect should not easily conflict with any mysterious individuals. As he looked at the Sento-disappear figures of Shui Yaolao and others, Lin Feng quickly spoke up. The overlord of Zhongzhou was indeed powerful in this realm, but before his old friends from the upper realm it still fell short. Once he restored his cultivation, Lin Feng was eager to see how far those contemporaries from the upper realm had progressed over the years. What does the Holy Sun mean? Just as Shui Yaolao was about to step into the space passage, she suddenly turned back upon hearing Lin Feng's voice. For some reason, she perceived an unprecedented gravity in Lin Feng's gaze, a situation that could cause turbulence across the Tian-Song continent. Mysterious individuals. With a look of contemplation, Shui Yaolao, being exceptionally intelligent, quickly made some guesses based on her previous associations with Lu Mo from the upper realm. Is it similar to that man in black? As her words fell, seeing Lin Feng nodding, Shui Yaolao's expression changed slightly. Understood, the Holy Sun's words will be conveyed to the master. With a flash, the surroundings fell silent. At this moment, only Lin Feng's figure remained within the entire ascending immortal realm. He gazed at the sacred medicine in his hand, which was vividly red, pulsing with blood-like spiritual light, forming strands of dragon energy. It is time to begin. Lin Feng's gaze brimmed with anticipation. Even in the upper realm, this item was immensely precious, a creation that could not exist in this realm. At this moment, a streak of azure light passed over the fruit as Lin Feng's fingertip touched it. Wow! An overwhelming wave of spiritual energy instantly enveloped Lin Feng, rushing towards him. The fragrance of the medicine filled the air, and its potency was devoured by Lin Feng, coursing through every meridian and acupoint in his body, battling against and eliminating the remnants of the power of laws that lingered within. It really hurts. Lin Feng's face twisted, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He could feel the intense pain tearing through every meridian and acupoint in his body. The injuries caused by the laws of this realm due to his previous misplacement, as the sacred medicine eliminated them, the pain gnawed at Lin Feng's will like a parasite. Healing and destruction, rebirth, and the corrosion of the laws played out within Lin Feng's body, and at this moment his body transformed into a battlefield. Ah! A suppressed roar erupted from Lin Feng's mouth. The dry spiritual see every meridian, organ, and acupoint of his body retained traces of strange runes, which were the injuries of the laws. Where the sacred medicine's power passed, everything was being restored. Wow! Despite the pain, at the same time an overwhelming aura began to surge around Lin Feng, climbing higher and higher, seemingly without limit, surpassing the late stage of the divine bridge realm, an aura that could only be possessed by a Dao Palace realm expert. There was no need for arduous cultivation, for Lin Feng's original cultivation level was already at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm. Now he was merely using the power of the sacred medicine to eliminate the ailments within his body, restoring his former cultivation level. Pain. Very painful. The intense agony also represented the gradual elimination of the injuries of the laws. The ailments that had lingered in his body for many years were slowly recovering, and the original source power of his physique was also being restored. But it had ultimately persisted for 10 years. Even with the power of the sacred medicine, it could not be completely eradicated in a short time. Compared to the last time Lin Feng had directly fainted for 4 years. However, it was still a step in the right direction. Lin Feng could feel that with the aid of the sacred medicine, he would be able to eliminate his injuries from the laws, but it would take some time. His condition gradually recovered, ascending towards the state he had before descending to this realm. Meanwhile, in the outer world within the ancient forbidden zone, the surroundings of the 4 great heavenly gates had already erupted into chaos. Elderly cultivators from the previous generation had long been waiting at the heavenly gate, such as Yi Maijing's master elder Shenluoqi from the Tai Xuan Sect. Dressed in blue, appearing middle-aged, standing among the crowd, listening to the discussions of the numerous talents who had just been teleported out. I wonder how Miajing fared in this battle. Can she achieve a top 10 ranking? Just as Elder Shenluoqi wore a worried expression, a voice from a nearby young talent who had just been teleported out caught her attention as he conversed with his elder. The one who claims the first place in this ascending immortal realm battle is none other than the Xuanqing Sect's prodigy. It is indeed worthy of our Zhongzhou overlord-level faction. The name of the Xuanqing Heavenly Maiden is regarded as the pinnacle of talents in Zhongzhou. Elderly cultivators sighed, noting that the Xuanqing Sect was unprecedentedly powerful in today's Zhongzhou continent, with top-tier experts like Chu Tianyin at the peak of this realm and prodigies like the Xuanqing Heavenly Maiden. Some had already predicted that the future of the Xuanqing Sect would continue to shine in the long years ahead. It isn't that Snow Heavenly Maiden. The one who claimed first place on behalf of the Xuanqing Sect seems to be named Lin Feng. After pondering for a long time, the young talent finally uttered the name Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Upon hearing these two words, Shenluoqi was completely stunned, caught off guard. And just at that moment her disciple Yi Miaojing was also teleported out. The unseen-a-century battle of the prodigies has come to an end. With the emergence of various prodigies, the most discussed topic among the four great gates is undoubtedly the identity of the one who claimed first place in the ascending immortal realm. The name Lin Feng has entered the ears of countless people for the first time.
Lin Feng. Why have I never heard of this person before?
An elder cultivator expressed his confusion.
He hails from the Xuanqing Sect and has achieved first place in this battle of the prodigies with overwhelming superiority.
The younger generation is filled with admiration for this name. After all, anyone who witnessed the battle beside the ascending stage was left in awe. At the same time, tales of his deeds in battle began to spread far and wide. The mysterious manifestation of his unique physique left the heavens and earth in shock. He triumphed over the Dao Palace realm while being in the Divine Bridge realm. Mysterious and immensely powerful, it is known that he comes from the Xuanqing Sect. The speculations are endless. With a slight shake of her head, Shenluoqi sneered.
It's merely a name that sounds somewhat similar. How could he possibly be that waste expelled from the Taixuan Sect? It's unthinkable.
After all, Yi Miaojing, having successfully cultivated the supreme emotionless path, is only expected to contend for a spot in the top 10 of this battle of the prodigies. First place. That would be an insurmountable challenge achievable only by prodigies from the Central Plains. Haven't you heard? That Lin Feng is from the Xuanqing Sect, one of the 9 hegemonic powers of the Central Plains. The majestic Xuanqing Sect dominates the Tiandu region, and its reputation is well known even to the Tai Xuan Sect located in the eastern region. How could someone more terrifying than the Xuanqing goddess possibly be that waste? Shenluoqi thought to herself, then turned her gaze towards Yi Miaojing.
How did you perform in the ascending immortal realm?
Her voice trembled slightly as she looked at her disciple with hopeful eyes. Yi Miaojing, the first person to successfully cultivate the supreme emotionless path in nearly 10,000 years, is entrusted with great responsibilities by the sect. Shenluoqi believes her disciple has a chance to compete for a place in the top 10 of this battle. If successful, the Taixuan Sect would no longer be a small sect hiding in the eastern region. Indeed, while the Taixuan Sect is powerful in the eastern region to the cultivators in the heart of the Tianshan continent, it is merely a small sect among the 3 major sects of the eastern region. If Yi Miaojing succeeds, she will surely shatter the long-standing discrimination the Central Plains have held against them in the eastern region.
Master, I will not fail my mission.
Her white robes contrasted with her pale complexion. The injuries from her battle against Lin Feng in the ascending immortal realm had yet to heal. At this moment, Yi Miaojing clasped her fists toward her master.
Good, good, good.
The repeated exclamations of approval reflect Shenluoqi's overwhelming excitement. After so many years, it has finally come to this. As the name Lin Feng resonated around her, it evoked a sense of nostalgia in Shenluoqi.
The first place in this battle of the prodigy shares an identical name with that person.
It could not possibly be the same person, Shenluoqi remarked with a smile. However, she failed to notice her disciple's unusual expression, as if she wished to say something but hesitated.
Master, actually, the first place in this battle of the prodigies is indeed Feng.
He was the man who was once meant to be her companion, but due to various circumstances their paths diverged. Yi Miaojing felt a complex mix of emotions tinged with sadness. Moreover, she harbored doubts that Lin Feng might be the very man who descended to the lower realms and entered the forbidden land of Jutian. The upper realm. That is the most proud achievement for the Tai Xuan Sect and the major sects of the eastern region, as it is said that there once existed a strong cultivator who ascended to the upper realm. That remains the dream of countless people, including Yumiajing. But if the reality is as she suspects, then her end could only be the starting point for that person.
What?
A middle-aged woman, though well-preserved, had faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. When she heard her disciple Yumiajing's words, a look of bewilderment filled Shenluoqi's face, followed by astonishment in her eyes. Buzz? Her mind roared, her heart shook violently, leaving her stunned in place, her expression one of confusion. What a joke. The waste who was expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect has now taken first place in the battle of the prodigies. Impossible. How could this be? However, when Shenluoqi looked at her disciple's serious expression, she did not see a hint of jest.
So, it really is him.
Her voice trembled and her heart surged with turbulent waves, making it hard for Shenluoqi to calm her emotions. The ascending immortal realm has concluded. After learning of the names of the top 10 prodigies in this battle, countless sects returned to their respective places with their own prodigies. But alongside this, a new name began to sweep across the entire Tian continent: Lin Feng, from the eastern region, southern frontier, western desert, northern wilderness, and central plains. The name Lin Feng and his achievements in the ascending immortal realm have shocked the people of the world. Overcoming the Dao Palace realm, while still in the Divine Bridge realm, this alone nearly shattered the long-standing rules of the Tian continent. Before Lin Feng's appearance, no prodigy had ever achieved such feats. The world is in an uproar. In the 5 regions, leaving aside the other, for the most shaken region is undoubtedly the eastern region. The larger sects and countless cultivators, both old and young, were left bewildered. This name is identical to that waste who was expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect back in the day. Is the first place in the battle of the prodigies really him? One must remember that Lin Feng only became famous in the eastern region due to the grace of the Taixuan Saintess. For many it seemed as if a toad aspired to eat swan meat. How could he be worthy? Yet now, this is a celebration among the youth across the entire Tian continent. The tales of the battle of the prodigies will continue to spread, but since the conclusion of the ascending immortal realm, Lin Feng has not been seen for a long time. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye 5 years have gone by since the conclusion of the battle of the prodigies. In the central plains, one of the 9 domains, the Han Extreme Domain. This place belongs to one of the 9 hegemonic powers of the central plains, the Han Tian Phantom Sea. However, today the Han Tian Phantom Sea is destined to be anything but peaceful. At this moment, within the Han Tian Phantom Sea sect, Lu Mo, who secured second place in the battle of the prodigies, stands at the forefront, flanked by the high-ranking members of the sect. The sect leader, elders, and prodigies of the younger generation are all present, standing respectfully before a teleportation portal.
He has arrived.
Lu Mo's gaze instantly turned respectful. A man shrouded in demonic aura emerged from the spatial portal. Wow! The void trembled, the ground shook for some reason at that moment. The sky of the entire Han Extreme Domain seemed to darken, demonic energy surged, and the entire Han Tian Phantom Sea sect seemed to tremble before the man.
Welcome, Master. Welcome, Holy Son.
Within the Han Tian Phantom Sea, aside from Lu Mo bowing, everyone else fell to the ground. A sea of bodies sprawled out. An ancient secret realm. 5 years have passed, and the ascending stage is in ruins, with fragments of dark green stones scattered all around. At this moment, the vast arena spanning thousands of feet began to tremble, and the stones on the ground jumped violently. Boom, boom, boom. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, dressed in white, an overwhelming aura surged from Lin Feng's body. Divine light. A blazing silver-white divine light rose from Lin Feng's body. This power did not belong to the azure-purple light of the Xuanqing Emperor's scripture, but rather stemmed from Lin Feng's innate constitution. With a whoosh, gradually Lin Feng's figure ascended beneath the endless silver light as a strange phenomenon began to emerge behind him, and the entire ascending immortal realm darkened at that moment.
The silver moon hung in the sky, illuminating the mountains and rivers, and everywhere the silver radiance touched everything lost its original color. Whoosh! Under the silver moon the sound of ocean waves could still be heard, but one could only hear the sound without seeing any changes on the sea surface. Finally it has returned. Dressed in white like snow with black hair flowing in the wind, Lin Feng stood in the void, opening his eyes. Silver light flowed in his gaze, and behind him the phenomenon manifested. Under the silver moon, he resembled a divine being overlooking everything within the ascending immortal realm. Feeling the complete removal of the injuries from the laws within his body, the power of his constitution could be freely activated, and it was not merely a restoration to his original realm. The 10 years of decline from the esteemed son of the upper realm to a cultivation waste that could be humiliated by anyone were for Lin Feng more than just a breakdown of his former self, they were a trial of rebirth. Sensing the unprecedented peak state at this moment, the late phase of the Tao Palace realm, the powerful aura did not cease, but continued to ascend further. Boom, boom, boom. Gradually a power that should not exist in this realm emerged around Lin Feng, an aura that was ascending towards the ascending realm. Transcending his former self, Lin Feng was advancing towards the step he had never taken before. The late phase of the Tao Palace realm was already the limit of this world, while the ascending realm meant transcending this plane. Once he stepped in, he would ascend in broad daylight. The aura swept across all directions, and the surrounding silver divine light grew even more blazing. It was a natural course with no obstacles, as the spiritual energy within surged like ocean tides, coursing through every sinew and penetrating every acupoint. He broke through, transcending the late phase of the Tao Palace realm. This was half a step into the ascending realm. At this moment, merely the emergence of his aura was enough to destroy the ascending stage that previously required Lin Feng to battle Lu Mo. Crack. At this moment, the towering arena shattered, directly collapsing completely merely from the emergence of Lin Feng's aura. Half a step into the ascending realm had already surpassed the limits of this world. He just needed to take half a step to ascend. After all, matters in the lower realm were not yet resolved, and this realm was already the best choice for the recently restored Lin Feng. Not bad. Feeling the more surging and overwhelming spiritual energy within him compared to years ago, a handsome face bore a slight smile as Lin Feng spoke. In the past, when he was in the upper realm, he had tried every possible means to step into half a step into the ascending realm, but even with his talent, he still could not break through at that time. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 years in the lower realm, the humiliation and trials of those 10 years allowed him to completely accumulate and burst forth, breaking through not only to restore his former strength, but to surpass it entirely. With silver light circulating around him, Lin Feng was no longer bound by the injuries of the laws. To his innate power, he could now utilize it freely. Surrounded by darkness at this moment, Lin Feng's gaze turned towards the phenomenon behind him. The silver moon hung high, and beneath it the sound of waves echoed, yet the sea surface was nowhere to be seen. The bright moon rises over the sea. Is it not the supreme divine body among the top 10 supreme physiques, one of the 3 great phenomena? But can I still be considered a supreme divine body when I only see the bright moon and no sea? Shaking his head slightly, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The top 10 supreme physiques. Since ancient times, they have transcended all worlds, standing above the 3,000 physiques of the world, ranked among the 10 most powerful without any order. The top 10 supreme physiques have always been of the same level. It is said that any supreme physique possesses the talent to achieve Tao and become an emperor. However, due to the extraordinary nature of these 10 physiques, for instance, Lin Feng's original physique, the supreme divine body, whether in the upper realm, 9 heavens, celestial domain, the lower realm has countless planes, it takes 100,000 years to give birth to a single one. And at the moment the supreme divine body is born, the subsequent 100,000 years will be destined to never give birth to another supreme divine body. Lin Feng at birth was originally one of the top 10 supreme physiques, the supreme divine body. However, due to the previous generation's divine bodhi's fall, it had not been 100,000 years, resulting in Lin Feng's original physique being suppressed by the great Tao, demoted to a lower tier physique among the 3,000 physiques, the silver moon divine body.
Even though demoted, it was still a lower-tier physique of the Supreme Divine Body. The Silver Moon Divine Body ranks within the top 100 among the 3,000 physiques in all worlds, positioned at 83. Any physique within the top 100 in the world, let alone in the lower realm, even in the upper realm 9 heaven celestial domain, is considered a top-tier physique. While this may be sufficient for other extraordinary talents and sons, for Lin Feng it is far from enough. Related to his surname Lin.
If I can find that relic in this realm, perhaps I can restore my original Supreme Divine Body.
At this moment, an ancient jade pendant glowing with golden divine light appeared in Lin Feng's hand. On the jade pendant, a character Jiang was engraved with golden divine light swirling, exuding an incomparably supreme power that transcended the great Tao. That is the imperial Tao mark. Emperor. This word is too distant for this realm. Each emperor is a ruler of the world, shaking the ancient and modern times, making even the great Tao submit at their feet. Uninvolved with karma, not falling into the yellow springs, difficult to bury in the heavens, difficult to bury in the earth, a single thought can shatter the heavens and earth, shaking the universe. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire ascending immortal realm seemed unable to withstand the imperial might within the jade pendant, rumbling loudly. Perhaps due to a certain connection with this jade pendant, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. The Supreme Divine Body from 100,000 years ago was the last emperor of the upper realm 9 heaven celestial domain, but unfortunately, after his fall, Lin Feng was born just a little short of breaking free from that 100,000 years limit. The emperor's surname was Jiang, and before his fall, he had divided his body into 3 and transformed them into 3 great relics hidden within the myriad worlds. Through repeated investigations 10 years ago, Lin Feng finally discovered this realm through the Jiang surname jade pendant in his hand. As for why he possesses this Jiang surname jade pendant, it is because Lin Feng's mother hails from that family. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with contemplation.
It's time to leave.
He shook his head slightly, clearing his thoughts, and carefully put away the jade pendant as if it were a treasure. Crack. The ascending order was shattered by Lin Feng, and a spatial passage appeared behind him as Lin Feng's figure vanished from the ascending immortal realm. While Lin Feng was in the ascending immortal realm, the entire Tiansong continent experienced subtle changes over a mere 5 years. It is unclear when, but particularly within certain sects of the central region, an inexplicable number of extraordinarily powerful young individuals have emerged. They appear youthful, yet astonishingly possess the strength of the Tao Palace realm. It is hard to imagine, as the Tao Palace realm is already a pinnacle existence within this realm of power that only the leaders of major sects can attain. In the past, there were not many experts at the Tao Palace realm throughout the Tiansong continent, most of whom were within the Xuanqing Sect and similar dominant forces among the 9 great powers of the central region. Now even some smaller sects in the central region frequently display experts of this realm. They are remarkably young, exuding extraordinary demeanor and unparalleled talent far beyond what the proud sons of this world can imagine. Central Region. The majestic Xuanqing Sect dominates the Tiandu domain. Once one of the 9 great powers of the central region, the Xuanqing Sect has faced some hardships in recent years.
This is too much. How dare they demand the Celestial Maiden from our Xuanqing Sect? What does the Taixuan Empire think it's doing? With this tribulation, our Xuanqing Sect can only accept defeat after all that ancestor of the Taixuan Empire ultimately died because of us.
At this moment within the Xuanqing Hall, the elders, all injured, displayed expressions of anger, clearly having just experienced a fierce battle. Ever since a few years ago, when they fought the Taixuan Empire to save Lin Feng, the two forces have been at odds. Originally their strengths were not far apart. In fact, due to Chu Tianyan, the Xuanqing Sect could even suppress the Taixuan Empire. However, in recent years, with the emergence of numerous mysterious young experts, the position of the Xuanqing Sect in the central region has begun to decline. These mysterious and powerful young prodigies have appeared not only in the Taixuan Empire, but even among the small sects originally controlled by the Xuanqing Sect within the Tiandu domain. This has led to an awkward situation. The current Xuanqing Sect's influence is nowhere near what it once was, all within just a few years. 5 years ago, What Snow Yaolao brought back from Lin Feng indicated that the Xuanqing Sect had been trying to keep a low profile all these years, but
a prince from the upper realm of the Qian Empire is indeed not something we can contend with now.
Chu Tianyin sighed. Clad in a black and gold interwoven robe, though he appeared middle-aged, his hair had turned completely white, and after several recent battles his face grew increasingly aged. He was one-armed due to a battle with the Qian Empire years ago. Fortunately, he sacrificed greatly to retrieve that half-step sacred herb for Lin Feng, otherwise there would be no later events concerning Lin Feng. It is understandable that the two forces would come to blows. The Xuanqing Sect had been prepared for this outcome when they chose to battle the Qian Empire. However, that prince from the upper realm has issued his final decree. If Snow Yaolao, the celestial maiden of Xuanqing, is not surrendered, as a servant, he will personally descend upon the Xuanqing Sect and annihilate the entire sect, leaving no one behind.
We might as well fight to the death. We cannot possibly give up the celestial maiden.
A group of elder with graying hair shouted in the hall, resolute in their refusal to yield. It was related to the last great battle. At that time, the Xuanqing Sect was already on the brink of crisis. The outcome was uncertain when that prince from the Qian Empire suddenly demanded that the Xuanqing Sect surrender the celestial maiden Snow Yaolao to serve him, giving them a mere 10 days to prepare. Today marks the final deadline. It won't be long before the Qian Empire launches a massive assault. Now countless forces throughout the central region are preparing to watch the Xuanqing Sect's humiliation, once one of the 9 great powers of the central region, now reduced to such a state in just a few years. Just as the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent, voices rising continuously at this moment. A tremendous rumbling echoed throughout the Xuanqing Sect as countless disciples felt the ground tremble. Above, the protective array that had shielded the Xuanqing Sect for ages shattered with a burst of colorful light. Boom, boom, boom. The 72 peaks of Xuanqing trembled in unison.
Today is the final hour. Have you come to a decision?
A voice echoed from the sky, resonating throughout the entire sect. The heavens had darkened, not from clouds obscuring the light. At this moment, from above the Xuanqing Sect, a densely packed crowd seemed endless, all figures of cultivators. Among the leaders, a middle-aged man donned a purple and gold dragon robe, wearing an imperial crown exuding an aura of immense authority. He is none other than the current emperor of the Qian Empire, one of the top experts in the central region, renowned alongside the master of Xuanqing, Chu Tianyin. However, at this moment, standing in the void beside a young man, he maintained a position of respect.
Lord Envoy, I believe it would be better to simply annihilate the entire Xuanqing Sect. That Snow Yaolao is merely a prodigy from the lower realm. Can she really withstand your power?
His gaze swept over the entire Xuanqing Sect, and the current Emperor Xiaoding's expression turned cold with confusion. In his view, they could have easily destroyed the Xuanqing Sect last time. Why take such a roundabout way? Snow Yaolao is just a woman from the lower realm with Lord Xiaolong's strength. Could he not capture her?
She naturally cannot escape my grasp. But tell me, if the Xuanqing Sect agrees to surrender the Celestial Maiden and then annihilate the sect, would that not be more entertaining?
Clad in a golden robe that shimmered with light, his tall figure and cold face bore a lazy demeanor at this moment. Xiaolong's thin lips curled into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, gazing at the so-called lower realm sect below, his lips curling into a cold and mocking arc. Wherever his gaze fell, it seemed as if space itself paused for a moment, with a majestic golden light of dragon energy circulating around him. Although his aura was concealed, he had previously suppressed the entire Xuanqing Sect's Chu Tianyin and the elders with his own strength. The disparity between upper realm prodigies and lower realm cultivators is almost unfathomable.
They are coming.
At this moment, Xiaolong looked down at the figures emerging from the 72 peaks of Xuanqing, scanning Chu Tianyin and the various elders, his gaze akin to that of observing mere ants. They are but people from the lower realm, lowly and humble existences, easily suppressed before a prodigy like him from the upper realm. However, upon spotting a woman in white among the crowd of Xuanqing, a hint of lewdness flickered in his gaze. It was none other than Snow Yaolao, a woman so stunning that even this upper realm prodigy found her captivating. At this moment, as the Xuanqing Sect faced its final crisis, a figure was departing the ascending immortal realm heading towards the Tiandu domain.
I never expected that in just 5 years Zhongzhou would change so drastically.
After regaining his former cultivation, and even surpassing it, Lin Feng was now entirely different from before. Dressed in white, he walked through the air surrounded by swirling silver light, his speed nearly surpassing the limits of this realm's strongest, akin to teleportation. After emerging from the ascending heaven immortal realm, he headed straight towards the direction of Tiandu domain, gathering much information about the recent events in Zhongzhou along the way. He had already learned from Lu Imo that some prodigies from the upper realm would descend, but the actual outcome was even quicker than Lin Feng had anticipated. In just 5 years, the situation in the other 4 states was still unclear. However, the core region of this realm, Zhongzhou, was undergoing tremendous changes every day. Not to mention the 8 other dominant powers in Zhongzhou, even some smaller sects began to see figures of upper realm prodigies appearing. Chaos. Turmoil. Through various so-called rumors, the described individuals bore a striking resemblance to some old friends from the upper realm. Just recently, Lin Feng also learned of a significant event occurring in Zhongzhou. A great battle between the Xuanqing Sect and the Taixuan dynasty. Unfortunately, this time the Taixuan dynasty had an upper realm prince. Moreover, the Xuanqing Holy Land, which had Lin Feng the Xuanqing Holy Sun descend over a decade ago, could not possibly send someone to the lower realm.
Upper realm Taixuan dynasty. Xiaolong. That name sounds somewhat familiar, but was he among those who competed with me in the same generation?
Lin Feng expressed his confusion, as he naturally could not remember some of those who were not particularly strong. For instance, the Lu Imo he fought against in the ascending heaven immortal realm, had it not been for sensing a connection between his techniques, and the heavenly demon Holy Sun, Lin Feng would not have known his identity. Yet, as a follower of the heavenly demon Holy Sun, Lu Imo could not possibly be unaware of the Xuanqing Holy Sun he had battled against. This was the reason. There are 9 celestial domains in the upper realm, and in the Juntian celestial domain where Lin Feng resides, not to mention the secrets of his true identity. Just the silver moon divine body coupled with the Xuanqing Holy Sun already placed him among the very top of countless prodigies.
If it weren't for the actions of Sect Master Chu and Xuanqing Sect many years ago, perhaps I would have long since perished.
The speed was almost pushed to the limit by Lin Feng, a streak of silver light darting across the sky, and the Tiandu domain was now quite near.
It should be an honor for her that this prince takes an interest in her. Is she truly unwilling to comply? Then let them all die.
Arrogantly indifferent, Xiaolong gazed down at the snow demoness, responding coldly after hearing Chu Tianyan's words. His voice was not loud, but it contained a certain special power that caused numerous disciples of Xuanqing below to spurt blood. Behind him were countless strong individuals from the Taixuan dynasty, including the current emperor Xiao Ding and Xiao Qian, who had fled from the ascending heaven immortal realm, all waiting for him to say these words. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant the great battle commenced. The sect quaked, the 72 peaks of Xuanqing crumbled, and blood stained the sect's grounds. As one of the 9 former overlords of Zhongzhou, today was destined to be anything but peaceful for the Xuanqing Sect. Under the leadership of an upper realm prince, he completely suppressed the current sect leader Chu Tianyan, along with numerous elders. Even many ancient figures of the Xuanqing Sect, who had been in seclusion for years, appeared, yet they were still no match for Xiaolong, resulting in several deaths and injuries.
I never expected that the Xuanqing Sect would be purged from Zhongzhou in my generation. Sect Master, I shall take my leave first.
With disheveled, sparse gray hair, skin withered and tied against the bones, dressed in a deep black robe that was wide and tattered, the elderly figure carried a hint of death within him. The voice of the elder Guyuan rang out loudly, as his desiccated body burned with blood, drawing an endless spiritual energy rushing toward Xiaolong, ultimately self-destructing. Boom! The body exploded, leaving no remains. The power of this self-detonation, coming from a latest-age Dao palace, was sufficient to exceed the limits of this realm.
Just the power of a mere ant, does it even qualify to injure me?
With golden dragon light soaring into the sky, Xiaolong disdainfully swept over the site of the recent explosion, where the void itself twisted and cracked. Yet he merely dusted off his clothes, looking disdainfully at the splattered blood and bones around him. These mere lower realm ants, even a single life was worth less than one of his garments. With such a noble identity, how could a mere lower realm woman be worthy of serving him? Should it not be the honor of the Xuanqing Sect? He could not comprehend why they would risk the annihilation of their entire sect to oppose him. These wretched souls truly did not know their place. Regardless, the outcome would still be the same. Even if they surrendered the woman named Xueyero, whom he desired, he would still annihilate the Xuanqing Sect. It was merely a matter of his own twisted amusement, wanting to see the expressions of these lower realm ants change from hope to despair. Boom. 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 The battle continued with countless figures engaged in combat, above all cultivators from the Daqian dynasty and Xuanqing Sect. However, with Xiaolong suppressing the upper echelons of Xuanqing led by Chu Tianyan, the gap between the two forces had become enormous.
So this is the strength of the upper realm prodigies. It truly is terrifying.
At this moment, outside the Xuanqing Sect, many figures who had not yet participated in the battle were watching. Most were cultivators from various sects in Zhongzhou, and on this day of the impending fall of the Xuanqing Sect, many wanted to witness it, as once the Xuanqing Sect, which occupied the Tiandu domain, disappeared. Numerous forces could seize the opportunity to settle in this domain.
I have heard that among the upper realm prodigies appearing in various sects today, this Prince Xiaolong is considered a top-tier powerhouse. Indeed, nowadays it seems that only the heavenly demon Holy Sun from the cold sky illusion Sea could possibly match this Prince Xiaolong.
In the Tiansong continent, the upper realm prodigies were no longer a secret. After all, within the sects present there were prodigies from upper realm forces revered like ancestors. However, there is still a significant gap between upper realm prodigies. For instance, the Prince Xiaolong who is currently fighting was said to be among the most powerful of his generation in the upper realm in present-day Zhongzhou, only that heavenly demon Holy Sun could surpass him. Boom. Boom. Mountains crumbled and blood nearly stained every corner of the Xuanqing Sect. Roars. 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 The sounds of dragons echoed through the skies, causing the world to tremble.
Let these lower realm ants witness my divine abilities.
With a loud shout, Xiaolong stood tall, surrounded by a brilliant golden light that seemed to envelop the entire Xuanqing Sect in golden radiance. With a wave of his hand, golden light surged into the void, 9 golden dragon shadows soaring and dancing in the air, sending Chu Tianyan and others flying heavily, injuring them. Then Xiaolong turned his gaze downward, focusing on a white figure engaged in battle among the crowd. 3,000 silver strands cascaded down like snow, a pure white veil clinging to her slender body, tall and graceful skin as if carved from ice, stunningly beautiful, resembling a frozen beauty. He looked at Xueyero.
I never expected that such a beauty could emerge from this barren lower realm. Though she is merely a plaything for this prince, she must still not be disgraced.
Coldly smiling, his fingers curled like claws, a golden light slanted down towards Xueyero below. At that moment a figure finally arrived, Lin Feng. Boom. The golden light blazed fiercely, transforming into a dragon's claw that seized Xueyao directly. The surrounding blue cold light surged forth, only to be instantly extinguished. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, her delicate face turned pale, and her slender body involuntarily ascended toward the void where Xiaolong was.
Is this the power of the prodigies from the upper realm?
With the peak strength of the Dao Palace realm, Xueyao sighed, her eyes filled with sorrow. Unable to resist, and difficult to match, even her master and the elders combined were no match for Xiaolong. The Grand Elder Gu Yuan was forced to self-destruct, yet still failed to injure Xiaolong in the slightest. The gap was simply too vast. She could already foresee her impending fate. However, Xueyao had resigned herself to the destruction of her sect, knowing she too would perish alongside Xuanji. Just as she was about to draw in spiritual energy and self-destruct, even if it couldn't kill the enemy, it would at least exhaust some of their power.
Don't be afraid, I am here.
But at that moment a familiar voice suddenly rang out, causing Xueyao's delicate face to tremble. Just from the sound she already knew who it was. As the voice fell boom, the surrounding void began to distort, silver divine light swirling, and though the afterimage lingered in the distance, the figure had already arrived within Xuanqing, materializing before Shui Yaolao. Tall and slender, with a handsome face dressed in white unstained by dust, his attire fluttered in the wind. For some reason, compared to 5 years ago, Lin Feng's aura had undergone a tremendous change. Surrounded by swirling silver divine light, although his realm had not fully erupted, he emitted an aura that seemed to transcend this world. To Shui Yaolao, even her master Chu Tianyin had not reached this level.
Holy Sun!
A hint of mist appeared in her eyes at this moment of despair. Lin Feng's words,
"Don't be afraid, I am here,"
deeply touched Shui Yaolao's heart. In this almost hopeless moment, with the entire Xuanqing on the brink of destruction, and her master and countless elders facing death, Lin Feng's appearance was akin to a celestial descending for Shui Yaolao.
"Are you all right?"
His tone was gentle, and on his handsome face Lin Feng showed concern. Crack. With a swipe of his silver divine light, the golden dragon claw that Shui Yaolao could not escape from crumbled instantly under the silver divine light circulating around Lin Feng. Though he helped her break free, the recent blow from Xiao Long still left Shui Yaolao severely injured. Seeing this, Lin Feng extended his right hand, wrapping it around her slender waist. The unique fragrance of a woman wafted toward him, and the two were drawn close enough to hear each other's heartbeat, finally landing steadily on the ground.
"You finally came."
No longer the icy beauty of the past at this moment, Shui Yaolao spoke softly before Lin Feng. 3,000 silver strands cascaded down like snow, a simple white dress clinging to her slender figure, though her complexion was somewhat pale. Gazing at the large hand still around her waist, Shui Yaolao felt a bit flustered, a hint of red flashing across her face. Especially Lin Feng's previous words,
"Don't be afraid, I am here,"
stirred a ripple in Shui Yaolao's heart at this moment. 5 years had passed since their last separation at the immortal Ascension realm, and now, amidst countless prodigies from the upper realm in Zhongzhou, Xuanqing had begun to keep a low profile since Lin Feng had not returned. Yet they still faced today's catastrophic disaster. Little did they expect that in this most critical moment, the Holy Sun finally reappeared after 5 years.
"What about your injuries?"
His hand warmed slowly withdrew. Lin Feng looked somewhat worried. Luckily, he had arrived just in time. It was a close call, as the woman before him was about to end her own life. However, from this point Lin Feng saw Shui Yaolao's character. Although she was a woman, her spirit was incredibly fierce.
"It's nothing. Please, Holy Sun, help save my Xuanqing."
With a stunningly beautiful face, looking at Lin Feng, Shui Yaolao bowed deeply, her gaze filled with a pleading charm, as she sought his assistance.
"Don't worry."
Nodding slightly, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the currently shattered Xuanqing. The 72 peaks of Xuanqing, once surrounded by immortal aura and piercing the heavens like bones of celestial beings, now lay in ruins. As far as the eye could see, everything was toppled. Some peaks were snapped in half, their summits rolling into the valleys below. Others had been reduced to mere bloodied bases, and some leaned precariously, as if about to crash down at any moment. The collapse of the peaks buried countless Xuanqing disciples, and the air was thick with an overwhelming scent of rust, the smell of blood. Fresh blood pooled heavy enough to make one feel suffocated, mingling with the swirling dust. The broken walls, rivers of blood and scene of devastation, silently spoke of the brutality and despair of this annihilation. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng's expression turned icy, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. What audacity! He owed too much to Xuanqing. The entire sect had mobilized to save him back then, and ultimately only 6 or 7 of them returned. Even the sect leader Chu Tianyin had lost an arm for him merely to obtain a half-step holy medicine. Now he had fully regained his strength, yet today's battle, and the conflict with the Taixuan Empire ultimately related back to him, Lin Feng. If he could still turn a blind eye to this, then was he still human?
"Holy Sun! It is the Holy Sun, he has finally appeared."
During the fierce battle, every wounded member of Xuanqing led by Chu Tianyin saw Lin Feng's emergence, and their faces were filled with overwhelming excitement. In just 5 short years, prodigies from the upper realm had descended upon various sects in Zhongzhou, but what about Xuanqing?
As one of the 9 overlords of Zhongzhou, Lin Feng, the holy son of Xuanqing, had arrived even earlier, but since entering the immortal Ascension realm, there had been no news of him for 5 years. It would be a lie to say they were not worried, and today, at the most critical moment for Xuanqing, the long-awaited Lin Feng finally appeared. The clamor of the crowd erupted on the 72 peaks of Xuanqing. Countless voices rang out like a tidal wave filled with excitement. They understood that within the turbulent situation of Zhongzhou, countless lower realm cultivators had realized the true difference between the prodigies of the upper realm and those of the lower realm. And the only ones capable of contending with the prodigies of the upper realm were those from the upper realm. Bang! Soon Chu Tianyin and the elders of Xuanqing surrounded Lin Feng, their aged faces filled with excitement, each one wounded, some already gravely injured with missing limbs.
"We greet the Holy Sun!"
Led by Chu Tianyin, the elders spoke in unison. Now the only one who could save Xuanqing was Lin Feng alone, yet, until this moment, they still did not know whether Lin Feng had completely recovered from his previous injuries.
"Luckily I arrived just in time. As for the rest, let me handle it."
With a cold gaze, Lin Feng looked towards the void where the imposing Xiaolong stood, stepping into the air and confronting him. Lin Feng appeared standing in midair, confronting Xiaolong. At this moment, the onlookers outside the shattered Xuanqing Sect displayed expressions of astonishment. Soon, through the young disciples, who had participated in the hero battle, they understood who this person was. Although Lin Feng's name had become renowned across the land over the past 5 years, as the first in the hero battle, many older generation cultivators had only heard of him and had never seen him. Now everyone realized that the figure before them was indeed the champion of the hero battle 5 years ago. "So it's him. I've heard of his great name, but compared to the heavenly prodigies from the upper realm, the gap is still too vast. Indeed, this Prince Xiaolong is said to be among the top tier of talents, even among countless heavenly prodigies in the upper realm. In this battle, the Xuanqing Sect will still be destroyed." An elderly cultivator shook his head slightly as he gazed at Lin Feng's figure. Even though the celestial realm had opened this generation, and the hero battle was unprecedented, especially with the strength displayed by Lin Feng, which far surpassed that of the previous champion. However, having witnessed numerous heavenly prodigies from the upper realm, these cultivators finally understood that the so-called prodigies from the lower realm ultimately lacked the talent, creating a significant disparity. Yes, regarding Lin Feng's true situation, many cultivators from other sects were still unaware and regarded him as merely a person from the lower realm. Indeed, he possesses some strength. He was actually able to withstand my previous strike. Dressed in a golden robe that shimmered with light, tall in stature, Xiaolong looked at Lin Feng with a condescending gaze. Wherever his gaze fell, golden dragon light surged around him, almost solidifying the space itself. After observing Lin Feng for a while, Xiaolong felt a sense of déjà vu, sensing that the other's aura was somewhat extraordinary. However, through the introductions from his companion Xiao Qian and Xiao Ding, Xiaolong quickly learned about some aspects of Lin Feng. "Just a so-called first from the lower realms hero battle, do you think you can contend with this prince?" With a slight smile that was more of a sneer, Xiaolong's lips curled into a cold and mocking arc. It seemed he had overestimated the situation, thinking yet another upper realm prodigy had emerged. In the upper realm's Jun Tianxian domain, there are countless sacred grounds and immortal sects, but the Taixuan dynasty, I haven't heard of it. Today I shall take your head to commemorate the deceased of the Xuanqing Sect. Dressed in white, fluttering in the wind, Lin Feng gazed at the arrogant prince before him, contemplating for a long while before speaking calmly, though the chill in his gaze was enough to instill fear. During his time as the Xuanqing Saint son in the upper realm, he could not have been unaware of some powerful forces in the Jun Tianxian domain. Thus there was only one possibility: the so-called Taixuan dynasty in the upper realm must be a small force hidden in a corner. Lin Feng, do you know who stands before you? With your insignificant power you dare to act arrogantly before me, a prince of the Taixuan upper realm. Truly overestimating yourself. Before Xiaolong could speak, Xiao Qian, who had fled in disgrace after being killed by Lin Feng back in the Jun Tianxian domain, let out a cold laugh. Today he could finally take his revenge through Xiaolong. Although the Taixuan dynasty belonged to both the upper and lower realms, they ultimately shared the same surname Xiao, and had the same bloodline. The champion of the hero battle 5 years ago. I've heard of your name. Young man, you probably still haven't grasped the situation before you, have you? A middle-aged man in a purple gold dragon robe, with a dignified appearance, looked at Lin Feng and mocked him. Influenced by Xiao Ding and Xiao Qian, Xiao Long had now completely deemed Lin Feng as just a mere native of the lower realm. Though I don't know how you came to hear the words Jun Tianxian domain. I've heard you've been in the Jun Tianxian domain for years. You should still be unaware of the current situation on the Tiansong continent, right? Had just a lower realm insect, yet you dared to come before me and shout. Boom, boom, boom. As he spoke, an immense and vast golden dragon light surged from Xiao Long's body. The heavens changed color, and the universe trembled. The dragon god body, a superior physique of the Taixuan royal family, in the lower realm ranked among the top 300 of the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm, was already an unimaginable physique in the lower realm. Without even making a move, Xiao Long aimed to suppress Lin Feng merely through his physique, wanting this so-called lower realm native to see the might of an upper realm prince. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars echoed, shaking the 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of dragon roars reverberated throughout the shattered Xuanqing Sect, the golden dragon light radiating magnificently. At this moment, from behind Xiao Long, a vague and terrifying dragon shadow emerged, swirling in the sea of clouds, overwhelming with golden radiance, the aura of dragon might covering the heavens and earth, as if a mere wisp of its breath could shatter the sky, an unprecedented terrifying might enveloping the universe. An omen, the dragon god shattered the sky. Is this the physique omen of the upper realm prodigies? Truly terrifying. It's rare to see these so-called upper realm prodigies easily activate their physique omens. Today I've truly witnessed it. It's normal, after all. In general battles, we lower realm cultivators do not need to use omens against such young powerful beings from the upper realm. As the dragon god omen appeared, the countless onlookers outside the Xuanqing Sect were shocked. The surroundings were in an uproar. It should be noted that the dragon soul body of the Taixuan dynasty is already among the top physiques on the Tiansong continent. It is ranked among the top 3 physiques since ancient times. And at this moment, with the superior physique of the dragon soul body, as the dragon god manifestation appeared, the immense dragon shadow seemed to be crushing the sky, and everyone present felt an immense pressure. Fortunately, the omen was directed at Lin Feng. Die. High above, with the emergence of the omen, Xiao Long's aura transformed. His aura soared. The golden dragon light around him grew even more intense, as if a perfect dragon god had descended upon the world, an overwhelming pressure that no ordinary person could withstand. Without making a move, merely the shadow of the omen pressed down towards Lin Feng. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars filled the sky. Golden dragon claws reached out. Creak. The space shattered. The overwhelming dragon shadow, bearing boundless pressure, reached for Lin Feng's head. Merely the light of a firefly, yet you dare to reveal yourself before me. Slightly shaking his head, Lin Feng sneered. Divine light. A brilliant silver light surged from Lin Feng's body. Dressed in snow white, with black hair flowing in the wind, standing in midair, his eyes shimmered with silver brilliance, resembling a divine being, causing everything around to lose its original color. Boom. The silver divine light surged upward, and the golden dragon god omen began to crumble inch by inch under this divine light, as if it were being evaporated, vanishing into nothingness. The golden dragon light and silver divine radiance were both the powers of the 2 individuals, yet they seemed entirely different from the strength they once possessed. The void trembled, surging upwards, like a silver-white tide, ultimately transforming into a finger mark that pressed down towards the dragon god's vision. One finger suppresses heaven and earth, crushing the firmament. Crack, crack, crack. Under Lin Feng's finger, the immense dragon god vision, which obscured half the void, began to crack and dissipate, eventually transforming into countless points of golden light that scattered into the void, falling towards the shattered Xuanqing Sect. At the same time, a spurt of fresh blood erupted. His hair disheveled, his body staggering.
The shattered vision inflicted severe damage on Xiaolong, causing him to retreat several steps, his breath showing signs of weakness.
No, it's impossible.
A glimmer of confusion flashed in his eyes. The high and mighty prince of the upper realm, who had just been invincible before Lin Feng, had all traces of disdain wiped from his face. He gazed at Lin Feng, lost in thought, standing dumbfounded. If there were to be anyone most shaken at this moment, it would undoubtedly be the powerful figures from the great Qian dynasty, as well as the countless onlooking cultivators from the central continent outside the Xuanqing Sect.
That person is a superior envoy.
Clad in a purple gold dragon robe and wearing a royal crown, it was the current emperor of Qian, Xiaoding, standing behind the battle between Xiaolong and Lin Feng. A trace of shock and disbelief flashed across his authoritative face. What just happened? Did I see that wrong? What a joke. In the eyes of this emperor, who had always looked down upon all, how could the supreme envoy Xiaolong be defeated by Lin Feng in a single strike? Undeniably, the celestial battle of the current generation was the most populated with young prodigies in the long history of the Tian continent. The first rank in the celestial battle held an unimaginable value. Regarding Lin Feng's talent, even amidst opposing forces, Xiaoding had never doubted it. But wasn't that in their Tian continent among the young prodigies in the lower realms? What is the situation now? One strike shattering the dragon god vision. That was the superior envoy Xiaolong, who possessed the dragon god body.
He.
Not only was Xiao Qian stunned, but Xiao Qian, who had previously fought Lin Feng in the celestial realm, was also completely bewildered at this moment. His finger trembled as he pointed at Lin Feng, his heart shaken, roaring violently with a blank expression frozen in place. It had only been a few years, in just 5 short years he swore that back in the celestial realm Lin Feng's strength was still leagues away from this level. 5 years. At this moment within the Xuanqing Sect, the two opposing forces that had been engaged in battle came to a halt, their gazes horrified as they looked towards the void where Xiaolong's vision had been shattered by Lin Feng.
Well, what's going on? The dignified prince of the upper realm has actually been defeated by the #1 prodigy of our Tian continent. Incredible.
Shocked voices erupted outside the Xuanqing Sect, filling the air with chaos and tumult. Today the great Qian dynasty, led by the prince of the upper realm, came to destroy the Xuanqing Sect. It can be said that nearly all major forces in the central continent received the news. The destruction of the Xuanqing Sect, one of the 9 great overlords of the central continent, since ancient times, stirred too many emotions. Thus, at this moment, the onlookers included almost all forces from the central continent. They had witnessed the earlier battle. The powerful figures from the Xuanqing Sect, along with the strength of the sect master Chu Tianyan, were still no match for Xiaolong. Had Lin Feng not appeared, the situation would have been dire. They originally thought that with Lin Feng the #1 in the celestial battle facing the Prince Xiaolong, the Xuanqing Sect would merely be attempting the impossible. The destruction that day was surely inevitable. But what they never expected was that Xiaolong would actually be repelled by Lin Feng in a single strike, which exceeded all present imaginations.
Something is wrong.
Soon among the onlooking cultivators from the central continent, someone looked at Lin Feng, then looked down at the entire Xuanqing Sect, where the crowd displayed a previously respectful attitude towards Lin Feng. It was easy to make connections, considering that over 20 years ago, before the young prodigies of all the upper realms descended, the Xuanqing Sect had announced a message. An upper realm holy son of Xuanqing would descend, yet, for some unknown reason, this matter had since been left unresolved within the Xuanqing Sect. Before the celestial battle commenced, they had never heard of Lin Feng. Moreover, the scene of the powerful Prince Xiaolong being repelled by Lin Feng in a single strike.
He must be the holy son of Xuanqing from the upper realm.
A loud shout resonated, reaching both inside and outside the Xuanqing Sect, making everyone present understand the truth of the matter. It turned out that the one battling their upper realm prince was not some native of the lower realm, but a fellow prodigy from the upper realm. A single statement awakened the dreamer.
What, he is the one who descended from the Xuanqing Sect all those years ago?
Wow! The previously tumultuous scene erupted once more. At this moment, the great Qian dynasty, which was still puzzled as to how a mere lower realm prodigy could defeat their superior envoy both Xiao Ding and Xiao Qian, finally revealed looks of realization. That was an event from 20 years ago. The Xuanqing Sect had announced to the entire Tian continent that an upper realm holy sun would descend to the Xuanqing Sect, intending to boost its prestige once more. But for some reason shortly after that announcement was made, the Xuanqing Sect left the matter unresolved. Now it turned out that the once upper realm holy son of Xuanqing had been hiding within the Xuanqing Sect all along.
Xuanqing Holy Sun, the holy land of Xuanqing from the upper realm.
As he faced off against Lin Feng, Xiaolong realized why this mere lower realm prodigy could shatter his dragon god body vision with a single strike. He stood tall, but his body trembled slightly, wearing a shimmering golden robe that was now somewhat torn. The golden dragon light surrounding him dimmed, and his complexion paled, losing the earlier air of superiority. A trickle of fresh blood continued to flow from his mouth as he reached up to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips, standing in the void. Xiaolong gazed at Lin Feng, who remained utterly calm throughout.
You are that Xuanqing Holy Sun.
His voice trembled. For some reason, when he mentioned the 4 words Xuanqing Holy Sun, a flicker of apprehension, fear, and reverence flashed in his gaze as he looked at Lin Feng. It seemed that whether it was the upper realm Xuanqing Holy Land or the 4 words Xuanqing Holy Sun, they were not something the great Qian dynasty behind him could compare with. The upper realm. It is merely a term used by those in the lower realm. However, to the celestial prodigies, like Xiaolong and Lin Feng, it is referred to as the 9 heavens celestial domain. Jun Tian, Song Tian, Bian Tian, Xian Tian, Yu Tian, Hao Tian, Zhu Tian, Yin Tian, Yang Tian. Currently, the celestial prodigies in the lower realm, including those from the Xuanqing sacred land where Lin Feng resides, are all within the Jun Tian celestial domain of the 9 heavens. The Tian continent is just one of the countless small realms under the Jun Tian celestial domain, akin to a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Within the Jun Tian celestial domain, there are numerous celestial sects and forces, both large and small. The Taixuan dynasty in the upper realm is insignificant among the multitude of powerful forces. The Xuanqing sacred land, however, is different. Even within the Jun Tian celestial domain, it boasts a long-standing and ancient heritage renowned far and wide. The true reason for its fame throughout the Jun Tian celestial domain is related to a forbidden family that stands behind the Xuanqing sacred land, the imperial Lin family. The history of the celestial domain is as vast as the sea of time, yet the imperial Lin family has always stood at the pinnacle of the Jun Tian celestial domain, shining brilliantly from ancient times to the present, known as the forbidden imperial family of the Jun Tian celestial domain. The very term forbidden is enough to illustrate the depth of such an imperial family. Its influence has long surpassed the confines of the Jun Tian celestial domain, but rather encompasses the entire 9 heavens celestial domain. As one of the 8 sacred lands under the imperial Lin family, the Xuanqing sacred land naturally shares in the glory of that imperial family, and its reputation within the Jun Tian celestial domain far surpasses that of the ancestors of the Shao family from the Taixuan dynasty, who only ascended to the upper realm years ago.
Xuanqing sacred son.
In a daze upon learning that Lin Feng is the sacred son of Xuanqing, Xiaolong kept murmuring these 4 words. His once bloody towering figure unconsciously took a step back. Although he had not heard news of the sacred son of Xuanqing for 10 years, the battle with the heavenly demon sacred son back in the day had stirred quite a commotion among many prodigies of the upper realm, and he had heard of his reputation. At this moment, Xiaolong finally understood why Lin Feng had maintained such a calm demeanor. From the beginning, he was not a native of the lower realm.
Do you want to escape? Isn't it a bit too late for that?
A figure in white clothes billowed in the wind, surrounded by swirling silver divine light, as if he were a deity overlooking everything. Lin Feng sensed Xiaolong's intentions through his subtle movements. Whether it was out of gratitude for the Xuanqing Sect saving him in the past, or due to the fact that he was the sacred son of the upper realm Xuanqing, the blood debt must be repaid with the opponent's blood. In this battle, too many lives had been lost from this sect. Below, chaos reigned all around him, where ruins, blood pooled thickly, almost suffocating, mixed with swirling dust, broken walls, rivers of blood, a scene of utter devastation. Had he not arrived in time, the entire Xuanqing Sect might have already vanished. With this thought, Lin Feng's expression turned cold, and murderous intent surged in his eyes.
Kill!
With a single step forward, the void beneath his feet crumbled. Silver light swirled around him, his aura soaring, as he transformed into a beam of light charging toward Xiaolong and the countless members of the Taixuan dynasty.
I have long heard the name of the sacred son of Xuanqing. Let this prince see if you have stagnated during these years in the lower realm. When he first heard that Lin Feng was the sacred son of Xuanqing, Xiaolong felt a tinge of apprehension. After all, among the many prodigies of the upper realm back then, the sacred son of Xuanqing was considered top tier, not someone he could compare with.
However, just moments ago, he had learned from Xiao Qian that this sacred son of the upper realm had seemingly encountered some kind of accident during his years in the lower realm. During the celestial arena battle, the power he displayed was merely that of the divine bridge realm. How ironic it is that the former proud sacred son of the Xuanqing Sect is now at the divine bridge realm. From this, Xiaolong had already concluded that perhaps Lin Feng had suffered some kind of accident when he first descended into the lower realm, causing him to lose his former cultivation. If that is the case, then he has been stagnant for many years. Meanwhile, all the celestial prodigies from the upper realm possess resources from the upper realm. Under such circumstances, he might not be unable to battle the sacred son of Xuanqing, or even defeat him.
If I can slay you, then I Xiaolong will also rise to fame in the Zhongzhou celestial domain.
Regaining his confidence, Xiaolong felt a surge of excitement within. Boom! With a single step, he transformed into a golden beam of light, and engaged Lin Feng in battle. Previously, he had merely summoned a phenomenon to pressure his opponent, without using his full strength. Now Xiaolong was fully committed. Boom! Boom boom! The golden light blazed fiercely, accompanied by the roar of dragons that echoed through the skies. Not only the Xuanqing Sect, but even the entire Tiandu region seemed to tremble at this moment. Both possessed talents and abilities that transcended this realm. Only celestial prodigies of the same level from the upper realm could contend with those from the upper realm. At this moment, Lin Feng's identity had been revealed, and at least to the gathered onlookers, the two were of equal standing.
Xiaolong is the unparalleled prodigy of my Taixuan dynasty, born once in a millennium. What of Lin Feng coming from the upper realm?
The battle between the Taixuan dynasty and the Xuanqing Sect had already ceased, and now the gazes of countless cultivators from both factions were entirely focused on the clash between Lin Feng and Xiaolong. Whoever wins will signify victory for the force behind them. At this moment, watching the fierce battle, Xiao Qian let out a cold laugh. As a member of the Taixuan imperial family, he naturally stood on his side. Long before Xiaolong descended into the lower realm, he had already heard of his family's renowned reputation in the Zhongzhou celestial domain, the dragon god body, an unparalleled prodigy that emerges once in a millennium among the imperial dynasties. As for the so-called Xuanqing sacred land, and the sacred son of Xuanqing, Xiao Qian had never heard of them, and naturally believed that his own champion was superior. Those with differing views included the Xuanqing crowd led by Chu Tianyin.
Rest assured, before the sacred son descended to the lower realm, I had already received rumors from the upper realm about his status. It is said that our sacred son holds an extremely noble and distinguished identity, with remarkable talent, standing among the top echelon of prodigies in the upper realm. With blood-stained robes, he stroked his white beard and smiled slightly. In the eyes of Chu Zhongzhou, as the sacred son of Xuanqing, how could his status not be distinguished?
And since he has received such praise from the upper realm's sacred lands, there is no need to speak further of his talent. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, and fortunately the battle was controlled above the void, otherwise the entire Xuanqing Sect would have been obliterated. Roar! 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 The sound of dragon roars howled, and the golden light dimmed. At this moment, a broken body accompanied by shattered bones fell from the sky, like a meteor crashing onto a shattered peak of the Xuanqing Sect. Dust soared thousands of feet high, and countless boulders rolled down. The one who fell was none other than Xiaolong. In just 5 short years, the entire central state has witnessed numerous prodigies from the upper realms, each engaging in fierce battles against one another. Among them, Xiaolong stands as a top-tier powerhouse. After all, the Xuanqing Sect boasts countless strong warriors, and with the combined efforts of the high-ranking members of the sect and the sect master Chu Tianyan, they lack the ability to contend with Xiaolong, leading to the forced self-destruction of the Grand Elder Gu Yuan. His might is undoubtedly overwhelming to the various sects of the Tian continent. However, at this moment, not much time has passed since Lin Feng arrived, and the battle concluded. Boom! On the shattered Xuanqing peak, rubble cascaded down as cracks spread from the peak to the ground, dust filling the air. There lay Xiaolong, the prince from the upper realm of the Taixuan dynasty, his fate unknown. Watching this scene, the hearts of the Xuanqing Sect members were shaken. The current Emperor Qian and the other powerful figures from the Taixuan dynasty broke into cold sweats, too afraid to breathe. Outside the Xuanqing Sect, countless onlookers from Central State were in an uproar.
Is this the end?
Some displayed a loss of composure, gazing at Lin Feng enveloped in silver divine light, their voices trembling. Their expressions were dazed, as if struggling to accept the reality. It was too fast. After all, Xiaolong was the prince of the Taixuan dynasty from the upper realm. How could he feel so outmatched compared to Lin Feng, the holy son of the Xuanqing Sect, who was also from the upper realm? The gap was too vast.
To us, the prince of the Taixuan dynasty might seem like the sky, but beyond the sky there are even greater heights.
Someone sighed, realizing that the strength of Xiaolong was beyond what the lower realm cultivators could imagine, yet, in the face of Lin Feng, the holy son of the Xuanqing Sect, he seemed lacking.
Now many from the upper realms have descended to the Tian continent. Based on current battle prowess, it seems only someone of the caliber of the Tianmo Holy Son could match this holy son of the Xuanqing Sect.
Someone nodded slightly, acknowledging that over the past 5 years the situation in Central State had become utterly chaotic with the arrival of the upper realm prodigies. However, judging by Lin Feng's performance in the recent battle against Xiaolong, even among the numerous upper realm prodigies, only a handful could truly compare. Among the 9 major overlord-level forces in Central State, the Han Tianhuan Hai undoubtedly stands out as a unique entity. In the past, although Han Tianhuan was revered as one of the 9 overlords of Central State, it still held some disparity compared to the core forces of the Xuanqing Sect and the Taixuan dynasty. However, significant changes occurred in recent years. With the Tianmo Holy Son in command, Han Tianhuan has subtly emerged as the leading force in Central State. There were even rumors that Han Tianhuan initially planned to wage war against the Xuanqing Sect to seize control of the Tian-Du domain, but for reasons unknown the Tianmo Holy Son ordered a withdrawal.
Impossible. That is the upper realm envoy who possesses the royal bloodline of the Taixuan dynasty, the dragon god body. How? How could he possibly be defeated by Lin Feng?
Xiao Qian was in a daze, unable to accept this scene. The image of Xiaolong falling defeated by Lin Feng was a profound shock to his heart. Though he understood that Lin Feng's identity had changed, no longer a person from the lower realm, but rather the holy son of the Xuanqing Sect in the upper realm. But previously he had fought against Lin Feng in the immortal Ascension realm, and he swore that at that time Lin Feng was far from possessing such strength. It was unimaginable how much Lin Feng had advanced in just 5 years. As far as Xiao Qian knew, Xiaolong was at the peak of the Dao Palace realm, merely a step away from entering the half-step immortal Ascension realm. His heart was in utter shock. At this moment, under the gaze of thousands, Lin Feng stood tall in the void, his slender figure draped in flowing white robes surrounded by swirling silver divine light. He gazed at the shattered mountain peak, sensing that although Xiaolong was gravely injured and near death, he still clung to a thread of life. Step, step, step. As he descended through the air, each step caused the void beneath him to tremble, while the surrounding members of the Taixuan dynasty instinctively retreated in fear. With so many people present, the Taixuan dynasty had nearly emptied their ranks to annihilate the Xuanqing Sect, totaling in the thousands. Normally many, including the emperor, could shake Central State with their presence. But at this moment, under Lin Feng's footsteps, They felt genuine fear and retreated involuntarily. One man frightened thousands.
I know you're not dead, come out.
Standing with his hands behind his back, appearing calm, Lin Feng called down from the peak of the shattered mountain. Sure enough, as soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaolong's body, already buried beneath rubble and debris, suddenly emitted a faint golden dragon light. Boom! The entire ruined peak collapsed as Xiaolong, bloodied and cracked, desperately flew out from the shattered mountain, his body trembling in fear at the murderous intent radiating from Lin Feng.
Don't kill me! The Taixuan dynasty is backed by the age-forbidden zone. I know that soon a prodigy from the forbidden zone will descend. If you kill me, he will not let you go.
Facing the threat of death, Xiaolong panicked and hastily spoke in fear, hoping to intimidate Lin Feng. The age-forbidden zone is one of the taboo forces in the upper realm, perhaps only comparable to the illustrious Lin family, which has endured through countless ages in the entire Zhongzhou immortal domain. Generally, the prodigies emerging from the forbidden zone far surpass the elite figures of countless holy lands and immortal sects in the upper realm. They are truly of incomparable nobility. In Xiaolong's eyes, although the Xuanqing Holy Land is powerful, it is ultimately just a subordinate force of the Lin family, far inferior to the age-forbidden zone.
You must understand what the age-forbidden zone represents within the Zhongzhou immortal domain.
Xiaolong spoke again, hoping to see a hint of fear on Lin Feng's face at the mention of the forbidden zone. With Lin Feng's identity as the holy son of the Xuanqing Sect, he could not possibly be unaware of the notorious age-forbidden zone.
Are you trying to scare me with the age-forbidden zone?
His expression remained calm, his eyes betraying no emotion, as Lin Feng sneered at Xiaolong. As someone from the upper realm, he certainly knew of the age-forbidden zone, one of the taboo forces in the Zhongzhou immortal domain, which was incomparable to the Xuanqing Holy Land he belonged to. But so what? As he spoke, his 5 fingers formed a fist, silver divine light swirling in Lin Feng's hand, and he launched a punch. Crack! It was too fast. With no power to resist, Xiaolong fell dead on the spot, leaving no trace behind, perishing at Lin Feng's hands. The blood mist enveloped the area, accompanied by the sound of shattered bones falling below. Xiaolong is dead.
Run!
The current Emperor Qian Xiaoding shouted, lacking the courage to continue fighting, instructing his son Xiao Qian to lead the escape. The situation is lost. Escape as many as possible. From today onwards, the great Qian dynasty may no longer exist. Once surrounded by celestial energy, the Xuanqing 72 peaks now lay in ruins. Everywhere one looked, there was collapsed blood pooling heavily, almost suffocating, mixed with rising dust. What was supposed to be a battle leading to the downfall of the Xuanqing sect has now been completely turned around due to Lin Feng's appearance. It is already too late for the great Qian dynasty to retreat.
Kill! Let not a single one escape. The blood feud of my Xuanqing sect must be repaid with the blood of the great Qian dynasty's people.
With morale high, this is how it is in the cultivation world. Victory is never determined by numbers. The impact of peak combat power on the outcome is unimaginable. Boom! 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 The void trembled as the great Qian dynasty prepared to flee, while the upper echelons of the Xuanqing sect, led by sect master Chu Tianyan, pressed the attack, with the sounds of battle echoing continuously. Tap! 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 At this moment, amidst the chaotic battlefield, footsteps sounded. Suddenly the sky turned dark. A brilliant silver divine light filled the entire battlefield, as a full moon appeared in the sky, overshadowing everything. Beneath the moon, faint sounds of waves could be heard, but only the sounds were present, with no sight of the rising sea surface.
Die!
A figure in white, unblemished by dust, walked leisurely, with a phenomenon following behind. The bright moon hung high over the battlefield, an endless silver radiance scattered, accompanied by Lin Feng's voice.
Ah! No! What is this?
Countless cries of despair erupted, all from the strong of the great Qian dynasty. The once dazzling moonlight had now turned into a deadly weapon, chillingly cold. Unable to resist, difficult to withstand, including the current Emperor Xiaoding, under Lin Feng's extraordinary power, now resembled an ant struggling slightly. Puff! 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 The moonlight illuminated every inch of the battlefield, as the once living bodies of the great Qian dynasty lost their vitality, their corpses falling to the ground. With a single strike, all the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty, who came to attack the Xuanqing Sect, are dead. At this moment, both inside and outside the Xuanqing Sect, there was utter silence. Looking at Lin Feng, who had just appeared before them, as if teleporting, standing in front of them, and annihilating the enemies. Sect Master Chu Tianyan, the 6 elders, who had once followed Lin Feng to the heavenly Ascension realm, and countless powerhouses all stood frozen in place.
What? A single strike? Is this the true form of the Holy Sun's extraordinary physique?
Their hearts trembled amidst the violent rumbling expressions, dazed, recalling the silver radiance that had just passed by them, making Chu Tianyan and the others' hair stand on end. Long ago, when they first obtained the half-step sacred medicine to heal Lin Feng, Chu Tianyan and the others had sensed that Lin Feng's physique was extraordinary. But they had always been in a sealed state, merely making a rough guess about its strength. They never expected it. With a single strike, just that seen from earlier, countless cultivators inside and outside the Xuanqing Sect would likely never forget for the rest of their lives. The sky darkened, the moon rose, silver light filled the heavens, and a figure in white walked leisurely across the battlefield where all strong opponents turned to ash. This shock is beyond words. The battle won, it was time to clean up the aftermath. This battle, although the Xuanqing Sect suffered heavy losses, even the Grand Elder Gu Yuan perished. However, it was ultimately a victory, and all that remained was to tidy up the aftermath. As this great battle came to an end, countless messages began to spread across the 9 domains of Zhongzhou. Not only major sects, but also some heavenly prodigies from the upper realms received the news. What attracted these heavenly prodigies from the upper realms was never the outcome between the Xuanqing Sect and the great Qian dynasty, but a title and name. Xuanqing Holy Sun Lin Feng. In the deep night, one of the 9 major dominance-level forces in Zhongzhou, the cold sky illusion sea.
Holy Sun, the news has emerged. The Xuanqing Holy Sun, whom my subordinate has seen in the heavenly Ascension realm, appeared in this battle between the great Qian dynasty and the Xuanqing Sect. Even the formidable Xiao Long was defeated by the Xuanqing Holy Sun, and the great Qian dynasty was completely annihilated.
At this moment, within the cold sky palace, a figure in black Lu-Mo wore a respectful expression, as he slightly bowed to a similarly clad man in black.
Xiao Long. What is he? How can he be worthy of battling someone I cannot defeat?
A cold laugh escaped. Sitting in front of Lu-Mo, an indistinct young man surrounded by swirling black and red demonic energy, his true appearance was unclear. He bore an otherworldly appearance with fair skin and a blood-red vortex mark slowly rotating on his forehead.
It has been nearly a decade since I last saw him. Come, let us visit this old friend.
With a swish, 2 figures vanished from the cold sky palace, heading towards the recently battled Xuanqing Sect. It was also deep night. At the first peak of the Xuanqing Sect, even the fierce battle that took place during the day had not reached this place. After all, this was established specifically for the noble ones of the upper realm, the Xuanqing Holy Land. Therefore, this place lay deep within the Xuanqing Sect. Unless the entire sect was completely exterminated, it would be difficult for the great Qian dynasty to attack here. The first peak. True to its name, it towers above the original 72 peaks of Xuanqing, standing as the highest peak of the entire sect. Surrounded by dense clouds swirling endlessly amidst the mist, pavilions and palaces stood tall, appearing indistinct, accompanied by soaring spiritual energy. Standing here, one could overlook everything within the sect. At this moment, standing atop the first peak, Lin Feng gazed down at the Xuanqing Sect, which was being rebuilt from a state of half-destruction. Although it was not as glorious as before, as long as there are still people, the sect will eventually be restored to its former state.
Tell me about what has happened in my absence over these years.
Clad in white, standing with hands behind his back at the cliff's edge, the night wind blowing through his long hair, Lin Feng spoke without turning around. Behind him stood a tall, graceful figure with 3,000 strands of silver hair, dressed in a pristine white robe that clung to her slender form. Her beauty was unparalleled, and a deep blue mark flickered on her forehead like a flame. Her skin was as if carved from ice, and snow-stunning and ethereal. She was Shui Yaolao. A pair of blue eyes looked at Lin Feng's back, and Shui Yaolao couldn't help but recall the scene from earlier in the day, momentarily lost in thought.
Charming.
Lin Feng turned his head, curiosity etched on his face, as he noticed that Shui Yaolao behind him had not responded for a long time. In his memory, Shui Yaolao was always prudent, and not the type to be so impolite.
Apologies, Holy Son, I was lost in thought.
It was only upon hearing Lin Feng's voice that Shui Yaolao snapped back to reality, her lovely face flashing with a hint of crimson. During the day, the Taixuan Empire launched a massive invasion, and even Master and the others were powerless to resist. Even I was about to fall into the hands of Xiaolong. At that moment, Shui Yaolao was almost in despair, having prepared to take her own life. In her most helpless time, she heard the few words Lin Feng came to say to her. "Don't be afraid, I am here." Following that, she saw Lin Feng's figure akin to a celestial being descending to earth, embracing her. The emotional impact of that moment remains unforgettable for Shui Yaolao even now. If that was the first moment that moved her, then the most shocking moment was during the conclusion of the battle. Lin Feng, clad in white, stood before the people of the Xuanqing Sect as night fell, and a silver moon rose, casting endless brilliance, while all formidable foes were vanquished. The shock of it all was beyond imagination for Shui Yaolao. It turned out that this was the Holy Son from the upper realms. Even amidst countless prodigies of the upper realm today, he remained among the few standing on the cloud, looking down upon everything. Having grown up in the Xuanqing Sect, Shui Yaolao had seen countless talented youths. She herself was one of the most powerful prodigies of Zhongzhou, yet she had never encountered anyone like Lin Feng today, who could evoke such a strong sense of awe.
In response to the Holy Son, the most significant events in our Xuanqing Sect and Zhongzhou over these years are all related to the prodigies descending from the upper realm. Now the Taixuan Empire has been dealt with by you, and matters within the sect have been resolved. However, not long ago, a letter from the Tai Xuan Sect in Zhongzhou reached our Xuanqing Sect, sent by that demon girl requesting assistance. It was only at this moment, facing Lin Feng's words, that Shui Yaolao slowly began to speak. While Zhongzhou was in turmoil, it seemed that the sects on the Zhongzhou side were also not at peace, seemingly related to the conflicts between the righteous and demonic factions led by the Tai Xuan Sect and the Tianqing Sword Sect. However, recently the Xuanqing Sect was also facing threats from the Taixuan Empire, and in light of the plea for help from Yi Hongwu, the Xuanqing Sect naturally had no time to assist. Zhongzhou Tai Xuan Sect, it should be Miss Yi.
Lin Feng nodded slightly. The only one he had a connection with was that demon girl from the Tai Xuan Sect. Although he had helped her a few times in the ascending immortal realm before, without the demon girl saving him back then, there would be no today for Lin Feng. If he could assist, he would. Just as Lin Feng looked toward Shui Yaolao, wanting to ask what had happened in Zhongzhou, a rumble. At that moment, a swirling vortex of black and red appeared before Lin Feng and the others, emanating a torrent of demonic energy. A figure descended, appearing on the first peak before Lin Feng and Shui Yaolao. Silence ensued. Even the wind seemed to be intimidated by the overwhelming demonic might, afraid to stir. Two figures emerged from within.
In the deep of night, with a beautiful companion, Brother Lin, you truly make me envious.
A voice rang out behind Lin Feng, and Shui Yaolao filled with mirth, as it was clear the speaker had come uninvited. The speaker was surrounded by swirling black and red demonic energy, thick and intense, obscuring his true visage. Vaguely, he appeared to be a young man, with an almost otherworldly beauty, his face pale, and a blood-red vortex mark slowly spinning on his forehead. There was no hostility emanating from him, yet even a hint of demonic aura made the structures around the first peak tremble, as if even the abundant spiritual energy had solidified. Just the act of appearing was not comparable to the Xiaolong Lin Feng had fought during the day. The aura was far too powerful. A sudden visit at night was naturally unsettling.
Who are you?
Upon unexpectedly encountering the newcomer, Shui Yaolao immediately became vigilant, but was stopped by Lin Feng.
We are all old acquaintances before me. You need not hide, Holy Son of the demonic path.
With a calm expression, Lin Feng smiled slightly, as he looked at the person concealed by the demonic energy, and the man accompanying him, who was none other than Lu Mo, with whom Lin Feng had fought in the ascending immortal realm.
I pay my respects to the Holy Sun.
Lu Mo's demeanor was cold and aloof, as if he were a solitary cold star, and facing Lin Feng, he respectfully clasped his fists. Times have changed. Upon learning that Xiaolong had fallen at Lin Feng's hands, Lu Mo understood that the once renowned Holy Son of Xuanqing, who could be mentioned alongside his master, the Holy Son of the demonic path, had completely restored his cultivation. Now Lin Feng was not someone of his standing could compare to. The only reason he had the qualification to meet Lin Feng tonight was due to his master's status.
Ha ha, amongst the many prodigies of the lower realm, only Brother Lin dares to speak to me this way.
He laughed heartily, as the swirling black and red demonic energy coiled around him, like a living creature rolling restlessly. As his words fell, the demonic energy dissipated, revealing an overly pale face. Extremely pale, he had an extraordinarily young and almost otherworldly beauty, his features so exquisite they seemed not of this world, yet an unshakable arrogance lingered between his brows. What made one shudder the most was the blood-red vortex mark slowly rotating on his forehead, and meeting his gaze felt as if one's very soul was being drawn in and shredded, making it hard to look directly. A slight, almost imperceptible curve lingered at the corner of his lips. It was not a smile, but an extreme indifference and playfulness towards all things before him. The Holy Son of the demonic path. Among the many prodigies descending to the lower realm, he undoubtedly stood among the very top. Even Xiaolong, who had just fallen at Lin Feng's hands, would not dare to easily approach the territory occupied by the cold sky illusion sea. Today, for reasons unknown, he suddenly descended upon the Xuanqing Sect, making a late-night visit solely to meet Lin Feng. Powerful. Ominous.
He is the Holy Son of the demonic path.
Standing beside Lin Feng upon realizing the identity of the newcomer, Shui Yaolao was taken aback. Even though there were countless prodigies from the upper realm within Zhongzhou now, the name Holy Son of the demonic path alone was enough to suppress countless upper realm prodigies. What left Shui Yaolao puzzled at this moment was that it seemed this Holy Son of the demonic path had known her holy son Lin Feng while still in the upper realm, and their relationship was not ordinary.
During the last battle in the upper realm, it has been many years since we parted ways. Today is a rare occasion old friends gather. Brother Lin, where's the wine?
Without a hint of pretense, the Holy Son of the demonic path looked at Lin Feng with a smile. The first peak Lingyun Hall. At this moment inside the hall, at the wine table on both sides, Lin Feng slowly turned his wine glass, looking at the Tianma Holy Son across from him with a hint of suspicion. As both adversaries and allies without absolute interests, the two could indeed sit down to drink and converse peacefully. However, under sufficient interests, Lin Feng firmly believed that this old rival would strike at him without mercy. Conversely, he would do the same.
He, the mere Tian Song continent, just a small plain world. Brother Lin, you must have come to this realm earlier than us. I wonder if you have any leads on that relic.
Gulp. 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 Unlike Lin Feng, who sipped elegantly from his glass, the Tianma Holy Son disregarded his image, pouring the wine directly from the jug. Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, a flash of blood light flickered in his eyes, as he looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. If it had been an ordinary person, he would have captured them long ago, and forced them to reveal their memories through soul-searching. However, facing Lin Feng, the Tianma Holy Son still lacked the confidence to do so. After all, among the same generation of prodigies, the only one who could make him wary was the Xuanqing Holy Son sitting across from him.
The relic? None.
Shaking his head slightly, Lin Feng faced the strong gaze across the table, his eyes betraying no ripple of emotion, as he calmly replied. Boom. The two pairs of eyes met in the air, and collided, causing the surrounding void to seem to freeze. Although no spiritual energy leaked out, both Shui Yaolao standing behind Lin Feng and Lu Mo standing behind the Tianma Holy Son felt an overwhelming pressure, and involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces pale. The relic. It naturally referred to the final emperor of the Nine Heavens' immortal domain, the fallen emperor of the Jiang family, and Lin Feng's purpose for coming to this realm was precisely that. Originally an unparalleled divine body, he was transformed into the current Silver Moon divine body, due to the rules of the supreme body after birth. For Lin Feng, he must restore his original constitution. According to Lin Feng's deduction, to restore his true original body, he needed to find answers in the relic left by the last emperor of this world. After all, the reason his body was suppressed and degraded back then was still related to the previous unparalleled divine body. The trail of the relic. Recalling this matter, Lin Feng couldn't help but think back to when he had just descended into this realm. Originally, according to the spatial passage connecting the Holy Land of the Upper Realm and the Xuanqing Sect, he should have arrived inside the Xuanqing Sect in Zhongzhou. However, at that time, after entering the spatial passage, the Jiang family's jade pendant left to him by his mother had undergone some changes, causing temporal chaos within the passage. The final result led to Lin Feng arriving at the wrong location, manifesting in the forbidden area of Zhongzhou, failing to land at the correct place, and suffering the suppression of this realm, severely injuring himself and losing all his cultivation. But looking back now, the jade pendant was related to the last emperor of this world. Perhaps the location he descended upon back then was not a mistake. The relic, the forbidden area. At this moment Lin Feng was deep in thought, but he naturally couldn't reveal anything to the Tianma Holy Son, who was both an enemy and a friend.
Since Brother Lin says he doesn't know, I will naturally believe him.
Looking into Lin Feng's eyes, the Tianma Holy Son seemed contemplative. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately stood up, realizing that he could not extract anything further from Lin Feng. Preparing to leave with Lu Mo, aside from seeing his old friend Lin Feng tonight, discovering the whereabouts of the relic was far more important to him. However, before turning to leave,
from the information I obtained in the upper realm, this time a prodigy will descend within the temporal forbidden zone. Perhaps you and I can join forces.
With his back to Lin Feng, as the Tianma Holy Son mentioned the temporal forbidden zone, for some reason a hint of apprehension even appeared on his face. The holy places and immortal sects in the Zhongzhou immortal domain are numerous, such as the Xuanqing Holy Land where Lin Feng resides, and the Tianma Holy Land where he belongs, both of which are considered powerful forces in the Zhongzhou immortal domain. However, within the upper realm, above countless holy places and immortal sects, there are also two taboo forces that transcend all beings. One of them is the temporal forbidden zone he just mentioned. Named after the word time, it is enough to illustrate the ambition and depth of that force. Standing at the peak of the nine heavens immortal domain, its influence is no longer limited to one region of the immortal domain, and it is not a tyrant that rose in a certain era, but is rumored to have existed since the creation of heaven and earth at the beginning of time, looking down upon eternity, transcending all beings, gazing over everything within the Zhongzhou immortal domain. The only power that could rival it is the imperial clan, the Lin family. The prodigies of such forces, even within the upper realm, rarely appear unexpected to suddenly descend into this lower realm.
The temporal forbidden zone. That truly is quite strong. However, I generally do not ally with others.
Sitting at the wine table, Lin Feng finished a glass of wine and shook his head slightly. When he mentioned the temporal forbidden zone, which the Tianma Holy Son regarded with immense caution, Lin Feng's gaze did not reveal the slightest ripple. This was not the first time he had heard of it. Previously, he had learned from Xiaolong that a prodigy from the upper realm of the temporal forbidden zone was about to descend, and now it seemed to be true.
As far as I know, the Xuanqing Holy Land in the upper realm is one of the 8 holy lands under the imperial clan, the Lin family. I wonder, is the Lin surname of Brother Lin related to that imperial clan? Looking at Lin Feng's calmness upon hearing the 4 words temporal forbidden zone, the Tianma Holy Son suddenly seemed to ponder. Even in the upper realm, he had his suspicions.
The imperial clan, the Lin family, claimed to be one of the most taboo families in the nine heavens immortal domain, but to the holy places and immortal sects in the upper realm, such imperial clans are extremely mysterious. Unless it is a matter that shakes the entire immortal domain, the prodigies of such imperial clans, like the Lin family, rarely appear publicly, just like the temporal forbidden zone. The only connection to the outside world of the Zhongzhou immortal domain is still the 8 holy lands under it, including the Xuanqing Holy Land. Given that Lin Feng's surname is Lin, and he is the holy son of the Xuanqing Holy Land under the Lin family. It is hard not to raise suspicions.
You guess.
Without answering, Lin Feng smiled slightly, giving a vague response.
I'm leaving.
Feeling somewhat helpless, the Tianma Holy Son knew he could not extract anything from his old rival Lin Feng. Boom. Demonic energy surged, a flash of blood light flickered, and with Lu Mo, the two figures vanished in an instant from the Lingyan Hall. Before leaving, what the Tianma Holy Son failed to notice was that, after he mentioned the Imperial clan, the Lin family, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became heavy.
The Imperial clan, the Lin family.
A sigh. The Imperial clan of the Lin family. A family that is deemed taboo even within the upper realm of the Nine Heavens immortal domain. Ancient, mysterious, and resplendently magnificent, it has stood in defiance of the confines of time since ancient times. Its influence is no longer confined to a single domain, but spans the entire Nine Heavens immortal domain. Is the Xuanqing sacred ground not strong enough to establish a force like the Xuanqing Sect within the realms of the lower world is to claim dominance even in the upper realm? However, in the upper realm, the Lin family of the Imperial clan commands several sacred grounds such as the Xuanqing, along with another 7 families, each renowned in their own right, yet all choose to submit under that Imperial clan. What the Tianma Holy Son said before leaving was correct. Lin Feng indeed hails from that Imperial clan, and within such a clan his status is not ordinary. He is the son of the head of the Lin family. The reason he later became the Tianma Holy Son is related to Lin Feng's unparalleled divine body degenerating into a silver moon divine body upon birth, subjected to the rules that suppressed his supreme physique. The only answer Lin Feng has found over the years relates to that previous supreme divine body. The last great emperor from the Jiang clan of the Imperial family possessed the same unparalleled divine body as Lin Feng 10,000 years ago. If Lin Feng can locate the ruins of that emperor, he might be able to restore his former physique.
The Forbidden Land of Absolute Heaven.
In the eastern state, Lin Feng's next target is to head there. However, before the Tianma Holy Son's arrival, he heard from Shui Yaorao that the eastern state is currently not very peaceful.
Tell me what has happened recently in the eastern state.
With his thoughts returning, only the two remained in the hall. Looking at Shui Yaorao, Lin Feng asked.
In response to the Holy Son, our Xuanqing Sect received news a few days ago indicating that the Tai Xuan Sect and the Tianqing Sword Sect are joining forces to eradicate all demonic sects in the eastern state. And the Huanhe Sect, being the foremost demonic sect in the eastern state, is naturally the first target. Standing silently beside Lin Feng, while speaking of the previous correspondence from Yi Hongwu, Shui Yaorao remained immersed in Lin Feng's earlier conversation with the Tianma Holy Son.
A relic that has made countless talents of the upper realm descend into the lower realm. The time-honored forbidden zone of the upper realm that the Tianma Holy Son fears. And it turns out that their own Xuanqing Sect is merely one of the 8 sacred lands under the Lin family of the Imperial clan in the upper realm. The Xuanqing sacred ground in the upper realm is an unimaginable force for Shui Yaorao, while the Lin family of the Imperial clan must be even more mysterious and powerful. A torrent of thoughts.
Oh, the Tai Xuan Sect and the Tianqing Sword Sect.
Hearing the names of these two sects, Lin Feng suddenly smiled, and a hint of interest flashed in his previously calm gaze. So familiar. After all, Lin Feng spent 10 years in the Tai Xuan Sect back then. His hatred for the Tianqing Sword Sect originates from one person, Lu Xian. Lin Feng still remembers being hunted down in Shihai City back then. He had also stated when he stepped onto the teleportation array that if he did not die, he would surely annihilate the Tianqing Sword Sect's entire lineage one day. With his status, how could he retract his words? Just in time as he was about to head to the eastern state, isn't this just a convenient task?
By the way, Holy Son, that Demoness mentioned in her letter that someone named Lu Xian is supposedly still alive, and the person who received the letter in our Xuanqing Sect must inform you of this. Lu Xian. Does he deserve to be known to our Holy Son?
Shui Yaorao was confused.
Are you afraid I won't go? As expected of a Demoness.
Lin Feng smiled slightly. he understood the reason Yi Hongwu deliberately mentioned Lu Xian in her letter. As long as he knew Lu Xian was still alive, he would pursue him relentlessly no matter the distance. After all, Yi Hongwu was present during the events in Shihai City, and was well aware of the hatred between the two of them. Thus she could also help her Huanhe sect.
Lu Xian!
A cold voice emerged from Lin Feng's lips. Clearly Yi Hongwu's objective had been achieved. As he spoke these two words, a murderous intent surged in Lin Feng's eyes. He would not rest until Lu Xian was defeated. He had thought that after being sent away from the Tai Xuan Sect the other party must have perished. However, it now seemed related to that sword-shaped jade pendant from that time which had spared Lu Xian's life. However, it does not matter. Lin Feng does not believe that this time the other party can escape from his hands.
If the Holy Sun wishes to go to the eastern state, our Xuanqing Sect can mobilize all our strength to follow.
Having already realized Lin Feng's intention to head to the eastern state, Shui Yarao stood before him and slightly bowed, saying, "The conflict between the righteous path and the demonic sect in the eastern state. This has nothing to do with the Xuanqing Sect in the central state, but Shui Yarao understands one thing, which is that the matters of the Holy Sun are of utmost importance to their Xuanqing Sect. She believes that within the sect, whether it be Master Chu Tianyin or the various elders and high-ranking officials, once they know the Holy Sun intends to deal with the Taixuan Sect and the Tianqing Sword Sect in the eastern state, there is no need for the Holy Sun to personally go. Each of them would have already taken people to kill them, which is almost a given.
Let us depart tomorrow." Lin Feng nodded. He was originally going to visit the Forbidden Land of Absolute Heaven, and now it is just on the way.
At that time, he would observe the so-called alliance of the Tianqing Sword Sect and the Taixuan Sect in the eastern state. He was not yet aware of the specific circumstances in the eastern state, but time was of the essence, and Lin Feng planned to set out with his men tomorrow. Since being expelled from the Taixuan Sect back then, it has already been 10 years in the blink of an eye. The eastern state is the first place Lin Feng arrived in this realm. He remembers clearly what happened that day within the Taixuan Sect under the dimming sun, and now, as he recalls it, some sealed memories seem to be unlocked.
How could this waste be worthy of being the Tao partner of the Taixuan Holy Maiden? Hurry up and get lost. Don't you think our sect has lost enough face already? How could senior sister Yi be worthy of someone like you who cannot cultivate?
At this moment, although he is in the first peak within the Lingyun Hall, the past events once again resurface in Lin Feng's mind, vivid and unforgettable. He clearly remembers that day under the setting sun, amidst the mocking voices in the Taixuan Sect, he was expelled. Seemingly trapped in unwelcome memories, Lin Feng is filled with mixed emotions, his expression fluctuating. He sits quietly, lost in thought. Originally planning to leave and inform the high-ranking officials of the sect about Shui Yaro's arrival in the eastern state tomorrow, he notices Lin Feng's expression.
Holy Sun, can you not forget that Taixuan Holy Maiden?
Having already known about Lin Feng's past with the Taixuan Holy Maiden, Shui Yaro, thinking about their arrival in the eastern state tomorrow, assumes that even now Lin Feng still cannot let go of that woman. A hint of envy and jealousy arises within her. If only she had gotten to know Lin Feng sooner, how wonderful would that have been?
With the Holy Sun's demeanor, why bother longing for a woman from the eastern state? Shui Yarao believes that as long as the Holy Sun is willing, countless people will pursue him.
With a tall and slender figure, skin as if sculpted from ice and snow, she stands in the hall, wearing a tight-fitting white robe, looking at Lin Feng with her pair of beautiful icy eyes, her voice as pleasant as a flowing spring.
You must have misunderstood something. However, the illustrious Xuanqing Heavenly Maiden, one of the most renowned women in the central state, is surely pursued by countless people, right?
Lin Feng awakened from his thoughts, looked at Shui Yarao, and smiled slightly. Even in the eyes of those from the upper realm, just based on appearance and demeanor, this Xuanqing Heavenly Maiden stands out remarkably. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Shui Yaro's expression became somewhat anxious.
No, Shui Yarao is merely an ordinary beauty, only wishing to follow the Holy Sun, with no other desires in this life.
Unknowingly, during the day, Lin Feng's figure had already been imprinted deep within Shui Yaro's heart. Her beautiful eyes gazed intently. a sudden jolt in her heart. As their gazes met, Lin Feng saw something in those beautiful eyes. Could it be possible? Lost in thought, Lin Feng sighed inwardly, realizing he ultimately must return to the upper realm, and did not wish to delay her. Let me be the villain in this matter.
Oh! To follow me is not that easy. If I wish for you to serve me tonight, would you be willing?
Looking at Shui Yaorao before him, Lin Feng said with a smile. This should make you retreat. Serve me. As the Xuanqing heavenly maiden who would dare to speak such words in front of Shui Yaorao within the Xuanqing sect. But now the one saying these words is Lin Feng. For some reason her heart did not have the slightest sense of rejection. With her long lashes lowered, she hesitated for a moment.
As the Holy Sun commands, I dare not refuse.
Her jade hands proactively removed the clothing from her body. Wow! Suddenly the tight-fitting white robe fell to the ground, revealing a flawless jade body before Lin Feng. Stunned. At this moment the atmosphere within the Lingyun Palace was eerily quiet, and Lin Feng was left dumbfounded. What was originally just a casual remark meant to dissuade the other party unexpectedly became a reality. Shui Yaolao took it seriously. Actually, do you believe me when I say I was joking? Lin Feng, usually calm, felt an overwhelming awkwardness on his face, as if he was forcing the other party, and he felt a twinge of guilt while hurriedly explaining. But saying this only made things worse.
Is the Holy Sun displeased with Yaolao?
A joke. In Shui Yaolao's beautiful eyes, tears instantly welled up, rolling down her exquisite cheeks. Not only was she grateful for Lin Feng's timely rescue today, which saved not just her, but the entire Xuanqing Sect. Moreover, after witnessing today's events, she was filled with admiration for Lin Feng, and was willing to devote herself to him. This was the first time in her life that Shui Yaolao had feelings for a man she admired so deeply, willing to go this far. Yet, who would have thought that she would only receive a single joke from him? Naked and vulnerable, looking at Lin Feng, a wave of grievance and dissatisfaction surged within Shui Yaolao.
I'm sorry.
With an apology, she stepped closer, standing behind him, where she could catch a faint whiff of the woman's delicate fragrance. Lin Feng bent down, picking up her fallen garments, draping them over her fair body, and when his hands rested on her shoulders, he could feel her skin that was as delicate as a flower petal. But just then Shui Yaolao suddenly turned around, their eyes meeting, and an air of intimacy instantly filled the space.
I don't want the Holy Sun's apology.
Usually obedient to Lin Feng, Shui Yaolao looked at his handsome face, her eyes filled with defiance. The scene before him was too enchanting. As Lin Feng was stunned, Shui Yaolao wrapped her snow-white arms tightly around him, her toes pointed, her pretty face drawing closer to Lin Feng's, their lips touching, warmth flowing between them. At least in front of Lin Feng, Shui Yaolao had always been as gentle as water, yet, at this moment, she was like a moth to a flame, reckless and bold. Lin Feng felt the arms around his neck trembling slightly, the warmth between their lips gradually turning fiery, and her movements were a bit clumsy and stiff. Buzz. Lin Feng was dazed, frozen in place, his hands raised in midair, unsure of where to put them. This scene happened too suddenly. What had started as a misunderstanding had now left him utterly speechless. After a long time their lips parted.
Yaolao was rude.
Her pretty face flushed crimson, adjusting her clothes, her eyes filled with tears, making her look somewhat pitiful. After giving a slight bow to Lin Feng, her long silver hair cascading down her skin as delicate as ice and snow, her tall figure gliding away, Shui Yaolao left the Lingyun Palace, leaving Lin Feng still standing in place. A night passed. Within the recently rebuilt Xuanqing Sect, news spread. The Holy Sun would lead a group to the eastern state, and upon hearing this news, countless people were filled with excitement, especially among the high-ranking members of the Xuanqing Sect. At this moment, the newly constructed Xuanqing Palace had returned to its former glory, still as magnificent as ever.
I heard that the Holy Sun's journey to the eastern state is related to the ongoing battle between the righteous and demonic factions there. Who cares if it's the righteous or demonic factions? When the time comes, we old folks will follow the Holy Sun's lead to strike whoever he points at.
The recently recovered elders of the Xuanqing Sect and the leaders of the 72 Peaks gathered in the hall, filled with enthusiasm. If their previous respect for Lin Feng was merely due to his identity as the Holy Son of the Xuanqing sacred land. Then, after witnessing yesterday's events, the entire Xuanqing sect from the high-ranking members down to countless disciples now harbored a fervent admiration for Lin Feng. It was hard to forget the scene of the intense battles within the sect. As night fell, and a silver moon rose in the sky dressed in white, with a wave of his hand numerous powerful figures of the Taixuan dynasty turned to ashes. The events of yesterday after a night had passed still left those who witnessed that battle in shock. A mere small sect from the eastern state at this moment in the eyes of everyone in the Xuanqing palace really did not require Lin Feng to act personally. With a single command, they could sweep away the so-called righteous and demonic battle. However, since the Holy Son was so interested, they naturally would accompany him on this journey. When Lin Feng arrived at the Xuanqing palace, he found that the hall was filled with the bustling high-ranking members of the Xuanqing sect. Holy Son.
Greetings, Holy Son.
Respectful voices rang out among them were the elders of the Xuanqing sect, who had accompanied Lin Feng to the celestial realm, as well as countless peak masters with seemingly powerful auras, who had never met him before. At least according to Lin Feng's previous understanding of the various sects in the eastern state, these people before him were more than capable of establishing their own sects in the eastern state. We just received news this morning that the Holy Son intends to go to the eastern state. Our Xuanqing sect is willing to mobilize all our strength to accompany the Holy Son on this journey. Dressed in a black and gold interwoven robe with one arm white hair flowing, Chu Tianyin quieted the crowd in the hall before looking at Lin Feng and speaking. Lin Feng remembered that when he first met Chu Tianyin, this sect leader looked middle-aged, yet now his hair had turned completely white and his face had become increasingly aged. One arm was lost during the battle with the Taixuan dynasty, but he had regained consciousness thanks to the half-step sacred medicine he retrieved. Thus, regardless of whether Lin Feng's cultivation had been restored, he always held great respect for Chu Tianyin.
You are all too kind. This trip is just a personal matter for me, Lin Feng.
He sighed, noting the vast difference between the sects of the eastern state and those of the central state. To put it bluntly, with the strength of the Xuanqing sect alone, it could easily sweep through the entire eastern state. Considering Lin Feng's current cultivation level, this so-called battle between the righteous and demonic factions was no different from watching ants fight. Although many prideful beings from the higher realms had descended, they were all in the central state. At least from the news received by Lin Feng and the Xuanqing sect, there were no signs of any beings from the higher realms appearing in the eastern state. The number of people heading to the eastern state can be arranged by the sect leader.
Lin Feng looked at the murderous crowd in the hall, unsure if these Xuanqing powerhouses were planning to follow him to overturn the eastern state.
In fact, with Lin Feng's current strength, he could handle it alone. However, considering the ongoing full-scale battle between the righteous and demonic factions in the eastern state, going alone could sometimes leave him at a disadvantage. Hence, he decided to bring some people along. In the end, after discussions between Lin Feng and Chu Tianyin, the 6 elders of Xuanqing, the peak masters, who survived the previous battle, and other high-ranking members except for sect leader Chu Tianyin, who remained to guard the sect, all others followed Lin Feng on his journey. Besides that, led by Shui Yalao, the other talented individuals who had participated in the celestial realm would also accompany Lin Feng. With a wealth of talent and a grand presence, they represented the profound foundation of the Xuanqing sect. Around several hundred individuals, grand and mighty, traveled through the Xuanqing sect's teleportation array heading toward the eastern state. Zhongzhou, Shihai City. It was Lin Feng's last stop on his journey to Zhongzhou, where he nearly lost his life. As the tides rise and fall, the salty sea breeze blows over the city perched above the West Sea. This is the closest city in Dongzhou to Zhongzhou, the first stop for cultivators arriving from Zhongzhou. Have you heard about the recent battle between the righteous and demonic factions? It has nearly engulfed all of Dongzhou. Led by the Tai Xuan Sect and the Tianqing Sword Sect, the righteous sects have launched an assault against the leading demonic sect, the Tai Xuan Sect. This matter is now well known throughout Dongzhou. How could anyone not know? They are all top sects of Dongzhou. Such high-level battles are beyond our comprehension as loose cultivators. The recent hot topic in Zhongzhou is undoubtedly the battle between the righteous and demonic factions. Even in this coastal city of Shihai, countless loose cultivators have learned of it. However, this place is too remote compared to the core areas of Zhongzhou, and the battle between the righteous and demonic factions has little impact here. Thus, even during this tumultuous time in Zhongzhou, a sense of peace still prevails. Under the blazing sun on the street, where cultivators gather, some loose cultivators are chatting idly, their spiritual energy flowing chaotically around them. Although they are humble, they still enjoy discussing the major events of Zhongzhou. For example, the Tai Xuan Saintess Yi Miaojing, who achieved a top 10 position in the Tianjiao battle 5 years ago. And then, there's Lu Xian, the Daozi of the Xuanqing Sect, who was once carried back to Zhongzhou with all his limbs severed. The most attention-grabbing recent event, of course, is the righteous demonic battle. I just received a piece of the latest news. It is said that under the joint effort of the Tai Xuan Sect and the Xuanqing Sect, the demonic forces are retreating steadily. Now the two leading sects of the righteous path, the Tai Xuan Sect and the Xuanqing Sect, have gathered countless righteous forces beneath the Taixuan Sect. The outcome of this battle is already not far off. In the crowd, a young man is speaking proudly about the recent wars inside information. Boom! 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 At this moment, the entire Shihai city began to tremble. What is that noise? The crowd was shocked, and the whole city shook, including the loose cultivators, who had just been discussing. What is that? Boom! 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 The ground shook violently, and the sea tides nearby surged into towering waves due to the commotion. It's coming from the teleportation array. Someone explained, their gaze directed, realizing that it was the only teleportation array connecting Zhongzhou to Zhongzhou. There could only be one reason for such an occurrence: someone from Zhongzhou has arrived. Looking at the commotion, it seemed there were quite a number of visitors, and they were not ordinary. Just as countless cultivators in Shihai City were astonished at this moment. A brilliant beam of spatial light shot up into the sky from the teleportation array within Shihai City. Whoosh! As runes swirled and spiritual light flickered, the entire figure seemed to be carved from a piece of warm spirit jade, with countless intricate and profound runes flowing like living beings. It was a massive celestial vessel that nearly obscured half the sky above Shihai City, hovering above the heads of the crowd. On the celestial vessel, a young man at the helm could be seen from a distance, dressed in white as snow, with a tall figure and an ethereal demeanor. Behind him stood 6 elderly figures with profound auras, some with hair white as snow and the bearing of immortals, while others were stout as mountains, their vitality flowing like dragons. In addition, there were dozens of others, either middle-aged or elderly, who exuded immense strength. In Zhongzhou, any one of them could easily become the leader of a sect. There were also several young prodigies, following closely beside the young man in white, some of whom were breathtakingly beautiful, while others were as stout as mountains. Shocked. At this moment, countless loose cultivators in Shihai City, who looked up, were completely stunned. As the only city connected to the legendary array of Zhongzhou, Shihai City often had cultivators from Zhongzhou visiting in previous years, carrying an air of arrogance, looking down on the natives of Zhongzhou. But never had they seen such a scene. Looking at the aura, one might think that a hegemonic force from Zhongzhou was coming to sweep away the entire Zhongzhou. Xuanqing. I know now, this seems to be one of the 9 hegemonic forces of Zhongzhou, the Xuanqing Sect. At this moment, among the loose cultivators below, an older man looked at the 2 characters Xuanqing engraved on the celestial vessel, first filled with confusion, then suddenly enlightened. He understood who the visitors truly were. The mighty Xuanqing Sect, standing tall in the Tian-du domain of Zhongzhou. It is not merely a towering figure in Zhongzhou, but also recognized as a top sect throughout the entire Tian-Song continent. Its foundation, and might have long surpassed regional boundaries, becoming renowned across the 5 states of the Tian-Song continent. Even the 3 great sects of Zhongzhou, Xuanqing Sect and Taixuan Sect, united, seemed somewhat insignificant in the presence of such a towering figure from Zhongzhou. What? They are the Xuanqing Sect from Zhongzhou. Is such a force at a time when Zhongzhou is embroiled in the battle between the righteous and demonic factions? What are they here for? Shut up, don't inquire further. Do you want to court death?
Below on the streets crowded with countless loose cultivators' eyes filled with awe gazed at the celestial vessel hovering in the void. Their faces displayed shock and fear, and they could only whisper to each other.
At this moment, surprisingly, the young man in white at the forefront of the celestial vessel suddenly leaped down from the vessel and walked towards a loose cultivator in Shihai City.
Was it you who just said that the Tai Xuan Sect and the Xuanqing Sect have united and are now at the gates of the Tai Xuan Sect?
Given a different status, the attitude towards others also varies. At this moment, Lin Feng wore a friendly expression, smiling warmly, as if enveloping the person in spring's embrace. Yet even so, the young loose cultivator, who had just spoken, trembled, fear etched on his face. Without Lin Feng's support on his shoulder, he would have already knelt.
My lord too was just hearing things. If I said anything incorrect, please forgive me. Su Kaijun swore he had never felt such a sense of oppression, especially as the white-clad man approached him, the numerous powerful figures on the celestial vessel looking down at him, creating immense pressure.
Even when he had seen the sect master of the Taixuan Sect and the sect master of the Xuanqing Sect from a distance, neither had exuded such a terrifying aura as the person before him. He wanted to kneel, but the young man in white firmly pulled him up.
You did not say anything wrong. Thank you. Leaving behind 2 words of thanks along with several spirit stones, flying into Su Kaijun's hands, Lin Feng stepped forward and appeared on the celestial vessel,
set off heading to the Tai Xuan Sect.
With a single command, boom! The celestial vessel tore through the clouds above Shihai City, transforming into a streak of light heading towards the Tai Xuan Sect in Zhongzhou. Saint Son, with your status, there is no need for this. If you want to know something, the old man can directly bring him up.
At this moment, among the flying celestial vessel, an elder from Xuanqing curiously remarked,
because the former me was no different from him.
Eastern State. In the south, at the Tai Xuan Sect. Amidst the mist-routed peaks, exquisite buildings stand, as they do on ordinary days, with pavilions appearing and disappearing in the ethereal fog, while the sound of melodious Guqin music drifts throughout the day. But today a war has completely swept through this place, encompassing the Tai Xuan Sect, the foremost sect of the demonic path in Eastern State. Kill them. Demonic beings all must be exterminated. My senior brother lost his life because of these demonic beings. Boom, boom, boom. Pavilions and towers crumbled, transforming this once heavenly paradise into a hellish scene in the blink of an eye. Amidst the ruins, countless figures of women in flowing pink garments fell to the ground. Blood flowed freely, staining everything in sight. There were too many of them. Leading the charge were the Taixuan Sect and the Xuanqing Sect, 2 top-tier sects joining forces along with other factions from Eastern State, creating an overwhelming disparity. Chaos. Demonic woman escaped there. A sharp shout pierced the air, and green sword light shot into the sky, cleaving numerous buildings in half, causing the ground beneath to crack and dust to swirl. Holding a sword in hand, surrounded by a powerful aura of Xuanqing sword energy, clad in flowing white robes, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, it was Lu Xian, who had narrowly escaped from Lin Feng's grasp back in the ascending heaven immortal realm. His gaze was icy cold, as he walked through the air, unleashing green sword light that relentlessly slashed down at the figure in red ahead, Yihan Wu. Had it not been for this demonic woman back in Shihai City, Lin Feng would never have escaped from him, and would have long since been slain. If that were the case, during the subsequent ascending heaven immortal realm, he wouldn't have been beaten like a dog by Lin Feng, losing his limbs. Lu Xian still remembered the excruciating pain to this day. Fortunately, he had a jade pendant left behind by the ancestor of the Xuanqing Sect, which allowed him to escape from the ascending heaven immortal realm at the most critical moment, and ultimately return to Eastern State. In 5 years, with the aid of countless rare treasures within the sect, his severed limbs had healed, and he had long heard that the champion of the recent talented warriors' battle was Lin Feng, who had the backing of the Xuanqing Sect. He dared not venture into Central State, but this time, with the combined strength of the Xuanqing Sect and the Taixuan Sect, he was confident he could uproot this demonic woman and the entire Tai Xuan Sect. Lu Xian Do not forget that I have a connection with that person. I have already sent word to him, he may be on his way here, with the Xuanqing Sect. The blood-red garment as thin as a cicada's wing tightly wrapped around her voluptuous body, the curves mesmerizing beneath the sheer fabric her skin appeared subtly. With a face that could topple cities, but now her complexion was pale, and blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. The person she referred to was naturally Lin Feng. If it were just Lu Xian alone, Yihan Wu would naturally have no fear, but now the Taixuan Sect faced a crisis, being jointly attacked by the Tai Xuan Sect and the Xuanqing Sect. In the recent confrontation with her, besides Lu Xian, there was also the Taixuan Saintess. In that battle, unable to match the two, she suffered severe injuries, and could only flee in disgrace. Just as she was speaking, whoosh! A figure in white flashed by, blocking Yihan Wu's path. It was the invincible Taixuan Saintess of the current generation in Eastern State Yimiaojing. With an icy demeanor and stunning beauty, clad in white, her long hair flowed like a waterfall, exuding an aura of coldness and isolation akin to a snow lotus on an unmelting iceberg. Yimiaojing stood before her, her presence cold and silent, observing the demonic woman quietly. Although both had once been among the three greatest talents of Eastern State, Yimiaojing had now surpassed Yihan Wu in strength, not to mention the presence of Lu Xian behind her. This situation could be said to be almost a certain death for Yihan Wu. Lin Feng, what if he comes? To tell you the truth, soon there will be talented beings from the upper realm descending upon the Xuanqing Sect and the Taixuan Sect. The champion of the talented warriors' battle is indeed strong, but in front of those from the upper realm, he is merely an ant. Even if he doesn't come, I will seek him out. Behind her, Lu Xian's cold laughter echoed, brimming with pride. It was rumored that a host of talented beings from the upper realm had descended into Central State. Not long ago, the Xuanqing Sect had also received news from their sect in the upper realm announcing that an esteemed person was about to appear and descend upon their sect. Indeed, at this point, even if he was unwilling, Lu Xian had to admit that the once inconsequential figure had transformed beyond recognition and surpassed him. But so what? The champion of the talented warriors' battle at most could only display his prowess in this lower realm. What was he in front of the esteemed beings of the upper realm? Arrogant and exceedingly overbearing, Lu Xian laughed heartily, brandishing his Xuanqing sword light, reminding Yimiaojing to strike together. Miaojing, hold off this demonic woman while I slay her. In her flowing white robes, Yimiaojing coldly gazed at Yihan Wu. Whoosh! Spiritual energy surged, and a chilling aura enveloped the area, freezing everything in its path. As the Taixuan Saintess, Yimiaojing had always been at odds with Yihan Wu in Eastern State. Today marked the complete annihilation of all demonic sects in Eastern State, a plan long in the making by the Taixuan Sect and the Xuanqing Sect. As the demoness of the demonic sect, Yihan Wu could not be spared. Blood flowed abundantly, countless female disciples lay fallen, and as the Saintess of the Taixuan Sect, Yihan Wu looked around at the scene. Now trapped in a crisis, unable to seek aid. Meanwhile, in the distant sky above, boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming aura of the Dao Palace surged forth as the leader of the Taixuan Sect joined forces with the leader of the Xuanqing Sect to collectively assault her master. It seems this time the Taixuan Sect is destined for extermination. On her bloodied, enchanting face, despair was evident. Yihan Wu looked on bitterly at the unfolding scene. Whoosh! The icy spiritual energy swept forward, emanating from Yimiaojing's mastery of the 9th level of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Path, completely sealing and freezing the spiritual energy within her body. As a woman once a rival, Yihan Wu had to admit that she was no match for the Taixuan Saintess. At this moment, from behind her clang, a streak of Xuanqing sword light slicing through the void descended towards her, its sharpness chilling to the bone. With her spiritual energy sealed, she had completely lost the power to resist, and turning her head, she could see Lu Xian's sinister smile. Having completely lost hope, she gave up on resistance. But just at that moment, a tremendous rumbling sound emanated from the distant sky above. Amid swirling runes and flowing spiritual light, a massive celestial boat seemingly carved from a piece of warm spiritual jade descended, tearing through the clouds, with the character Xuanqing prominently inscribed upon it.
Fortunately, I'm not too late. Leading the group was a figure clad in snowy white, tall and slender. It was Lin Feng, arriving at the shattered grounds of the Tai Xuan Sect. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial vessel soared through the sky, causing the void to tremble with its tremendous vibrations. Such a sudden occurrence naturally attracted the attention of countless combatants engaged in battle. What is that? Xuanqing. Just as the Eastern State cultivators were pondering the origins of the sudden appearance of a figure, many members of the Taixuan Sect on the scene had already recognized the figure in white at the forefront as Lin Feng, not waiting for them to react. Help! With a command from Lin Feng, a group of Xuanqing experts immediately dispersed towards the shattered Tai Xuan Sect. Before coming here, they had already understood their purpose to assist the leader of the demonic sect of the Eastern State, Tai Xuan Sect. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Feng's figure flew down from the celestial vessel, transforming into a streak of light, heading towards the direction of the battle involving Lu Xian, Yi Miao Jing, and Yi Hongwu. A silver light flashed. Boom! The sky blue sword light originally aimed at Yi Hongwu disappeared in an instant, vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, the ground sealed by Yi Miao Jing's eyes, along with the spiritual energy sealed within the demoness, was released under Lin Feng's strike. You really came! Surprised, Yi Hongwu gazed at the figure of Lin Feng with excitement on her enchanting face. Let go! Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, watching as the demoness tightly grasped his arm with her jade-like hands. Whether it was intentional or accidental, her bosom brushed against him, leaving Lin Feng at a loss. I won't let go. With fiery red lips pouting with a mischievous glint in her eyes, Yi Hongwu looked fixedly at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmering like water. Days before, she had already sent a message to the Xuanqing Sect in the Central State, seeking help, holding on to a glimmer of hope. After all, ever since the end of the Ascending to Heaven immortal realm, she had been inquiring about Lin Feng, but had received no news. With the sect shattered and countless disciples perishing, she never expected that at this critical moment Lin Feng would finally appear, bringing so many powerful experts from the Xuanqing Sect. Overwhelmed with excitement, ripples of emotion surged within the demoness' heart. Lin Feng, how could you be here? At this critical moment, Lin Feng's sudden appearance also took Yi Miao Jing by surprise. With an ethereal, aloof demeanor akin to an everlasting ice lotus, she naturally exuded a chilling aura, always as serene as a celestial being high above the 9 heavens. Yet her expression suddenly changed. Then, glancing around, she discovered that Lin Feng, along with the powerful experts from the Xuanqing Sect, were actually aiding the Tai Xuan Sect, the demonic sect despised by everyone in the Eastern State. Yi Miao Jing couldn't comprehend it. Back in the Ascending to Heaven immortal realm, Lin Feng's assistance to Yi Hongwu could be seen as a personal choice. Now, as the demonic forces that had existed in the Eastern State for countless years were about to be eradicated, the man she once loved was instead standing with the demonic sect, choosing to oppose her. You should know that the Tai Xuan Sect is the leader of the demonic sect in the Eastern State. Today it is the moment when my Tai Xuan Sect and Xuanqing Sect join forces to completely annihilate it. Yi Miao Jing looked at this man, who had once been close to her gaze filled with confusion, unable to understand. No matter what, Lin Feng had always been with their Taixuan Sect for 10 years. Under such circumstances, he should understand what the Tai Xuan Sect represents in the Eastern State. Miao Jing, can't you see? This person has long colluded with the Tai Xuan demoness. Perhaps he has come this time to disrupt the righteous path of our Eastern State. As the Tao child of the Xuanqing Sect, Lu Xian knew how to seize opportunities. Standing not far away, he quickly spoke up, ensuring that Lin Feng stood opposed to both the Taixuan Sect and his own sect, as well as the entire righteous path of the Eastern State, while also tarnishing Lin Feng's image and Yi Miao Jing's heart. This was a plot that the Taixuan Sect and Xuanqing Sect had conspired for at least 100 years. At this moment, watching the Tai Xuan Sect from all directions, the powerful experts from the Xuanqing Sect, who followed Lin Feng, were completely overwhelming the righteous forces of the Eastern State, outclassing them entirely. These individuals before him may only be the tip of the iceberg of the entire Xuanqing Sect.
majestic Xuanqing dominating the heavenly capital of the central state. At this moment, Yi Miaojing seemed to understand the significance of these words, which indicated how immense the hegemonic power of the central state was over the other four states. The strength of a single sect was enough to sweep across the entire eastern state. However, she could never fathom why that incident from years ago would cause Lin Feng to harbor such hatred towards the Tai Xuan Sect, disregarding countless lives in the eastern state. If the Taixuan Sect were to be destroyed today, there would be no space left for demonic beings to exist in the eastern state in the future. The belief instilled in Yi Miaojing since childhood was that demonic beings were cruel and ruthless, devoid of conscience. As the Saintess of the Taixuan Sect, it was her responsibility to eradicate all demonic paths in the world. And now, at this moment, the experts from the Xuanqing Sect were making their moves, and they would not concern themselves with the righteous or demonic paths of the eastern state. They would only heed Lin Feng's commands.
Evil and heretical beings, why do you choose to help them? You can see those who have perished killed by the hands of the people you brought are all righteous individuals of the eastern state.
Disappointed and unwilling to accept, Yi Miaojing could not believe that Lin Feng was unaware of the consequences his actions would bring to the eastern state today.
Oh, so what? The so-called righteous cultivators you speak of have nothing to do with me. I, Lin Feng, have come here today solely to repay the life-saving grace of Miss Yi from back then. As for what I will do next, it has nothing to do with you, the Saintess of the Taixuan Sect.
With a calm expression, Lin Feng scoffed in response to Yi Miaojing's accusations. The so-called righteous path and demonic path of the eastern state had nothing to do with him. He only knew that back then those who mocked him within the Taixuan Sect were precisely the righteous cultivators spoken of by this Saintess. He believed he had no enmity with anyone, yet it was the righteous individuals, those whom Yi Miaojing referred to, who chased him in Shihai City, attempting to sever his limbs and torment him to death, including the Tao child of the Tianqing sword sect, Lu Xian, standing not far away. In his time of peril, no one was willing to help him, and the one who ultimately revealed herself to assist him was the so-called demoness of the eastern state, Yi Hongwu. For this reason, Lin Feng chose to stand against the so-called righteous cultivators of the eastern state. So what? From the moment he stepped out of the Taixuan Sect, Lin Feng believed he had already severed all ties with this Saintess before him, never understanding from what perspective she was criticizing him. Stunned, her face paled slightly, especially at the four words Taixuan Saintess. He called me the Taixuan Saintess. In her mind, Lin Feng's words pierced like needles, embedding themselves deep within Yi Miaojing's heart, leaving her with an expression of disbelief on her delicate face. She never expected that the current Lin Feng not only chose to stand against her, but that his demeanor, expression, and attitude would make her feel so unfamiliar and cold. Just as Yi Miaojing was still reeling from Lin Feng's indifferent words, he exclaimed,
"Last time, I let you escape with your life in the ascending to heaven immortal realm. This time, let's see how you escape."
Lin Feng pointed at Lu Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. Boom! With a single step, the ground trembled beneath his feet, cracking open several fissures, as Lin Feng transformed into a silver divine light, charging towards Lu Xian not far away.
Ah!
A scream erupted. Lu Xian had no capacity to resist at all. Back then, within the immortal realm, Lin Feng had not fully restored his cultivation, and Lu Xian couldn't withstand even a single blow from him. Now his cultivation was completely restored, even surpassing his former peak state. The so-called Taoist of the Taixuan Sect was in Lin Feng's eyes no different from an ant. Without giving him a moment to react, Lin Feng's fingers turned into claws, applying slight force. Blood gushed forth as he tore an arm from Lu Xian's shoulder. The stark white bone was exposed at the fracture, and Lu Xian's face twisted in agony. The pain of the last time he was in the immortal realm, and the terror of being tormented, invaded Lu Xian's heart once more. He was unable to resist this time. He had no strength to fight Lin Feng at all. The gap was unimaginably vast.
"Help! Someone save me!"
Sweat beads as large as soybeans rolled down Lu Xian's face as he cried out to the strong members of the Taixuan Sect in the distance. But Lin Feng's actions did not pause. He intended to return Lu Xian's words from years ago. in Shihai City unaltered.
Ah!
As another arm was ripped away by Lin Feng before Lu Xian could recover from the excruciating pain, his legs twisted and deformed, shattered under Lin Feng's foot. This time the horrific scream finally attracted the attention of the elders from the Xuanqing Sect as well as the sect master Lu Tian.
Xianer!
A furious roar erupted, powerful aura surged forth as the mid-stage Dao Palace realm cultivation burst forth, creating a sonic boom as it swept toward this location. A middle-aged man clad in green robes with a handsome face was enveloped in a swirl of blue sword light that shot skyward, transforming into a massive blade of light as if ready to shatter the void, descending upon Lin Feng from afar. Lu Tian, the current sect master of the Xuanqing Sect, was renowned alongside the sect masters of the Tai Xuan Sect and the Taixuan Sect as one of the top 3 powerhouses of the eastern state, with mid-stage Dao Palace cultivation a rarity even in the central state. He had just been collaborating with the sect master of Taixuan to besiege the sect master of Taixuan, who was also Yi Maijing's master, but upon hearing his son's cries for help, he disregarded everything else and rushed over. Indeed, Lu Xian's identity was not only as the Taoist of the Xuanqing Sect, but also the son of sect master Lu Tian, holding an extremely noble status in the eastern state. Therefore, in Lu Xian's eyes, Lin Feng was nothing but a mere insect. Had it not been for other reasons, he would have long since crushed him underfoot. However, times had changed. The so-called Xuanqing Sect, whether it was the Taoist or the sect master, appeared to Lin Feng as nothing more than 2 ants, one large and one small. Crack. With a sound of bones snapping, Lu Xian's limbs were completely severed. His white robe was drenched in blood, and the originally handsome face was devoid of any charm, twisted and grotesque. Like a chick, Lu Xian was held in Lin Feng's hand, about to be executed. Lin Feng turned his head, casting a glance backward, and seeing the blue sword light cutting through the void.
If another ant comes.
A cold chuckle escaped his lips, his expression unchanged. Silver divine light surrounded him, surging forth from Lin Feng's body. Boom! Following a violent crash, Lin Feng stood firm, unyielding, while it was Lu Tian, the sect master of Xuanqing, who was sent flying. Crack! The spiritual sword in his hand shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions, and he was violently knocked backward, crashing through several high pavilions.
Come here!
The silver divine light flowed from his hand as Lin Feng made a slight grasp. Boom! Lu Tian, who had been sent flying, was drawn back towards Lin Feng by a silver claw print. His body split apart, and he perished, vanishing before Lu Xian's eyes.
Father! No, it can't be. How is this possible?
Unable to comprehend, Lu Xian was left in shock. He could not understand how Lin Feng, despite having stepped on some dogs, had leapt back, then could grow from a useless person unable to cultivate to surpassing him in just a few short years. But at most, he was still only a bridge realm cultivator. However, now, after merely 5 years had passed, even his father, whom he had always viewed as invincible, known as one of the top 3 powerhouses of the eastern state with mid-stage Dao Palace strength, could not withstand even a single blow from Lin Feng. He perished. That was the sect master of Xuanqing Sect. How could this happen? Unable to believe, unable to understand, Lu Xian's eyes were filled only with confusion and terror. Suddenly he recalled the words spoken by Yi Maijing after Lin Feng escaped from his grasp in Shihai City years ago.
Fool, do you really think this person is a useless waste incapable of cultivating?
Being called a fool and told that a useless waste would one day bring disaster to himself and the Xuanqing Sect. As the Taoist of the Sword Sect and the son of the sect master at that time, Lu Xian viewed those words as nothing more than Yi Maijing's desperate outburst after being injured at his hands. However, today, it seemed he understood that this jest had turned into reality. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. His broken body was cast to the ground by Lin Feng, and blood continued to pour from the severed limbs of Lu Xian. His body trembled both from pain and fear. He was the Taoist of the Xuanqing Sect, the sect master's son, and was destined to inherit one of the 3 major sects of the eastern state with a boundless future. But now everything was about to shatter, and he feared losing it all. Yet at this moment, there was no one who could save him from Lin Feng's hands. Hatred. It was Lin Feng who had taken everything that originally belonged to him, from the Holy Maiden of Taixuan, Yi Miaojing, to now even the future he should have owned crumbling in the hands of someone he once regarded as an ant. However, Lu Xian still believed that no matter how strong Lin Feng appeared now, he would ultimately remain merely a figure of grandeur in this lower realm. And when the noble figures from his own Xuanqing Sect descended upon this lower realm, they would undoubtedly seek revenge for him and the entire Xuanqing Sect. Thinking of this, Lu Xian began to laugh, blood still trickling from his mouth.
I must admit, to grow to this level you are indeed a far cry from the waste of that year. How could you possibly measure against the foundation of my Xuanqing Sect? Even in that higher realm, my Xuanqing Sect still possesses power incomparable to the likes of you, a native of this lower realm.
With a twisted expression, Lu Xian looked at Lin Feng, laughing. But at that moment a voice suddenly echoed in his ear, causing his smile to freeze.
Higher realm. Do you not know of the Xuanqing Holy Sun, who descended upon the lower realm years ago?
Smiling faintly, Lin Feng appeared calm, looking at Lu Xian with indifference.
How is that possible? It can't be you.
Originally thinking this was but Lin Feng's last desperate hope to infuriate him, Lu Xian instead saw nothing but unwavering calmness in Lin Feng's eyes. Years ago, the entire Tiansong continent learned that the Xuanqing Sect in the central state had a holy sun descend from the higher realm. In that instant, Lu Xian suddenly understood why the prestigious Xuanqing Sect would recruit a person unable to cultivate, and why in just a few short years Lin Feng could grow to this point. There was only one possibility: what the other party said was true.
It is time for you to depart.
With a gentle step, Lin Feng crushed Lu Xian's skull, and in his final moments, his eyes were filled with a deadened gray. Led by the ethereal Xian Sect and the Tianqing Sword Sect, this battle between the righteous and the demonic factions in the eastern state is monumental. With countless righteous forces gathering, the originally formidable Tai Xuan Sect is on the brink of collapse in this fierce conflict. However, no one expected the sudden involvement of the Zhongzhou Xuanqing Sect at the last moment, which instantly turned the tide. In the void above, the celestial vessel inscribed with the word Xuanqing looms large, yet it is now devoid of any presence. The 6 elders and the various peak masters of Xuanqing, including the talented Shui Yurao, have all come with Lin Feng except for the sect leader Chu Tianyan, who is absent. All present are the elite of the Xuanqing Sect.
Kill!
Boom, boom, boom. Within the crumbling Tai Xuan Sect, the waves of battle spread in all directions in imposing force. With a depth of aura akin to the sea, the 6 elders, some with white hair and youthful faces embodying a celestial air, and others as robust as mountains exuding a dragon's vitality, any one of them would be a sect leader level powerhouse in the eastern state. In addition, dozens of individuals, whether middle-aged or elderly, also exude formidable auras. The peak masters of Xuanqing are all at the Dao Palace realm.
How can this be? The Xuanqing Sect is based far away in Zhongzhou. Why do they interfere in our eastern state's affairs? The extermination of the demonic path, a plan of 100 years, is it really going to end like this?
Voices echoed from all around the battlefield as the scene before them was something the people of the Taixuan Sect could hardly accept. Meanwhile, the news of the deaths of Lu Tian and his son Lu Xian resonated deeply, further shocking the high-ranking members of the Taixuan Sect.
Is that Lin Feng? So the strong members of the Xuanqing Sect were brought by him. Especially for Yi Miaojing's master Shenluoqi, as she gazed into the distance, almost failing to recognize Lin Feng in the familiar white-clad figure.
Although she had learned from Yi Miaojing right after the celestial ascension that the first talent of this era in the Tiansong continent was Lin Feng, who had been regarded as waste by the Taixuan Sect back then. Yet she had only heard rumors and names, never having seen the person, hence her impression of Lin Feng remained at the time they expelled him from the Taixuan Sect. Now the slender figure in white, more radiant than snow, exuding an almost celestial demeanor, seemed like a different person from the waste of that year. The shocking change in the situation has left many astounded, especially with Lu Tian's death. At this moment within the Tai Xuan Sect, not only Shenluoqi and the elders of the Taixuan Sect, but countless cultivators across the eastern state gaze at Lin Feng.
Kill! Leave no one alive from the Xuanqing Sword Sect today.
The bloodstained Xuan Sect is now under the watchful gaze of countless cultivators from the eastern state. After all having spent 10 years in the eastern state, Lin Feng recognizes some of the gazes familiar and completely unknown alike. With Lu Xian's lifeless body beneath his feet, Lin Feng commanded the members of the Xuanqing Sect.
Today is not only to repay the life-saving grace of Yi Hanwu from years ago, but also to avenge my personal grudges.
When he left Shihai City back then, he had told Lu Xian that if Lin Feng did not perish, he would annihilate the Xuanqing Sword Sect one day. What he said Lin Feng naturally intended to fulfill.
How can this be possible? Isn't that the waste who was expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect and couldn't cultivate? My sect leader of the Xuanqing Sword Sect was defeated by him. No, it can't be. This must be a lie, it must be.
Up until this moment, the disciples of the Xuanqing Sword Sect still see Lin Feng as the waste who was ridiculed back then. They cannot understand why he would bring so many strong allies from Zhongzhou today and kill their sect leader in Daozi.
No.
PFF. 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 With bodies dropping one after another, the Xuanqing Sword Sect, a prestigious sect among the 3 major sects of the eastern state, has its members from the elders to the disciples easily identifiable in their sword-patterned attire. They now fall like weeds. Too many have perished, blood flowing like rivers, a sight that makes He Miaojing unable to bear witnessing. Until now she remains unaware of the events from years ago, when Lin Feng was hunted by Lu Xian. After all, the Xuanqing Sword Sect had been allied with the Tai Xuan Sect for many years, and many of the countless fallen cultivators were familiar to her.
Lin Feng, the Xuanqing Sword Sect is ultimately a righteous sect of our eastern state. Stop. I believe you have never been this kind of person. Do you want to fall into the demonic path like these evil beings from the Xuan Sect?
Standing there in white, having witnessed the demise of Lu Xian and the master of the Xuanqing Sword Sect, the extent of Lin Feng's terror also caught Yi Miaojing completely off guard. In just 5 short years the other party has reached this level. Yet she does not understand where the gentle Lin Feng, who remained calm in the face of mockery, has gone. This is not the same person. He seemed so unfamiliar now, unlike his former self. This time the Xuanqing Sword Sect brought thousands of cultivators, all righteous cultivators of the eastern state. Yet today, due to Lin Feng's single word, they will all meet a tragic end. With a beautiful face marked by a hint of pleading, Yi Miaojing stares at Lin Feng, trying to persuade him to turn back.
What of the demonic path? Isn't it better than some hypocritical pretenders?
Before Lin Feng could respond, Yi Hongwu, who had been standing beside him, became displeased upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the already dead Lu Xian, sneering. Having witnessed Lu Xian chase Lin Feng on 2 occasions, she had seen it all. Lin Feng, with an icy expression, remained indifferent to Yi Miaojing's pleas. The demonic path. Coincidentally, the heavenly demon Saint Sun, who is both an enemy and a friend to him, would be a colossal demon in this realm. But for Lin Feng, what does it matter? He has never differentiated people by righteous path or demonic path. PFF. 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 In the distance, the cultivators from the Xuanqing Sword Sect continue to fall before the Xuan Sect. As this bloodstained scene unfolds, the righteous cultivators of the eastern state have long been terrified, their hairs standing on end, having already halted their actions. This includes the Taixuan Sect, which had allied with them. The 2 sects have been intertwined in the eastern state for many years, maintaining a close relationship.
Enough, Lin Feng. You have been with our Taixuan Sect for many years, yet today you cannot distinguish between good and evil, disregarding the teachings our sect imparted to you.
Perhaps still reacting to Lin Feng's transformation, the high-ranking members of the Taixuan Sect approached him with a fierce aura, their voices icy. Among them is Yi Miaojing's master Shenluoqi.